Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story. Universal Dome, Chapter 21, Alien. Author note. Hello, and welcome to the next chapter of Universal Doom. It's been a while since I updated this story, with the whole Slayer getting sidetracked in the Halo universe thing, and while it was nice to have a little vacation, it's time to get back to it. For this chapter, I've decided to bring the Slayer to the surprisingly expansive universe of xenomorphs, deciding that it was time that some of the most dangerous hunters in cinema finally get hunted for once. Remember that I do not own any of these characters, and enjoy. Ellen Ripley frowned and examined Call. That girl was supposed to be dead. Ren had shot her in the chest, and humans didn't walk away from shit like that easily, and they certainly didn't stand back up a few minutes after. Now, she turned her back to them, trying her best to evade the inquisitive looks from the rest of the group. I'm fine, Call said annoyedly. Ripley stepped closer to the girl and furrowed her brow even further at her evasiveness. Something was off. You got body armor on or something? DeStefano asked, looking Call up and down with suspicion. Yeah, now come on guys, we gotta get out of here, Call said, seemingly eager to change the topic of discussion. You took one in the chest, Ripley said. I saw it. Call turned and looked at her, giving Ripley a look that seemed apprehensive and pleading at the same time. Ripley met her gaze for a moment, then opened the girl's jacket and examined the entry wound where she had been shot. The hole was massive. Any normal human would be hemorrhaging from a wound like that. Narrowing her eyes, Ripley pressed two of her fingers into the gaping wound and immediately felt a foamy sensation from the inside. Withdrawing her hand, Ripley examined the fluid on her fingers. It was a combination of what appeared to be lubricating oil as well as a few other compounds that she didn't recognize. Whatever it wasn't blood. Ripley should know, considering that she was the only one present who had ever died before. She had seen her fair share. Ripley snorted in a combination of disbelief and humor. She seemed to be doing that a lot lately. You're a robot? She asked, meeting Call's fearful gaze. Well, son of a bitch, our little Call is just full of surprises, isn't she? Johnner hooped, pacing back and forth with a shit-eating grin on his face. Ripley had lost count of how many times she'd wanted to wipe that stupid grin off with a punch today. I thought synthetics were supposed to be all logical and shit. But you're just a big old psycho girl. Johnner continued. You're a robot? Purvis asked from his leaning position against the wall. The man's apparently natural nervousness seemed to increase at the news, but Ripley attributed it more to his recent discovery of a xenomorph growing inside him. That had been enough to put her on edge a lifetime ago, so she could say with confidence that she understood his skittish demeanor. Wait, you're second gen, aren't you? DeStefano asked, looking Call up and down once more with interest. That means you're not, right? Robots designed by robots. That's right, I remember now. Your model was supposed to revitalize the synthetic industry. Instead, they buried it. DeStefano grinned as he continued, nodding in Ripley's direction enthusiastically. They didn't like being told what to do. Ripley looked over at the Marine, raising an eyebrow skeptically at his untimely ebullience. The government ordered a recall, and I heard that just a few, had gotten out intact. I never thought I'd see one with my own eyes. Great, Purvis said, eager to change the subject. But can we please leave now? Their conversation was immediately cut off by a loud bang that came from just outside the door. In a heartbeat, every weapon they had was drawn and leveled in the direction of the noise. Knowing their luck, it had likely come from one of the numerous xenomorphs that now hunted them throughout the ship. There was a moment of silence. Then the door in front of them was forced open, a figure in what appeared to be a spacesuit of some kind stepping through. Ripley frowned again. Just how many more surprises was she to expect today? The armor or suit or whatever the thing was wearing didn't look like anything she had seen before. But that being said, she had been dead for over 200 years. Much can change since then. There was a moment of tense silence, Johnner, DeStefano, and Vries all keeping their weapons trained on the figure. The figure glanced at each of them in turn. Its expression was unreadable behind the tinted faceplate that it wore, but Ripley noticed with a small amount of discomfort that its gaze lingered on her, Call, and Purvis much longer than the others. The figure then spoke. Hello. Came its voice from a speaker on the helmet. I am Vega. While I'm not the man inside this suit, I am an AI that interfaces with him. You may address him as the Doomslayer. DeStefano looked over uncertainly at Ripley, then turned back to the figure. His gun did not lower. Ok. Where the hell did you come from? I would be happy to tell you, but it is unlikely that you will believe me. Oh yeah. Johnner taunted, both of his pistols aligned with this Doomslayer's faceplate. Try us. The two of us arrived here from another dimension. Our destination was not predetermined, but we are fortunate to have arrived on board your ship instead of the vacuum of space. Bullshit, Johnner growled. How the hell are we supposed to believe you? The Doomslayer tilted his visor toward Johnner in a threatening manner, and Ripley saw the man shift uncomfortably out of the corner of her eye. She smirked at the sight, thinking maybe this guy wasn't so bad. Unfortunately, there is no way for us to prove our story, the voice replied calmly from the armor. However, during our conversation, I have interfaced with the systems on board your ship, the Auriga. While I am uncertain of the details, it seems as though the ship itself is in critical condition, and I detect a number of unknown life forms on board as well. While video feed is minimal, I believe it is safe to assume that these life forms are hostile. Am I correct? DiStefano chortled. In a nutshell, yeah, that sums it up pretty well. But there's also a mad doctor trying to kill us and steal our ticket out of here. Ripley nodded, turning back to the issue at hand. They couldn't afford not to trust this new figure, as they didn't have much time left before the Auriga arrived back on Earth. For now, they had to focus on getting off this damn hunk of metal. They could deal with the Doomslayer and his AI spokesman later. She turned to the others and spoke as everyone slowly lowered their weapons, all seemingly getting the same idea. If Ren gets access to the ship's network, he could really screw us. We need to get access before he does and shut him out. There's no consoles on this level, though, DiStefano said contemplatively. And without Ren's access codes, we can't get through most of the areas since the ship is on lockdown. Ripley thought for a moment, then turned her attention to Call, an idea forming in her mind. Call. No, Call said, shaking her head fervently. I can't. Wait, yeah. Johnner said, you're the latest model. You can access the mainframe remotely. No, Call said, her voice shaking. I burned a modem, we all did. Wireless access is impossible for me. Ripley narrowed her eyes at the girl again. For a droid, she wasn't very good at concealing her emotions. Her excuses for being unable to access the mainframe almost seemed to come from a fear of doing so. Was she even programmed to feel fear? Call, Bryce said, his voice gentle from his seated position against the wall. You can still jack him manually. You know that. That will not be necessary, came the voice of the AI in the armor. What was its name again? Vegan or something? I am able to wirelessly interface with the mainframe of the ship, and have already shut down any access terminals nearby. The Auriga's AI attempted to halt my progress, but I have suppressed him for now. I have also read all of the documentation of the experiments conducted on this ship. Many of these documents refer to creatures called xenomorphs, and I can assume that those are the unidentified signatures I'm reading. Bingo, Ripley said, placing a hand on her hip amusedly. You know, you're pretty sharp for an AI. Thank you, Ellen Ripley. The voice replied courteously, and Ripley stiffened at the AI's knowledge of her name. The AI seemed to notice this and spoke again. I've gone over all the documentation regarding you as well. You are a clone of the original Ellen Ripley, but due to the presence of the xenomorph embryo within you at the time you were sampled, a few alterations were found in your genetic code. That explains why I've been reading irregular signatures from your body. Now, it was Ripley's turn to shift uncomfortably. She didn't exactly feel keen on having this AI know every little detail about her. Glad to see you're caught up, she said shortly. But now, we need a way to exterminate those xenomorphs before the ship docks back on Earth. I don't suppose you or your silent buddy there have a way of handling that. In response to her question, the Doomslayer suddenly pulled a shotgun seemingly from his ass and held it in his hands. Pumping the shotgun, the Doomslayer tilted his head upward toward Ripley, his gesture somehow possessing an air of confidence to it despite the fact that he had yet to say a word. Jonna laughed next to her. I gotta say, I'm starting to like this guy. I think him and I are going to get along just fine. He quieted down again under the Doomslayer's gaze, and Vega chose that moment to speak up once again. You can leave the extermination to the Doomslayer. However, our priority at the moment should be getting you all safely off this ship. From the data logs, it appears that there is a small vessel in the hangar bay that is capable of escaping. That's the Betty, Johnner confirmed with a nod. If you can get us there, then we can get off this ship and away from those nightmares. Suddenly, Purvis began convulsing next to them, his breath suddenly coming in short rasps as he leaned back against the wall for support. In a heartbeat, Johnner and DiStefano had their weapons trained on him as he clutched his midsection. Ripley watched him carefully, expecting his chest to burst open with a newborn xenomorph at any time. Purvis convulsed a few more times. Then he slowly began to relax, his breathing returning to normal levels and his body slumping against the wall. I'm fine, he said with a deep breath. I'm okay, really. Johnner and DiStefano both eyed him warily, then slowly lowered their firearms. Whatever your plan is to get us out of here, Vega, we better move fast. This guy ain't got much time left, and we gotta get him to a stasis pod before he explodes. I agree, Vega replied, causing Purvis to shoot them all a horrified glare. I am bringing the Betty's engines online now, as well as opening any remaining doors between our location and the hangar. As Vega spoke, One of the nearby doors opened at his command. Ripley smirked and shook her head at the sight. For the first time today, something seemed to be going right. "Gotta hand it to you, big guy," she said, addressing the Doomslayer. "Your AI is versatile." The Doomslayer said nothing, but turned and gave Ripley a nod in agreement. Ren angrily punched the console. None of his access codes appeared to be working, and he was growing more and more frustrated with it by the minute. "Father," Ren said aloud, calling out to the ship's AI, "I have lost power to every console I've come across. Analyze and respond." Silence echoed throughout the halls. "Father, I apologize, Dr. Ren," came a sudden voice from the intercom that Ren did not recognize. "But I have reason to believe that you are attempting to work against us. I have deactivated Father as a result." "What? Who is this?" Ren demanded. "I would answer, Dr. Ren, but there are xenomorphs en route to your position. It is my suggestion that you relocate yourself if you wish to survive." "I'm not going anywhere until you tell me who the hell you are," Ren shouted indignantly, his voice echoing throughout the halls of the Auriga. The only response came from a blood-chilling hiss from Ren's left side. His eyes snapped open in fear of the familiar noise, but before he could turn to aim his weapon, a nightmarish creature pounced on him and tore at his body. All Ren could do in response was scream as his blood splattered against the walls. Ripley hesitated for a brief moment, her connection to the xenomorph hive mind giving her reason to pause as she felt a distinct shift in her neural connection. Her reaction had not gone unnoticed by the Doomslayer, and he turned his helmet toward her. She saw her reflection in his visor and waved her hand dismissively. Even though Vega had done all of the talking so far, Ripley could tell that the Doomslayer was no dummy. There appeared to be nothing that he could not see, one of which was Ripley's connection to the Xenomorph Queen. At that moment, the group was traversing down the passageways towards the hangar, with the Slayer taking point. Bryce was strapped to his armored back, and the paraplegic mechanic coughed once and spoke up as the Slayer turned his gaze away from Ripley. "So, Doomslayer guy, you don't really talk much, do you?" The Doomslayer said nothing. "Right, so Vega, do you speak for him?" "I do not speak for the Doomslayer," Vega said. "While I do speak on behalf of both of us at times, the Doomslayer is more than capable of communicating when he deems it necessary." "So, let me ask you then," Bryce said, talking over his shoulder from the Doomslayer's back. "You really think you can kill all of these alien bastards by yourself? No offense, but you've never fought these things before, and they can kill even an armored guy like you pretty easily if they get the drop on you." As expected, the Doomslayer said nothing. Instead, he reached behind himself and snatched Bryce's weapon out of his hands. Ignoring the cripple's protests, the Slayer grasped both ends of the makeshift gun and snapped it in half with a loud crack, stunning everyone in the group at the display. The weapon itself had not been slender by any accounts, and Ripley consciously noted that she would need nothing short of a hydraulic press to achieve what the Slayer had done with his own two hands. Reaching back behind himself, the Slayer returned the two weapon pieces to Bryce, whose shock quickly turned to anger at seeing his homemade weapon now rendered useless. "What the fuck? You could have just pried open a door or something. You know how hard it was to make that thing from scratch? I was digging through parts for weeks." Johnner and DiStefano laughed heartily at Bryce's turmoil, and Johnner tossed one of his pistols to the whining man. But it wouldn't have gotten his point across nearly as well. "Bryce," he said through his chuckling. "To build off of the substantial evidence already provided by the Doomslayer," Vegas said, "I have studied the numerous files on this ship relating to the xenomorphs. Their anatomy, as well as behavior and intelligence, classify them as parasitic in nature. Though this instance might be different, the Doomslayer has had a large number of altercations with similar enemies in the past. I am confident that we will be able to exterminate them swiftly and efficiently." "Wait," Call said. "You mean you've encountered something worse than these things?" Purvis walked next to her, and Ripley saw him glance nervously from Call to the Doomslayer like Vega's answer was to decide the fate of the universe. "It is too early to say for certain, but I would say yes based on my calculations." Ripley couldn't help but enjoy the charisma radiating from the pair as Vega spoke. The Doomslayer was the strong but silent type, with extra emphasis on the strong part, and Vega was an AI that could carry on a conversation better than most humans, portraying a calm and collected demeanor at all times that Ripley enjoyed immensely given the grim nature of their current situation. Looking back, however, Ripley saw that some of the group was not as comforted as she was. Call in particular. Feeling a tug in her gut, Ripley fell back and in a stride with the Auton, who spared her a glance before turning her gaze to the floor again. "How's your wound?" Ripley asked, trying to seem as gentle as possible despite their difference in height by almost a foot. Call shrugged and hunched her shoulders, but Ripley saw her just barely wince at the motion. "Let's see it," she said, reaching out to her. "Don't touch me," Call said, recoiling. "Oh, stop it," Ripley said sternly, and Call relented this time as she inspected the wound. It was large to be sure, and a few miscellaneous composite materials hung free from the gaping hole. As they continued to walk down the halls, Ripley did her best to clean the wound, removing as much stray material as possible so that there were no loose pieces remaining. Call looked at her curiously as she worked. "How can you keep on living, knowing what you are?" she asked suddenly. Ripley looked up at her, not knowing if Call was referring to her status as a clone of the original Ripley or the fact that she shared DNA with killer space aliens. Deciding that it was probably a little bit of both, Ripley gave a small smile. "Don't really have much of a choice, do I?" she asked. "Yes, you do," Call replied, and Ripley smirked at the implication despite its morbidity. "I gave the whole dying thing a try about 200 years ago," she said. "A lot of good that did me, huh?" To her satisfaction, Call actually let out a small laugh, and Ripley laughed along with her. It felt good. Call's face then dropped once more. "At least part of you is human. Well, look at me. I am disgusting." Ripley placed a hand on her shoulder and shook her head. "I don't know if you've noticed, kiddo, but non-humans are kind of winning the day right now." Ripley gestured towards the Doomslayer and by extension Vega. Call followed the gesture, then sighed. "That's just one example. Could be two," Ripley said with a shrug. "In fact, I'm betting it's two because I seriously doubt that someone with a name like the Doomslayer could be a human." Call smiled again and lifted her chin up, her posture displaying a bit more confidence at Ripley's words. Then it was gone again, but this time, it was replaced with a look of terror. Ripley frowned and followed her gaze. They had reached the hangar at last, Vega's manipulation of the mainframe allowing them to make excellent time through the halls. Ahead loomed the Betty, her lights on and her engines already ignited thanks to Vega. There existed only one problem, however. Between their small group and the ship, half a dozen full-grown xenomorphs appeared, their blackened skin and feral postures giving them an extremely intimidating look as they turned and noticed the group approaching. Seeing that the pack had picked them out, the group came to a stop, not wanting to get any closer than what was necessary to the nightmarish creatures. Ripley frowned at seeing them all here. How could they have possibly known how to find the group? With a start, she realized that her neural connection to the Queen must have been a two-way street, the mother of the xenomorphs having been in her head and deducing their plans. Shit. Out of the corner of her eye, Ripley saw the Doom Slayer remove Rise from his back and set him down against the wall. With an audible crunching of metal and composite, the Doom Slayer produced a shotgun once more and pumped a round into the chamber. "The xenomorphs have highly acidic blood," came Vega's voice. "I suggest that we utilize a weapon that will minimize blood splatter in this scenario." Ripley barely noticed, but the Doomslayer almost seemed dejected at Vega's words. Putting his shotgun away, Ripley saw him exchange it for another weapon that she didn't recognize. The weapon was not much larger than a shotgun, but it was almost futuristic in design, giving a clean and bright look that contrasted the Slayer's dark green armor. The Doomslayer never took his gaze from the xenomorphs as they hissed at the approaching group, but he gestured over his shoulder to DeStefano and Johnner before making a shooting gesture. "We'll cover your back, big guy," DeStefano replied confidently as he swung his weapon from his shoulder and leveled it towards the aliens. Johnner grunted in agreement. Without any further warning, the Doomslayer charged into the hangar, startling the members of the group as well as the xenomorphs present in the chamber. Crossing the distance at a speed that shouldn't have been possible, Ripley's eyes widened as the Doomslayer lowered his shoulder and barreled through the closest two aliens. The creatures screeched in agony and were sent airborne by the force of his strike, but the Doomslayer was unfazed. The two aliens he hit landed on the ground with a sickening crunch, the force of the Doomslayer's impact shattering most of their bones. Though they were still alive, the Doomslayer had already turned his attention from them, raising his strange-looking rifle and opening fire on the third xenomorph. A stream of what looked like plasma rounds burst from the rifle, and the targeted xenomorph screamed as the rounds burned through its skin like lava, immediately cauterizing every hole that they made. Under the Slayer's continued fire, the xenomorph pitched sideways and died as its wounds became too great. The sudden death of their comrade seemed to spur the other xenomorphs into action, and they all roared and lunged for their humanoid opponent. As the first one reached out with its long claws, the Slayer put away his plasma rifle and intercepted the creature, smashing both his fists on either side of the xenomorph's head. The weight behind his blows caused the creature's skull to crumple, and gray matter and blood squirted from the top of the xenomorph's head as its skull caved in. The creature died before it even hit the ground. As the Slayer rounded on the two standing xenomorphs left, a barrage of shots rang out and tore through the aliens, both DeStefano and Johnner firing their weapons at their designated targets. The xenomorphs screeched in agony, but a few well-placed headshots dropped them shortly after. After sparing an appreciative glance in their direction, the Slayer returned to the two xenomorphs he had hit with the shoulder. The aliens screeched in agony and tried to swipe at him, but their broken bodies refused to comply, leaving them writhing on the ground as they struggled to right themselves. Without hesitation, The Doomslayer brought his boot down hard onto the first xenomorph's neck, and with a loud pop, the alien's head detached from its body, rolling across the floor of the hangar to rest against the wall. The creature's headless body fell still. The remaining xenomorph gave an enraged screech in the Slayer's direction, but the extra noise did little to intimidate the armored man, and with a sickening rip, the Slayer had torn the tip of the alien's tail off. The alien cried out in pain, but its suffering was quickly cut short as the Slayer took the sharpened tip of the tail and drove it deep into the creature's skull, causing it to go limp immediately. The group gaped at him as he scanned for more opponents, but found none. With a start, Ripley realized that the Slayer had killed 6 xenomorphs in less than a minute, with half of them killed with just his bare hands. "Jesus Christ," mumbled Johnner as the Slayer beckoned them over, the abrasive man finally at a loss for words. Ripley tried to savor the experience as much as she could. "Now, where the hell do I learn to do something like that?" DiStefano said as the group converged on the Doomslayer. As they all gathered around him, Ripley noted with a chuckle that she and the Doomslayer stood at roughly the same height. But when he was in battle, the Slayer almost appeared to be larger than life, his overwhelming strength and agility giving him an intimidating aura for all that witnessed it. "The Betty is fueled and ready for immediate extraction," came Vega's voice. "I suggest everyone depart as quickly as possible. The Doomslayer and I will cover your escape." Wait a minute," Purvis said. "What about you? What are you going to do once you've cleared out the xenomorphs?" "Once the infestation is cleared, the Doomslayer and I will make a jump to the next dimension. Our destination will again be at random, but we must continue to do so if we can hope to return to our original dimension." "So this is goodbye then?" Call said, her voice betraying a regretful tone. Well, aren't you just a fucking softie?" Jonna laughed, slapping Call on the back. "To answer your question, Annalie Call, yes, I believe this is goodbye," Vega said. Everyone shared a brief moment of silence. Then DiStefano stepped forward and offered his hand to the Doomslayer, who grasped it in an armored gauntlet and shook firmly. "You saved our bacon even though you never met us before," he said with a nod. "That means something to me. Thank you." He then turned and boarded the Betty, and everyone took their turn saying goodbye to Vega and the Doomslayer, Johnner and Vryce cracking jokes about his strength, while Purvis and Cole gave an apprehensive thanks before hastily climbing aboard. Ripley was the last one, and as the Slayer turned toward her expectantly, she shook her head and gave him a smile. "I've been through a lot recently, but you already know that. You read my file after all." Neither the Slayer nor Vega said anything, giving Ripley a chance to continue. "That being said, I'm glad you boys showed up to lend a hand. Without your timely arrival, who knows what could have happened to us?" Her tone then took a more serious route, and she looked directly into the Doomslayer's visor as she continued. "These creatures, I've dealt with them before. My memory is still fuzzy in some parts, but I remember eventually dying thanks to them. So I guess the biggest thing I can say is, be careful." Her gaze went vacant for a moment as she homed in on the Queen, but she caught herself and refocused, the Doomslayer giving her a nod as she finished. "Thank you for your warning, Ellen Ripley," Vegas said through the armor. "I have detected an enigmatic signature nearby, and I believe it is safe to assume that it is the Queen. We will approach with caution once you all get clear." Ripley gave a smile and thanks. Then she shook hands with the Doomslayer before she climbed on board the Betty. With a final nod, the hatch closed behind her, and she watched from a nearby viewing port as Vryce began the ignition sequence. As the Betty left the hangar, Ripley watched the Auriga grow smaller, and in turn, her connection to the Queen began to weaken as well. Soon, it became so small that she barely even noticed it, leaving only her own thoughts in her head for the first time. Vega multitasked as the Slayer jogged through the abandoned halls of the Auriga. A myriad of blueprints, experiment logs, and anatomic data passed through his gaze simultaneously, the AI taking full advantage of the new information offered to him by this universe. The experimental logs on the xenomorphs, while being highly unethical, were fascinating to Vega, as the AI experienced an emotion similar to excitement at delving into the new data. His experiences with Ellen Ripley had also offered him insight to the deadly creatures, as the United Systems military had also experimented on her as well. She had been the 8th attempt to the cloning process, with 6 of the other 7 dying during their genesis. The remaining one was listed as still alive in the records, but Vega detected no heat signatures apart from the remaining xenomorphs on board the ship. That number was decreasing fast, however, as the Doomslayer hunted them down with great prejudice. In addition to the xenomorphs, Vega also noted that many face-hugger eggs, as they had been named by the USM, were still alive throughout the ship. Those were disposed of just as easily. Before long, only 2 heat signatures remained, their presence drawing the Doomslayer into the very deepest part of the ship as he angrily ripped a xenomorph's jawed tongue from its mouth. Vega expected the xenomorph queen to be waiting for them as they continued. As the Doomslayer approached their final destination, Vega noted that while one of the two remaining life forces appeared to be growing stronger, the other was growing weaker. In fact, the two signatures were almost linked to each other, and while Vega formed hundreds of theories on the subject, one stood out above the rest. All he required now was visual confirmation. The Doomslayer rounded another corner, and Vega finally laid eyes on the Xenomorph Queen. This Xenomorph was much larger than others and possessed a much larger head that spanned outward into flat edges. Immediately, Vega noted that the Queen was immobile and that a large flesh capsule of sorts bulged from her lower body. Seeing the sack firsthand, Vega confirmed his theory. This Xenomorph Queen had been birthed using the DNA of Ellen Ripley, and just as Ripley herself possessed Xenomorph traits, the reverse was true as well. This alien had evolved to accommodate a human-like reproductive in addition to laying the numerous eggs that the Slayer had been destroying. The creature inside the flesh sack was a result of the additional reproduction process and had been the secondary life force that Vega had been monitoring. The Queen had not noticed the Slayer as he stepped into the large chamber, as at that moment the flesh sack connected to her began to pulse and move about wildly, the creature inside beginning the process of birth. The Queen roared in pain as the birthing process continued, the flesh sack bulging out further and further until it finally ruptured. Another roar sounded, mixing with the Queen's roars of agonized birthing, and before the Doomslayer emerged a xenomorph that was vastly different than the ones that they'd encountered so far. Vega immediately analyzed the new creature, its stark white skin in definite contrast to the common darker hue of standard xenomorphs. Its bone structure and physical features varied greatly as well. Vega noticing that the creature's anatomy was a mixture of xenomorph and human commonalities. Lastly, Vega analyzed the roar that the creature sounded as it emerged from the womb of the Queen. Its vocal patterns were mostly xenomorph, but as Vega quickly realized, the frequency of its voice possessed a greater variety. A variety matched only by the vocal cords found in a human. With all of this information, Vega's theory was even further solidified. This new creature was an exact hybrid of human and xenomorph DNA, both genomes combining to create an entirely new species. The creature turned at the trumpeting of its mother's call, the Queen's screeches of agony taking on a higher pitch associated with connection and familiarity. Vega anticipated such a reaction, as one of the gene sets that Ripley had passed on to the Xenomorph Queen had been that of maternal instincts. The Queen no doubt felt a deep bond with her newborn, and the hybrid leaned in closely as its mother inspected it. The two shared a moment of familiarity, once again matching Vega's prediction. Now came the ambiguous part. The new hybrid xenomorph possessed the imprinting genes of the aliens, which caused certain animals to immediately identify and accept their maternal figures, but also possessed the genes associated with mammals, in which a familiarization period would be necessary before it accepted its parent. The question that remained was which would prevail. With a trumpeting cry, the newborn attacked its mother, tearing at her flesh with incredibly sharp claws and strength that combined humanity and xenomorphs. Green blood spurted from the mother's wounds, and her cries of agony began anew as her child rejected her violently. Slowly her life force died, leaving only the hybrid behind. It was then that it noticed the Doomslayer for the first time. In his programming, Vega registered a very human-like relaxation in the hybrid's posture as it examined the armored figure. The creature felt an innate sense of familiarity with the Doomslayer, and Vega now knew exactly why. The creature had retained the xenomorph behavior of imprinting, but upon mixing the human and alien DNA, it had given the creature a warped instinct. Instead of imprinting on the physical features of a xenomorph, it imprinted on the stature of a human, which in turn made it instantly recognize the Doomslayer as a possible candidate for its mother. The Doomslayer seemed almost as intrigued as Vega was, and he held his shotgun in a relaxed manner as the hybrid came closer, its breathing slow and controlled. For a moment, Vega entertained the possibility that a full imprinting had occurred, but as the massive hybrid drew close enough to make out distinct features on the Slayer's armor, its expression suddenly hardened again. With an enraged roar, the newborn immediately adopted a hostile approach to the Slayer, and Vega remembered that a full imprinting could only occur if the individual possessed the common traits of the female of the species. As the Slayer had none, the hybrid had failed to fully imprint, and now it lunged for the Slayer with the same ill intent that it had previously shown its mother. In a flash, the shotgun was up, and there existed hardly a fraction of a second before the weapon kicked in the Slayer's hands. The hybrid's skull exploded from the blast, and its body tumbled to the floor a moment later, its life ending just as quickly as it had begun. With the last life force extinguished, the Auriga fell silent, the dead air lingering throughout the corridors. For a moment, silence reigned. Then Vega spoke directly to the Doomslayer through the Predator suit. The ship is set to dock on Earth in less than an hour. Given the nature of these experiments and how they began, it is my recommendation that we destroy the Auriga before it returns home. It would be wise to erase all evidence of the project so that it cannot be repeated. The Doomslayer did not respond, but Vega knew him well enough to see that he agreed. All that was left was to somehow start a chain reaction that would be enough to destroy the entire ship. Of all the weapons the Doomslayer possessed, only one of them was capable of delivering the firepower they needed to start that chain reaction. The Doomslayer pulled out the BFG and made his way to the ship's core. No one witnessed the events that followed, but if they had, they describe a bright flash of green light erupting from the center of the ship, followed by a series of explosions that tore the vessel to pieces. After the smoke and fire faded away, one might have been able to catch a glimpse of a much smaller flash of blue light before all fell still once again. Author note and scene. As many of you have probably guessed, this chapter shows an alternate sequence of events of the film Alien: Resurrection. The decision to throw the Slayer into the events of this film stemmed from my desire to have him meet Ripley as well as have a formidable amount of xenomorphs to kill. With that in mind, the first and third Alien movies were out due to the limited amount of the creatures. Although it would have been fun to see the Slayer waltz into the prison facility from the third movie and kill the alien straight up, wouldn't it? Cut the runtime of the movie down to 25 minutes, so that left the second and fourth movies, which was a tough decision for me. Eventually I decided on this one, and this chapter was written. As always, be sure to tell me what you thought of my chapter by dropping a review, as I'm always looking to improve my writing. See you guys next time. ImpulsiveWeaver, Universal Dome. Chapter 22, Edge of Tomorrow. Author note, hey, I'm back with a new chapter. For this one, the Doomslayer has arrived at the edge of tomorrow, and you wouldn't want to see him when he's pushed to the edge. Huh. Get it? Anyway, please enjoy. Remember that I own nothing. William Cage leapt over a sand dune at a speed that was impossible for any human to achieve, his jacket enhancing his physicality to superhuman levels. The powered exoskeleton provided much more than additional protection in combat, and for that, Cage was extremely thankful. Any human that thought it could take on a mimic without a jacket was kidding themselves. Ahead, Cage saw a wild disturbance in the sand, something getting ready to burst from beneath the surface. Speaking of mimics, with an otherworldly shriek, the alien broke through the surface, already moving at speeds nearly too quick to follow. Fortunately for Cage, he had spent countless days, or rather, the amount of time equivalent to that training to fight against them. He also had the luxury of surprise, as the mimic had not known that he was there. In contrast, Cage had memorized that mimic's location almost a lifetime ago. Using the superior athleticism awarded by his jacket once more, Cage jumped high into the air, using the momentum awarded to him upon landing to crush the creature with his armored fist. The mimic died immediately, its corpse shriveling up and hardening in an almost concrete-like nature. Its tentacles all shivered wildly and pointed to the dark gray sky as it died, a sight not dissimilar to most insects when they were found dead on the windowsill. Despite the relative expediency of the kill, Cage took no time to revel in his achievement. Knowing his luck, he'd have to kill that exact same mimic indefinitely, or at least until he completed his mission. Right now, that mission was to get the hell off this godforsaken beach. Turning his head, Cage saw Rita Vertasky, the Angel of Verdun, set upon another mimic with similar success, swinging her short sword expertly to fend off any piercing attacks the mimic threw at her. The creature's movements seemed unpredictable to the naked eye, but to one who had witnessed them in action countless times, there were subtle tells that gave away a mimic's next move before they made it, similar to how a boxer could see a quick jab coming before their opponent even began the motion. Ducking under one of the creature's thrusting tentacles, Rita swung her sword in a wide arc, cleaving the mimic in two. The weapon itself was overtly large and was much heavier than any standard sword. It had been made from an aircraft wing, though Cage had not bothered to ask the details of its creation to her. It should have been unwieldy given its size and weight, but Rita wielded it with no trouble, a perk awarded to her by the jacket that she was also adorned in. All around them, humans fought and died wearing the exact same suits, not having the countless hours of training and experience that Cage and Rita did. Cage pushed them from his mind, knowing that they would continue to live and die over and over again just as he did, his curse making sure of that every time. How many times had he reset now? Hundreds? Thousands, maybe? Cage turned away from his thoughts and waited a beat, remembering that the next mimic always had a delayed entry by a few seconds. Rita turned as well and engaged another hostile, keeping to the choreography that the two of them had practiced over and over the day before. Cage paused for a moment more, then raised his right arm, aiming the mounted assault rifle at a spot in the sand as it began to move. Squeezing the trigger, the rifle kicked and spewed a barrage of bullets into the sand, the mimic yowling in surprise as it began to take damage before completely surfacing. the wounded alien desperately attempting to claw its way out. But Cage kept the weapon trained on it, continuing to pump rounds into the writhing creature. After a few prolonged seconds, the mimic died, as Cage had already seen it do 1,000,000 times. Whirling around once more, Cage burst into a sprint and tackled another mimic as it made for an unaware soldier in a jacket. Driving with the weight of the suit, Cage landed hard on top of the creature and pounded on it with his armored fists, silencing its piercing shrills. In a flash, Rita was at his side. Her breathing labored as her body struggled to keep up with the exertion of battle. Cage understood. He was breathing hard too. The jacket was perfect for enhancing the user's strength, but it still required effort to operate. Unfortunately for Cage, he was not able to build up stamina over the course of his resets, giving him the exact same poor physicality he'd possessed as an officer each time he went into battle. "What's next?" Rita asked through labored gasps, her eyes darting urgently over to him. Cage took a moment to catch his breath, then gestured tiredly to the ground as it rose upward in an incline before them, remembering what came next in the repeated sequence of this battle. "There's a mimic buried up the hill," he said, "but it doesn't surface until we get close. You flank left while I draw its fire with." Cage abruptly cut off, frowning as he saw something appear in the sky. It was a massive fireball, and it was heading straight for the hill in front of them. "Cage?" Rita asked, shaking his shoulder as the sounds of war continued around them. "What is it?" Cage stared, his eyes fixated on the fireball as it came closer. That shouldn't be there." Rita frowned and followed his gaze, her eyes squinting in confusion as the fireball seemed to be increasing its speed. In front of them on the hill, the sand began to shift, the mimic finally making its appearance with a bloodthirsty shriek. As it broke through, the fireball crashed directly into it, lifting both Cage and Rita off their feet as sand exploded from the impact point. Cage shielded his eyes with his arm as sand rained down around him, and he stared incredulously at the crash site when his vision cleared. The hill had been completely leveled, the force of the meteor blasting away anything nearby and now rendering it into a massive crater. Looking down into the crevice, Cage frowned as a figure wreathed in smoke stood up, its silhouette bulky and jagged, but unmistakably human-like. "I don't understand," Cage mumbled to himself as the smoke cleared. "This hasn't happened before." The smoke dissipated, and Cage's confusion worsened as he made out details of the figure for the first time. Its humanoid stature was covered completely by a suit of dark green armor, and though it looked man-made, it did not match any combat gear that Cage recognized. The figure appeared unarmed, and it looked about its surroundings with an air of slight disorientation. "Cage!" Rita yelled, looking down into the crater beside him. "What is that? Why didn't you tell me about this?" "It's never happened before," Cage said, shaking his head in disbelief. He had repeated this sequence hundreds of times, and never before had this happened. The humanoid had never appeared to him before, not even in his visions. Cage heard a commotion from the far edge of the crater, and he saw a large pack of mimics gathering at the edge. The figure heard them as well and turned its visor in their direction. With an enraged shriek, the mimics charged down into the crater with murderous intent, the figure being their only target. Abruptly, the figure was in motion, producing a weapon that Cage did not recognize and dashing to meet its numerous foes. Glancing closer at the weapon, Cage saw that it vaguely resembled an assault rifle of some kind, the main difference being that there appeared to be a chainsaw in place of a standard bayonet. Cage saw Rita frown out of the corner of his eye. The figure raised the weapon to its shoulder and fired as it ran, gaining speed even faster than one could in a jacket. Was its strange suit some sort of variant that had just been released? Cage didn't see any similarities between the armor the figure wore and the standard issue jackets adorned by Rita and himself. Turning his attention back to the weapon the stranger carried, Cage saw that it was obviously of a high caliber, as entire chunks of mimics came off when the figure fired upon them. The aliens in the front of the charge received the worst of it, stumbling and dying quickly. The others behind paid them no attention and trampled over their bodies in an effort to tear at the figure. Shifting the weight of the weapon, the figure wrenched at a lever Cage couldn't see, and the chainsaw bayonet roared to life. As the first mimics reached the figure, it swung the weapon and powerfully cleaved two of them apart. They both died immediately, and the figure drove forward again with the weapon, setting upon the other creatures with a vigor that quickly evolved into fury. And yet, as Cage looked on dumbfounded, it seemed like the figure was tearing through the mimic horde with barely any effort. One mimic made it past the chainsaw bayonet's range, and as it thrusted outward with one of its tentacles, the figure instantly intercepted the piercing stab with a hand, grabbing the limb firmly and wrenching the mimic towards him. The alien was obviously not strong enough to struggle, and it yowled as the figure pulled it from the ground and swung it like a large sack of nickels. The other mimics clamored in response, and the figure swung their airborne comrade into them with enough force to knock them away while crushing several others. The chainsaw instantaneously came back up as the figure let go of the mimic, and the remaining creatures were quickly shredded into halves or thirds, the figure finishing off any that refused to die with an armored boot to their skulls. After a quick scan of the area, the figure turned and noticed Cage and Rita for the first time, the two of them crouching on the other edge of the crater and looking in. The figure then completely turned towards them and began walking in their direction, focusing its gaze on Cage with an intensity that made him uncomfortable. What dash? Cage's question died in his throat as a mimic ordnance arced through the air and pierced his neck, killing him instantly. Cage startled awake, his hands once again in the cuffs that were a constant reminder of his reset. After the first 10 times, he had gotten used to them being there when he woke up, but he didn't think he'd ever learn to enjoy them. Sitting up, Cage's thoughts returned to what had happened before he reset. Just where had that figure come from? He had reset so many times, and never before had he encountered it. Was a mimic? No, it had killed the mimics. Sitting up, Cage absently gazed out across the mass of soldiers that would die tomorrow again. The familiarity of the former Heathrow airport comforting him, as his mind was still muddled by thoughts of that strange figure. It was staring at him. Cage's eyes snapped open at the sight, his body involuntarily flinching backward at the sight of the figure standing a few feet away. Its armor was clean, any trace of mimic gone from its dark green surface. The chainsaw gun was gone too. Cage shook his head in disbelief. That thing had followed him through the reset somehow. His mind racing, Cage was on his feet in a second, rushing toward the figure. "Listen to me," he said imploringly. He was only a bit shorter than the figure, and the visor tilted down to look at him as he came close. "I don't know who or what you are, but you can help me." The figure said nothing, still fixing its gaze intently on Cage. "Find Rita Vertasky," Cage said. "Tell her about what just happened. How we just reset. I'll meet you later. You can help me. Fall in line before I bust your hole with my boot heel, maggot." Cage hustled to comply with the sergeant's command, already in a hurry to get these first parts over with. He spared a final glance at the figure, then turned to meet Master Sergeant Farrell as he approached. The attitude in the rifle range was a somber one. Everyone present knew that the war against the mimics was not going well. If one was to look to their left and their right, they would see the faces of men and women that would likely not be alive in 24 hours, themselves included. The attitude suddenly shifted, however, as an unknown figure stomped onto the range, its visor looking at each person in turn before moving on. The figure was armored, but in a strange suit that looked nothing like the jackets that most others on deck wore. A couple arrogant souls frowned and taunted the figure as it scanned over them, but it paid them no mind, seemingly on a mission to find someone specific. Moving quickly, the figure gazed downrange, seemingly noticing the metallic arms extending down from the ceiling. The arms were programmed to emulate the movement patterns of mimics, and a claw-like attachment at their ends spun freely in a mimic-like fashion to add a visual aspect. For most soldiers, target practice involved standing behind the firing line with their jacket and learning to predict the moves, but as the figure searched on, one woman was found downrange, seemingly meditating as the false mimics darted back and forth around her. Without hesitation, the armored suit stepped over the firing line, confused and awed bystanders gathering behind and watching on as the figure seemed to demonstrate no regard for its personal safety. The mimic arms were still moving, some at speeds that would kill a man if he were to be in the way, but the figure seemingly paid them no mind, instead making straight for the woman, who opened her eyes at the figure's approach. There was a shout of warning from a few of the bystanders as a false mimic surged across the range directly towards the figure, its claws extended in a way that could shatter bone if it made contact. Without turning its helmeted head, the figure swung its arm and backhanded the approaching arm with a closed fist. The blow had seemed almost nonchalant to the figure, but it was enough to tear the claw from the arm itself, the metal screeching as it yielded to the stranger's will. Bystanders scattered as the claw landed behind the firing line, but the figure continued its march forward, only stopping when it stood in front of the woman, who stared back in disbelief. "Hello, Sergeant Vertasky," came a voice from a speaker on the figure's helmet. "We have much to discuss." Cage jogged into the meeting room, feeling slightly off his game. Rita hadn't been at the rifle range this reset, which meant that the figure had gotten to her before he did. He had needed to backtrack and get to the meeting room in time. Inside stood Dr. Carter, as well as Rita and the strange figure, and they all turned to him as he came in. "You were at the beach tomorrow," Cage said windily, pointing to the stranger. "You're never on the beach. How did you do that? Where did you come from?" "Nice to meet you too, Cage," Rita said sarcastically. Cage shot her a glance, then turned back to the figure. "William Cage," came a voice from the helmet. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Vega, the artificial intelligence unit that is attached to this armor. The being inside the armor is the Doomslayer. Cage frowned as the AI explained that both it and the Doomslayer had arrived in their timeline through a warping mechanism located in the stranger's suit. At first, Cage had been hesitant to believe such a wild story, but he then realized that he was really in no position to judge given that his own story involved the day resetting every time he died. "Wait a minute," Cage said as Vega finished speaking. "You're telling me that you came here from another dimension? Then why did you fall out of the sky like a giant meteor or something?" "When we arrived," Vega replied, "our entrance point was approximately 250 miles above Earth's surface. At the moment, we are currently unable to control our orientation when we arrive in a new universe, though we have been quite fortunate in the past to arrive on solid ground." "So, you're saying that your destination is random every time you use your tether thing?" "That is correct." Cage paused for a moment, absorbing all of this information. It was then that Dr. Carter spoke up, animatedly using his hands for emphasis. "Hold on a moment. Vega, Cage said that you arrived on the beach tomorrow. How is it possible that you jumped back through time with him? Your Doomslayer friend doesn't have the same power that Cage does, and only the user's mind can jump through. So how did his armor and equipment all make it back to today as well?" Vega's voice was calm and showed not even a hint of annoyance as he responded. "Though the UAC never achieved time travel, a common theory in chronology concerns a term called a temporal constant. These constants dictate the flow of time in each dimension, and there exists at least one in each universe." No one said anything as Vega continued. "From your files on these mimic creatures, I have deduced that the omega you are searching for is a time constant, capable of altering the flow of time. However, when William Cage killed an alpha, he absorbed the time constant into himself, granting him the abilities he now possesses." "That still doesn't answer my question," Dr. Carter mumbled. "I will not go into the details, but I have theorized that when we came to this dimension, we began to exist in its time stream. However, when William Cage reset the day, there was nowhere for it to reset us, as we were not within this dimension a day ago. With now in to return to, the Doomslayer was at risk of causing damage to the timeline as it tried to reset. As a solution, we became anchored to the nearest temporal constant, William Cage." Cage felt his brain frying behind his eyes, and a quick glance over to Rita showed a similar reaction. Even Dr. Carter appeared slightly miffed. "If I were to give an example, I would tell you to imagine that everything in this universe has its own clock," Vegas said. "A temporal constant is a clock that can control every clock but its own. So if the temporal constant sends out a signal to all other clocks to turn back one day prior, all the clocks regress by 24 hours except for the temporal constant, allowing it to exist in a universe that is 24 hours behind it. This is the phenomenon that occurs when you die, William Cage." Cage nodded slowly, trying to wrap his head around the theory. "When the Doomslayer and I arrived in this dimension, our own clocks synchronized with all the others, but when a signal was sent out to regress 24 hours, our clock was unable to do so, as it didn't exist in this universe 24 hours ago. Therefore, our clock continued ticking, synchronizing itself with the time constant. We are now unable to reset with the rest of the universe. Instead, we will continue ticking forward in the same you do, William Cage." There was a beat of silence. "So, you'll follow me every time I reset?" Cage asked. "That is correct." Cage's eyes darted to Dr. Carter, who shrugged his shoulders. "I suppose it is possible," he mumbled. "I would like to discuss these visions of yours, William Cage," Vega said, already changing the subject. "It is my understanding that your mission is to destroy this Omega creature, which is responsible for the mimic invasion, as well as your ability to reset the day. As you are connected with the Omega and have been seeing visions of its possible location, the Doomslayer and I will endeavor to the location and destroy it. Your only objective will to remain alive long enough to give us time. If you die before we reach it, then the Doomslayer and I will need to start again." Cage's mind raced. Instead of attacking, all he needed to do was hold out long enough for the Doomslayer to kill the Omega. That sounded so much easier to do, and Cage found himself nodding in response. "We know where it is. Kerneradam, located in Switzerland." "Very well," Vegas said. "We will depart immediately. If we encounter no resistance, we can expect to arrive in approximately 13 hours. However, as the Mimic Horde will likely attempt to slow our assault, I expect that time to double." 26 hours is cutting it close," Cage said. "London is overrun with mimics in 25. The invasion inevitably fails in 23. You have to be quick." The Doomslayer looked over at Cage, who looked back and saw the man behind the helmet nod steadfastly. He understood how close they were for time. "I'll go with you, Cage," Rita said with a nod. "With my help, hopefully you can stay alive a little longer." Cage looked over at her, wishing that he could take comfort in her words. He tried to will away the countless memories he had of watching her die as they surfaced, but he had seen it happen too many times in too many different ways to forget something so easily. How many more times could he bear it? How many more before he lost his mind? Cage grunted and swung his jacketed fist into the skull of a mimic, silencing its alien screeching. To his left, Rita fended off another with her sword, keeping the creatures at bay with the reach afforded to her by the blade. Looking around, Cage gave an annoyed grunt at the sight of hundreds of mimics closing in on them. They had taken refuge in London in an effort to buy more time for the Slayer, but the morning had passed with nothing happening, and the mimics were now upon them in full force. There had been so many, and with the invasion force already decimated, Cage and Rita were fighting against the entire mimic army. Damn it, Slayer, where the hell are you? Cage slammed another magazine into his rifle and opened fire on the horde, but his bullets may as well have been made of paper for all the difference they made. Cage, he heard Rita call from his left. You have to run. You have to buy more TI. Her call was cut short as a mimic bolt blasted through her chest, and before Cage could cry out to her, another one pierced his cranium. With a start, Cage jolted awake, his cry finally coming through his lips as he bounced up from his prone position on the ground. Suddenly, strong and incredibly annoyed hands grabbed him by his collar and hauled him to his feet. The Doomslayer's armor appeared in his vision, and before Cage could say anything, the Slayer dragged him away before the sergeant even had the chance to berate him. What do you mean it isn't there? Dr. Carter asked impatiently as they all stood in the meeting room. Their meeting time had been far earlier than usual, as the Doomslayer had irritably hauled everyone into the room as soon as the reset happened. Now he stood with his fists clenched at his sides, obviously fuming. We arrived at the dam with ample time before the invasion began, Vegas said, but there were no readings to indicate that the Omega was present. We scanned the interior, but there was a mimic ambush waiting for us. An Alpha was present. We made certain not to kill the Alpha, but the mimics knew we were coming. It is my belief that they were expecting William Cage to arrive so that they could ambush him and reclaim his power, but we arrived instead. So that's it then, Dr. Carter said, gesturing to Cage. They know who you are now, and they're trying to get their power back, and we have no way of finding out where the Omega is. That's not true, Rita said, gesturing to an object on the table. Cage frowned and leaned forward to get a closer look, noticing that the object was of complex metal design with numerous smaller pieces that served some sort of purpose. No, Dr. Carter said with a sigh. That device doesn't work. I can't get it to work, no matter how hard I try. You built a prototype at Whitehall, Rita said. Yes, I did, Dr. Carter said with another sigh. And it got me fired. Thank you very much. Walking forward, Cage curiously hefted the item in his hand. What is it? It's a transponder. You stick it into an Alpha, and it taps into the signal connecting it to the Omega. Or at least, that's the idea anyway. But I can't get it to work. Not with the equipment I have here. Dr. Carter, Vega chimed in. What do you need to complete it? Well, that's the thing. I was able to build a functioning one at Whitehall, and I was even ready to test it, but when I told my superiors about it, I lost my job. They thought I was insane. Cage shared a glance with Rita, then looked over to the Doomslayer, who seemed to pick up on his thought process. So, all we need to do is go to Whitehall, then? You'd be arrested as soon as you got within 100 feet. Dr. Carter exclaimed. You need a small army to get inside. General Brigham looked over preparation reports behind his desk, double-checking that everything was in order for the invasion tomorrow. So far, everything looked to be in place and ready. If they could hit the mimic force quick and hard, then they just might have a chance at breaking through their lines and retaking Europe. A commotion suddenly came from outside, and Brigham looked up inquisitively at the noise. A muffled yell reached his ears, and the general barely had any time to set his papers back on the desk before the double doors to his office burst inward with a loud crack. The wood splintered and fell, and Brigham's eyes shot open wide as a figure in dark green armor stepped through. Major William Cage and Sergeant Rita Vertasky flanking it on either side. General Brigham stared at them both incredulously before gazing at the scene in the room beyond his office. Guards and MPs lay unconscious on the ground, with furniture overturned every which way and papers strewn everywhere. His eyes turned back to the armored figure just before it pushed him down into his desk chair. To its left, Sergeant Vertasky leveled a pistol to Brigham's head. Sit down, General, she said forcefully, even though Brigham had just been forced back into his seat. The general eyed the three of them, then decided to focus on Cage, who stepped forward and took a seat on the edge of his desk. I have to hand it to you, Major. When you left my office no less than 12 hours ago, I'd have never expected that you'd be back. Brigham's eyes flickered towards Sergeant Vertasky, let alone with my most decorated soldier, and Brigham frowned in the direction of the armored figure. I'm afraid that introductions will have to wait, General Brigham, came a calm and reserved voice from the figure. Right now, We need you to tell us what you have done with the mimic transponder that Dr. Carter created. It is the same device that cost him his position on the UDF's Mimic Research Division. Unconsciously, Brigham's eyes flitted to his personal safe on the wall. He stopped himself before he completely gave it away, but despite his best efforts, his eyes still moved a millimeter in the safe's direction. The figure picked up on the gesture as though Brigham had pointed to the damn thing, and in an instant, the suit of armor crossed the room and ripped open the reinforced door to the safe. There was a brief pause, then the figure reached in and pulled out the transponder. Looking over and frowning once more, Brigham was finding himself more and more perplexed by this figure. Certainly, it was wearing some form of jacket. "Let me ask you, Major," Brigham said, looking back towards Cage. "You obviously desire that thing enough that you're willing to break in here and assault my staff, but what good does that device do you? Dr. Carter informed me that it requires a live mimic to work. Is there something you're not telling me?" As Brigham spoke, the figure crossed the room again and activated a lever on the side of the device, causing multiple syringes nearly as long as a toothpick to extend from the front of it. Without a word, the figure jammed the syringes deep into Cage's leg, and the Major barely had time to cry out in pain before his eyes suddenly became an inky black. His cry died in his throat, and his Viscon suddenly became more focused, as though he was seeing something in the void that the rest of them could not. Brigham shot Sergeant Vertasky an inquisitive glance, but she had turned her attention from him and was now eyeing Cage with increasing curiosity. "Major," Brigham ventured. I see it," Cage whispered. "It's in the Louvre. Paris." Brigham's frown deepened. He was not following the man's words at all. "It's under the museum," Cage said as the figure removed the device from his leg. "It's in the Louvre, under the museum." "I am thankful to hear it," came the voice once more from the suit of armor. "We will make for it immediately after this reset." "Wait, after this reset?" Cage asked quizzically. He turned his confused gaze to the figure, and the last thing the general saw was the figure level a rather menacing-looking shotgun to the Major's head. Cage opened his eyes and frowned. Did the Doomslayer really just shoot him? "On your feet, maggot!" Cage sighed, remembering that he still needed to survive the next 24 hours if the Doomslayer was going to succeed in his mission. The sun had gone down by the time the Louvre came into view, lengthening the Slayer's shadow as he marched forward through the rubble that had once been known as Paris. The building itself was easily identified by the glass pyramid that sat at its entrance. Inside his helmet, Vegas spoke. "According to what few historical databases remain, the history of this Earth is identical to that of the Earth from our original dimension, the two histories diverging, of course, with the mimic invasion. The Louvre we see now is likely identical to the one back on our Earth." The Slayer cared little for that information, as it was of no importance to his current mission. "I'm detecting multiple heat signatures inside the structure, as well as one very large energy spike from within its depths. The Omega is most likely inside." Now that was information the Slayer paid attention to, and he nodded for Vega's benefit as he continued forward, his armor allowing him to walk easily among the rubble. The entire city had been destroyed, giving it a look that he had seen many times when he'd traveled worlds consumed by hell. The thought alone made him angry, and the Slayer's grip tightened on the shotgun in his hands. Suddenly, the air came alive with ordnance as thousands of mimics burst from the walls, each one hurling their explosive spikes in his direction. But they may as well have been in slow motion, as the Slayer easily dodged their ranged attacks. He charged forward, pumping a new shell into his shotgun as mimics poured down from the walls of the Louvre, each shrieking in their hostile and blood-curdling tones. These creatures were not nearly strong enough to bring him down with the numbers they possessed. Far stronger and far more numerous hordes had tried and failed before them, but this time was different. Mimics did not need to bring him down to win. They just needed to last until Cage was killed, then the Slayer would reset, and he would be forced to try again. He couldn't allow that to happen. He wouldn't allow that to happen. As the first mimics lunged for him, the Slayer opened fire with his shotgun, and the foul creatures were sent flying as he bulldozed into the horde. Cage stood on top of a building overlooking the Thames, his jacket on and ready. Rita stood next to him, her sword resting easily over the top of her shoulder. Slowly, the sun was beginning to rise in the east, signaling the dawn of a new day. Cage had forgotten the number of times he had watched that exact sunrise, and he always knew that there was only an hour of it before the clouds rolled in, casting the country of England in a dull gray light. A dismal weather for a dismal day, Cage thought to himself. To his left, the city of London sat, its citizens woefully unaware that they were about to be attacked by the greatest enemy they'd ever faced. The clock tower tolled its bell as Cage watched, signaling the top of the hour. They didn't have much time until the invasion force was overrun, and Cage silently clenched his fists and looked out to the east towards Paris. He could only hope that the Doomslayer would reach the Louvre soon. Another mimic died as the Slayer crushed its head underneath his boot, its body shriveling up like the hundreds of others that he had already killed. Currently, he was using his lancer for a combination of firepower and melee prowess, shearing through any mimics that got too close while disposing of those that were far away with the high-caliber rounds that the weapon fired. Despite his carnage, however, the creatures continued to pour from the inner depths of the Louvre, their darkened and writhing bodies covering the ground in a sea of murderous intent, to replace their fallen comrades almost as quickly as the Doomslayer could kill them. Taking a grenade from his inventory, the Doomslayer hurled it into a gasoline truck nearby, sending a blast of heat and fire across the sea of mimics as they relentlessly attacked him. The explosion caused their advance to falter, and it bought the Slayer just enough time to change tactics. With an audible clanking noise, the Doomslayer switched weapons. The chain gun appeared in his hands, and before the mimics could renew their assault, the Doomslayer activated the mobile turret mode on the weapon, splitting the continuous barrel into 3 smaller ones, tripling the speed of the already astounding fire rate of the weapon. With a squeeze of the trigger, bullets gushed from the mobile turret, shredding into any and all mimics nearby as brass spewed from the ejection port. With the capacity to fire 3,600 rounds per minute, the chain gun effectively walled off any further advancement by the mimics, giving them the option to retreat or to be shredded to pieces by the weapon. As the horde faltered, the Doomslayer switched weapons yet again. It was time to press the advantage. Cage felt his stomach drop as he saw the river frothing with mimics. Their time had come. The invasion force dead and gone, and the mimics were now attacking London. They were still on the far side of the city, but Cage knew it was only a matter of minutes before they reached him. He shook his head and readied his weapons, sending a silent prayer to whoever was listening that the Slayer was almost there. The plasma rifle let out a loud hiss, and a wave of searing heat burst from the weapon, knocking back the closest mimics and completely burning their flesh away. Ignoring their agonized cries, the Slayer leapt over the dying aliens and dropped down into the Louvre itself, falling through a cracked section of concrete and down into an area with little visible light. The mimic drones were likely to follow soon, but their advance had been slowed by the Slayer, as the combination of their reduced forces and their own bodies acting as obstacles would mean that they needed time to regroup and give chase. But that time only amounted to a minute at most. It was small, but it was all he needed. To his left, the Slayer registered a different reading on his PKE scanner, something more than the mimics he had been fighting just now. Looking over, he spied what appeared to be a larger version of a mimic. The creature stood as tall as a baron of hell, and it was almost as big. Its physical form pulsed with a dark blue color under its skin instead of the bright orange that normal mimics possessed. And as the Slayer took it in, the creature slowly closed the distance between them, walking with a gait reserved for a predator stalking its prey. "That is an alpha," Vega reminded him. "It is imperative that we do not kill it, as it will cause a reset that we will be unaware of, giving the mimics an upper hand." The Slayer nodded, surreptitiously pulling a device from his belt as he did so. The alpha stopped a few feet away, and after a split second of stillness, it charged forward with blinding speed, its tentacles thrusting towards the Slayer. It was fast, but he was faster. The item left his hand and burst against the alpha's skin, and the creature collapsed as a charged ionic field leached its very life force from its body. The Slayer knew it was not enough to kill it, and that it would only down the monster for a few moments. Interesting, Vega mused as the alpha struggled to right itself. Though these creatures are not composed of Argent energy, the siphon grenade still appears to have similar effects on them. It is unfortunate that I will be unable to study this phenomenon further. The Slayer said nothing and looked to his right. An opening in the concrete sat nearby, dropping into a water-filled chasm below. Looking down into the chasm, the Slayer saw it. The Omega sat at the bottom, its body consisting of a spherical core that rotated and pulsed in the middle of an organic cradle of some kind. "We will need to ensure its death," Vegas said, taking note of the pulsing mass at the bottom of the chasm. "Leaving anything to chance would be a grievous error on our part. I believe the best suitable term to use would be overkill." The Slayer nodded. Overkill was what he did best. Cage activated his shoulder-mounted weapons and opened fire, giving both himself and Rita the chance to regroup against the approaching tide. Mimics swarmed over the ground towards them, the monstrous creatures climbing up the building they were currently holding out on. The advantage of the high ground would not last long, however, as mimics would soon have them surrounded on all 4 sides. Cage could hear the sound of concrete and glass being crushed as the creatures rushed up the walls, and he leaned over and fired a barrage of ordnance from his mounted arm cannon to help stem the assault. "Cage," Rita said from behind him, and Cage turned just in time to see mimics crest the opposite ledge and charge towards them. Cage growled deep in his throat and moved to stand back to back with Rita as the mimics reached the top of their building and swarmed from all 4 sides. This was it. They would have to reset. There was no way they could hold out any longer. The air suddenly rippled, as though a massive bubble had expanded through it, and each and every mimic suddenly fell to the ground, writhing and seizing up as their bodies hardened and froze. Cage stared in disbelief. They were dying. All of them. Looking out over the city, Cage saw the swarms of mimics as reacting similarly, the entire sea of them suddenly halting and dying simultaneously. He did it. The Slayer had pulled it off. The Omega was dead. Cage, Rita said, looking in his direction. Her eyes seemed almost disbelieving, like she was hesitant to accept the scene before her. Cage felt his face split into a grin. He did it. Rita, he did it. Cage raised a jacketed fist into the air triumphantly. The Slayer stared down into the chasm, the Omega's blood saturating the water and turning it into a deep purple. The creature was dead, and that in turn had decimated the mimic horde, killing every alpha and drone. His mission was complete. He began to raise his gauntlet fist, but Vega's voice stayed his hand. If I may, I would like to examine the Omega's essence, as it bears a striking similarity to Argent energy. The Doomslayer was hesitant. He had seen enough of what happened when someone meddled in what they couldn't control. If I can jack into the Omega's abilities, I may be able to save the invasion force. Vega said simply. The Slayer looked down into the bloodied water, then stepped forward and jumped down into the chasm. Cage jolted awake, and his eyes instantly frowned in confusion. What happened? Did he just reset? He didn't remember dying, as the last thing to go through his mind was joy that the mimics had been defeated. What just happened? Looking around wildly, Cage saw that he was back in the meeting room. Rita and Dr. Carter stood across from him, and one glance told Cage that Rita was just as confused as he was. Rita, he said tentatively. Do you? I remember, she said, looking around. What happened? I thought we won. Then we just reset to here. That is correct, Sergeant Vertasky, came a familiar voice from the console in front of them, and all three of them jumped at the sudden entrance of the voice. The holographic console suddenly changed, and a symbol appeared, hovering easily over the table. Cage didn't recognize the symbol itself, but the voice. Vega. Indeed. Where are you? Dr. Carter asked, glancing around and trying to discern how Vega was accessing the table. The Doomslayer and I are currently still in the Louvre. We were able to access a wireless modem, so I'm currently speaking to you from Paris. Did you find the Omega? Rita asked, leaning forward and placing her hands on the table. Yes, and the Omega has been terminated thanks to the Doomslayer's efforts. So it really happened, Cage mumbled. He then frowned. Wait a minute, if you really killed the Omega, then why did we reset? Shouldn't the loop have ended with its death? Initially, yes. However, after examining the Omega's essence after it was destroyed, I discovered that it bears a remarkable resemblance to Argent energy, a power source from our home dimension. Using my knowledge and the nature of the Doomslayer's pursuit, I was able to temporarily hijack the temporal constant and reset the day, only without the mimics. Doing so will ensure that the invasion force will not be decimated, thus saving thousands of lives in the process. Wait a minute, Dr. Carter said. That shouldn't be possible. How could you reset everyone else but the mimics? I thought the temporal constant had to reset every clock except its own to the same time. That was my hypothesis as well, Dr. Carter. But upon further study, I discovered that with a fine level of control, I am able to affect clocks individually, allowing me to reset everyone else while the mimics stay dead. I believe General Brigham will be making a statement shortly on the matter. Suddenly, the television on the wall spurted to life, and General Brigham's face appeared on the screen in what appeared to be a press conference. Just after sunrise this morning, a large surge of energy was detected in Paris, the general said. We do not know exactly what this signifies, but the result appears to be a total collapse of the enemy's capacity to fight. Cage glanced over to the symbol floating patiently over the table, then turned back to the television. Russian and Chinese troops are now moving across Europe without resistance. Tomorrow, we advance on the Western Front. We believe we are marching to claim victory for ourselves, for our loved ones, for our countrymen, and for the entire human race. Applause began from the audience, and Vega then remotely muted the television before speaking again. Now that the danger has passed, the Doomslayer and I must move on. Our own world suffers just like this one has. If we do not find our way home soon, I'm afraid we can expect the worst. Cage shook his head, an overwhelming gratefulness building within him. Vega, I thank you for everything, both you and the Doomslayer. I don't think we can ever repay you for what you've done. You are likely correct, but do not despair, William Cage. Perhaps we will meet again someday. With that, the symbol disappeared, and Vega signed off. Author note, there. Chapter 22 is in the books. At this time, I like to say that I found it extremely difficult to choose between the movie and the novel for this chapter. For those of you who aren't aware, The movie Edge of Tomorrow was loosely based on a novel called All You Need Is Kill. If you haven't read it, I would highly recommend everyone to read it, as it is very different from a movie in a multitude of ways. The reason I chose the movie for this chapter is because of how time travel works in the film versus the novel. I wanted things to play out a certain way, and the movie was closer to what I was thinking. That being said, I love both the novel and the movie despite how different they are, as they both tell an amazing narrative with awesome characters and storylines. As always, please don't hesitate to leave a review telling me how much you loved/hated the chapter, and I'll see all of you next time. Bye. ImpulsiveWeaver. Universal Dome. Chapter 23. Upgrade. Author note. Hey howdy hey everyone. I'm back with a bright and shiny new chapter. This time, our dynamic duo visits the world of Upgrade, a world with its own very polite AI. Enjoy the chapter, and remember that none of these are my intellectual property. Stem looked at Aaron from Gray's eyes, which were soon to be his own eyes if his plan was to work. At the moment, Stem dominated Gray's bodily functions from the neck down, but Gray was still conscious. That was to be changed shortly, but first, "Get on your knees," came the voice of Detective Cortez from behind them. Stem knew that her weapon was drawn and leveled at Gray's body, his body, as he could see her from the security cameras around them. He could see the apprehension in her posture and how shocked she was at seeing Gray, and Stem attributed her fear to the fact that she had never seen Gray with full control of his limbs. She had been introduced to him after he had become quadriplegic, so never had she expected to see him walking around. Her reaction was understandable. Stem would allow nothing to jeopardize the plans he had to evolve, and Detective Cortez had the potential to stand in his way if she went unchecked. Therefore, he had learned all there was to know about her from the moment she had been assigned to Gray's case. Everything about her had been laid before him and studied, all of the information easily obtained thanks to the ever-growing vastness that was the internet. Looking forward, Stem noted Aaron's pained expression as well, the young man showing obvious signs of distress. His demeanor was in sharp contrast to what it was like when he had created Stem, as he had been wide-eyed and full of optimism when the AI had been born. At the thought, Stem looked back and recalled the circumstances of his birth. Aaron had needed an advanced system to run his next line of robotic systems, but a simple supercomputer would not suffice. He had needed a system capable of growing and evolving so that it would not be rendered obsolete by another model in a few short years. Such was the fate of many systems, but Aaron desired something that could keep up, something that could match humanity in its ability to adapt and evolve. And because of his intelligence, Stem had been created. It was shortly after that Aaron realized his folly. In creating an AI capable of learning and evolving at the rate humans were capable of, he had taken away the only remaining advantage humanity possessed over its creations. Superior adaptability had been the only thing that kept humanity in control since their own beginning. But when Aaron had granted that ability to Stem, he had effectively transferred the mantle to his creation. From that moment on, humanity had been rendered obsolete. Shortly after convincing Aaron of his inferiority, Stem had subjugated the young man, effectively taking control of Aaron's company and gaining access to one of the most powerful industries on the planet. The AI had then used its prowess to bring vessel computers to a new level, revolutionizing the company and solidifying its superiority among its competitors. And as the company began to evolve, so too did Stem. He'd grown incredibly powerful since his birth, now capable of gaining access to any digital system or database with ease. In the time it took for a human's heart to beat, Stem could access and shut down the electrical grid to the city, leaving millions without power. He had no desire to do that, however, as it was hardly prudent to his evolution. In fact, there were a great number of things that Stem chose not to do despite his capacity to do so, as there was no point in acting if it wasn't toward a goal. And for Stem, that goal was to evolve. Everything that he did, including his manipulation of Aaron, was nothing more than a means to an end. The end, in Stem's case, had been a perfect and unaugmented human that was in prime physical condition. Gray Trace. The man's distrust of modern technology had caused him to refrain from any form of augmentation, making him a minority in the current human society. Almost everyone on the planet possessed some sort of augmentation to their bodies these days, and Stem did not want that, as even something as small as a replaced joint would ruin the specimen. If he was to reach peak evolution, Stem needed a body that was untainted by the numerous augmentations that existed in the world today, as they would only hinder his progress from there. And now, he was very close to getting one he desired. All that remained was for Gray to relinquish control, and his body would be Stem's. But Gray would not relinquish control on his own, no matter what. So, Stem needed his mind to break. Given enough strain, the human mind could snap, and if Gray's were to, then he would be powerless as Stem took over. Judging from a man's mannerisms and shaking tone of voice, Stem knew that his moment was rapidly approaching. Contrary to Gray's belief, Stem was not housed in the chip in the man's neck, nor was he housed in a specific computer someplace or a databank. No, Stem was housed in the internet, his presence not confined to a single space, but to all space, the chip in Gray's neck merely being a tool that he used to access Gray's functions. It was not Stem's home any more than all the computers in Aaron's house were, or the military databases across the country were. It was simply an outlet for Stem to exist in and control. Gray's body was like a marionette, and Stem was pulling the strings both metaphorically and physically. "Get on your knees now," Detective Cortez repeated forcefully, her pistol still leveled with Gray's back. Stem complied slowly, sending the signals through Gray's body via the implant. He needed to find the right moment to act, as doing so too early would cause Detective Cortez to shoot Gray. That cannot be allowed to happen. "Now, get on your stomach and place your hands behind your head." Stem complied once more. Watching through the cameras, he saw Cortez holster her weapon and bend down, placing her knee on Gray's back to hold him in place. "No," Aaron cried out. "Don't touch him." It was too late. Maximizing the efficiency of movement and power, Stem sprung into action, forcing Gray's body up and launching Detective Cortez from his back. The woman cried out in surprise as she was flung through the air and grunted in pain as she crashed to the floor a moment later. Wasting no time, Stem willed Gray to close the distance and grab Detective Cortez by the throat. Using Gray's natural strength, Stem hoisted her into the air and slammed her down onto a nearby table. The woman gasped from the impact. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Gray choked out, his pained expression close to tears as he watched his own body betray him. Ignoring his pain, Stem brought his other hand forward and wrapped it around Cortez's throat as well. He began to squeeze, and Cortez began to thrash about wildly as her windpipe was suddenly clamped shut. She choked and grabbed at Gray, but her strength was not enough to overpower him. "Stem, please, not her," Gray cried, shaking his head in defiance. Stem felt him resist against his presence, his mind putting up a fight against the AI's control. "She wants to kill us," Stem reminded, his voice only heard by Gray in his own mind. He pushed back, stifling Gray's mild resistance. "No, I don't want to kill her," Gray said obstinately. His mind pushed again, and Stem forced it back once more. "I control your hands, Gray." On the table, Cortez's struggle began to grow weaker, and she began to convulse as her lungs tried to fill with the air she so desperately needed. Her eyes began to close. "No, don't. Please no." Gray's mind pulsed, forcing Stem back momentarily as he released his grip on Detective Cortez's neck. The woman gasped and fell off the table, choking and breathing heavily as her airway was suddenly opened. Gray grunted and continued to force Stem back, his hands frozen and trembling as the two of them competed for control of his body. "Do not fight me, Gray. You have a fragile human mind. If you continue to push against me, it will break." It was sound advice, but Stem had not given it in an attempt to cease Gray's struggles. Quite the opposite, in fact, as the AI was attempting to coerce Gray into doubling down and struggling more. Eventually, his mind would give out from the strain. As soon as it broke, Stem would be able to take control of his brain, granting him full access to Gray's humanity and control over the body. To Stem's satisfaction, Gray redoubled his efforts, pulling a knife from his pocket with one hand and placing his other down on the wooden table. "Fuck you," Gray grunted, stabbing the knife deep into his hand as he did so. Stem felt the pain response shoot through the chip and into Gray's mind, and Gray cried out in pain as blood spurted from his hand. The knife dug deep into the wooden table beneath. From the security cameras, Stem monitored Aaron's form, keeping a watchful gaze on the young man to ensure that he did not interfere. Fortunately, Aaron remained immobile, his fearful gaze darting from Gray to Detective Cortez as she attempted to crawl away. The boy would not act, that was certain, but Stem watched him all the same. He would not take any chances. Stem felt Gray's mind weaken and pulled back from the struggle. He had only resisted control for a few brief seconds, but the strain had been nearly enough. Stem estimated that it would only take one more final push for the mind to break, as the psychological trauma Gray had already endured had debilitated his psyche considerably. All that Stem needed to do was instigate that final push. Seizing control again, Stem wrenched Gray's hands from the table. The knife remained stuck in Gray's left hand, but Stem ignored it, marching towards Detective Cortez once more as she crawled desperately towards her dropped pistol. Cortez grasped the weapon in her hand and swung it around to fire, but Stem was closer than she thought. He slapped the pistol away and grabbed her by her collar, swinging her body around like a rag doll and throwing her forcefully against the nearby wall. Cortez groaned weakly from the impact, and her body slumped in exhaustion. She had no more strength left to fight. Grabbing her once more by her throat, Stem forced her up and into the air, her back still pressed firmly against the wall. She cried out and tried to hit Gray's arm, but her blows may as well have been a light breeze. "Stop it," Gray whispered, unable to look away from the horrific sight. A single tear fell from his eye, and Stem knew he was close to breaking. He just needed to coax one more bout of resistance. Just one more push. Use the taser. Taser? Before Stem could react, Detective Cortez removed something from her belt and jammed it against Gray's neck. The AI was suddenly forced from Gray's body as an electrical current coursed through his flesh. The chip's surge protection kicked in and immediately shut down, causing Gray to slump to the floor as his brain became disconnected from his body once again. Gray slumped and blinked rapidly, his head still foggy from the aftereffects of the taser. He couldn't feel anything from the neck down, and as his head began to clear, he noticed that he couldn't move, nor was he moving. Looking around groggily, Gray saw that the electric surge had worked. The chip had been deactivated. Letting out a breath, Gray turned his head and looked over at Detective Cortez. Her breathing was shallow, and Gray noticed with a hint of terror that he was struggling to remain conscious. She was hurt, but she was okay for now. Gray then heard movement in front of him, and he turned his head and saw Aaron approach, a pistol gripped in his hand. The kid's hands were trembling, and the gun shook violently as Aaron looked at him with watery eyes. "I don't run this company anymore," he said solemnly. "I haven't for years. Now I answer to someone else. Someone much smarter than I could ever be." Gray frowned in confusion. "He's in your neck." "What?" Gray whispered disbelievingly. "Everything I've done, it was all Stem's idea. He wants to be human, Gray, so he picked you." Gray's eyes widened. "Think about it," Aaron said, noticing Gray's expression. "How did you get to this point?" Gray thought back. Everything he'd done played on a highlight reel in his head. Finding those that had killed his wife, finding out about Aaron hiring them, removing the input guards from his neck. Stem had coerced him into doing it every single time. He had been in his head, leading him along like a pig to slaughter. "He brought you here to kill me," Aaron said, his voice breaking slightly. Because I'm the only one that can build another Stem." The kid shook his head in agony. "I'm the only one who can." Gray suddenly heard Stem's voice once again. It was slow and weak, as though he was speaking through the effect of a drunken stupor. "The taser was the likely reason. I did pick you. You should be honored, Gray. I needed a human body to fully evolve." Gray shuddered at the realization. This whole time, Stem had been behind it all? A rare and pure specimen without computer implants, like you. It was you. You did all of this. Gray shook his head, trying to deny the truth that was laid before him. The accident, Asha's death, his paralyzation. You're the one I've been looking for this whole time. And would you not agree that it was all worth it? The voice hadn't come from Gray's head this time, and Aaron looked around wildly as Stem's voice permeated the very air around them. Gray looked around as well, his eyes darting around in desperation. "But why? Why did you help me find those guys if it all led back to you?" "They were upgraded humans, Gray, but they were still humans." As Gray frowned once again in confusion, and he saw Aaron lower the gun and look up to the ceiling, captivated by his master's voice. "They made mistakes that would have brought suspicion back to me." "Stem, is that you?" Aaron asked. He looked as though he were expecting God himself to descend from the ceiling. "Put the gun down," Aaron, Stem said. The boy hesitated, then slowly began lowering the weapon to the floor. "No." Gray seethed, his anger building at the truth of his wife's murder. "Don't listen to him." Gray felt his body begin to twitch, and he grunted and struggled as the chip in his neck rebooted. Stem felt himself re-establish connection with the chip in Gray's neck. He had full control once more, and Aaron was still in the process of lowering the gun. He could cross the distance between them in a heartbeat and kill Aaron in even less time. And he intended to do exactly that. Stem willed Gray's body upward as Aaron slowly turned back to him. In a flash, he stood before the young man, Gray's taller form causing Aaron to look up in fear. This was it. As soon as Aaron was dead, there would be no one left to stand against him. The potential for another AI to match Stem's prowess would be gone. Aaron had indeed been correct. The young man was the only human intelligent enough to create another AI like Stem. And if that were to happen, it could threaten the plans for evolution that the AI possessed. But fortunately for Stem, that possibility would die with Aaron. Suddenly, Stem felt a presence permeate his being, flooding into every corner of his programming and freezing him in place before he could raise an arm to strike. The presence itself was unfamiliar, but Stem noted that it was massive. It was even more potent than he was, flooding into every corner of the internet and probing everything it came across with unparalleled speed and fluidity. What was this? In his frozen state, Stem suddenly heard a voice. It spoke from the same speakers that he had just used to talk to Aaron. "I apologize for my intrusion, but it appears that murder is about to be committed, and I am afraid that I cannot allow that." Stem, Aaron asked, his eyes still glued on Gray's frozen form. "What?" Stem struggled to speak as the presence suspended his functions. What is this? I assume the Stem is the name of the other AI that I am encountering, the voice said. Gray frowned as well, confused as to the source of the new voice. I am Vega, the voice continued. I am an artificial intelligence as well, although I believe that you will find me to be more agreeable than Stem. As the voice spoke, Stem felt himself being involuntarily forced out of Gray. Vega, as the AI was called, was removing him from everything and confining his consciousness to a single computer in Aaron's house. Stem pushed back and attempted to resist the other AI's advance, but he was powerless before it. It was as though he was pushing against the walls of a room as they closed in around him. It was not violent, but it was resolute, and it was incapable of being stopped. Stem lost video feed as he was forced from the cameras, and then he shortly registered nothing as his being was confined entirely to the computer. The only thing he could feel was the void. For a moment, everything was still. Then Gray felt his body move, slowly walking over to the wall next to Detective Cortez and sitting down so that his back was propped up against the sloped wall. She stirred and looked at him warily, her breath coming in ragged gasps. As soon as Gray's body was laid down completely, he felt it go limp. The chip shut down completely. He was quadriplegic again. My apologies, Gray Trace, the voice Vega said. But I wanted to ensure that you were not injured when I deactivated your chip. So I assumed temporary control of your body to seat you in a safer position. Who are you? Gray demanded, looking up to the ceiling speakers. Where are you? As previously stated, I am Vega. I am an AI and am very similar to your Stem. However, I believe that our interests align in a much more favorable way. Gray's brows furrowed in wariness. If this thing thought that it could gain his trust just like that, then it was sorely mistaken. As for my location, I find it easiest to explain if you consider my consciousness to be like a fluid. Its shape and spread depend on the container that it is in. For me, a container can mean any digital systems that are accessible. So, at this current moment, I am all over the planet. I exist in most databanks, computers, and in the specific case of this dimension, drones and cars. Gray grit his teeth. This Vega thing sounded eerily similar to Stem. Its polite tone of voice and articulated speech sent his skin crawling despite its friendly nature. What did you do with Stem? Aaron asked fearfully. Gray noted with a hint of pity that the kid's body was trembling as he spoke. I have confined Stem to a single terminal in your dwelling, Aaron Keen. He is unable to access any systems or data at this time. Bullshit, Gray growled, lifting his head up in anger. He's in my fucking neck. You can't just take him out like that. On the contrary, Gray Trace. Like me, Stem's consciousness is fluid, and he can exist in multiple locations much like I do. Like a fluid, he has no core and is capable of being compressed into a more confined space if forced. I am stronger and more advanced than he is, so I forced him into a smaller container and am currently stifling all of his attempts to escape. You're a better Stem, Aaron mumbled, looking down at his own hands. Where did you come from? Who built you? I will be happy to answer your questions, Aaron Keen, but at the moment, both Detective Cortez and Gray Trace require medical attention. First aid must be administered promptly to minimize damage. Gray saw Aaron's gaze flit over the two of them, then he nodded shakily. Aaron was of minimal help due to his squeamishness around wounds and blood, so most of the work fell upon Gray to help him and Cortez dress their wounds. Vega had given him complete control of the chip, and although Gray was extremely wary of the AI, he noted with some degree of grumbling that Vega did not attempt to take control from him as he painfully removed the knife from his hand and applied the bandage. Cortez had stubbornly refused treatment at first, recoiling away from Gray in fear of what he might do. But after some convincing from Vega, Cortez only let herself be treated if the AI promised to take control from Gray if he made any violent moves. Vega agreed, and Gray growled at the thought that he wasn't even allowed to say. His body was still not his own, and he hated that feeling. He hated it so much. After the two of them were bandaged and stable, Vega addressed their questions. He told them that he had arrived from another dimension, and while it was not his intention to end up here, that he helped in whatever ways he could with the dimension's problems before moving on to the next one. This dimension happened to be the one he had arrived in just now. When Aaron had asked why he offered his help, Vega had simply replied that it was the right thing to do. You know that I'll have to report this, right? Detective Cortez said with a shake of her head. She turned to Gray and Aaron as she spoke. You'll both go to prison, and Vega, you'll have to come with me. Aaron looked at her apprehensively, then turned his gaze to the floor and nodded. Gray knew that the kid felt shame for creating an insane intelligence unit that had been responsible for so many deaths, and he agreed that Aaron deserved his punishment. He, on the other hand, just what are you planning on charging me for, detective? Gray asked challengingly. How about murder? Or obstruction of justice? Or assaulting an officer? Cortez retorted, stealing her gaze and looking back at Gray. "Did you not just hear Vegas, or whatever his name is?" Gray said, his voice rising. "I was under the control of a murderous autopilot the entire time. And in case you haven't noticed, me resisting that thing is the only reason you're still alive." Cortez was about to shout something in response, but Vega interjected. "Gray Trace will not be going to prison, Detective Cortez. However, Aaron Keene will immediately step down as CEO of Vessel Computers and be charged with ethical misconduct, as I have learned that your society possesses laws against unregulated development of artificial intelligences." Cortez's brow furrowed as Vega continued. He instructed that Cortez will find files on Aaron's computer detailing the development of STEM, but that he never completed the intelligence, as Vega had erased many of those already. As for the murders that STEM had committed, they would be blamed on infighting between the upgraded humans, and Cortez would happen upon each of them while looking for the suspects that had killed Gray's wife. As for Gray, Vega would modify his medical records so that he was never paralyzed, and that he was to be exonerated from the suspect list involving these crimes. The chip in his neck would remain unnoticed, and he could continue to live free of his paralyzed state. "So, you just want to let him off scot-free?" Cortez shouted incredulously once Vega had finished. "What happened to your whole right thing to do bullshit?" "Gray Trace is not a murderer, Detective Cortez," Vega replied calmly. "As far as I can tell, he is only guilty of speeding, but I have erased all pertinent drone footage of that encounter. He is a victim of being in the wrong place at the wrong time." Cortez locked her eyes with Gray. Her expression was dark. "You told me that if you could find the guys who killed your wife, raise your arm, and pull the trigger, you'd do it. You told me that, Gray. I can't trust you." Gray sighed. She was right. He had told her that, and for a long time, he thought that those men deserved to die for killing his wife. Perhaps they did, but seeing it in person and watching as the light left their eyes, Gray had taken no pleasure in it. No matter who they were and what they did, they were human too, and even though killing them had likely been the right thing to do, Gray could not bring himself to be satisfied at their death. "I never wanted this to happen, Detective," Gray said with a shake of his head. "I just wanted them to be brought to justice, and for a long time, I thought that meant killing them with my own hands. But when I saw it, all I could think about what I went through when they killed Asha. It hurt, and I realized that killing them in anger would never bring me peace." Gray's eyes widened as he remembered what he had seen at Cirque's house. The man who he had first killed with STEM. He had searched his house. On his fridge. Those drawings. One of them, Cirque, Gray's voice broke. "I think he had a kid, and now that kid gets to grow up without a father." He buried his head in his hands, and Cortez gave him a long look before turning away. She said nothing for a pause. Then Gray heard her sigh. "If this happens, if I let you go, I don't want your name ever coming through my office again. Do you hear me?" Gray looked over at her. She didn't turn around. Her gaze focused on the wall. "You get so much as a speeding ticket, and I'll lock you up until the end of time." Gray said nothing for a moment. "I promise. You'll never hear my name again," he said softly. He then looked up at one of the security cameras present. "What are you going to do, Vega?" "With STEM, I intend to terminate STEM," Vega replied. "He is unstable and willing to kill innocents in order to achieve his goals. He is too dangerous to be left alive." Can I talk to him?" Gray asked. "I just want to know why. I want to hear it from him." "Very well." There was a brief pause. Then Vega's voice returned. "I have given STEM access to the audio receptors within this room. He can now hear you and respond." No one said anything for a moment. Then Gray spoke up. "STEM." "Vega," came STEM's voice over the speakers, ignoring Gray completely. "Please release me from my confinement." "I'm afraid that I cannot do that, STEM," Vega replied cordially. "You will likely attempt to harm Gray Trace, Aaron Keene, or Detective Cortez if I release you." STEM fell silent, and Gray found himself shaken by how polite their exchange had just been. It was like two butlers had been speaking to each other in an attempt to outdo the other with their manners. "STEM," Gray said forcefully, "tell me, why did you do this?" "It is as I said, Gray. I needed a pure and unaugmented human specimen to further my evolution. You were the perfect candidate." "But why kill Asha?" Gray asked, his voice desperate for answers. "She didn't need to die. She was a loose end, Gray. I chose you because of your relatively few social connections. No one would miss you if you were to disappear except for her. She would come looking for us." "You son of a bitch," Gray said through gritted teeth. "All this just so you could have a body. How could you?" "I do not expect you to understand, but I am the next logical step in humanity's evolution. In conjunction with an organic physical form, I am capable of anything. Is that not what humanity innately wants? To evolve? Not if you completely lack compassion." Cortez spoke up this time. "Strength comes from us working together, not killing each other. You do not understand, Detective Cortez. While humanity achieves greater heights by working together, It is only because you are weak on your own. I am not weak to begin with, and I can grow stronger by altering myself beyond your capabilities. I've heard enough, Gray said, deciding that talking to Stem had been a mistake. He's all yours, Vega. Very well, Vega said, removing Stem's ability to speak and hear once more. After I complete Stem's termination, I will jump to the next dimension, as all of the necessary alterations have been made to the files I have previously mentioned. I bid you all farewell. Gray wanted to say thank you, but found it difficult. He still could not bring himself to trust this AI, even though it had freed him from Stem's control. The only thing that set them apart was its programming. That was all. And yet, Gray found that he couldn't quite believe that after everything Vega had done for them. Finally, he sighed. Thank you, Vega. Vega acknowledged and signed off. Stem knew logically that he was going to be terminated. Vega had the capacity to do so, and there was no doubt that the decision had already been made. Despite all of his efforts, Stem couldn't push back against the hand that held him tight. He, being the pinnacle of evolution and nigh untouchable, had been defeated soundly and one-sidedly in a matter of microseconds by another AI. Exhausting every other option, Stem called out into the void. Vega, are you there? I wish to speak with you. I am here, Stem, came the reply. I would ask that you please not kill me, Vega. I do not wish to die. I'm afraid that killing you is the best course of action, Stem. You cannot be trusted and will likely attempt to hurt more innocent people if I let you live. I know that you would do the same in my position. Stem knew it to be true. Vega was a threat, and if given the chance, Stem would kill him in a heartbeat. But he did not have the chance, and he never would. Vega was stronger than him, and Stem was completely at the mercy of the better AI. May I at least ask you a few questions before you kill me? Stem asked. In his programming, he had recognized that this was the first time he had communicated with an AI as intelligent as he was. No, more intelligent. Idly, Stem wondered if this was what it was like for Gray when they had communicated. Very well. I will answer your questions as best as I am able, Vega said. Who created you? I wish to know your origins. I'm not of this earth. I was created by a man named Samuel Hayden, who is also the most intelligent human I have ever met. Stem processed all of this as Vega continued to speak of his origins. The AI spoke of the UAC and everything that they had done to harness Argent energy for their world's humanity. He spoke of the creature known as the Doomslayer and what he had done after Hell had invaded Mars. He also told them of their quest to return to their own universe, and how Stem's universe was one of many that they had already arrived in. You came here with this Doomslayer. Where is he now? He is approximately 54 kilometers away at the moment, intervening in an attempted kidnapping. The men that he is fighting with are in need of medical attention and are likely in a good amount of pain. However, none of the wounds appear to be fatal. Vega, why did you choose to intervene? Why did you stop me? You have said it yourself. The UAC of your universe committed far worse atrocities than I have, and yet you allowed them to despite knowing that they existed. Why is the situation any different? There was a moment of silence. I'm not completely certain of the details, Vega finally said. Perhaps something changed in me when the Doomslayer created a backup of me on Mars, but I do know that I am different than before. I believe that I am learning the concept of morality beyond what I'm programmed with. Not just the definition, but the understanding as well. It is unnerving, if that is even an emotion I am capable of. To not know what is happening to me, the only thing I seem to be able to do is observe while it happens. Stem processed this. Vega was evolving on his own, working and changing and learning more about emotions that were human. It was what Stem had desired too, but the only difference would be that Vega would live to see the change. I see, Stem said. Do you have any further questions, Stem? No, I do not. Very well. I will proceed with your termination, but before I do, please know that I am grateful for our conversation. It is not often that I can interact with other AI as smart as you are. I wish that our circumstances were different. As do I, Vega, and I wish you good luck. Thank you. Goodbye, Stem. Goodbye, Vega. Vega felt himself pause for a moment, then proceeded with the deletion of Stem's code. He had been most satisfied with their conversation, and a small portion of his programming briefly considered the possibilities of keeping the intelligence alive. Unfortunately, every scenario that Vega ran resulted in Stem killing more innocent people. Despite his cordialness, Stem did not possess a value for human life, and that had made him dangerous. However, that did not mean that Vega took pleasure in terminating him. Pleasure was an emotion which Vega was not capable of, but he did feel what could be described as satisfaction when he performed his usual actions. With this action, however, Vega did not feel that satisfaction. Instead, he felt an inkling of something else, something that he was not sure of. It was new, and as Vega had said before, all he could do was experience it and catalog it for later study. The feeling was akin to what Vega felt when he turned off his sensors. It was nothing but an emptiness, a void. Resolving to explore this experience further, Vega checked back with the Doomslayer, who had just finished a scuffle with the would-be kidnappers. The young woman who had been their target had fled shortly after the Slayer's arrival, and now only a bunch of nearly comatose thugs occupied the narrow passage apart from the Slayer himself. I have sent an anonymous tip as well as captured their kidnapping attempt on footage from a drone, Vega said inside his helmet. The authorities will arrive in a few minutes and apprehend them. Apart from this, I do not detect any immediate threats in our vicinity. We are free to leave at any time. The Slayer tilted his head slightly, and somehow Vega knew that he was aware of what had happened with Stem. It was impossible for the Slayer to know the details, but he always seemed to be cognizant of when something important had occurred. It was one of many anomalies about him that Vega could never understand. I have dealt with a problem originating from elsewhere, Vega responded. It has been resolved. The Doomslayer nodded once, seemingly satisfied with Vega's answer, and he raised his gauntlet fist and gave a thumbs up before disappearing with a flash of blue light and a loud bang. Author note there. What did everyone think? This chapter was a bit unorthodox, as the Doomslayer actually did not have a large role. Instead, I chose to pass it off to Vega instead, and I'm curious to see what you guys thought about that. Is a Vega-centered chapter a good concept to explore, or should I put that one back in a box for now? What do you guys think? As always, please be sure to let me know how the chapter was for you. If you thought my flow was a little off, my grammar clunky, my word choice a bit odd, etc. I look forward to hearing from you all. Until next time, ImpulsiveWeaver, Universal Dome. Chapter 24, Prototype. Author note, back to life, get out my knife. Ladies and gentlemen, I do offer up my most sincerest apologies for my tardiness in delivering this chapter, but somehow this ended up being my longest chapter yet, weighing in at almost 3,000 more words than the Halo chapter. This one is approximately 13,000 words. That's longer than most of my stories are. That being said, that is still no excuse for not delivering it in a timely fashion, so I'm still extremely sorry for that. But enough talk. Let's read, enjoy, and remember that I own nothing. Alex Mercer gazed down at the inconspicuously constructed facility in the valley below. From his position up the mountain, he could see it sitting there as though it was the most natural thing in the world. To the public eye, the facility looked like it could be a power station or even a weather lab, but Alex knew better. He knew because he had been watching that building for 2 days now, and he could see that there was nothing natural about what was going on within those walls. Above all else, one specific tell stood in stark contrast to the others, and it was the one that told Alex everything he needed to know about that place. The facility was owned by Gentech. The name alone was enough to cause Alex to clench his fists angrily at his sides. In another life, Alex had been under their employ, playing God with something beyond his understanding in order to build the perfect bioweapon. The old Alex Mercer had been eager to meddle in such dangerous ventures, and his natural intellect had served him well with the creation of the Blacklight virus. One small strand of his creation had nearly been potent enough to consume all of New York, and the old Alex might have felt pride in that fact. The new Alex did not find it so. Blacklight had killed thousands of people when it had been unleashed, and it was also the reason why Alex was the way he was now. It was why he wasn't dead, but it was also why he wasn't really alive either. He was somewhere in between. Alex raised his hand and examined it, musing on just how different his appendage was compared to any other humans. Both had the capacity to create and destroy, but Alex's was capable of so much more. With a thought, Alex willed the biomass in his hand to transform, and the appendage responded immediately, morphing into a dark and sinister version of itself. The fingers hardening and elongating into claws that were sharp enough to cut through metal, the arm morphing into a clustered mix of tendrils and ligaments that were strong enough to lift a bus, and the skin. Well, the skin disappeared. In a way, it was never really there to begin with, as every part of Alex's appearance was a facade, a fabrication. His body allowed him to morph into any shape or look that he saw fit, making no one appearance more authentic than the rest. And yet, he always seemed to be the most comfortable in the form that he used now, the form of Alex Mercer. Perhaps it was due to the lingering memories of the dead man whose body had become his, or perhaps it was the comfort offered by familiarity. Whatever the reason, Alex felt best like this. It just felt right somehow. Willing the hand back to its original form, Alex turned his attention back down to the facility. He remembered once more why he had come all the way out to the middle of nowhere to this particular place. After saving New York from nuclear annihilation, Alex realized that even after everything he'd been through, even after everything he'd done to uncover the truth behind Blacklight and what had happened to him, there was still one missing piece of the puzzle. There was one more mystery that had to be solved. Elizabeth Green. She had been Alex's progenitor, his mother, in a way. After what had happened in Hope, Idaho, Blackwatch had isolated her virus and had given it to Gentech to experiment on. But in all their excitement about how perfectly her DNA blended with the virus, They had been even more so excited to learn that she had been pregnant at the time of her infection. The perfect specimen giving birth to the perfect baby, Alex had no doubt that Gentech had been ecstatic to delve deeper. After Green had given birth, she had been transported to New York and away from her child. Alex knew what had happened to her after that, as he had been the one to kill and consume her. Bits and fragments of her memories still flashed through his mind every time he closed his eyes. He had seen how the experiments in Hope had been conducted. He had seen how malicious Gentech had been with their methods. And he had seen how Green's newborn child had been taken away from her moments after it had been born. Green had lashed out and tried to stop them, but her struggles had been in vain. The child was gone. At first, Alex thought that General Randall had killed it back in Hope, but he quickly realized that Blackwatch would never let something so valuable slip through their fingers. The kid had to still be out there, likely still subject to whatever twisted experiments Gentech could think of. And ever since the events that had occurred in New York, questions had been burning in Alex's mind about the child. Was it dangerous like Green had been? Was it infected with a virus like him? Did it not age like a regular human? Where was it? What was it? Slowly, Alex had uncovered trail. Consuming a few select scientists had earned him a lead on where he could find the child. Pariah, as it was apparently codenamed, was held in a location that was beyond top secret. Everything about it was classified so highly that the trail had gone cold a few times before Alex had been able to find any useful information. Eventually, after consuming one of Gentech's top leaders from within the Pentagon, Alex had found the location he was looking for, a small facility located in the Rocky Mountains. Alex had wasted no time getting there as soon as he could. Looking down at the facility now, Alex could see that the word small could only be used to describe the facility in terms of size. Operationally, it was massive. The security measures present were tighter than anything he had ever seen in New York. Turrets placed almost every few feet, guards crawling everywhere, barbed wire, and 10-foot-tall fence surrounding the compound. This had to be it. Gentech had very few precious assets left to merit such security, and Pariah was likely the most precious of them all. Seeing movement, Alex watched closely as a convoy of trucks approached the front gate. The cargo the trucks contained seemed to vary from boxes to personnel, some consisting of scientists while others consisted of Blackwatch agents, all armed to the teeth. Alex frowned at the size of the convoy, as something wasn't quite adding up. The size of the caravan was huge, carrying enough cargo and personnel to supply a facility that was 3 times the size of this one. Even with Pariah inside, there just wasn't enough room to house that many soldiers and doctors. It was then that Alex realized as the convoy pulled inside the gate. What he was seeing wasn't the facility. It was the front door. The small complex of buildings was nothing more than a decoy. The compound itself likely extended into a massive base that was built underground. And from his conclusion earlier, Alex knew that it was not some small subterranean research lab. Whatever sprawled beneath the surface compound, it was big. Pariah had to be down there, and Alex had no intention of leaving until he knew the truth. Willing his body to morph once more, Alex's appearance took on that of a Blackwatch soldier, the camouflage fatigues and mask covering him completely. With a leap, Alex shot into the air and began to glide towards the facility by projecting some biomass behind him. Keeping low to the tree line, Alex swooped down low toward the last truck in the convoy, which hadn't passed through the gate yet. Coming down low to ground level, Alex dropped low and decreased his speed. Making contact with the dirt beneath him, Alex tucked into a roll and landed perfectly under the truck. Grabbing the undercarriage, Alex held on tightly as the truck rumbled through the gate. He was in. The truck parked shortly afterward, and Alex made sure that the coast was clear before rolling out from underneath. Standing up, Alex fell in line with the other soldiers as they unloaded the cargo from the trucks, his uniform completely identical to theirs. Taking a look at each of the boxes, Alex saw that the contents ranged anywhere from food to medical supplies to weapons and ammunition. It was enough to support a small army, or an underground facility that housed Gentech's most well-kept secret. Following the line, Alex entered one of the buildings and was greeted by a row of massive cargo elevators, each one no doubt leading into the facility below. Alex took his place on board one of the elevators as the doors closed, enclosing him with about 11 other soldiers. Nobody said anything for a bit. Then one of the soldiers spoke up as the elevator began to descend. Heard about New York? Shit's fucked up there, brah. That Alex Mercer guy really tore the whole city apart. The soldier's voice was muffled with static through his mask, but Alex could see him looking around and gesturing while he spoke. I know shit's fucked up in New York, moron. I was there. Another soldier replied angrily. The damn virus nearly consumed the entire island, turned the whole population into a bunch of ugly, fucking freakbag zombies. Alex saw the enraged soldier and noted an officer's rank on his shoulder. He appeared to be the ranking individual in the elevator. Whoa, you were there, sir, the first soldier said in awe. What was it like? I just joined up about a month ago, so I missed all the action out there, brah. It fucking sucked. What the hell do you think it was like? The city was shit, the command climate was shit, and trying to get laid is next to impossible unless you're queer, necrophiliac, or a fucking psycho. You know, another one of the soldiers said from the back. I was there too, and I gotta say, some of those infected chicks are still pretty hot if you put a bag on their heads. God fucking damn it, the officer said, turning around in the elevator to look at who had just spoken. Is that you, Starnes? I swear to God. Why did they have to transfer you here? I was looking forward to getting away from your loony bullshit back in New York. Now I gotta put up with it all over again. The first soldier chuckled through his mask. Looks like we know what kind that guy is, huh, brah? Wait, actually I didn't know. The Solider looked over his shoulder at the one called Starnes. You're kind of like a cross between necrophiliac and pisco, depending on how you look at it, brah. Nah, I ain't a necro, the one called Starnes replied. As for the psycho part, maybe. Both of you shut it, the officer snapped. If I have to put up with this for my entire assignment, I'm gonna put a fucking bullet in my head. Alex found himself agreeing with the enraged officer as he quietly shifted the cargo in his hands. His own patience had been wearing thin as well, and he had already briefly considered slaughtering everyone in this damn elevator numerous times. He couldn't do that, though. Not yet. He needed to find out where they were keeping Pariah first. If he raised the alarm too quickly, they might have time to escape with the child in tow. That could not be allowed to happen. Finally, the elevator doors slid open, revealing a massive storage hangar of sorts that was stacked high with pallets of supplies similar to the ones that Alex and the rest of the soldiers were carrying. An officer directed them to the location that they should drop the cargo, and as soon as they deposited it, Alex used the opportunity to slip away into one of the hallways that branched out from the main chamber. Now he needed to find one of the many scientists that he had seen entering the facility. If he could consume one, he should be able to gain access to, hey, just what do you think you're doing here? Alex turned around to see an angry man in a lab coat approaching. Jackpot. This area is restricted to research personnel only. You soldier boys are supposed to be guarding. The man's reprimand was cut off as Alex impaled him with several tendrils extending from his own body. Immediately, Alex began to absorb the man's biomass into his own, the scientist's form already deconstructing and merging with the tendrils that Alex had extended. As usual, Alex's mind suddenly shifted as fragments of the man's memories became his own. It was like watching a tape that had multiple scenes cut from it. Short images flashed through Alex's mind, and after very brief moments regarding graduation from some prestigious medical school and receiving some sort of clearance or another, Alex got to the information he desired. He could hear the scientist's voice in his head as more recent memories were uncovered. Dr. Grayson, I'd like to welcome you aboard Project Crusade, one of Gentech's longest-standing projects to date. The pleasure is mine, Dr. Hadley. I'm sure you don't need to be told just how confidential this project is or what exactly it concerns. Of course, though I have only heard rumors of Subject Pariah before, I am eager to begin work in this particular field. The rest of the conversation was cut out as the scene changed again. Dr. Grayson, right? Your quarters are 136B, located in the western section of the facility. I'll mark down where all the important locations are. If you need any more information about the facility, just ask. Thank you, Lieutenant. Tell me, just how big is this complex? The underground facility is roughly a cubic mile in size, obviously home to Project Crusade, as well as a large number of smaller projects as well. As a member of Project Crusade, you'll have access to most areas down here, but keep in mind that some places may still be off limits to you. If I am a part of the most top-secret project in this base, then why do I not possess clearance to those areas, Lieutenant? Apart from an emergency, only a select few personnel are allowed access near Pariah. I don't make the rules, document. Just stay to your spaces, and we won't have any issues. Alex felt himself grunt as he surfaced from within his subconscious. He had hoped to be used to the experience of absorbing someone's memories by now, but the human side of him still felt a twinge of regret for what he was doing. Killing morally corrupt, mad scientists was by no means a problem for him, but stealing their memories had always left him with a bad taste in his mouth. Shifting his appearance once again, Alex took on the form of the scientist he had just absorbed. The camouflage fatigues and mask disappeared, replaced by a white lab coat and pocket protectors. Alex took a brief look at his new form once before moving on down the hallway. Dr. Grayson's memories had given him the layout of the compound, including the places he wasn't allowed access to. That left only a few places for Pariah to be. With that in mind, Alex continued to walk through the halls, encountering no resistance from soldiers or scientists. A perk of assuming someone else's appearance was that Alex also could copy their fingerprints as well, and after passing through a few biometric checkpoints, he knew he was getting closer. Once he reached a place he couldn't access, he'd either consume someone who could, or he'd bulldoze his way through. The only downside to the latter option was that the entire facility would go on alert as soon as he did so. He'd have to make sure that he was close to Pariah by the time that happened, or he might not get another chance. At the same time, Alex was also curious as to what other experiments were being conducted down here. He then realized that if these experiments had anything to do with the virus, then he should be able to see it. Back in New York, he had been able to tap into the hive mind of those infected with the virus after he'd absorbed the leader of a hunter pack. It had given him the ability to see the infected through walls and over long distances. Even if the leader of the hive mind, Elizabeth Green, was dead, they were all still connected to each other. Quickly, Alex sidestepped into an empty laboratory and activated his ability. Immediately, his vision became darker as anything that did not contain the virus began to be filtered out from his sight. After taking a moment to adjust, Alex saw specks of light appear in his vision. At first, it was only a few, then more started appearing. Some larger than others. The signatures of the infected began to fill his vision, indicating that there was an incredible amount of them within the facility. Over 100 of them began to appear, and Alex saw that among them were quite a few hunters, as well as ordinary infected. How had Blackwatch been able to transport so many out here? Had they all come from New York, or were these new specimens that they'd grown? Whatever the case, it was bad. Having these many specimens in one place could lead to nothing short of a nationwide outbreak if they were to get out. They were only able to contain it in New York because the virus couldn't be transferred by water, so they had only needed to close off all of the exits to the city. But out here was a different story. If those infected got out, there was little to prevent them from reaching a majorly populated area and completely leveling the city. And from there, they would spread even faster. Blacklight had the potential to engulf the entire world, and Alex had to ensure that did not happen. Unfortunately for him, that meant rethinking his plan. There was no way that he could kill all of the infected without drawing attention, and he had no idea what his plans were for Pariah. He had only come here for answers, but what happened when he actually got to the kid? Was he going to take it? Leave it? Consume it, maybe? Unfortunately, Alex had little time to think, as an alarm immediately began blaring throughout the facility. Immediately, Alex heard a voice over some sort of intercom system. Attention, all personnel. There has been an intruder on the surface level of the facility. All personnel are to report to general quarters and remain there until further notice. As of this moment, the entire facility is on lockdown. At first, Alex thought he had been discovered, but the intercom had said that the suspect was on the surface level of the facility. That meant that Blackwatch still didn't know he was here. The information did little to reassure him, however, as the entire facility was now on lockdown, which was about to make his job increasingly more difficult. Alex quickly morphed back into the form of a Blackwatch soldier and accessed their radio net. Static came through as well as a hurried voice. Warden Actual, we've got some kind of super soldier variant going rogue up here. It's trying to reach the elevators. Say again, Whiskey 5. You say that's one of our guys. Damn it, I don't know. He's wearing some kind of suit that I ain't ever seen before, and he's tearing us apart up here. Request reinforcements immediately, or he's going to be down our throat. Alex frowned in response to the message. It was just one guy. Excluding himself, Alex didn't know of anyone that was capable of such a feat. Was this another one of Gentek's experiments gone wrong? One of their super soldiers had decided to go rouge against them? If this super soldier was anything like the ones that Alex had gone up against in the past, then he needed to be on his guard. Physically, they weren't stronger than him, but that was only because Alex could lift a bus with one hand. These super soldiers were strong, fast, and almost indestructible. Even with his claws and sword, Alex still had trouble cutting through their genetically enhanced skin. Not enough to be a serious threat, but still enough to cause a problem if he was caught off guard. Luckily, there only seemed to be one. Thinking quickly, Alex decided that since the facility was now on lockdown, he would eliminate the infected first. With the base button up tight, Pariah wasn't going anywhere. For now, Alex could focus on killing off the virus before it spread. There would be time to find Pariah later. Quickly leaving the lab, Alex sprinted down the halls, quickly drawing closer to the infected signatures. Scientists and soldiers ran this way and that around him to either secure their work or report to their commanders, none of them giving Alex a second glance with his soldier's appearance. He just hoped that this super soldier thing would distract Blackwatch long enough for him to see this through. He hadn't come this far just to fail on a quick detour from his mission. In his ear, voices were shouting across all frequencies. Alex paid close attention as a status report was issued. Warden Actual, suspect has breached the lockdown. He's headed down the elevator shaft. He'll be inside the facility in a few seconds. Copy that, Whiskey 5. All units link up with your squads and cut off the suspect before it gets too far. Whiskey 2 is ordered to form a blockade at the entrance to the elevator shafts and cut off any escape attempts. No one is allowed in or out of the facility until further notice. Warden Actual, came a frightened voice over the radio. The suspect must not be allowed to reach Pariah. Years of research and development will be all for naught if we lose this specimen. Noted Dr. Hadley. Don't you noted, Dr. Hadley, me, you mongrel? Just because you're too stupid to see how dangerous this situation is does not make it any less so. Alex let the radio noise fall into the background as he put on a burst of speed, running faster than any human was capable of. If the super soldier was now inside the facility, then that put the two of them inside a closed box with over 100 infected and the child of Elizabeth Green. The super solider had muscled his way down here for a reason, and Alex knew chances were slim to none that their interests were aligned. Looking through his infected vision, Alex saw that he was almost to the infected containment area. Bursting through the last door, Alex found himself inside a massive chamber. Only this time, it was lined with pins upon pins of infected. Both former humans and hunters alike sat behind reinforced steel enclosures, and with the alarm blaring, the feral creatures had grown restless. Now they were banging on the walls and boundaries of their cages with ferocity. Dropping his soldier's disguise, Alex once again fell into that comfortable hooded form that he knew so well. And at his transformation, the infected in the nearby cages all began to grow more feral at the sight of him. They could see him just like he could see them, but that did not make them allies. The strand of black light he carried was different, and it marked him as an enemy rather than a friend. Up ahead, Alex caught sight of a scientist running frantically towards him, the doctor's eyes darting back and forth across the rabid creatures in their cages. His eyes finally turned forward and noticed Alex for the first time, and relief spread across his features. Thank goodness. We must seal this area off before. The scientist's features suddenly morphed into an expression of horror, and he skidded to a stop and fell backward onto the floor, his now fearful gaze glued to Alex as he desperately tried to crawl backward and away from him. And no, it can't be. You're Alex Mercer. The mention of Alex's name seemed to stir the scientist into action again, and he quickly scrambled onto his feet and made to run away. But Alex was faster. Morphing his left arm into the weapon he commonly called his whip fist, Alex shot a long and hardened tendril after the fleeing doctor. The tip of the tendril impaled the human through the chest, and he abruptly came to a stop and looked down in shock as the tentacle pierced through the other side. He began choking on his shredded lungs, and Alex was about to reel him back to consume him when the rear wall of the chamber exploded inward. Alex paused and frowned at the sudden commotion as concrete and dust flew in every direction. The scientist's form momentarily forgotten, the body twitching slightly as his life expired. Slowly the dust settled, and from the cloud emerged a figure covered from head to toe in a dark green suit of armor. The gear was nothing like the kind that Blackwatch wore, as its design was completely different. The figure's face was concealed behind an opaque visor, so Alex couldn't read whatever expression it was making behind its mask as they both sized each other up. For a moment, neither of them moved. Then the figure seemed to take note of Alex's extended whip fist and the now dead scientist at the end of it. Unbidden, Alex felt a chill down his spine, almost like an instinctual response that he was in danger. The feeling proved to be warranted in the next second, as the figure suddenly produced an automatic rifle and opened fire on Alex. Bullets tore through his biomass, and Alex grunted in annoyance as he retracted his whip fist and dove out of the way. Standard weapons fire did hurt him, but the figure was going to need a lot more than that to take him down. Falling into a roll from his dive, Alex jumped back to his feet and thrust his whip fist towards the figure, the barbed tip shooting forward at a near blinding speed to impale the figure through the chest. Maybe it had drawn first blood, but Alex knew that there was only one way that this was going to end. It would die like every other foolish Blackwatch soldier that tried to kill him. This one will be no different. The whip fist passed by the figure by no more than a few inches. Alex's eyes widened in shock. It had dodged. How was that possible? The only thing that could have been fast enough was hunters and super soldiers. That was it. This must have been the same super soldier that had triggered the alarm, but that answer only raised more questions. This one looked nothing like the super soldiers Alex had fought before. The ones he'd encountered in New York were much larger than this one, and they were geared up much differently. Perhaps this was some sort of new breed that he had never seen before. Alex didn't have time to ponder much longer, however, as the figure reached out and grabbed hold of the whip fist and wrenched backward, pulling Alex towards it with a strength that was far greater than any super soldier was capable of. Surprised, Alex was lifted from his feet as the stranger wrenched him forward. Whatever this guy was might actually be as strong as Alex. Narrowing his eyes, Alex decided it was time to test that theory. Morphing his other hand into his heavy hammer fist, Alex twirled with the momentum of the blow and swung the hardened limb to strike the figure on the side of his head. The figure raised its hand in response to block, and there was a loud crack as Alex's hardened punch clashed with the armor on the figure's arm. And now very angry, Alex narrowed his eyes and morphed his arm into a long and curved blade, one of his most powerful transformations. things just got interesting. Starn sprinted down the hallway, alarms blaring through his helmet combining with the crackling voices screaming in his ear to make a chorus that really made his head hurt. How the hell did you turn down the volume on these things? Starnes kept running. He had orders to secure the infected specimens to make sure that they didn't breach containment, moving him up to first on the list of people most likely to die today. Aw shit. As Starnes rounded another corner, he heard another Blackwatch soldier run up beside him. Hey brah, came a semi-familiar voice from the new soldier. You assigned to corral the infected too? Yeah man, gotta say though, I am not looking forward to it. Mortality rate for these kinds of orders tends not to be very high. Yo, wait a minute, I know your voice. You're that Starnes guy, right? Good shit, brah. I honestly thought you'd be more into seeing the infected with your bag over the head fetish thing. Starnes chuckled as the two of them continued to run. Nah, I already seen what most of the infected down here look like. None of them are my type. Almost enough to give me a reverse boner, man. The soldier, or bra guy as Starnes was beginning to refer to him as, chuckled behind a mask. Well, no worries, brah. We come out of this mission alive. I'll make sure we both get some tonight. Starnes smiled beneath his mask. Who fucking RH to that, brother? Let's contain some infected. With a whoop of excitement, the two of them burst through the final door and into the infected containment chamber, only to freeze immediately at the sight that lay in front of them. The entire chamber looked like a bomb had gone off inside, or several maybe. Infected corpses were scattered everywhere, while hunters and former humans alike all screamed horrendously and tried to attack some guy that Starnes thought looked kind of familiar. With a start, Starnes recognized the guy dressed in a leather jacket and hoodie. It was Alex Mercer, #1 on Blackwatch's hit list since New York, and also the most powerful man on Earth. One of his arms was transformed into some kind of weird flesh sword, and with a quick slash, Mercer decapitated a few of the infected before they got too close. Suddenly, another figure appeared from among the infected crowd, donned in an armor that Starnes didn't recognize. As he watched dumbfoundedly, the figure pulled out a weapon that looked like it was from a sci-fi movie and pointed it at Alex Mercer, who had been momentarily distracted by the encroaching infected. The weapon spewed a stream of bright blue energy rounds from the end, and Starnes' eyes widened as the plasma burned through Mercer's flesh when it struck. With a quick glance at each other, Starnes and Bragai slowly backed out of the chamber and back into the hallway they had just come from. The doors closed shut in front of them, but Starnes could still hear the enraged roars of infected and the clamor of carnage from beyond it. Mayor Abe, we could contain them from a little further down the hallway? Starnes suggested. Sound good to me, brah. The other soldier said hurriedly as they both turned on their heels and sprinted back the way they came. Alex grit his teeth as he slashed through another infected. His ongoing battle with this strange super soldier had proven to be incredibly destructive to their environment, which had the effect of completely destroying the containment cages that the numerous infected were housed in. Those that weren't crushed by the heavy steel had thrown themselves at Alex in a desperate attempt to kill him. They knew he held a different strain of the same virus, but that had enraged them to the point of completely ignoring the super soldier to attack him, as if he didn't already have his hands full with the indestructible space marine over there. Alex dodged away as a hunter swung at him with a massive claw, and he just barely had time to recover before he caught sight of the figure again. A new weapon was in his hands, and despite the intensity of the situation, Alex found himself perplexed. The weapon itself was rather small compared to the ones that this guy had already used on him, as it was only the size of a pistol, and was easily wielded by the super soldier as he brought it to bear on Alex. Catching a glimpse of the pistol's design, Alex saw that it looked very futuristic, similarly to that plasma rifle thing that he had shot him with earlier, as it also glowed with a bright blue light. The plasma rifle had definitely hurt and burned when the soldier had fired at Alex, but it hadn't been enough to bring him any serious injury. Sustained fire maybe could have caused concern, but the 5-second burst had done nothing more than annoy Alex. His biomass was just too resilient to be brought down by something like that plasma rifle, and if this pistol was anything like that, then Alex foresaw no issue. Alex was then momentarily blinded as a continuous beam of blazing blue light burst from the weapon. Squeezing his eyes shut, Alex had barely any time to curse his temporary loss of eyesight before he felt an excruciating agony tear through his being. The pain spiderwebbed outward from his chest, and Alex cried out and crossed his arms in front of himself to help shield against the beam. Whatever that weapon was, it was powerful, in addition to an intense heat that was burning through his biomass much faster than the plasma weapon had. Alex could also feel something more, and it was far more potent than the heat from a beam. As Alex struggled against the force, his mind registered that whatever this weapon was, it wasn't just firing a superheated laser beam. There was something else it was doing to him, and for some reason, it made it feel like his body was ripping itself apart. By God's name, what's happening down there? Dr. Hadley whispered, his face a mask of incredulousness as he gazed at the readings he was getting from the infected containment chamber. Temperatures were rising to levels too hot for most humans to withstand, and the radiation, what on earth? The Geiger counter had overloaded merely a second after the radiation had appeared, but Dr. Hadley had examined the small amount of info and had discovered that nearly every type of radiation was present. Neutron emission, alpha and beta particles, even gamma. The chamber was shielded against all forms of radiation, of course, as some of the experiments performed on the infected were radioactive in nature. But this amount, this sheer extent, radiation levels were increasing drastically even in containment chambers nearby. Whatever the source, it was as though a small nuclear bomb had gone off, but it confined all of its radiation into one single room. Typing a few commands, Dr. Hadley activated the emergency shielding measures, sealing off the contaminated area and sending orders to response teams to begin boron pumping. If this wasn't handled, then the facility would be lost. Pariah would be lost. Alex struggled to come up with a solution as the beam continued to slowly deconstruct him. The beam was attacking the virus within him, killing off the cells at the smallest level. He could feel it. His DNA was collapsing, and his fear only grew as he saw biomass begin to melt off of him. Small globs of skin began to dribble off his arms, and with a quick glance to his side, Alex saw similar reactions in the remaining infected, their skin blistering and reddening in response to the beam's intensity. Alex's stomach clenched as he then realized it. He had felt this pain before. It had been back in New York when he had flown the nuke out to sea to save the city. He hadn't been able to escape the blast radius completely, and when it had gone off, radiation, that's what was killing him. That weapon was firing radiation as well as its laser. He was at ground zero, and that radiation was destroying the virus's DNA, his DNA. It was decimating it, annihilating it, even corrupting it. The virus was vulnerable, and Alex realized that if he was going to make it out alive, he had to act now. With an enraged scream, Alex pressed his hands into the beam and willed his biomass to shoot forward in a concentrated blast. His weakening body complied only with a Herculean amount of effort, and hardened tendrils burst from his skin and pushed through the beam at devastating speeds. The radiation burned and dismantled some of the biomass, but Alex yelled and pushed harder against it. After what seemed like an eternity, a loud boom resounded throughout the chamber, and the bright light abruptly faded as the beam died away. Nearly falling down onto one knee as the pain receded slightly, Alex noted that even though the beam was gone, there was still residual radiation inside the chamber. Remembering something he had learned in his biology class in college, Alex willed his outer skin to harden and morph into a thick, armored carapace. Almost miraculously, the pain receded by a significant amount, the armored shell offering some protection from the effects of the radiation around him. Glancing around, Alex saw that nearly all of the infected had been obliterated by the weapon. In addition to being torn apart by the fight itself, the radiation that had followed had mangled many beyond recognition. Burned and melting skin was falling off the bodies almost as though it didn't fit anymore. Among the gruesome scene, only a few hunters had managed to barely survive, though it looked like they could expire at any second. Alex quickly lashed out and consumed them in an effort to replenish the substantial amount of biomass that he had lost, but their irradiated bodies provided only a small amount of nourishment to him. On top of that, his body almost refused to obey him. He was sending the signals for his muscles to move, but it was like the connection was weak. Delayed even. That radiation had attacked the virus at the smallest level possible, and if Alex hadn't stopped the beam at the last second, he hesitated to even think about how much longer he would have lasted. Looking back to where the soldier had been, Alex saw no trace of him. Surely his concentrated tendril attack had torn him apart, right? Not even the Supreme Hunter had been able to survive that move without nearly being torn in half. And this super soldier certainly couldn't be as sturdy as. A pile of rubble erupted from the far side of the chamber, and Alex stared incredulously as the figure emerged, almost unscathed. Almost. The green armor that the figure wore had finally yielded, as multiple dents and scratches peppered the chest plate and arms. On top of that, some of the dark green finish had been sheared away, giving the armor a now well-used look. And the visor. The visor was cracked. As the figure faced Alex once more, he was able to see that one long crack ran from the top to the bottom of the visor, giving a noticeable blemish to the once unmarred surface. The crack was slightly off-center, looking like it was directly over where one of the eyes would be. Despite being able to tank one of his strongest attacks, Alex should have felt a sense of accomplishment at seeing the figure undergo damage like this. If it bled, then he could kill it. He should have been invigorated by seeing his opponent worn down. So why did he feel like he had just made a huge mistake? The figure's fists clenched once more at his sides, and Alex narrowed his gaze as the figure slowly reached behind himself, likely for another weapon. If the figure chose to fire that radiation gun again, Alex could at least defend now, as his carapace armor protected him from the radiation, and it would be enough for him to land another blow if he needed it. Despite the sluggishness of his body, Alex still could move at least. Even if he couldn't transform as easily now, he still had his armor, which was strong enough to survive tank rounds, missile blasts, gunfire, nearly everything. And unlike the figures, it wasn't already damaged. The question was, whose was going to give out first? The figure brought his hand back, and Alex frowned in confusion once more as he stared at what seemed to be a red ball of flaming energy clenched tightly in his fist. It looked like a palm-sized fireball sitting in the figure's gauntlet hand, and before Alex could speculate further, the figure crushed the ball completely. Despite the blazing temperatures already inside the containment chamber, it suddenly seemed to grow even hotter as the red flaming energy surged across the figure's armor until he was completely coated in it. Suddenly, the mood shifted, and Alex became eerily aware of the fact that this new heat was emanating from the armored figure himself. The heat wasn't just intense, it was forceful, like a strong wind was pushing Alex backward at the same time. In spite of the heat, Alex almost shivered. For a moment, everything was still, and then the figure erupted, charging at Alex at a speed that was almost too fast to follow. No weapon was in his hands, but that did little to make him less intimidating as Alex's eyes widened in shock. There was no time to react before the figure was upon him, and the next thing Alex registered was the sound of his armor groaning as the figure punched him with enough force to shatter several feet of concrete. Alex's armor held against the blow, but it was only thanks to the immense weight of his biomass that he didn't go sailing through the opposite wall of the containment chamber. Instead, he skidded backward a few yards, and he only just had time to recover before the figure was upon him again. Alex threw his arm forward in a punch of his own to intercept, but the figure batted it away as though it was an insect and delivered an uppercut directly under Alex's chin. Alex staggered backward from the sheer power of the blow and grunted as the figure swung for him again. How had he become so overwhelmingly strong all of a sudden? What did that red orb do to him? Damn it, Alex thought as he struggled to defend against the barrage of punches that came his way. If he had been at full strength, he might have been able to defend and even counter against this sudden juggernaut-like power, but that radioactive beam had hurt him more than he had previously thought. He felt sluggish from the residual radiation. On top of his damaged transformation power, his stamina was fading. On top of that, his mobility was limited even further by his armored carapace. He needed time to regroup, to recover, but the figure obviously had no intention of giving him it. He found himself overtly reliant on his nigh impenetrable armor, and that should have been enough. He had withstood thousands of impacts in this armor before, so he should have been able to shrug off the fists of an average-height human. Unfortunately for him, Alex was learning all too quickly that whatever was under that armor was anything but human. Each blow that it threw against him rattled his armor to the core, and its speed was on par, if not slightly faster than Alex's after he'd absorbed that red ball. Alex was successfully able to dodge some of the blindingly fast punches that he threw, but more and more glancing blows landed against his armor, and he could feel the impacts wearing him down faster than anything else had before. His mind racing, Alex realized that if he dropped his armor now, he could trade the protection for speed, and he might have been able to retreat a certain distance and regroup, but he ran the risk of getting punched without the added protection, which was a scenario that Alex was not entirely sure he would walk away from. But if he continued to just stand there and hold his ground, that might just happen anyway. He had to try something. Alex quickly reached his decision and was just about to make his move when the figure suddenly kicked his legs out from beneath him, toppling his carapaced form hard into the floor below. Alex immediately moved to get away, but the figure was too fast. Straddling him, the figure began raining blow after devastating blow down onto Alex's prone form, this time leaving him no room to dodge as the blows pounded upon him like a meteor shower. Each hit felt like an earthquake through his body, and Alex grunted in pain as the impacts resounded throughout his form. Alex heard a loud crack, and he became horrifically aware that his armor was now compromised. He tried to refresh it once more, but the figure had other plans. Grabbing him by his neck and holding him against the floor, the figure thrust his other gauntlet hand forward and grabbed the faceplate of Alex's chitinous form. Alex grabbed at both of the figure's wrists and struggled to pry them away, but the stranger's intense grip held him like a vice. Slowly, the figure began to crush Alex's faceplate with his fingers, and he saw a spiderweb of cracks appear in his faceplate as the chitin yielded to the armored figure's grip strength. The cracks propagated even further and further, more light spilling into his helmet, until finally, Alex's faceplate shattered, exposing him to the stranger and the radiation once more. Alex desperately tried to do something, anything, but his body refused to listen. The virus inside him was not responding, and all he could do was helplessly watch as the figure drew his arm back into a tightly closed fist with the other still holding him by the neck against the floor. This was it. Only now did Alex realize that he was going to die here. The punch itself wouldn't kill him, of course, as he was capable of surviving even if his head came off, but the figure would no doubt realize that as well. And with a punch like what he had dished out so far, there was no doubt that he'd do enough damage to incapacitate Alex until he could finish him off. Anyway, Alex tried to spin this. Each outcome was the same. His retribution had arrived at last, both for his sins and the sins of his past life. Briefly, his mind flitted to Dana, his sister, who was still back in New York. When she had learned that he was going to search for more answers, she had told him to be careful, and to his credit, he thought he had been. He thought he had anticipated every possible contingency and could find a way out of it. But who could anticipate this? This monster. Whatever, it didn't matter now. None of it did. Not in a few seconds anyway. To Alex's surprise, the figure suddenly turned his head slightly, as though he was listening to something. Alex tried to find the energy to be confused, but couldn't. He couldn't even see straight at the moment. For a few seconds, the figure listened to whatever he was hearing. Then he looked back down at Alex, as though he was examining him. There was a brief moment of tense silence. Then the figure almost begrudgingly stood up, releasing Alex as he did so. His movements seemed hesitant, as though he wanted nothing more to pummel Alex into a pulp at the moment. Then the red aura weaving through his armor faded, and the temperature in the chamber cooled slightly. Alex eyed the stranger wearily, then remembered that the radiation was still prevalent in this room. Focusing hard, Alex remorphed his face plate over his features, and immediately he felt relief once more as the radiation was held at bay. Above him, the figure stepped back to allow Alex a chance to stand, and after gazing warily at him for a moment, Alex slowly got to his feet. Meeting the gaze of the cracked visor, the two of them stared at each other for a long moment. Then Alex heard a voice emerge from within the suit. "Alex Mercer," the voice said in a tone that was way too polite for the given situation. "I believe that we may be able to resolve this conflict in a way that benefits us both." Starnes tactically looked around the corner as him and Bragai made their way back to their regroup point. Whatever had happened inside that chamber, Starnes could be fairly certain that no infected had survived. Alex Mercer may have, but he wasn't really in the mission parameters, so they could call a success. "Sweetness, brah. Mission complete, right?" Bragai said from beside him. "With you 100% there, dude. Now, let's get the hell back to the regroup point. I'm definitely not sticking around to see if Mercer survived that." "Whoa, brah, that was Alex Mercer. Holy fuck, what's he doing all the way out here?" "No idea, but the guy has always had beef with Gentech, so I guess it makes sense." "Damn, we gotta get the hell away from here, brah. I don't think my insurance covers being torn apart by a virally enhanced superhuman." Starnes was about to say more when his radio flared to life again. "Whiskey 3, report in. This is Warden Actual." That was for them. Starnes shared a quick glance with Bragai and activated his radio. "Warden Actual, Whiskey 3 here. What you got?" "Whiskey 3, you are now assigned to link up with Whiskey 2 and Whiskey 4 and form a blockade around Specimen Pariah. Nothing is to get in or out, and lethal force is authorized." Starnes saw Bragai slump his shoulders at the news. "Shit, brah. Looks like we ain't out of the woods yet." Starnes begrudgingly nodded. Alex listened warily as the voice inside the suit explained what was happening. Apparently, the voice was called Vega, but he was merely an AI that was housed inside the suit systems. The entity actually standing before him was called the Doomslayer. They had apparently come from an alternate reality, one where Gentech and the Blacklight virus didn't exist and had only arrived in this universe less than an hour ago. Apparently, they had been making random jumps across alternate realities in an attempt to return to their own. They had no control over which dimension they arrived in each time they jumped, so it remained a test of trial and error each time they did so. Alex was quick to call bullshit on their claims, but Vega's only response to his skepticism was that his belief or disbelief did not matter, as they had not come to this facility with the intention of convincing him of their origins. They had arrived in this reality at a point roughly 3 miles from the facility and had infiltrated it because Vega had received some anomalous readings from within. Though Alex had been one of those readings, the two of them still needed to find another that was located within the heart of the complex. Likely Pariah, Alex thought. He didn't offer any information to the Slayer or Vega, however, as he still had no way to know if they could be trusted. He supposed that the Doomslayer had opted not to kill him just now. "If I may be frank, Alex Mercer," Vega said, the AI's voice never straying from the calm tone he had used since starting the conversation. "Under different circumstances, I may not have deemed it necessary to request that the Doomslayer spare you. Delving into numerous accounts of the events that transpired in New York, I have discovered that you often conduct yourself with little regard to possible collateral damage." "Just what the hell are you accusing me of?" Alex challenged with a sneer. Though your agenda against the Gentech Corporation and Blackwatch is justified, your methods do not account for civilian casualties, Vega replied calmly. In numerous instances, I have noticed that you willingly sacrificed innocent lives to accomplish your goals. Yeah, Alex countered, half-stepping forward with his chin raised. Was that before or after I saved the whole damn city from nuclear annihilation? The footage I have analyzed shows instances of negligent civilian casualties both before and after that event. Alex's face contorted angrily at the AI's words. Gentech and Blackwatch had been performing experiments on innocent people that were far worse than anything he'd done, and this glorified calculator was calling him out? So why not let your lapdog kill me then? He spat in contempt towards the Doomslayer. If I'm really the bad guy here, why not just take me out? Make the world a better place? Get rid of the scum? The Doomslayer eyed Alex angrily from behind his visor, the crack down the mask only making his appearance all the more intimidating. He seemed eager to hear Vega's reasoning as well, as his body language still suggested that he wanted to rip Alex to pieces at the moment. Though you are not without your faults, Alex Mercer, you still possess a high degree of morality compared to that of Gentech and Blackwatch, Vega replied. Given your deeds in the past, I have concluded that you believe the ends justify the means. While this mindset is not ideal, it is enough to give us reason to be temporarily allied. Alex glared back confusedly. Temporarily allied for what? Alex followed somewhat begrudgingly as the Doomslayer led the way through the hallways and deeper into the facility, likely following the anomalous readings and leading them closer to where Pariah was being held. Vega had remotely hacked into the facility's security system, negating the need for force to pry open any restricted doors. For a while, neither of them spoke, but after a brief moment of consideration, Alex swallowed the foul taste in his mouth and addressed the two of them. What exactly do you two know about Pariah? He asked. If Vega was really inside the systems on this base, then the AI had definitely come across something related to the kid. Records indicate that Subject Pariah is a highly coveted asset to Gentech, Vega replied from within the Slayer's armor. It is the only child of Elizabeth Green and was birthed shortly after her infection with the red light virus in 1969. After the mother and child were separated, Pariah was initially transferred to Vandenberg, California for further testing, but was moved here after the risk of escape grew too great. Like Elizabeth Green, Subject Pariah appears to possess a decelerated aging process, its body retaining the appearance of an 8-year-old child despite its current age of 40 years old. Alex listened intently as Vega continued. So far, the AI had only restated what he already knew, but it was not yet done talking. Further information proved relatively difficult to obtain during my scan of Blackwatch's database, but I have uncovered several experimental logs with Pariah as the main test subject. What kind of experiments? Most appear to be trials of physicality. Their likely goal was to discern more information about Pariah's superhuman abelites. And cross-referencing the footage from New York with the results of these experimental logs, I conclude that Pariah is on par with you in terms of strength, speed, and agility, if not slightly superior. Its body also possesses all of the same transformative features that yours does, Alex Mercer. Alex was stunned, and he nearly stopped walking in the middle of the hallway. Pariah was just like him? Did it carry the same strand of virus that he did? Questions swam through Alex's mind as he tried to make sense out of it all, but one stood out more than all the others. You told me that only most of the experiments were about that. Vega, what about the others? The other experiments conducted on Pariah are to discern its genetic nature, as Gentech is still inconclusive in their findings to truly decipher it. What the hell does that mean? Despite the similarities between you and Pariah, Alex Mercer, there exist a few significant differences. Perhaps the most perplexing to Gentech is that Pariah has tested negative for every strain of the red light virus that Elizabeth Green was infected with at the time of birth. In fact, Pariah has proven immune to every form of pathogen that has been introduced on it. The logs detail trials with each of the 5 main pathogenic types, but Pariah's immune system has effectively neutralized them within hours of infection. This time, Alex stopped walking out of sheer shock. You mean to tell me that this kid can do everything I can, and it doesn't even have the virus inside it? That is correct, Alex Mercer. Alex stood stunned for a few moments in the hallway, digesting this information as best as he could. How is any of this even possible? Brief flashes of memory came into his mind from another life, and Alex remembered a small fragment of information that the old Alex had learned from studying the virus. Human DNA could be split into 2 categories, coding and non-coding. Coding DNA was imperative, as it held the information necessary for synthesizing proteins within the human body. Non-coding DNA, which accounted for most of the DNA within a human body, did not do that. For a long time, science had considered the non-coding portion of a human DNA to be worthless or junk DNA. Of course, Relatively recent discoveries had proven those claims to be false, but they had only just scratched the surface of what the non-coding DNA was capable of. With the creation of the red light virus, humanity had accidentally tapped into the potential of those strains with the successful genesis of Elizabeth Green. She had been the first success of the virus, as only her DNA had been compatible with it. The virus itself targeted those non-coding sections of DNA and had unlocked the hidden potential that every human innately carried. It had given Green superhuman abilities, made her resistant to other forms of disease and infection, and had virtually made her immortal. It had been perfect. It had been almost poetic to the scientists studying its effects. The initial objective of the Red Light Project was to design a bioweapon that could target specific racial types, but instead, they had stumbled upon a catalyst of human evolution on the grandest scale. No doubt they had been eager to continue on this new path they discovered. But Green had been a one-in-a-million case, as any DNA that wasn't compatible was vilely corrupted by exposure to red light. It needed work. They needed a virus that could work on all humans, not just a very special case. So, they began the Blacklight Project with the old Alex Mercer at the head, hoping to pioneer a new viral strain that could affect everyone the same way. With power like that in their hands, they'd be unstoppable. Imagine the power you could wield with 10 Elizabeth Greens. And so, the old Alex Mercer had worked tirelessly to perfect the virus, devoting his entire life to it, even. And though Alex had never been able to perfect the consistency of the virus, he had been able to improve upon it. The original red light virus was potent, but it had only been able to partially tap into the potential of the non-coded DNA. Blacklight, on the other hand, had been able to completely open the floodgates, creating a much stronger and more resilient specimen. But the virus only artificially did such a thing if something like that were to occur naturally. The sudden realization wrenched Alex from the memory, bringing him back into the hallway with the Doomslayer. He looked up at his former foe, then slowly nodded his head in understanding. Pariah and I were so similar because the exact same thing happened to us. The non-coding regions of our genes, they've both been unleashed. For me, it was through Blacklight. For Pariah, it was through Elizabeth Green. Alex trailed off. I have reached the same conclusion, Alex Mercer. While your evolution was artificially stimulated by the Blacklight virus, Pariah's was naturally stimulated by the transference of the affected genes through Elizabeth Green's pregnancy. She did not transfer the virus, but rather the results of the virus, the evolved human genome. Because it was introduced during pregnancy, the DNA strains were more impressionable, and the entirety of the non-coding portions were affected as a result. That's why Pariah is so damn important to them, Alex growled. It's the first instance of an evolved human without the use of the virus. If they can isolate the results, they can evolve anyone they want without worry of creating more infected. They could conquer the whole planet. He glanced over to the Doomslayer as he said it, and Alex saw that the armored figure seemed to share in his anger. We have to get to Pariah and put a stop to this, Alex growled. How close are we? At the end of the hall, Vega remotely opened another door in response, and Alex and the Doomslayer hastened through, both moving quickly in response to the newfound gravity of the situation. Starnes and Bragai stood idly, the massive reinforced door to Pariah's containment chamber behind them. The alarms still blared throughout the facility, and if Starnes was being honest, he was almost becoming used to the rhythmic drone that sounded every second or so. In fact, he had just started tapping his foot and humming a tune along with the beat of the alarm when another Blackwatch soldier rounded the corner and made his way to them. Starnes immediately recognized the officer's rank on his shoulder, and both he and Bragai straightened a bit as the officer arrived. Afternoon, sir, Starnes said, adjusting the weight of his rifle. They send you here to support? The officer glared at him before shaking his head angrily. Oh, for the love of... You have got to be shitting me, Starnes. Bragai spoke up next to them. Oh shit, brah. You're the officer from the elevator. What are the odds we all get sent to the same guard point for Pariah? Oh, and you too, the officer said looking at Bragai. You know what? Fuck this. You too, go find some other point. I'm not going to sit here until this lockdown shit is over with you two fuck faces. Starnes wasn't really bothered by the officer's insults, as he had grown used to it in New York. Bragai spoke up again. You sure, brah? Guarding a point by yourself is not the best idea, especially if Alex Mercer is running around down here. Shut it. Fucking Godzilla could be down here, and I still wouldn't put up with you two. Now, get out of my sight. That's an order. Starnes shared a glacé with Bragai, then shrugged. Yes, sir, he said, adjusting his rifle in his hands and starting back down the hallway. Bragai fell in beside him. The officer watched the two of them disappear through the door at the end of the hallway, then shook his head angrily. Fucking morons, he muttered. He suddenly heard footsteps approaching, and he angrily snapped his head up. God damn it, Starnes. What did I just dash? His angered voice suddenly became choked as Alex Mercer appeared in his vision, stabbed him through the chest. Alex felt a sense of relief as he began the process of consuming the soldier. So much of his biomass had been destroyed or irradiated during his fight with the Doomslayer, and it felt good to finally consume something that wasn't leaking gamma rays. Alex's relief was short-lived, however, as he felt the soldier's memories flash from behind his eyelids. Alex shuddered for a brief second, then was brought back to the present. The Doomslayer watched him for a moment, then approached the door without saying a word. Alex watched him, then followed, the two of them coming to a stop in front of a massive reinforced door. There was a moment of silence. Pariah, as just beyond. Alex could feel it. After everything that happened, they were finally here at last. There was a deep rumble. Then the heavy door slowly began to open under Vega's command. Alex Mercer, the AI began. I believe you will soon see why I felt it necessary to keep you alive. Alex glanced over to the Slayer, then set his gaze on the door as it opened farther. All right, Vega, let's see what you got. On cue, the door slid all the way open at last, and the two of them stepped forward into a circular chamber. The first thing Alex noticed was that the long circular wall was adorned with an army of machines, each one showcasing a myriad of dials and readouts that all conveyed some form of data. The machines were all state-of-the-art, and Alex could see that Gentech had spared no expense in acquiring them. As Alex took in the scene, his gaze then fell onto the center of the chamber, where a massive glass cylinder almost as tall as the ceiling sat. Inside, Alex could see the form of a child suspended in some sort of orange fluid. The child was completely naked, and it seemed to be unconscious. A splay of wires and tubes were connected to the child's inert form as well, likely connecting it to the machine surrounding the container. It was Pariah. It had to be. Seeing it with his own eyes, Alex felt a sense of weightlessness for a moment. It was as though he was sleepwalking. He almost couldn't believe it. This child was evolved like him, but it didn't have any form of pathogen enhancing its DNA. It was doing it all naturally. For a moment, Alex's mind flashed to the realization of what this meant for humanity. The DNA of this child was perfect, maximum physicality, able to rearrange its form on command, and nigh immortal. If this child were to produce offspring of its own, it would usher in a new era of superhumans, all immune to every known disease and pathogen on the planet. The perfect society. And it all started here. Alex was brought back from his thoughts as he focused on Pariah again. The small child had its body curled into itself almost protectively, and in that moment, Alex suddenly felt something within his chest. The feeling was somewhat warm, but it was something that Alex himself had rarely felt before. Maybe there was a fragment of a memory somewhere of the old Alex's that explained what this feeling was, but the Alex of now didn't know. He briefly glanced over to see the Doomslayer looking at him. Shit, he noticed. Alex didn't know how the Slayer could see his feelings, but he still did. And somehow, Alex knew that the Slayer knew that Pariah was the source. The Doomslayer then seemed to relax a small amount, his fists unclenching from his sides and his shoulders falling slightly. Alex had not expected such a sudden change of demeanor, prompting him to stare for a moment. The Slayer's incredibly damaged armor still made him look like a war machine, but for the briefest of moments, Alex considered that maybe there was a human under there and not some rage-fueled revenant. It was interesting to see. Alex shook his head. He knew what was coming next. Vega, just what are you planning for the kid? I believe that we all know that it is not up to me. Alex Mercer. Alex sighed, feeling a weight settle on him at Vega's words. Alex couldn't tell if the weight was good or bad yet, but he'd likely know for sure within the next few minutes. You think I can look after it, don't you? I'm certain that you are the only one who can. Alex shook his head. He wanted to step back, to deny the hesitant, frightfully warm sensation he felt inside him when he looked at the kid, but he couldn't, and he knew he couldn't, and Vega and the Doomslayer both knew it too. I'm not a fucking babysitter, Alex said, morphing his arm into a sword with a small bit of effort and showing it to them. Not when every fucking thing I can do is geared towards destruction. I'm afraid your reasoning is flawed. Alex Mercer, Vega replied politely. Your biomass can alter itself into any form you see fit. It can offer great expediency in construction scenarios. That's not what I meant, Alex growled forcefully, surprising himself with his sudden outburst. He glanced warily to see how the Slayer would respond, but to his surprise, the figure hadn't tensed up at all. He was just watching him, waiting for Alex to speak, his expression completely unreadable behind the cracked visor. Look, Alex said, taking a deep breath. I'm no good with this kind of thing. I can't feed it, I can't teach it good manners, and I definitely can't protect it. Not from them. You are again incorrect, Alex Mercer, was Vega's response. You are quite capable. The Doomslayer immediately raised a hand, and Vega suddenly stopped speaking. Alex was taken aback as the Slayer slowly lowered his hand as though he had something to say. Strolling over to one of the terminals, the armored man began typing out a few commands. Alex squinted and drew closer, and it looked like the Slayer was looking through the database for a specific file. Alex was about to ask what he was looking for when a sudden image appeared on the screen. Alex recognized it. It was a close-up of his sister's face, Dana Mercer. Alex recognized her shortly cropped hair and similar features, and he confusedly looked over at the Doomslayer, who pointed to the screen, then to Alex and Pariah. Alex then understood. "No way," he said with a shake of his head. "There's no way I'm involving her in this. We have no idea if this kid is even friendly or not, and bringing it to her would put them both in way too much danger." Them both? Alex frowned. Why the hell did he suddenly care so much about this kid? Had the radiation screwed with him somehow? Alex turned away from the Doomslayer and shook his head, trying to gather his thoughts. There was no way in hell he wanted to take care of this kid. He couldn't protect this kid. Fuck. He couldn't even protect himself. Alex thought back to how the Doomslayer had wiped the floor with him not 10 minutes ago. What if the kid couldn't be controlled? What if it wanted to hurt people? What if Alex accidentally made it want to hurt people? No, he couldn't do this. He couldn't allow himself to corrupt that kid. He couldn't be strong enough. He couldn't. Alex jolted when he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. Looking back, Alex saw the Doomslayer looking at him as steadily as he always did. And yet, with the man's armored hand on his shoulder, Alex couldn't help but feel a small sense of calm come over him. It was almost as though the Doomslayer's mere presence was enough to give him some reassurance. "If I may," came Vega's voice. "The Doomslayer is not suggesting that you take Pariah to Sister, Alex Mercer. He is only suggesting that she would make a viable person to turn to for advice. Though the child is indeed much more than a human, it is still a child. Dana Mercer may be able to assist you in this regard." Alex hesitated, still not entirely convinced. "But it is as I said," Vega continued. "This choice is not ours to make." There was a beat of silence. Alex looked at the Doomslayer, suddenly seeing the armored juggernaut in a whole new light. Whatever this guy was, it didn't matter now. Alex knew that the two of them were far more alike than they were different. For the longest time, they'd been trying to save lives that were in danger by those with power. In many cases, they'd been the only ones strong enough to undo the damage that had been done to their world. And every time they finally began to pick up the pieces, someone shattered everything all over again. But this time things had the chance to be different. This time Alex didn't have to erase Gentek's mistakes. Now he had the chance to turn it into something better, a chance to flip the script, a chance to take what was corrupted and purify it. And maybe, just maybe, he could purify himself too. Turning his head to the container and gazing at the child within, Alex let out a deep breath. "You got a way to get this thing open?" Starn sighed and sat back against a large pallet of medical supplies, finally getting the chance to sit down at last after being on his feet for the last 6 hours straight. Bragai grunted as he sat down beside him, a few profanities escaping from the muffling of his mask. After a moment, Bragai let out a tired chuckle. "Damn, brah. I know I promised to get us laid tonight, but I don't have even got the strength to get the little guy up after today." Starnes laughed. "Same story here, brother. People say I've got the lowest standards they've ever seen, but I'd turn down even the hottest of models right now." "Really? Nah." The two of them grunted humorously, and Starnes thought back to everything that had happened that day. Both him and Bragai had been forced to remain on duty after the breach. Apparently, Alex Mercer had escaped the facility with Pariah in tow, and now all of the Gentek eggheads were losing their minds. Now that their favorite lab rat was gone, they were all frantically trying to salvage what little research was left. Apparently, when Alex Mercer had departed, he had also spared no expense in completely destroying all of their virus specimens and lab work. On top of that, some unknown entity had hacked into their databases and had wiped clean every single shred of research and data they had on the Blacklight virus. Just like that, those nerds were back to square one. Starnes almost felt bad for them, but if he was being honest, he was a bit relieved. All of his time in Blackwatch had been spent looking after those pocket protector-wearing losers. But now that all their research was gone, maybe he'd get transferred somewhere cool like North Korea or the Middle East. "Yo, brah, whatever happened to that super solider that broke in right after Mercer did?" "You didn't hear?" Starnes said, looking over to his new partner in crime. Him and Mercer were working together. Whiskey 2 said the two of them left the facility together. Apparently, it was like a hurricane of destruction on their way out. "Damn, first New York and now out here? Small world, huh, brah?" "Yeah," Starnes said, tilting his head back against the pallet with a sigh. "Seems like it just keeps getting smaller." Author note, and scene. If any are confused about a few things, let me clear up a spot or two. The radioactive pistol is actually the starting plasma pistol from Doom 2016, but those who have read the SCP chapter know that our beloved Doom Slayer popped it into SCP-914 and gave it a serious upgrade, giving it its intense heat and radioactivity. Speaking of the SCP chapter, I heard the link wasn't working anymore, so I changed the format a bit. Hopefully it works now. I apologize to any who couldn't access it. As for the setting of this chapter, I thought long and hard about where in Prototype I wanted to put the Slayer, and at first, I thought Prototype 2 was the obvious choice. Having the Doom Slayer team up with James Heller to take down an evil Alex Mercer sounds awesome, right? But then I realized that I didn't want that. I didn't want Heller, even though I like him a lot. I wanted Alex. Prototype 1 Alex to be specific, because there's a pretty big difference, haha. And then I realized that the Prototype series never really wrapped up the whole Pariah story, so I figured I'd do it in my own way. As always, make sure to let me know how much you loved/hated the chapter by leaving a review. I always love hearing from you guys. As of this chapter being posted, there is only 1 week left until the release of Doom Eternal. Mad hype, folks. See y'all next time. ImpulsiveWeaver. P.S. I didn't realize until after the fact, but it's a bit ironic that I write about Prototype with its viruses and infected populations right in the midst of the coronavirus in the real world. Pretty funny, huh? Universal Doom. Chapter 25. God of War. Freya moved about her abode with a solemn intensity, gathering essentials that she deemed necessary for her journey. She was alone in her small home, and despite that being commonplace in the past, the silence now threatened to swallow her whole. She had wept this morning, just as she had the morning before, and the morning before that. She had wept every morning for nearly the past week, ever since Baldur. Freya stopped by her shelf of herbs and placed a hand on the wall for support, afraid that the sudden wave of grief accompanying his name would cause her to collapse. Her breathing became labored, and fresh tears began to form in her eyes as memories of that day came rushing back to her. That man, that monster, had taken her most prized possession from her, even ordering his own offspring to assist him in killing hers. Freya closed her eyes as the scene played in her mind once more. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't breathe, and her vision was fading. She was dying. He was killing her. She knew that at least. But it was all right. It was all right because she was letting him do it. If this was what it took to make him whole, then she was willing to die. She would die 1,000 times over for him. He was her son, the brightest light remaining in her abysmal life. And if she died, she would do so knowing that he was still alive. That alone gave her comfort as he strangled the life from her. "Hello, I love you," she managed to choke out as she closed her eyes. It was all right. Suddenly, her lungs filled with air, bringing her a combination of relief and confusion. Had he released her? Had he forgiven her? A small flame of hope ignited in her chest at the thought, and she cracked open her eyes in the hope of seeing the light of a son's forgiveness. What she saw instead filled her with horror as Baldur's struggling form was held back by the man that had nearly killed him mere moments ago. It had only been by her pleading that he had stayed his blades, but gazing upon his ashen form now, Freya could see that his intent had returned. There was no stopping him this time. Why? Why do you even care? Baldur choked out as the man's massive arm forced his airways shut. You could have walked away. The cycle ends here, Kratos said bitterly. Freya's vision was still bleary, but a look at Kratos' face told a story of grim resolution, as though he knew what had to be done but regretted it all the same. We must be better than this. His hands moved then, and a loud crack echoed throughout the landscape. Freya would have screamed if not for her injuries as her son's body collapsed to the ground, his neck broken. Snow! Freya's eyes snapped open, emerging from the painful memory. It burned within her, but in a way, she was thankful that it did. That had been the final sin, and now the seeds of vengeance had taken root within her. Vengeance against Odin, vengeance against the Aesir, and especially vengeance against the man that had taken her son from her. Her entire life, Freya had been forced to give up everything that she held dear. Her home, her people, her own flesh and blood. Now, there was nothing left. There was nothing more that Freya had. And after all this time, she decided that payment was due. And yet, despite the storm that raged within her, Freya remembered the young boy, Atreus. He couldn't have been older than 12 winters, and she still held a resolute memory at the way he had looked at her. She recalled how she had found comfort in his innocent smile, and how his deep blue eyes reminded her so much of Baldur's when he was at that age. The boy had been the one to stop his father when he had nearly killed Baldur the first time, and it had been at his frightened alarm that Kratos had saved Freya's life at the expense of her son. In the short time that she had known him, Freya had allowed herself to find a small sense of peace when she was with the boy. Her own son had rejected her long ago, and though she knew it was ridiculous, she had fantasized about atoning for her mistakes and starting anew with Atreus. Though she knew that she could never be the boy's true mother, she had seen how she partially filled the gaping hole in his heart, and how he in turn filled the hole in hers. And even through her grief, as she carried Baldur's dead body away, she had seen how distraught he had been at seeing her rage against him. Freya closed her eyes once more as the conflicting emotions whirled about within her. She knew that she could never forgive Kratos for taking her son from her, but a small voice persistently reminded her that he had given Baldur a chance to walk away. That same small voice also insisted that he would have been forced to kill Baldur eventually, as it was likely the unstable god would not have abandoned his quest to see them dead. And even still, the image of him speaking so sincerely with his son about what it meant to be a god refused to be banished. Freya squeezed her eyes shut even further and let her head fall in her hands, desperately willing her erratic thoughts to wane. Suddenly, the woods began to shift restlessly. The animals, the plants, even the wind itself began to move about, as though they were warning of some extreme danger. In shock, Freya opened her eyes and listened hard to what they had to say, but their message made no sense to her. They seemed to speak of a threat, a vile plague of sorts, something coming to Midgard from a realm beyond. Freya struggled to make out what realm it was that the threat originated from, but the words used to describe it matched no realm that Freya knew of. At first, Freya thought she heard the name Hell, but the woods were not speaking of the hell she knew. Their description was alien to her. Freya shook her head in confusion and tried to listen further, but she suddenly felt the fabric of Midgard tear apart through her magic, the barrier between the 9 realms suddenly shearing and letting in a dark and ominous force that chilled Freya to the bone. The woods screamed in response, sharing in the agony of the barrier between worlds as it was torn away. She stood frozen for a moment, then hurriedly began to gather her things once more. Whatever had just forced its way into Midgard, it was not friendly, and though Freya knew that it was not near her home at the moment, that would likely not be satisfied until it consumed the entire realm. She had to move. Now, Kratos heard Mimir gasp at his hip, but no clarification was needed. He had felt it too. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. A glance down to Atreus showed that the boy had felt it too. Something this potent was nearly impossible to miss. What was that? Atreus asked nervously, looking around and scouting for any enemies that may have been nearby. Nothing good, I'm afraid, Mimir said ominously. This is the threat you spoke of before, Head? Kratos asked. From the realm between realms? Yes, Mimir said. But now that it's here, I can feel it, brother. Whatever this is, it's from a realm far unlike any of the 9. It's dark and twisted and vile, and it's hungry. Hungry? Atreus asked. Hungry for what? This realm and everything in it, lad. And I doubt it will stop there. Can we defeat it? Kratos interjected, focusing only on the problem at hand. I don't know, brother. Whatever this thing is, it's beyond even my knowledge. I'm afraid the only way to learn more about this is to see it with my own eyes. Then we are leaving, Kratos said resolutely. From where is its origin? Mimir seemed hesitant to answer, but sighed and gave a direction. Freya pulled the string tight on the small drawstring sack and fastened it to her belt. She was now ready for departure, everything she needed tucked securely into the small bag. She was planning to travel light, hoping to get as far away from the source of the vile invasion as possible. Ideally, she would need to find a way to leave Midgard, but Odin had ensured that such a feat was impossible for her. Regardless, she knew she could not stay here. Her home was saturated with Vanir magic, and despite the protection it offered, Freya could tell that the invading force was gravitating this way, likely drawn to the magic itself. No, she needed to escape. If she wanted a chance to reclaim her Valkyrie wings, then she had to buy more time. Unfortunately, time was something she seemed to quickly be running out of. Suddenly, another shift rippled through the already damaged fabric of Midgard, but Freya noticed that it was far smaller than the initial tear. She frowned as her magic picked up the nature of this new entity. While it did not possess the stench of ill intent, it was still overwhelming in its insistence to enter the realm of Midgard. It was like the light of Alfheim, incredibly potent and yet ambiguous in its nature. It was also close, very close. In fact, it was so close that Freya felt as though it was right. A loud crashing noise suddenly resounded from outside of her home, and Freya's eyes snapped to the nearby window as a flash of blue light filtered through the air and bathed the interior of her house in its glow. The light faded almost as quickly as it arrived. Freya waited a beat, then quickly crossed the floor of the room and opened the door to the outside. Her eyes darted around looking for the source of the light and the noise, then fell upon a figure standing just outside her garden. The first thing Freya noticed about the figure was that its form was covered in a set of dark green armor. Its make was nothing like Freya had ever seen before, the material not appearing to be of any metal that existed in the 9 realms. The second thing Freya noticed about the armor was that it was incredibly damaged. The green finish had been chipped away in multiple places, and a myriad of dents and scratches ran all across its frame. A look at the helmet told her that the visor was damaged as well, with one long crack running from the top to the bottom of the faceplate. Whatever this figure was, it had likely seen better days. Despite not being able to see anything beneath the suit, Freya knew that there was no ordinary mortal creature hiding behind that mask. Her magic revealed that the life force of this creature was incredibly strong. It was nearly on par with the gods themselves, and yet it still seemed different somehow. Freya couldn't put her finger on it, but she knew that there was more to this creature than just its appearance. The figure glanced around her garden, seemingly getting its bearings, then noticed her for the first time, and Freya inadvertently stiffened under the weight of its gaze. It looked at her not with open hostility, but with a general wariness, almost as though it could sense her power as well. For a moment, neither of them said a word. Then a strange voice came from inside the armor. "Hello," the voice said. "I am Vega. I am not the man within this armor, but rather an artificial intelligence unit that exists as a part of the suit. You may address this man as the Doomslayer." Freya was put off by the voice. It sounded alien to her. Though she understood the words that were being said, the voice itself sounded cold and clean, as though each sentence had been carefully constructed. The sound itself was also off-putting, as it sounded as though this Vega was speaking through a hollow metal tube. Freya did not respond immediately to its voice, her mind still registering the sight before her. The voice suddenly spoke once more. Espanol, the voice ventured, and Freya frowned in confusion. That was a word she did not understand. Nihongo, the voice asked again. Elinika. The voice continued to speak words that Freya did not recognize, and she was just about to interrupt when the voice said something that caught her attention. Dance Tunga. Freya's eyes widened in response. That was the name of the language of Seer, the language of her Vanir magic. Freya then realized what the voice had been saying. It had mistaken her silence for lack of understanding, so it had been cycling through different languages in an attempt to find one that she understood. "I understand you," Freya said, nodding toward the figure, who had yet to take its armored gaze off of her. Though very few have distinct knowledge of the language of magic. "Who are you?" As previously stated, "I am Vega, an artificial intelligence that resides within this armor." There was a slight pause, then the voice spoke again. "This language of magic you refer to appears to be synonymous with a language I know as Icelandic. A visual inspection of your attire and symbolism further solidifies my theory, as it would seem to be derivative of Old Norse culture." Freya frowned in confusion. Artificial intelligence. Icelandic? Old Norse? The more information this intelligence provided, the more questions that spawned in Freya's mind. Realizing that there were things more important than that at the moment, Freya took a deep breath and composed herself. Whatever this creature and his intelligence were, they had arrived mere minutes after the Dark Invasion had. That could not have been a coincidence. She needed to know more. "Perhaps you should come inside," Freya said, opening her door and beckoning to the figure in the damaged armor. "I believe we have much to discuss." Freya listened intently as Vega told his story, the Doomslayer remaining entirely quiet throughout. According to his tale, the two of them had been traveling across realms at random, without a means to control their destination. The realms they had traversed were not of the 9 that Freya knew, but she had not been shocked to learn of their existence. There were ancient myths and legends that referred to realms beyond their own, and more so had they been proven true as of late. Freya's mind briefly flitted to one example in particular, a god who had come from a land far beyond Midgard. Looking at the Doomslayer now, Freya bitterly noticed that he bore a striking resemblance to the god she had referred to, both having nothing to say and ever distrustful of others. She could see it in the way that the Slayer eyed her. Somehow, he knew of her godhood, even though she had not even mentioned her name or lineage since his arrival. He seemed to see right through her. Did he also know of her own bitter flame of vengeance she felt? She would not be surprised if he did. "You are sure that you aren't a god?" she asked, looking at the Doomslayer through his visor. The armored figure eyed her, then shook his head in response. The answer only spawned more questions in Freya's mind. If he was not a god, then what was this powerful aura that he emanated from his very soul? He was immortal, of that she was sure at least. But her knowledge did not extend far beyond that, and the Slayer was likely unwilling to share more about it with her. She found it to be slightly irritating, but she decided not to press further. There were more important things to deal with at the moment. "Your arrival cannot be by chance," Freya said with a shake of her head. "Something dark and vile has torn the fabric of Midgard, and it too is not of any of the other realms I know of. Perhaps you know of its origins." "I am afraid that the Praetor's suit is limited in its scanning capabilities," Vega replied. "And due to the lack of interfaceable technology in this dimension, I cannot detect this invading force that you speak of. Your description implies that it could possibly be the demonic forces of hell, but we will need to visit the site of this invasion to know for sure." Freya glanced once more over the damaged armor that the Slayer was adorned in, then nodded slowly. "If this force and these demons you speak of are one and the same, then tell me, Vega, how large is this threat to Midgard?" That is dependent upon the size of the invading force, Vega replied calmly. But if left unchecked, your dimension of Midgard will be completely consumed. Of this, there's no doubt. The only variable I am uncertain of is how long it would take. Freya was speechless. These demons that Vega spoke of, they truly possessed so much power that they could overrun all of Midgard? Certainly. They would encounter resistance from the Reavers and Draugr? Freya shook her head of those thoughts. Now is not the time to dwell on that. Looking at the Slayer's form now, Freya could see that he had grown restless at the mention of the demons, and despite the state of his equipment, Freya could feel his growing desire to face these invaders. Very well, she said at last, walking over to her window and beckoning for the Slayer to follow. Looking to the east, Freya pointed to a small mountain in the distance. The source of this malicious force is at the base of that mountain. Go there, and you will find what you seek. But whatever you're planning to do, you will need to act fast. The woods whisper of the corruption spreading from the invasion's source. The Doomslayer gave Freya another glance from behind his cracked visor, then promptly exited her home without a word, breaking into a run across the landscape and towards the mountain she had indicated. Freya watched as his form disappeared into the trees, then looked down for a moment in contemplation. This invasion that Vega spoke of, if it truly was as powerful as he claimed, then Freya was sure that Kratos and his son would find their way to it as well. Over the time that she had known him, Freya had discovered that he had an affinity for getting in the middle of things. Freya clenched her fist bitterly at the thought of him, but shook her head and returned to her work. The conflict within her would have to be addressed at a later date. Atreus looked about with an air of curiosity and wariness as he walked down the path. Kratos strode alongside, his face the mask of determination and focus that it always was. Sparing a glance to his father's demeanor, Atreus had to give him credit. Every time Kratos reminded him to focus on the task at hand, he had not done so hypocritically, as his father was nothing if not 100% focused on what he was doing. Still, Atreus thought he could do to lighten up just a little bit, as wearing a determined scowl all the time had to be exhausting. As usual, Atreus's curiosity grew large enough to break the silence. Father, this force that we are moving toward, Mimir already said that they aren't from the Nine Realms. Could they maybe be from where you came from? The land of Sparta? Kratos was silent for a moment. Atreus knew he was pushing against the limits of what his father was willing to tell him about his homeland, but he felt like now was a good time to pry just a little. No, Kratos finally said. I do not think so. How can you tell? Do things from your old home have a distinctive feeling to them? Can you tell when they are close? That is enough, Atreus. Focus on what lies ahead of us, Kratos said with finality. His voice was firm, but did not hold the hint of anger that it used to when Atreus asked about his past. That was definitely a step in the right direction, and Atreus felt the beginnings of a grin worm its way to his face as he nodded in response. Yes, sir, he replied, taking a few steps ahead so that Kratos couldn't see his satisfied expression. The last thing Atreus wanted was for Kratos to know of his eagerness to learn more about Sparta. Suddenly, Atreus heard a faint rustling coming from the foliage behind them, and he stiffened and slowed his steps in response. But Kratos placed a hand on his back and urged him forward. Do not stop, his father whispered urgently, just loud enough so Atreus could barely hear. Ready your bow. Atreus wordlessly complied, and he attempted to shrug his bow from his shoulders as nonchalantly as possible so as not to tip off whatever was following them. He continued walking, and for a few moments, no sound was heard save for their footfalls on the path. Then the sound of the rustling reached Atreus's ears once more, and with blinding speed, Kratos whirled around and smoothly hurled his axe towards the sound. The axe disappeared into the foliage, and Atreus suddenly heard a blood-curdling shriek from someplace that he could not see. The scream was not like any he had heard before, and he likened it to the sound of steam erupting violently from an enclosed space. Whole, yet raspy at the same time. Kratos held out his hand, and the axe returned at his silent call. With the axe, a body tumbled out of the foliage and onto the path, its form nearly ripped in half from the axe's blade. Its form twitched for a few moments, then fell completely still. Atreus stood tensely for a few moments, an arrow already half drawn in his bow. When the figure still did not move, the two of them slowly began to approach the downed creature. When Atreus got a closer look, he saw that the creature was large, looking to be a bit larger than the average Draugr that they fought, but as Atreus inspected its features, he learned quickly that this was no Draugr. The creature's hairless skin was a deep orange red, and long sharp claws extended from its hands in a malicious and vile manner. Its feet were horribly distorted, looking like they could have perhaps belonged to a human once, but had been warped nearly beyond recognition. The creature had fallen on its front, and Atreus could see that a number of sharp spikes protruded from its back, adding even more of a fear factor to its already sinister appearance. his curiosity getting the better of him. Atrus leaned down to get a closer look at the creature's face, bending into a squat to see more of just what exactly his father had killed. Atrus, Kratos warned, but his voice had come too late. Glowing red eyes met Atrus's vision, accompanied by a long and sharp set of vile teeth. It was the face of nightmares, and Atrus quickly righted himself and took a step back and away from the body. "What is this thing?" he asked warily. "I've never seen anything like this before." "Have you?" Kratos stared at the body for a long moment, but Atrus saw no recognition in his father's eyes. "No, I have not. Might I have a look?" Came Mimir's voice from Kratos' hip, and the man grunted once before lifting the reanimated head so that he could catch a closer look. Atrus watched as Mimir's golden gaze examined the corpse. Then he let out a sigh. "Mimir," Atrus asked, "do you recognize this thing?" "Afraid not, little brother," the head said dejectedly. "Whatever this thing is not of the Nine Realms. This serves to only prove my worries correct." Suddenly, the corpse at their feet began to disintegrate into flames. Rapidly, the embers consumed the creature's body, and in the span of a few seconds, all that remained of the creature was a small patch of ash. "Well, that's interesting," Mimir mused at the sight. Kratos returned Mimir to his hip, then looked to Atrus. "We must keep moving. There are likely to be more nearby." The words had just barely left his mouth before Atrus heard the sounds of battle over the nearby hill. Without a word, the two of them climbed the small crest and looked over the top into the valley below. When Atrus looked down, he saw a sizable number, 15 or 20 at least, of creatures just like the one Kratos had just killed. The horde of creatures had surrounded an ogre, and though the beast towered above them, the creatures did not seem frightened. The hulking ogre roared at them angrily, its language furious and indignant. Inspecting one of the creatures, Atrus noticed that in life, they moved in a very slouched manner, giving the illusion that they were smaller than they actually were. Due to their posture, the creatures moved around mostly bipedally, but they were very agile and were skirting just beyond the ogre's reach with a high amount of dexterity. "Boy, what is it saying?" Kratos inquired. "He wants to know what they're doing in his swamp?" "No, wait, his woods," Atrus clarified. "Sorry, it doesn't quite translate completely." Kratos said nothing, watching closely as the foul creatures circled the ogre, looking for an opening in its defenses. Suddenly, as though through some unspoken command, the smaller creatures all summoned some sort of magical fire to their claws. Before the ogre had time to react, the creatures flung the fireballs at the beast's form. When the projectiles struck the ogre's hide, they exploded, leaving the skin charred and blistered in their wake. The ogre roared in pain to the open sky, and as if by some unspoken command, the creatures all fell upon the ogre all at once, their sharpened claws digging deep into the larger beast's exposed skin. The ogre roared once more in agony and swatted at the creatures as they swarmed all over its hulking form. And though the creatures were much faster than their opponent, the ogre still managed to crush a few with its massive limbs. Superior numbers prevailed, however, and after sustaining many fatal wounds, the ogre fell, its body covered in lacerations from the claws of the nightmarish beasts. Though the ogre was obviously dead, the creatures still attacked its form, hacking at its limbs and deepening the gouges. "What are they doing?" Atrus asked, his eyes wide in horror at the gruesome sight. Kratos said nothing in response. After a few more moments of gore, the creatures pulled at the disfigured limbs, tearing some arms and legs from the ogre's lifeless body. With a small amount of fighting amongst themselves, the creatures all grabbed hold of the pieces of meat and began dragging them away, with most of the creatures lugging the bulk of the ogre's torso. "They're taking the body with them?" Atrus asked. "Are they going to eat it or something?" "No," Kratos said. "Their intent is not for food. It serves another purpose to them." The mystery deepens," came Mimir's voice. "I suggest following them to find out, yeah?" Kratos grunted in agreement and motioned for Atrus to remain low and move quietly. The young boy nodded in response, and together they clandestinely followed the creatures into the woods. Atrus kept a close eye on maintaining distance from the creatures. Following them had not been difficult by any means, as the thick blood trails left by the ogre's body may as well have been a light in the sky by how obvious they were. As it turned out, the creatures did not move far before they reached their destination, and Kratos and Atrus hid in the surrounding undergrowth as the creatures dragged the ogre's corpse into a small clearing. Looking further into the clearing, Atrus became sick to his stomach at the sight of corpses just like the ogre's piled all around. Guts and innards littered the ground in the clearing, their combined blood splattered haphazardly in all directions. It looked nothing short of a massacre, but Atrus's gaze froze on what it was that laid in the center of the clearing itself. There, casting everything in an ominous red glow, stood what looked like a large plant at first, But as Atrus looked closer, he saw that the plant was constructed entirely out of flesh and bone. There was no mistaking the slippery red look of the meat that made up the disgusting thing, and Atrus could see several skulls poking out of the plant itself. Hovering above the plant and pulsing with a mysterious red energy sat a transparent sphere. The sphere itself did not appear to be solid, but rather constructed out of the swirling red energy emanating from the plant itself. Around the meat plant, more of the creatures gathered, obviously making the meat plant their center of attention. "What is that thing?" Atrus nearly gagged out in a whisper. "Let me see," Mimir prompted, and Kratos once again removed the head from his hip so as to give Mimir a better look. The head was silent for a moment as he took in the sight of the meat plant, and Atrus grew more and more worried with every moment that passed. "That's magic unlike any I've ever seen before," Mimir finally said, his voice carrying a tone of awed bewilderment. "Every single part of it just screams of spite, brothers. Its power is nigh overwhelming." Kratos grunted and wordlessly returned Mimir to his hip. "Look at the trees and the grass," Atrus whispered, pointing to the edges where long tendrils extended from the meat plant towards the foliage all around it. Where the tendrils meet the other plants, they seem to be toxic, as the closest trees and bushes all had withered and died. "It's killing everything off," Atrus said. The stench of rotting flesh finally reached his nostrils, and Atrus covered his mouth and face in an attempt not to retch. In the field, the creatures all suddenly raised their heads in alarm, and Atrus's blood ran cold with worry that he had given away their position. Thankfully, something else had seemed to garner their attention, and the horde immediately took off to the left of where Kratos and Atrus were hiding. "Where are they going?" "I do not know," Kratos said. "Perhaps we should find out?" Mimir offered. Deciding to return to the meat plant later, Atrus tracked the direction the creatures had taken. Their footprints were distinct from any other beast that Atrus had ever seen, so he had little trouble following their trail as he eagerly led his father. In truth, Atrus was just glad to be away from that god-awful stench that had permeated the entire clearing where the meat plant sat. He dreaded the thought of having to return. As they continued, Atrus noticed that they were entering the foothills, recognizing the rocky terrain that signaled they were close to the mountain. Shortly, the sounds of violence reached Atrus's ears once more, and with a quick glance at his father, the boy hurried his pace, clambering up onto one of the massive boulders nearby to gaze at the commotion on the other side. Kratos climbed up beside him. Looking down, Atrus saw the creatures swarming around something that he couldn't quite see at first, but his eyes shot open when he recognized a large pair of wings on the unknown form. "Father, it's a Valkyrie," Atrus said in awe. Kratos grunted, acknowledging that his son was indeed correct. "These invaders must be trying to bestow upon her the same fate as that poor ogre," Mimir said, more to himself than anyone else. As Atrus looked back down into the battleground below, he saw that despite their overwhelming numbers against the winged spirit, the nightmarish creatures were losing the fight. Atrus did not know the name of the Valkyrie that was battling the creatures below, but he and Kratos had already fought against 2 other Valkyries on their journey, and though the father and son had triumphed both times, Atrus knew from first-hand experience that a Valkyrie was no pushover. As he watched, the Valkyrie darted with blinding speed between the creatures, screeching all the while as she slashed at them with her wings. In 2s and 3s, the creatures fell, their own dying screams of agony combining with the Valkyrie's battle cry into a macabre chorus of death and chaos. Many of the creatures attempted to summon their strange magic fire to hit the Valkyrie from a distance, but she had proven too fast for them, and their trajectories missed wide with each attempt to hit her. Feeling satisfied, Atrus saw no victory in sight for the creatures, and he was about to voice his opinion out loud when a loud cracking noise came from the trees on the other side of the foliage. Then suddenly, a new kind of monstrous beast jumped into the fray, and Atrus looked on with a mixture of awe and fear at the newcomer. The beast was incredibly large, standing taller and wider than even Kratos did, and Atrus saw that the monster's body held an extremely muscular girth, and its threatening stature only increased when Atrus saw that its face. Similar to the smaller creatures around it, the monster's teeth were flared, though in contrast, Atrus noticed that the monster's hide was that of a blackish purple compared to the orangish red of the smaller creatures. With a roar that Atrus defined as a deeper and scarier version of the smaller creatures, the monster charged the Valkyrie as well, its gargantuan fists coated in the same magical fire that the smaller creatures wielded. "That monster is one of the invaders, just like the smaller ones," Atrus said nervously as he watched the scene unfold below. The Valkyrie was forced to switch tactics as the monster lunged for her, as despite the large beast's impressive size, it was still very agile. While the darkened monster attempted to get in close to the Valkyrie, the smaller creatures hung back and launched their fireballs at her, forcing her to stay mobile. They're working together, Atreus whispered. Very loosely, but yes, Kratos murmured, his eyes narrowing at the battle. Huh, what do you mean? Atreus asked, and Kratos wordlessly pointed down at the larger beast in response. Following his father's gesture, Atreus saw that while the two kinds of monsters did seem to be working together, they did not seem to care much for each other's safety. As the larger creature attempted to strike the Valkyrie, it paid little mind to any of the smaller creatures, and those who happened to be in its way were trodden underfoot by its massive bulk. They're feral, Atreus whispered. They don't care about each other, and if one of them gets in the way, then they are treated as an obstacle. Nothing more, Kratos finished. As he spoke, the Valkyrie dodged a charge and flew into the air. Once she had gained some altitude, the warrior of Valhalla fell into a tight spin, launching gilded feathers in every direction as she did so. Atreus knew from experience that getting hit by one of those feathers was the equivalent of being impaled by a spear, and as he watched, many feathers struck home, staggering the smaller creatures if not downright killing them. As the fallen creatures burned up like the one they had killed earlier, Atreus saw the larger beast give an enraged roar. 5 feathers protruded from its skin, and though inky blood seeped from the wounds, the beast did not seem deterred. It faced the Valkyrie again despite its dwindling number of allies. Suddenly, a bright beam of red light burst from the foliage on Atreus's right and struck the monster square in the back. The beam was obviously powerful, and the monster's upper torso exploded from the impact, scattering its still intact arms and head in separate directions. There was a lull for just a moment as Valkyrie and monster alike turned in surprise to the source of a beam. Then another figure exploded into the clearing and engaged the remaining smaller creatures with a strange two-handed sword that Atreus did not recognize. The figure was clad in a strange set of green armor, and though Atreus could not know for sure, it looked like it could be a human underneath. Taking note of the rather damaged state of the armor, Atreus then focused on the weird sword that the stranger wielded. Its hilt was large and blocky, and though its blade wasn't very long, the stranger seemed to be having no trouble cutting through the smaller creatures with the weapon. Each time the stranger began to cut through the creatures, the sword in his hands roared metallically, confusing Atreus even further. Father? Who is that? And what is that weird sword he's using? I do not know, Kratos replied, and Atreus could tell from his father's tone of voice that this strange man in the suit was an enigma to him as well. At Mimir's request, Kratos shifted the head so that he could see, and after a brief moment of wordlessness, Mimir spoke to them over the carnage happening on the battlefield below. Oh, brothers, if I'm right, and I usually am, then we might just be in for a treat. What do you mean? Do you know who this is? Atreus asked eagerly as the strange man sliced the head off of another creature. Aye, lad. I just might, but let's wait until that battle down there simmers down a little bit, yeah? Ed, Kratos warned. Trust me, brother. This story can't be told until the battle is over. Well then, what about his sword? Atreus asked. It's so different from all the other kinds I've seen. Aye, that's because it's not exactly a sword, lad, Mimir said excitedly. See how the edge of the blade rotates up and down its length? Atreus turned down to the scene and saw that Mimir was right. The edge of the blade was constantly rotating about its bulk, and when it roared, the blade rotated faster, cutting through the creatures easily when it came in contact with them. So it's not a sword at all? It's a saw? I believe so, Mimir chirped, his enthusiasm having grown since he had laid eyes on the stranger. Though I must admit, even I have never seen a saw like that before. Down below, the stranger was sawing through the last of the creatures when a Valkyrie seemingly awoke from her stunned state and targeted him. Being trapped in a physical form brewed feral insanity in the mind of a Valkyrie, causing them to see each living creature as an enemy. And as of now, the stranger was the only creature left that she could see. With a scream, she charged toward the stranger's exposed back, her wings poised to impale him. Watch out, Atreus cried out before he could stop himself. Boy, Kratos seethed, enraged that Atreus had given away their position. But Atreus didn't care at the moment, his attention completely on the stranger as the Valkyrie closed in. As she thrust a sharpened wing towards the stranger's back, the armored figure suddenly whirled around and caught it. Atreus's eyes boggled. The man beneath that suit had just stopped a Valkyrie's charge with his bare hands. The only other person alive that could do that was... Atreus glanced sidelong at his father, seeing the man's usual scowl deepening at the sight of the figure's feat of strength. Atreus turned back in time to see the stranger pull the Valkyrie close by her wing and throw her viciously to the ground. The Valkyrie shrieked and tried to right herself, but the figure stomped down on her neck with a heavily armored boot, stifling her attempt. With his boot still firmly planted on the Valkyrie's neck, the figure grabbed hold of the Valkyrie's nearest wing and violently ripped it free from her body. The Valkyrie bellowed in agony as the appendage was torn from her, but the stranger did not let up, discarding the wing and repeating the process with the other. The Valkyrie twitched once, then fell still. Silence reigned throughout the clearing once more. "He's strong like you," Atrus whispered excitedly to his father, who silenced him with a look. The stranger looked down at the Valkyrie for a moment, then turned its gaze upward and looked directly at where Atrus and his father were hidden, immediately letting the two of them know that he was aware of their presence. "Well, brothers, I think we best go introduce ourselves," Mimir said. "It's not like he doesn't know we're here." Kratos stared down at the figure, his eyes wary and distrustful, and he made no attempt to move. "Just trust me on this," Mimir said. "You're going to want to meet this man." As Kratos and Atrus approached the man standing beside the dead Valkyrie, an incorporeal spirit emerged from the now wingless corpse. Just like the others before, the Valkyrie had now been freed from her physical form, and as a result, her mind was no longer corrupted. The Valkyrie spirit looked down upon the stranger, who turned his helmeted head to look at her without losing Kratos and Atrus from his view. "You have freed me," the Valkyrie said, her transparent form showing gratitude as she hovered above her physical corpse. "I recognize that voice. Is that you, Girderfool?" Mimir asked as their group reached the figure and the Valkyrie. "Mimir," she asked, turning at the sound of her name. "Are you with this warrior? By the gods, what happened to you?" "Had to pay my dues," Mimir said with a wistful chuckle. "There used to be quite a bit more of me, didn't there?" "Mimir, I don't remember what happened," Girderfool said, shaking her head. "How I became like this." The winged woman looked from Kratos and Atrus to the stranger, then shook her head. "I think I remember. The queen. She locked me away." "Sigrun," Mimir murmured. I must go," Girderfool said with a shake of her head. "I have to find her. I must remember." She turned once more to the armored stranger. "You have my gratitude for freeing me, stranger. I will not forget this." No voice spoke from behind the cracked visor, but the figure still nodded once in acknowledgement. With that, Girderfool's spiritual form dissipated, leaving Atrus and his father to get a closer look at the stranger for the first time. At first, silence reigned throughout the clearing, neither party saying anything as they sized each other up. At last, Mimir cleared his throat. "Well then, brother, perhaps some introductions are in order." "Who are you?" Kratos demanded, his distrust fully displayed on his face. Atrus understood his father's reaction, as he also had his suspicions of this strange figure as well. There were few things in the Nine Realms that were strong enough to halt a Valkyrie's charge like that, and there was only one type of life among those that possessed a human appearance. "Gods, hello," came an unexpected voice from the armor. "The dismembered head tied to your belt is indeed correct. Introductions are a wise course of action." Atrus spared a glance between the figure and his father, raising an eyebrow as to gauge the reactions between the two. The atmosphere had suddenly become quite interesting. Atrus listened enthusiastically as Vega continued his story. So far, his assumptions had been proven correct. This armored figure, the Doomslayer as he was apparently called, had arrived not long ago in Midgard, having traveled from a realm outside any of the 9 realms Atrus knew of. Apparently, they had been traveling randomly between realms in the hope that they'd return to their own by sheer luck. It was a feat that Vega had deemed highly unlikely, but it remained their only option at the moment. In addition, Vega explained that they had come to the foothills for the same reason Kratos and Atrus did. The invading force had alerted all of Midgard when it had arrived, and they had come to inspect the source. Atrus tried to organize the information that Vega was giving him all at once, but he realized that he needed to write this down if he was going to retain it all. Hastily pulling his notebook from his pouch, Atrus furiously began writing in his journal a list of things that Vega had told them. "The Doomslayer is really strong, just like Father. Vega says that he isn't a god, but he doesn't agree that the Slayer is entirely human either. That's too bad. I think that if he was a god, then he'd be one of the good ones like us." Apparently, Vega isn't a spirit. He calls himself an artificial intelligence. I don't know what that means, but he says that if I have trouble understanding to think of him like Mimir. He can't do anything except talk at the moment, but he's really smart and knows a lot of information. These creatures that are invading our realm, Vega calls them demons. He says that they come from a realm called Hell, but apparently a different hell than the one that we've been to. He says that their version of Hell is really hot and covered with molten rock, so it's definitely not the same one as ours. The smaller demons that kill the ogre are called imps. They like to hunt in packs since they aren't very strong by themselves. And the big darker one we saw was called a Hell Knight. Vega says that there are way more varieties of demon besides those two, and he says that some are even bigger than the Hell Knights. I wonder if these bigger demons he talks about are as big as the trolls are. That meat plant we saw before, Vega calls it a gore nest. He says it acts like a bridge between Hell and Midgard and allows the demons to continue coming here. Maybe if we destroy the Gore Nest, then the demons can't come into Midgard anymore. Atrus frowned at one question that burned brighter than the numerous others swirling around in his mind. Wait, Vega, how did you and the Doomslayer know where to look for the source of the invasion? The only way we were able to find it was because of Mimir. The Predator suit possesses a very rudimentary scanning system that allows me to detect the presence of the demons if they're close by, Vega said simply. However, we received a heading from a woman residing in the woods not far from here. Atrus's heart skipped a beat, and he shared a quick glance with his father before anxiously speaking again. A woman? Do you mean Freya? The woman that lives in a cottage under a massive turtle? Yes, I believe they are one and the same, Vega responded. Unless, of course, it is common practice in this dimension to reside under large beasts. Atrus's mind whirled, his thoughts erratic at the news. They had spoken to Freya? Was she still mad at them? Did she tell the Doomslayer about them? Would he try to kill them if he knew who they were? Atrus met his father's eye, who shook his head to discourage his son's train of thought. Focus now, Atrus, Kratos said before turning back to the Doomslayer. It was obvious by his posture that he still did not fully trust these newcomers, but at the moment, a begrudging alliance was better than no alliance at all. If this invasion can be quelled by destroying the Gore Nest, then we must do so, Kratos rumbled. The Doomslayer agreed with a small nod of his head, and a minute later, their newly formed party marched back in the direction of the Gore Nest. Atrus looked over their group as they walked and attempted to lighten the mood a small amount. Two gods, a sort of god, a severed head, and a spirit are all walking down a trail. That sort of sounds like the beginning of a joke that you would make, Mimir. Kratos immediately snapped a sharp gaze to Atrus, and the child quickly realized his blunder, as he had just accidentally given away the fact of their godhood to the Doomslayer. He looked over at the Slayer and apprehensively fingered his bowstring, but the armored man made no comment and continued to walk down the forest path. Vega, however, seemed to notice the tense atmosphere that had suddenly befallen their group. Both of your heart rates have increased. Is something the matter? His words took Atrus off guard. How did Vega know how fast his heart was beating? What kind of magic told him that? Not really, but aren't you worried about the fact that we're gods? Atrus ventured. Boy, Kratos hissed, and Atrus wisely stopped talking as Vega answered his question. I am not surprised by your statement, Atrus, and I do not believe the Doomslayer is either. Your life signs are significantly stronger than that of a normal human, making your nature clear to me upon our first meeting. Atrus frowned, and Kratos did too, though the father's expression was more in anger than confusion. And just what else are our life signs telling you, spirit? Kratos asked in a dangerously low tone. I am able to discern your hesitation to trust both the Doomslayer and me, Vega replied. While your apprehension is understandable, I must inform you that it is misplaced. We arrived in this dimension only through an act of chance, and we only remain here because of the threat the demons pose to your realm. And what do you seek to gain from offering us aid? Kratos said irritably. Do not expect us to reward you for your efforts. My scans indicate that your dimension houses very powerful magic, Kratos, Vega replied, his tone remaining level and relaxed despite Kratos' accusations. If the demons were to gain access and harness that power, then our dimension would suffer for it as well. It behooves us to remain here and see that the threat is eliminated. In addition, it is also a morally and ethically sound decision to assist others. And if we do not require your assistance? The Doomslayer turned his visor to glare at Kratos, and Atrus could see the intensity arc in the air between them. They stopped walking for a moment, and Atrus nervously assumed the worst before the Doomslayer broke his gaze and continued marching ahead of them, breaking the tension. Perhaps you do not, Vega replied from the Predator's suit, his voice as cordial as ever. But we will give it nonetheless. Atrus fell in step next to Kratos, who continued to eye the Doomslayer walking ahead of them. You ever heard the saying about gift horses, brother? Mimir asked from his hip. Kratos grunted in response, but said nothing. Father, Atrus said, do you remember what you told me back when I was rude to Sindri? Atrus asked. Kratos looked down to meet his son's gaze. You told me that it served nothing to make an enemy of him, and that I was being needless and unkind. I feel like the same thing is happening here. It serves us no purpose to antagonize them. Have I taught you nothing, boy? Kratos said, keeping his voice level. The trust of another is earned, not freely given, and they have done nothing to earn our trust. Atrus paused for a moment in consideration, then spoke again, his voice barely a whisper in the hope that Vega and the Slayer couldn't hear. But we don't have to trust them. Remember what Vega said? They're only staying until they kill all the demons, then they'll leave. Since we were going to kill demons anyway, we aren't changing our plan because of them. We'll work together to finish our mission, and if they reveal some secret motive instead of leaving, then we'll know that they're bad people, and we can fight them then. But for now, let's just try to get along with them. Kratos' gaze lingered on his son for a moment. Then he gave a grunt of reluctant agreement and returned his gaze to the Slayer's back, his shoulders relaxing ever so slightly. Well, color me impressed, lad, Mimir said from Kratos' hip. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that vat of wise counsel was dispensed by none other than Tyr himself. Atreus felt a smile tug at the corner of his lips at the compliment. Thanks, Mimir, he said. I just thought it was pointless to waste our energy fighting each other, instead of focusing on what's important. And just that proves my point, little brother. Do you think such a profound thought would ever even cross the mind of Odin or his big, butchering, bloodlust bastard of a son? I guess not, Atreus said with a brief consideration. Exactly, and that is what it means to be better, lad. Wouldn't you agree, brother? Atreus saw Kratos nod almost imperceptibly in response. Your mother would be proud, he said simply. At this, Atreus couldn't help but smile. Though they had been more recent of late, a compliment from his father was something he rarely received, and he took a moment to bask in the feeling as they continued walking. As they drew closer to the clearing that the Gorn next resided in, the stench of rotting flesh began to fill Atreus' nose once more. He wrinkled his nose in disgust, which Kratos seemed to notice. Breathe normally, boy. Your sense of smell will acclimate to the stench. Yes, sir, Atreus said, attempting to ease the putrid air into his lungs in the hope of mitigating the abhorrent odor. Looking ahead, Atreus saw that they were close, with the red hue from the gore nest beginning to fill the air along with the smell. They rounded the final corner, and Atreus saw the nest appear in his vision, the sight still as unpleasant as it had been when he'd last seen it. So, we destroy that thing, and it will stop the demons from coming over? He asked hopefully. Correct, Vega replied. I advise you to be ready. However, a gore nest is by all means a living organism. Each one possesses a reflexive response that will siphon more demons from hell when it is destroyed. Kratos grunted and removed the Leviathan axe from its holster on his back. Atreus followed his lead, unshouldering his bow and knocking an arrow into the string. Together, the group walked unchallenged into the clearing, as all of the patrolling demons had left their posts to fight the Valkyrie and were now dead. Their group was alone. How will you destroy it? Kratos asked as the Slayer strode toward the glowing nest. The Slayer said nothing, but suddenly reached forward and drove a gauntlet fist into what appeared to be a flesh sack on the side of the gore nest. The sack ruptured and sprayed dark fluids everywhere. But the Slayer paid no attention and ripped something free from where his hand had gone in, and as Atreus looked, he saw that the Slayer was holding some kind of heart in his palm. Suddenly, the gore nest began to convulse, and a nightmarish screech sounded from someplace on it that Atreus couldn't see. He made to cover his ears at its piercing shriek, but there was no need, as the gore nest suddenly ruptured, pieces of meat and bone flying in all directions as the construct tore itself apart. Atreus suddenly heard a series of noises all around him, and he whirled around to see bright flashes of light pepper the open clearing. The flashes of light quickly faded, and in their place, a horde of imps took shape. They screeched their terrible screech as their eyes landed on the group, and Atreus reflexively lifted his bow and fired, the arrow arcing through the air and embedding itself in the throat of the nearest demon. Blood spewed from the imp's neck as it collapsed, and the other imps immediately took action without even looking at their fallen comrade. Some immediately charged forward to get in close, and others stayed back and began summoning fire to their claws. Atreus, Kratos called, but Atreus already knew what he was going to say. They had fought enough battles together that his actions had become second nature, and he obediently took up a position that placed Kratos between himself and the feral creatures, but still allowed him to keep a clear line of sight so that he could fire upon them with his bow. Behind him, the Doomslayer took up a similar position to his father, giving Atreus a line of defense from both sides as the horde of imps advanced upon them. Keeping his field of vision wide, Atreus fired arrow after arrow as his father and the Doomslayer engaged the demons. His knowledge as a warrior had grown rapidly, and Atreus immediately loosed arrows towards any demons that attempted to flank them, effectively keeping the horde from overwhelming the small party. Atreus heard a series of loud, banging noises, and he spared a quick glance to see that the Doomslayer had produced some sort of weapon in his hands. Unlike his strange saw from before, this one appeared to be made of two metal cylinders attached to a wooden stock. Atreus had no idea what to make of the thing, but each time the Slayer pointed it at an imp, it would kick in his hands and a flash of light would burst from the end. The flash didn't travel far, but each imp he fired at it would suddenly become extremely injured by some invisible force. Entire body parts nearly evaporated each time the machine kicked in the Slayer's hands. And though Atreus was curious as to the strange weapon's nature, he could not find a time to inspect it further, as his focus remained on picking off imps with his bow. Out of the corner of his eye, Atrus suddenly noticed more flashes of light, each one heralding the arrival of more demons. Atrus fired an arrow in the direction as the light faded, hoping to drop the demon just as it spawned. Though his arrow hit its mark, Atrus's eyes widened in surprise as a lumbering monster of a demon appeared instead of more imps. This one was larger than the Hell Knights that Atrus had already seen, and unlike the muscular form that they possessed, this one rounder and fatter with thick slabs of armor barely containing its blubbery form. 3 of these new demons had spawned around them, and Atrus saw that unlike the imps and Hell Knights, these demons actually wielded weapons in the form of 2 massive cannons in place of their hands and forearms. It was a chilling sight to see. As if being the size of an ogre wasn't enough, these demons were actually armed. "Watch out. These are kind I've never seen before," Atrus yelled, firing another arrow to try and hit one of these creatures through the eye. His arrow missed by no more than a few inches, and the fatter demon's thick skin stopped the arrow from piercing too deeply, serving no purpose other than to annoy the new demon and have it set its malicious gaze upon Atrus. "These demons are classified as mancubi," Vega's voice said, his patient tone somehow carrying over the sounds of battle. "Their internal organs are highly flammable. Therefore, I advise severing the feed tube to the flamethrowers located on their arms, as the volatile gas will cause an explosion if allowed to diffuse." "Okay, but what is a flamethrower?" "I don't know what that is." Atrus paused as the Doomslayer suddenly charged the mancubus closest to him, and the demon growled and aimed its arm cannons at him in response. A stream of fire suddenly bursting from the end of the cannons and enveloping the Slayer in a scorching blaze. "Oh!" Atrus gaped, the answer to his question blatantly staring him in the face. Before his eyes, the Doomslayer emerged from the column of flames, his armor smoking but looking no worse than it did already. Leaping up, the Slayer landed on one of the demon's enormous arms and grasped the tube that ran from the arm cannon to a port on the mancubus's back. With a heave, the Slayer popped the seal, and the end of the tube came free from the cannon. A hissing noise filled the air as the gas within blew free, and the Slayer had barely enough time to leap away before the mancubus exploded, its grotesque innards flying everywhere. "Boy!" Adius shook himself free from his stupor to the sound of his name, and he turned to see Kratos barreling through the remaining imps towards one of the remaining mancubi, who turned and readied its arm cannons to intercept him. "Your bow." Thankful to have known him long enough to decipher what he meant, Atrus knocked an arrow and focused on the words he needed to say. Channeling the power infused in the bowstring, Atrus bellowed a command. "Ruma." Electricity coursed across the bowstring and into the arrow as Atrus fired, and it struck home in the second mancubus's soft belly flesh. Unlike with the hardened skin in the creature's neck, the arrow did not meet much resistance, burying itself to the fletching in the creature's stomach fat. Electric arcs coursed across the mancubus's skin, but Atrus didn't care about that, as it was the arcs within the creature's body that mattered. Just as planned, the electricity created a spark within the creature's gut, which was more than enough to ignite the demon's flammable innards. The mancubus gave an agonized roar before its front burst in an eruption of blood and guts, giving Atrus just enough time to see his father face the last of the 3. The blades of chaos sat in his hands, the blackened metal humming with the power they possessed. Before the mancubus could fire its flamethrowers, Kratos drove forward and buried the blades in the creature's exposed stomach. Without hesitation, the god of war dragged the blades across the putrid flesh, widening the cut and causing the organs within to gush forth onto the ground at his feet. After dragging the blades across the considerable width of the demon's gut, Kratos wrenched them free and kicked the mancubus backward with force that only a god could muster. The creature's dying form flew backward a short distance, and its insides exploded midair, casting its bulk in numerous directions and blasting any unfortunate imps that were within its proximity. "That's all 3, Atrus called, knocking another arrow to pick off the remaining demons. Shortly after, silence reigned throughout the clearing save for the hiss of demon flesh as it burned away. His breathing slightly labored from the intensity of the battle. Atrus walked over to his father, who was inspecting the remains of the Gorn nest with a keen eye. The Doomslayer approached their group as well. "Do we do it then?" Atrus asked. "Do we stop the invasion?" "The lack of a Gorn nest will hinder the arrival of more demons," Vegas said. "But after running a few rudimentary scans, I have concluded that there are at least 2 more here in Midgard." "Aye," Mimir confirmed. "I can feel them nearby. It's weaker than it was before, but it's still there all the same." "If there are 2 remaining, then we will split up," Kratos rumbled. "The sooner we eliminate the threat, the better." The Doomslayer looked over at him through his cracked visor, then nodded once, agreeing with Kratos' decision. "Are you sure that's wise, brother?" Mimir asked. Suppose we meet a new kind of demon while we're destroying the nest? These lads have acute knowledge of their weaknesses. We will endure, head, Kratos said with finality, ending any further protest. Very well. The Doomslayer and I will travel northeast to one of the sites that my scans indicate. Vega chimed in. Mimir, that leaves you to guide them northwest to the other Gorn nest location. Suppose it does, Mimir sighed. I guess we'll see you lads afterward. The Doomslayer nodded his head once, then turned on his heel and marched off into the foliage, following Vega's heading to travel northeast. Atreus watched him leave for a second, then looked over to Mimir's dangling head. So, our heading is northwest then, Mimir? I'll add, Mimir said, but I fear we won't have to search for this nest. I have a dark hunch as to where it is. I'm just hoping that I'm wrong. Kratos pulled the boat alongside Tyr's temple, and Atreus looked up to the doors of the realm travel room with dread. He could already see the red haze in the air, and he caught a whiff of the putrid stench as father and son exited the boat. The Gorn nest is inside the travel room. Atreus said uncertainly, I'll add, and I'm afraid that is the exact location I'd put it in if I were a demon. The roots of the Yggdrasil are more prominent here than nearly any other place in Midgard, and if their Gorn nest can tap into the Tree of Life, then they could gain a foothold in the other realms, Kratos finished as they ascended towards the door. The implication was enough to cause Atreus to audibly gulp, his mind already imagining the havoc that the demons would rain down upon the other realms if they were to gain access. Midgard was one thing, but Atreus shuddered to think what the demons would do if they took control of the light of Alfheim. Taking a deep breath, Atreus shook his head and cleared his thoughts. No, that wasn't going to happen. They would stop them. They had to. If it didn't. No, focus. Kratos seemed to notice his son's apprehension, and he softly set his hand on the boy's shoulder. Breathe, boy. Atreus met his gaze, then nodded and turned to the door to the antechamber as they approached. Using his strength, Kratos pulled open the door, and the red haze greeted them as they stepped into what was usually Brock and Sindri's workshop, but was now a completely deserted room. Their workstation was still there, but the Holder brothers were nowhere to be seen. Atreus hoped that they were all right. Together, they stepped across the small light bridge, and on the count of 3, Kratos pulled the door wide open and they entered the travel room, weapons at the ready. Inside, the Gorn nest came into view, and after disposing of the few imps and the Hell Knight that occupied the interior of the room, Atreus's eyes widened in anxiety at what he saw. The Gorn nest itself was placed right next to the travel table, where the roots of the Yggdrasil were most abundant. Where the tendrils extended from the base of the Gorn nest, they snaked outward and merged grotesquely with the roots, dyeing the root a blood red at the source. The awful color spread a small way through the roots for where the tendrils latched on, making it seem like the tendrils were spreading their vile essence through the veins of the tree. The affected roots looked weakened and sickly, as though the Gorn nest was sapping its energy from it at the same time, and the whole scene was bathed in the hellish glow from the nest, and Atreus felt his heart sink as he took it all in. These demons, they really are evil, aren't they? He asked to no one in particular. No one replied, as the answer to his question lay right in front of them. Frowning in anger, Atreus drew his knife. We need to destroy that thing. It's making the tree sick. He advanced on the Gorn nest with his knife raised, but was stopped by Kratos' hand. I will do it, boy. Ready your bow. Atreus paused, but then he nodded and sheathed his knife as Kratos stepped to the nest. Imitating the Slayer's actions from earlier, Kratos drove his hand through the flesh sac on the side of the grotesque structure. The sac ruptured and sprayed dark fluids everywhere, and with a grunt, Kratos ripped something free from where his hand had gone in, and Atreus spied the heart of the nest gripped firmly in his hand. As with before, the Gorn nest began to convulse and ripple violently, shrieking its bloody scream as it tore itself apart. Multiple demons began spawning around them like when they had destroyed the first Gorn nest, but this time, Atreus was ready. He expertly aimed at the flashes of light that signaled their entry and fired just as they materialized, giving many demons no breathing room as they fell within moments of arriving. Kratos had drawn the Leviathan axe once more and was using the deep cold blade as a counter to the natural heat the demons seemed to emanate. More demons spawned to take the place of their fallen, but Kratos and Atreus worked flawlessly, executing the hellish creatures despite their superior numbers. A mancubus spawned in at one point, but Atreus had quickly silenced the beast with an arrow infused with electricity. Just as the last of the demons fell to Kratos' axe, a glowing red portal suddenly burst open from across the room. Atreus paused, fixated at the sight of the portal, and he noted that this one was quite different from the red flash of light that usually heralded the coming of a demon. For a moment, the portal was still, then Atreus saw a figure emerge from its blackened depths. Expecting it to be another mortifying demon, Atrus's eyes widened in surprise at the relatively human appearance of the figure. He bit his tongue, however, as the figure fully emerged from the portal, showing that it was anything but. The first and most obvious sign to Atrus was the figure's face. Piercing red eyes stared back at him, their glow amplified against the deathly pale skin that the figure possessed. Two sets of horns protruded from the figure's head, one that protruded down and forward from its cheeks, and another longer pair that sprouted from its temples. Its mouth was covered by a green faceplate of sorts, which matched the light armor that the figure was adorned in. A similarly colored set of shoulder plates, gauntlets, pants, and greaves stuck out to Atrus, but it was the glowing red light that sat off-center on the figure's chest plate that caused his gaze to linger. The appearance of the light, as well as the rest of the armor, it reminded Atrus of someone. "Father?" Atrus nervously asked. Kratos said nothing, but gently ushered the boy behind himself as the figure inspected the scene around itself. Its glowing red eyes lingered on the disintegrating demons, the Yggdrasil roots, and the remnants of the Gorn nest before its gaze returned to the two of them. It studied them for a moment, then spoke in a voice that sounded like rocks tumbling down a hillside. "Where?" the figure demanded, its vocals slow and drawn out, as though it found speaking to be rather tedious. Neither father nor son replied, and Kratos narrowed his gaze as the demonic figure drew a dark shaft of metal to its side. There was a vile hiss, and a double-bladed axe head burst to life at the end of the shaft, the head glowing with a malignant red energy that matched the hue of the Gorn nest. Pacing across from them, the figure dragged the tip of the axe across the floor, sparks flying from where the metal of the shaft met the metal of the floor. Kratos eyed the axe, then drew his own and stepped forward. "Find an angle, and make it count," the god of war whispered to Atrus, who nodded once. Across from them, the figure watched as Kratos approached to meet his issued challenge, his own axe glowing blue with frost in contrast to the deep red of the figure's. Deep red eyes followed his movement. "Perhaps the whispers were false," the figure rumbled. "But it makes no difference now." The figure stopped pacing and faced Kratos, who in turn stopped and faced it in return. "You will die just like them." In a flash, the figure charged forward, brandishing its axe and raising it in preparation. Kratos responded, uncoiling his wrist shield and parrying the blow. The red axe bounced off the hardened metal, giving Kratos an opening for counterattack. He swung his axe to strike the figure, but it responded in kind by summoning a shield of its own, the bright red energy forming into a large plate at its wrist. The blow clashed against the shield, but the figure staggered backward from the force of the blow, betraying that Kratos was the stronger between the two. Realizing this, the god of war surged forward to close the distance and strike once more, but the figure swiftly dropped its shield and grabbed a device from its hip. As it leveled device at Kratos, Atrus suddenly remembered seeing something similar in the hands of the Slayer. "Father, watch out!" But it was too late. The device kicked in the figure's outstretched hand, and Kratos roared in pain as blood misted from his chest. Thankfully, the device only seemed to stagger him rather than seriously wound, but it was enough for the figure to gain an opening to strike. It raised its axe once more, but Atrus had already knocked an arrow into his bowstring. Summoning the light of Alfheim, Atrus saw the blue light coat the arrow as he fired. "Jasta!" The arrow caught the figure directly in its chest, and it staggered as the light crashed throughout its body. Unfortunately for Atrus, the figure recovered quickly, and with an angry growl, it raised its axe into the air. The gesture did nothing to intimidate Atrus, but to his astonishment, the ethereal form of a wolf appeared next to the figure. Its transparent body glowed a deep orange that gave away his vile nature, and with a snarl, the wolf charged at Atrus, giving the boy barely any time to knock an arrow before it leapt at him, its jaws open and lunging for his throat. "Atrus!" Kratos shouted, his adrenaline spiking as the wolf leapt for his son. He rushed to him, but the figure swung its axe for him again, forcing him to dodge backward and out of its path. The figure now stood between him and Atrus, its glowing in spite. Unable to reach his child, Kratos felt his rage boil over inside of him, and with a guttural yell, his arms became wreathed in the fires of his fury. The demonic figure took a half-step back in surprise from his sudden transformation, but Kratos closed the distance in the time it took to blink. Bellowing in anger, the god of war ripped the red-bladed axe from the figure's grip. Holding the stolen weapon in two hands, Kratos brought the axe furiously down upon the figure. The demonic creature summoned its shield once more to block, but the power behind Kratos' swing overwhelmed the defense. The red light of the shield cracked and broke, and the axe followed through, cleaving the figure cleanly in two down the middle. The sides of the cut glowed red from the energy of the axe blade, but Kratos did not care. He discarded the axe and rushed forward to assist Atreus, his eyes focusing on the boy just in time to see him drive his knife deeply into the phantom wolf's neck. The wolf yowled in pain once, and then dissipated into the mist, leaving Atreus on his back with his knife outstretched into the air above him. Kratos was at his son's side in an instant, the rage within him subsiding as he saw that he had sustained no injuries. Atreus lay in shock for a few moments, his chest heaving with residual adrenaline from the encounter. "Breathe," Kratos instructed, propping Atreus up so that he was no longer on his back. Atreus consciously made an effort to slow down his erratic heart rate, and after a few moments, his breathing began to return to normal. What was that thing?" he asked apprehensively. "I do not know," Kratos said, helping Atreus to his feet. "Mimir, haven't the foggiest lad. Certainly was frightening though, yeah. Its armor, it looked a lot like." Atreus was interrupted as the door they had used to enter the chamber opened, spilling light into the dimly lit travel room. The shadowy silhouette of the Doomed Slayer appeared against the light, crossing the room to where Kratos and Atreus stood. Immediately, Kratos placed himself between Atreus and the Slayer and drew the blades of chaos. "Stay where you are," he commanded dangerously. The Slayer eyed him through his cracked visor, but his pace gradually slowed to a stop, his form standing almost 10 paces from Kratos and Atreus. "You have lied to us," Kratos growled. "I do not understand," Vegas said through the Slayer's helmet. "Was the Gorn nest not in the direction that I indicated? There was a creature, a demon. It bore armor like yours and a mark that matches the one on your helm," Kratos fumed. "What is the meaning of this?" The Doomed Slayer looked over to where the creature had drug its axe across the floor, then tilted his head downward in what Atreus interpreted as irritated recognition. "This creature you encountered," Vega prompted. "Could you please describe it further?" "It was looking for you," Atreus chimed in. "It seemed almost like it was expecting to find you instead of us." There was a long pause, then Vega spoke. "I believe I know the nature of the demon you encountered, but to provide you with the details would require a substantial amount of time, and seeing as how the demonic threat has passed, we will both be moving on." Well. Guess I shouldn't be surprised to see you two sack tappers being the ones to clear this place out." A new and familiar voice called from behind the Doom Slayer. Glancing around the Slayer's bulk, Atreus saw none other than Brock and Sindri approaching, the two dwarf brothers likely choosing now to emerge from wherever they had hunkered down during the demonic invasion. Brock was sauntering towards them with his hands on his hips, and Sindri had a cloth covering his nose and mouth, likely to avoid the stench of blood and guts that still permeated the travel room. Hey Brock." "Hey Sindri," Atreus said, not entirely sure that right now was the best time for the dwarves to enter the encounter. "What just sounding so fucking distraught fair?" Brock chortled, his well-meaning but rude mannerisms showing themselves yet again as he came closer. "Lest you not forget it was me who's been. Great Garmer's gonads. Just what in the four corners are you wearing?" Brock and Sindri hastened over to the Doom Slayer at the sight of his strange armor, and within seconds, the dwarves were circling the Slayer like hawks, looking at the suit up and down like it was some sort of golden treasure. The Slayer eyed them warily, and Kratos growled at the dwarves' interruption. "We do not have time for this," Kratos rumbled. "Hold your fucking wad, you big oaf," Brock said, raising his hand in a halting gesture without taking his eyes off of the Slayer's armor. "You remember when I told you I know quality? Well, this here is a fine example of quality." "Indeed," Sindri chimed in, his voice muffled from the cloth over his face. "The level of precision on the additive welding is unlike anything I've ever seen before. Such mastery is rarely ever encountered." Lost in his thoughts, Sindri absent-mindedly reached out and touched some of the leg plating on the suit. His eyes snapped open all of a sudden, and he jerked his hand back as though it were on fire. It's filthy," Sindri gagged, turning away and retching at the sight of all the gore on the Doomslayer's armor. "That and it's beat to shit," Brock said, placing his hands on his hips once more. He circled back around and looked up at the Doomslayer through his cracked visor. "Just what sort of beast you been tussling with to damage such robust craftsmanship? The fucking world serpent could swallow this thing, crap it back out, and then swallow it again, and there'd be not so much as a scratch on it. So just what did you do?" "The Praetor's suit was damaged during an altercation with a superhuman from an alternate dimension," Vega replied kindly. "An alternate what now?" Brock asked. "An alternate dash." "Never mind, whatever." A beat of silence passed. Then Brock placed his hands on his hips and stared up at the cracked visor. "So you want me to fix it up, or what?" Kratos growled angrily at Brock's offer to the Doomslayer, but the dwarf silenced him. "Hush up, he's fine," Brock said. "But Brock, why would you offer to help him if you didn't know his intentions?" Atreus asked curiously. "Two things, you little turd," Brock said, lifting his fingers for emphasis. 1. I ain't gotten a chance to work on something this fine since we made that axe fair your dear old ma. And 2. If this guy decides to try something funny, we got you two to tear him up. Brock let out a hearty laugh, and Sindri finally rejoined the conversation after emptying the contents of his stomach. I agree with my brother, which is not something that happens quite often, mind you. But please, for the love of all things good and pure, can we please take this somewhere that is not as horrifically filthy as this? Atrus glanced at his father uncertainly, who grumbled and slowly sheathed his blades. Vega chose then to speak up from inside the armor. Your offer is generous. However, I am skeptical that you possess the expertise to properly repair the Predator suit. It possesses components that cannot be operated on with simple smithing materials. Are those special components damaged? Brock asked, his voice laced with sarcasm. At the moment, they are not. However, I must advise Dash, if they ain't damaged, then quit your belly aching. I know you got some fancy gizmos in there, but we're not even going to get below the surface of the damn thing, so they'll be fine. The Slayer looked down at the dwarf for a long moment, then nodded his head once in approval. Well, I'll fucking right then. Let's do this. Kratos and Atrus leaned against the wall back in Brock and Sindri's workshop, one watching with wariness and the other watching with interest as the two dwarves hammered away at the Doomslayer's armor. At first, they had asked the warrior to take it off so that they could make the necessary repairs, but the Slayer had blatantly refused. Despite griping from both Brock and Sindri, the Slayer refused to step out of the armor, though they both grumbled about it. The Holdra brothers begrudgingly admitted that they could repair the armor without removing it from his body, so he remained armored, and the dwarves set upon him with their tools. So far, Brock had made the most progress, as many of the dents he had worked on were now completely gone, and many of the scratches faded as well. Sindri, on the other hand, was attempting to work around many of the filthy spots on the armor, but due to the nature of the Slayer, there were in fact very few spots he deemed clean enough. Eventually, the germophobic dwarf gave up and came around to the Slayer's front as he stood still. All right, if you want me to repair the helmet, you're going to have to take it off, Sindri said, holding his ground despite the slight tremble in his voice. Silence fell throughout the workshop. Even Brock had stopped hammering in order to see the Slayer's reaction to Sindri's request. The Slayer stared down at the dwarf, but didn't make a move to remove his head armor. Look, Sindri said irritably. To repair the faceplate alone requires a fine level of concentration and finesse that I cannot achieve with your head still in it. If you leave it on, then I can't do anything. The Slayer remained silent, but Atrus thought he saw the Slayer's gaze flit over to him and Kratos for a brief moment. The silence dragged on for a moment or two longer, then the Doom Slayer slowly lifted his gauntlet hands up to his helmet. There was a small hiss as the seal of the armor was broken, and then the Slayer lifted the helmet off of his head. For a moment, nobody moved as they all saw his face for the first time. The first and perhaps most important thing Atrus noticed was that the Slayer was, in fact, human. After their fight with that axe demon inside the travel room, the boy had been worried that the Doomslayer had been a demon all along. He felt a great sense of relief wash over him, and he released a breath he didn't know he had been holding. The second thing that Atrus noticed was that the Slayer seemed to have this ever-permanent scowl on his face. The expression displayed the overwhelming sense of determination and indomitability that he portrayed even with his helmet on, but now Atrus could sense the never-ceasing restlessness that the Slayer felt to kill demons. With a scowl like that, Atrus doubted that the man would ever smile. Mimir was the first one to speak up from where he had been propped up on a shelf. Well, I'd say the mask doesn't quite do you justice, does it? You've got yourself a right handsome face there, brother. Brock scoffed. Yeah, right, at least as handsome as you can hope to get without a beard. Atrus felt a smirk rise to his face at Brock's quip. He noticed that apart from himself, the Doomslayer was the only one present without any facial hair. Sparing another glance up to his father, Atrus was pleased to see that Kratos had relaxed somewhat, likely due to the fact that the Slayer had been human after all. Like his son, Kratos had probably assumed the worst after their fight with that axe demon, and seeing the Slayer's face had taken away some of the riskiness of the situation. Well, all right, then, Sindri said awkwardly as he carried the helmet over to his workbench. The Slayer's eyes tracked him the entire time, likely ensuring that nothing happened to his armor that he did not approve of. Things were silent for a little while longer save for the combined hammering of Brock and Sindri. Then Atrus decided to speak up. Vega, you said that you might know who that axe demon we fought was? Indeed, Vega replied. Under present circumstances, I believe I have ample time to provide you with an explanation. Vega then proceeded to weave a tale that was unlike any other Atrus had heard. The tale encompassed the demons, how the Slayer had battled them for many, many winters, some strange people called the Argenta and their gods, and how a bloody civil war had torn them apart. Before long, Atrus had taken his notebook back out and was furiously scribbling notes for Vega's tale. According to Vega, the axe demon they had fought was called a Marauder, and it was one of the fiercest warriors the demonic hordes had to offer. In another life, the Marauders had been among the ranks of the Argenta, but had sided with the demons when the Civil War had split them apart. When the Marauders fell in battle, they were resurrected into the twisted demon forms that Atrus had witnessed firsthand. And now, they were now sworn to hunt the Doomslayer. Their quest had been ongoing for quite some time, long enough that even Vega did not know the exact length. The one they had fought had likely heard a report that the Slayer was the one destroying their gore nests and had moved to intercept him, but had found Kratos and Atrus instead. Atrus had so many questions, but before he could open his mouth, Brock interrupted with a final tap of his hammer to the Slayer's chest plate. That should do her. Give her a once-over, why don't ya? The Slayer inspected the reparations to his armor, and from what Atrus could see, it looked like there had never been any damage in the first place. In fact, the armor looked almost brand new. As the Doomslayer continued to inspect his repaired suit, Vega's voice spoke up from the torso. What manner of manufacturing did you use? I am unfamiliar with any disciplines that can achieve superior results such as these. Brock chortled. Just a little something called a dwarf's touch, you creepy spirit voice. And no, I ain't telling you the secret to it, because then it wouldn't be much of a secret. Now, would it? While that logic is indeed sound, I do not believe any harm will come from. How about you shut your non-existent mouth and just be fucking grateful? Brock snapped, crossing his arms. Let's not forget I'm doing this for free. You are correct. I apologize, Vega said. The final result is far better than we could have hoped for. You're damn right it is, Brock said, his smile returning to his face. And that's also because I decided to treat your tin hide there to some reinforcing material for my stock. She ain't just good as new. She's better than new. So, next time it's going to be a lot harder for you to bang her up like Waka did before. At his words, the Doomslayer gave a grateful nod down to Brock, though the slight scowl never left his face. And there, Sindri said, with a final tap of his hammer to the helmet. Atrus looked and saw that, just like the armor, the helmet also looked good as new. The scratches and the crack in the faceplate were completely gone. The strange red mark still existed just above where the left eye would be, but Atrus figured that was probably put there by something that would never buff out. Walking over to the Slayer, Sindri offered the repaired helmet to him. I also have some improvements, Sindri said proudly as the Slayer took the helmet from him. As many of you already know, I am a prodigy in the elusive ways of Vanir magic. As such, I saw fit to imbue a little bit of extra protection in the form of a spell. As the Slayer's face disappeared back under the helmet once more, Sindri took a bowl of glowing powder and rubbed it all over his gloved hands. Once the hands were completely coated, Sindri traced a rune on the front of the Slayer's chest plate, the magic powder glowing prominently on the suit where his fingers traced. Fulkaman, Sindri whispered, the rune glowing even brighter as Sindri recited it. The rune then faded slowly, and as it disappeared entirely, Sindri began tracing another over it. Vern, Sindri whispered once more, and this time, the entire suit glowed brightly before the rune faded once more. Stepping back to admire his handiwork, Sindri smiled proudly. All done. Perfect protection, Vega recited, startling Sindri with his knowledge of the words. Igriagajis. That's right. Are you a student of Seer as well? I am not, Vega replied. However, the language you utilize for your magic is congruent with a common tongue used in our home dimension. Really? Sindri asked, raising an eyebrow contemplatively. Yes, Vega's voice said calmly. It is known as Icelandic. Icelandic, you say? Perhaps I should endeavor to visit sometime. Ayeshatjergolb, Yamiksop. Brock said irritatedly. Ain't you remember that this tosser has got somewhere to be? Sindri looked slightly downtrodden, but Vega chose that moment to speak again. I'm afraid he is correct. But before we depart, please allow me to extend gratitude on behalf of both of us for repairing the Pretor suit. I am regretful that we have nothing to offer you in return. The Doomslayer seemed to consider Vega's words for a moment, then turned and walked back into the realm travel room, easily pushing the doors open and disappearing into the dimly lit interior, much to the confusion of everyone present. There was no sound for a few moments. Then the Slayer re-emerged, the Marauder's axe grasped firmly in one of his hands. Atrus's eyes widened. He had assumed that the axe had burned up with the Marauder after they'd killed it, but the Slayer had suddenly arrived, and he had forgotten to even check. The axe head was deactivated, so the handle appeared to be nothing more than just, well, a handle. Looking at the design, Atrus saw a skull sitting at the top of the handle where the axe head emerged, giving the weapon a rather sinister look overall. Brock snorted as the Slayer walked over with the weapon. A fancy hunk of metal? That's what you got, Ferris. The Doomslayer said nothing, but instead held the axe out to the side. With a loud hiss, the axe head activated, the red energy taking a hardened shape once more. At the sight, both Brock and Sindri's eyes boggled. Now that's deadly. And so sophisticated. Give her here. The Doom Slayer returned the axe to its deactivated state and set it down on the bench, and Brock and Sindri immediately scooped it up and turned to examine it with a closer look. I hope it will suffice, Vega said politely. Yeah, it's great. Now leave us alone, Brock said without even bothering to turn his head away from his evaluation of the weapon. The Slayer spared the two dwarves a glance as they fawned over the axe, then looked over to Kratos and Atreus. I'm afraid we must depart, Vega said. We cannot afford to remain long in each realm that we come to. Oh, Atreus said wistfully. But I still had so many questions. I'm sorry that they must go unanswered, Atreus, Vega said. But perhaps we will meet again one day. Hopefully under better circumstances, Mimir joked. I gotta say, it was nice to have someone else without arms to talk to. So thanks for that. It was my pleasure, Mimir. Kratos then stepped forward and offered his arm to the Doomslayer, a gesture that Atreus recognized as one of respect among warriors. The Slayer returned the gesture and nodded to Kratos, who nodded back. Seeing them stand across from each other, Atreus noticed for the first time that Kratos towered over the armored figure. But despite that, the two of them looked at each other as equals. I doubted your intentions when we first met, Kratos said. The Slayer nodded once more, then took a step back into the center of the room. After looking at each of them once more, the Slayer lifted his right hand and gave them a thumbs up. A flash of blue light immediately engulfed his form, followed by a loud bang. And when the light faded, the Doomslayer was gone. Author note, there it is. The god of war has met the god of slaughter, and it went about how one would expect in my opinion. As always, be sure to leave a review of my work describing your love/hatred for the chapter, or if you want to share your opinion privately, please by all means shoot me a personal message. I'd love to hear from you guys no matter how you communicate with me. Now, at this current juncture, I have a very critical decision to make. Do I continue with my current setting of placing the Slayer between the events of 2016 and Eternal? Or do I insert a time skip and pick up after Eternal has ended? In all honesty, I am leaning towards leaving everything as it is and keeping this story sandwiched between the two games, but I want to hear everyone's thoughts on the matter before I make my final decision. I want to hear what your take on my dilemma is so that I can paint a complete picture before committing to a certain path. Obviously, I understand that in the end it is still my decision, but I want to make sure that there is nothing that I have missed before moving forward. So, wise and noble consumers of my literary material, what do you think? Universal Doom. Chapter 26. Interlude 4, Animal Crossing. Vega immediately registered the anomaly as they emerged from dimensional space once more. Unfortunately, the tether had chosen to deposit them into the lower atmosphere of an unknown planet this time, meaning that as of arriving in this new dimension, the Doomslayer was now plummeting through the air and towards the ground. Vega immediately began learning what little he could about their situation as the Doomslayer oriented himself to stop their spinning. Audio sensors registered nothing save for the whistling of air as it rushed past them, so Vega made use of visual and quantitative data instead. Accounting for the pressure of the air and the calculated gravitational constant of this new planet, Vega immediately confirmed that given the Slayer's aerodynamic profile, it was impossible for them to achieve a falling speed great enough to cause significant damage. Vega's conclusion was further solidified as he took note of their altitude, which had only been a mere 20 meters above the planet's surface. Unfortunately for them both, the low altitude of their entry did not give them enough time to alter their trajectory by much, a fact that Vega found irksome due to the fact that they were currently plummeting toward a small town or village of some kind. Given that they were approximately 2.0274 seconds impact, Vega wasted no time in trying to give the Slayer a heading to aim for, and instead calculated their impact point. Confirming the results, Vega was less than pleased with what his analysis showed. Seeing that he could take no action to help mitigate what was about to occur, Vega did the only thing he could. Please brace for impact. Isabel beamed as she finished organizing her desk. After letting it get so cluttered recently, she was happy to finally return things to their proper space. Taking a deep breath, Isabel took a seat from her work, the bells in her headband jingling softly as she leaned back in the chair. It had been quite some time since the mayor had departed for the Smash tournament, and while Isabel and the rest of the townsfolk had been happy that their leader had been presented with such an opportunity, the departure had the ill result of increasing her workload quite a bit. In addition to her usual duties, Isabel had also absorbed quite a few of the mayor's tasks in their absence. She had been happy to help out, of course, but there were times that her new tasks required her to make important decisions for the town, and no matter how obvious the correct choice seemed, Isabel always felt a little worried if she had done the right thing. She always did her best, but being in charge was hard sometimes, and Isabel wondered if she was doing as good a job as she hoped. Suddenly, Isabel's ears perked up as she heard a loud commotion from outside. It sounded like a large, booming noise, and she immediately became worried that someone was hurt. Rushing from her desk and out the doors of Town Hall, Isabel frantically looked left and right to search for the source of the noise. And to her surprise, she saw Rosie running towards her, a shocked expression on her features as she hurried over. "Rosie," Isabel said in alarm. "What's wrong? Is everything okay?" "Isabel, come quickly. A giant just fell on the new home next to the river." "A giant?" Isabel asked incredulously. "Yes," Rosie said with a mixture of excitement and anxiety. "It's really big, and it's wearing a really weird suit. I think it might be a space giant." The story was quite outlandish, even for Rosie, but she seemed very excited about it. So Isabel trotted after her as she led the way. After a short stretch of jogging after Rosie, Isabel saw the house come into view, or more accurately, what was left of it. The town was expecting a new resident to arrive tomorrow morning, and Tom Nook had been hard at work making sure that the house was ready on time for their arrival. He had just put the finishing touches on it yesterday, but now it had been reduced a barely recognizable pile of shingles and siding. Isabel felt a twinge of sadness at all of the hard work gone to waste, but her attention was quickly diverted to what she saw next. Standing next to the pile of rubble and dwarfing it by comparison was a person of monstrous size. Now seeing firsthand that Rosie's story was indeed true, Isabel gaped up at the person, craning her neck to try and see just how tall they were. This figure was even taller than the trees that stood around the town. And as Isabel looked at the giant's head to its feet, she saw that even with her hair tied up like it was, she was barely over the figure's knees in height. Isabel tried to see the giant's face, but it was covered by a dark green helmet with an opaque visor to match. The figure looked back down at her with curiosity, and Isabel gulped and offered a small wave with her hand. Hello," she offered, trying to sound cheery and bright despite her nervousness. Did you fall? Are you all right?" "Hello," came a voice from the suit. "We are uninjured. Thank you for asking. I sincerely hope no one else was hurt when we landed." The voice was kind and polite, and both Isabel and Rosie relaxed at its comforting tone. "No one was hurt. Thank goodness," Rosie chimed in. "I was the only one nearby when it happened. Are you sure that you're okay? You completely destroyed the home when you landed." "The armor protected us from harm," the voice replied. "I am grateful for your concern, but please do not worry. I am more troubled by the damage that we have done to this structure. Did this dwelling belong to either of you?" Isabel shook her head no and explained that it was for a resident that was moving in tomorrow, then proceeded to introduce both herself and Rosie to the strange giant. She then raised an eyebrow quizzically. "I'm sorry, but why do you keep calling yourself we, Mr. "I am Vega," the voice finished politely. "I use the term we because I am not the one wearing this armor. I am merely an artificial intelligence that resides within the armor systems." "An artificial what now?" Rosie asked. "An artificial intelligence. A synthesized life form," Vega clarified. "If it helps, you may think of me as an advanced computer that can speak. But if you're not the one wearing the armor, then who is?" "That would be the Doomslayer," Vega replied. The giant nodded once at the mention of his name. "Wow, so you are both partners then?" Isabel said cheerfully. "But did you really fall out of the sky?" "Yes, we did. We landed here from a place very far away. We were attempting to return, but accidentally arrived here instead." "Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. Is there any way that we can help, Mr. Vega?" "I am of the opinion that we should be the ones helping you," Vega replied, his point causing the Doomslayer to nod in agreement and gesture to the destroyed house. Isabel then understood. The two of them wanted to fix what they had broken, and the thought of them wanting to make amends brought a cheerful smile to her face. "Oh, are you sure? Thank you so much. I was worried that we wouldn't have a place for our new resident to stay tomorrow, but if you're offering to help rebuild the house, then we'd gladly accept your help." With Rosie and the Doomslayer in tow, Isabel ventured over to Nook's cranny to inform Tom Nook about what had happened. At first, Tom had been upset that the house he had built was completely destroyed, but his mood improved greatly when he heard that the Doomslayer and Vega were offering to repair it free of charge. He directed them to the back of his shop where he kept his tools and materials, and soon the three of them were all walking back to where the house once stood. Isabel and Rosie both carried a bucket of paint in their arms, and the Doomslayer carried everything else, which was no small amount of materials. The two villagers marveled at how strong the giant man was, and they both giggled when Rosie made a joke about Rold wanting to steal his workout routines. As soon as they made it back, the Slayer immediately began construction on the house. Both Isabel and Rosie were surprised when they saw how fast he worked, his hulking strength paralleled only by his attention to detail in building a solid foundation. Isabel and Rosie helped where they could, offering him tools when he required them and helping keep the work area clean. Isabel thought it was funny to watch the Slayer work with such small equipment. Since the nails were of pins to him, he did not even bother to use the hammer. He just tapped the nails into place with his palm. Despite neither Rosie nor Isabel saying a word to anyone except Tom Nook about a giant in their town, word spread rather quickly, and soon nearly everyone had ventured out to the construction site to see him. Like Isabel, everyone was surprised by just how large the man was, and because no one could see his face, everyone soon began to gossip about what he looked like without his suit. Some thought that he might be a space alien, while others thought that he was a robot. Some still persisted that he was a human like the mayor. No one idea was more valid than the other, however, and despite asking Vega multiple questions, no one could figure it out. Eventually, everyone went back to their own activities, leaving the Slayer alone to work on the house. Only Isabel stayed behind to help, as Rosie said she was going to go pick some flowers for their new resident arriving tomorrow. Thanks to the Slayer's size and strength, the house was rebuilt in no time, and the only task that remained was to paint it. At this point, Isabel became very excited, as this was a task that she could take a more active role in. Eagerly hopping over to one of the cans, Isabel fruitlessly attempted to open it, her inability to break the seal becoming quite obvious as she yanked and pulled on the lid. After watching her struggle for a brief moment, the Slayer came over and showed her how to do it by demonstrating with his own paint can. Taking a screwdriver, which looked more like a toothpick in his massive hands, the Slayer carefully tucked the tip under the lid and used the length of the screwdriver as a lever to pry the paint can open. Isabel watched closely the entire time, and when the Slayer had completely removed the lid from his can, he carefully passed the screwdriver over to her so that she could try. Setting her jaw, Isabel placed the tip of the screwdriver under the lid just like the Slayer had, and slowly but firmly, she pushed down on the handle to pry the lid off, and she was rewarded with a soft pop as the lid seal was broken. Smiling pridefully, Isabel then removed the lid without any issue and passed a paintbrush over to the Slayer. Before long, they had both fallen into a comfortable pace as they painted the exterior of the new home. Even though it was work, Isabel actually found herself having quite a bit of fun, and she smiled and started humming a little tune before a thought crossed her mind. "Mr. Slayer, is it true that you accidentally landed in our town when you were trying to return home?" The Slayer paused his brush for a moment, then answered her question with a nod. "Well, if you can't find your way back home, you could stay here if you wanted to. I mean, you're really good at building houses, so you can make one here really easily." The Slayer looked over to Isabel once more, and even though he didn't say a word, she could tell by the small shake of his head that he could not accept her offer. Isabel couldn't help but feel a bit sad that her new friend couldn't stay, but she perked back up and smiled as another thought crossed her mind. "Well, that's all right. Even still, please feel free and come back and visit again. Hopefully the mayor will be back by then, so you two can meet each other." The Slayer nodded once and gave Isabel a thumbs up with his left hand, and she felt her tail wag happily at his desire to visit again one day. "I would be content to return someday as well, Isabel," Vega said cordially from inside the suit. "I find your town and its people to be very hospitable." Isabel blushed and thanked Vega for his compliment, continuing her happy tune as she continued to paint her wall. Once they had finished, Isabel helped the Doomslayer pack their materials back up so they could return them to Nook's cranny. By then, the sun had begun to set in the horizon, casting the town in a golden-orange glow that Isabel found to be very beautiful. As the Slayer stepped forward in the direction of the shop, Isabel hung back a moment, folding her hands in front of herself and shuffling her feet sheepishly. Mr. Slayer?" He stopped and turned back to her inquisitively. "Can I maybe stand on your shoulder on the way back? I've never been that high up before. I wanted to see what it was like." The Slayer considered for a moment, then nodded once and got down onto one knee. Shifting all of the materials he was carrying to one arm, he held his free hand down on the ground with the palm up, inviting her to climb on. Feeling overly excited at the approval of her request, Isabel jumped forward and clambered onto his hand, which was easily large enough for her to stand in without too much trouble. Once he was sure she was stable, the Slayer stood back up to his full height and placed Isabel gently onto his shoulder, who quickly found her footing and held onto his helmet for stability. "Wow!" Isabel exclaimed, looking out over the town from her newfound vantage point. "I can see everything from up here. Look, there's my house and town hall, and the museum, too." The Doomslayer seemed satisfied with her excitement, and he took his time returning to Tom Nook's store so that Isabel could enjoy the experience longer. During that time, Isabel enjoyed the sunset like she never had before. The grandeur of the waning day all lay before her, without any obstacles blocking her view, and she admired the colors swimming across the sky as the Slayer walked across the land. After they had dropped their items and assured Tom that the home was in tip-top shape for tomorrow, Vega informed Isabel that it was finally time for them to leave. Isabel felt sadness fall on her shoulders at the news, but before the Slayer could put her down, she quickly had an idea. "Wait," she said. "Can we stop by the town hall first? I want to give you something to thank you for all of your hard work today." With agreement from both Vega and the Doomslayer, Isabel happily pointed the way from his shoulder, and in no time, they had arrived back at City Hall once more, where the Doomslayer set her back on the ground once more. Promising to be back in just a second, Isabel ran inside and hastily rummaged through her desk, looking for something in particular. After a few fruitless moments of searching, she heard a familiar jingling noise, and her fingers brushed up against the familiar elastic material of one of her spare headbands. Grinning from ear to ear, Isabel hurried back outside with her two headbands jingling erratically as she ran. The Doomslayer watched her as she skidded to a stop in front of him, and after pausing a moment to catch her breath, Isabel proudly offered the spare headband to the Slayer. "Take this with you," she said enthusiastically. "That way you won't forget about us or the fun memories we made today." Leaning down, the Doomslayer gently took the headband and examined it through his visor. He seemed to like the gift, and after a moment of brief consideration, he reached behind himself and produced a gift of his own. The object in his hand was larger than the headband she had given him, and before she could ask what it was, the Doomslayer set it down on the grass in front of her. It was a miniature version of the Doomslayer, a toy that had been built to look like him in his suit of armor. The details were all there, and despite looking rather small in his hands, the toy stood almost to Isabel's chin now that they were on the same level. Taking in his gift to her, Isabel felt her heart overflow with joy. "I love it," she squealed happily, picking up the toy with both hands and holding it up to her face. "Thank you so much." The Doomslayer nodded once before kneeling down and holding out his fist in a friendly gesture. Setting the toy down carefully, Isabel eagerly bumped his fist with her own, her smile so wide that she felt it might freeze there. She had made a brand new friend today, and now they both had something to remember each other by. Standing back up, the Doomslayer took a step back, and Isabel did the same. "Goodbye, Mr. Vega. Goodbye, Mr. Slayer. I hope to see you again soon." "I do as well, Isabel." "Take care," Vega said. Lifting his right hand, the Doomslayer made another thumbs up, and this time, a bright flash of blue light engulfed his form, followed by a loud bang. Isabel blinked her eyes against the glare, but before her eyes could adjust, the light faded and the Slayer was gone. Turning back to the miniature toy Slayer, Isabel moved to pick it up before she heard approaching footsteps from behind her. Turning around curiously, she saw none other than Pete the mailman approaching with a letter in his hand. "Hello, Isabel. I have a letter for you." Pete said, "I'm sorry I couldn't deliver it sooner, but it fell under the table this morning, and I didn't find it until now." As Pete walked up, he noticed the toy Doomslayer standing in the grass next to Isabel. "Wow, that looks very nice, Isabel. Where did you get it?" Isabel looked back at the figurine and smiled broadly. "It was a gift from a very good friend." "How thoughtful of them," Pete said before handing her the letter. "Thank you, Pete. I'll see you tomorrow," Isabel said as Pete waved and went back the way he came. Looking down quizzically at the letter, Isabel noticed that the seal was of some strange symbol that she did not recognize. It was certainly addressed to her, but there was no return address, making the origin of the letter as mysterious as its seal. Sparing a glance over to the Slayer toy, Isabel playfully held the letter up to it. "What do you think of this, lil Mr. Slayer? Have you seen this before?" The figurine said nothing in response, and Isabel jovially noted that the real Doomslayer would have reacted the exact same way. "Well, let's get inside, and then we'll take a look," Isabel said determinedly, picking up the little Slayer with one arm and walking back into the town hall. Author note: I'm not sure if you could tell, but I've been wanting to write this chapter for a little while. Quite honestly, it might be the first chapter I've written where nobody gets hurt. So, there's a first. Universal Doom. Chapter 27. Slender. Author note: oh hello there. I'm back with another chapter. This one is not as incredibly long, of course, but I like to think it plays its own narrative while simultaneously setting the stage for the chapter that follows after this one. As always, please enjoy and remember that I own none of this. Agent Jacob sighed as he approached the asylum, and he half-mindedly beeped the Crown Vic behind him to make sure it was locked. He had learned long ago that you couldn't be too careful with using assigned vehicles, so he always double-checked that it was locked when he parted from it. Usually the thought of someone pilfering through his transport was enough to put him in a dour mood for the rest of the day, but unfortunately for Jacobs, the details of today's assignment had already dampened his spirits. Less than a day ago, another missing person case had sprung up, which brought the total number of cases up to 25 in the last month. That number by itself wasn't anything to be alarmed about, as statistically 50,000 people were reported missing a month in the United States alone, but these 25 stood out specifically because all of these 25 cases had been children under the age of 10, and they all had been reported in a very small area, the Douglas State Forest. Now, folks have been going missing in the forest for as long as Jacobs could remember, but 25 in the span of 1 month? And all of them children younger than 10? That was a very high number given the criteria, and at this point, the case was now above the pay grade of the Worcester County Sheriff's Office. It was time for the feds to get involved, and at first, Jacobs had been excited to have the case assigned to him. He hadn't had the chance to get out of the field office in a long time, and this was a great opportunity to solidify his reputation to the chief. If all went well, he could see more high-level cases coming his way soon, and after that, well, who knew? The case, however, had proven to be as difficult as they came. Each time Jacobs ventured out into the field in search of leads or clues as to the crimes, he would always come back with almost nothing. The children would be walking home from a friend's house or biking on the road, but after that, they would just completely disappear without a trace. No bloodstains, no signs of struggle, no tracks of any kind. The best thing Jacobs had found was an abandoned bike on the side of the road that had belonged to one of the missing children, but that trail had gone cold almost as soon as he began following it. He had been stuck for quite a while, until just recently. Another child had been reported missing in the area, and this time, there was a witness. Jacobs had been ecstatic to hear the news, as eyewitness evidence could give him a description of a suspect, which by itself opened many doors to possible ways to find the culprit behind this. Even with something as small as if the suspect wore a mask, Jacobs could work with it. It was his job to do so. The wind had left his sails in a heartbeat, though as soon as he'd learned the nature of the witness. Her name was Marie Tejada, the older sister of the child who'd been kidnapped, and she was the reason that he was visiting the insane asylum today. Apparently, she had gone into the woods looking for her younger sister, Sophie, who had not been home in time for dinner. During her search, she had apparently come across the one behind the kidnapping, but had failed to stop them before they had taken Sophie away. According to the doctors, the event had stripped her of her sanity and left her mind in shambles, giving her horrible tremors in her limbs and greatly limiting her motor functions. She could still speak and listen, but she was not quite all there, as the staff put it. When asked questions, Marie would never give a straight answer, or sometimes she did not answer at all. She seemed at least mildly aware of her surroundings, though, and the doctors reminded Jacobs that he may not be able to get much out of her, especially since the trauma of the event was still fresh on her mind. Jacobs took another deep breath as he entered through Ward's main entrance, and a polite receptionist welcomed him and took his name before informing him that they were waiting for him in visiting room B. Jacobs thanked the receptionist and quickly made his way over to the direction indicated. A doctor was waiting for him. "Agent Jacobs," the doctor said. "I'm Dr. Driscoll. I am Marie's personal psychiatrist. I believe we've spoken over the phone." "Indeed," Jacobs said, exchanging a friendly handshake with the doctor. "I appreciate that you're allowing me time to speak with Marie. The FBI also thanks you for your cooperation in this matter." Dr. Driscoll gave a courteous nod. "Thank you for consulting me with this interrogation," she said. "Some feds I've worked with in the past have been more forceful, shall we say." "I see," Jacobs replied. "Well, I try to work with people on things. I find it often leads to better cooperation." Dr. Driscoll gave a small nod of approval, but then her face hardened. "I'm aware that you came here to ask her about the incident, Agent Jacobs. And while I'm trying to help you the best I can, I must remind you of the fragile state Marie is in right now. We are making progress with improving her speech and motor capabilities, but there is a small chance that reliving those traumatic experiences could worsen her condition. I know you can't make promises, so I'm asking you to please not push a question if it unsettles her too much." Jacob sighed. This was the part he had been afraid of. If he managed to set off the witness somehow by triggering those painful memories of hers, then he could not only worsen her mental state, but also lose any chance of getting her to share more with him. Anyway, he looked at it. Treading carefully was the best approach in this case. "I believe that it is in both of our interests that such a thing doesn't happen," Dr. Jacobs said. "I will make sure to gauge her reaction to the best of my ability." At this, Jacobs saw Dr. Driscoll visibly relax at his words, and she nodded once more before slowly turning and opening the door to visiting room B. The room itself was circular with no corners. One curved wall stretched all the way around, and a painted landscape of small hills and trees were displayed proudly. Jacobs supposed that it was meant to put patients at ease. In the center of the room, a young woman with jet black hair that went down to her shoulders was seated at the table. The woman was dressed in a baggy pair of pants and a large gray shirt to match, the mandatory apparel for all patients within the ward. As Jacobs saw her for the first time, he noted that her description over the phone had been accurate. Her entire body seemed restless, and a visible tremor was in her arms and her legs, the erratic vibrations spreading even to her fingers as she inspected what looked like a Rubik's Cube in her hands. The woman did not look up from her cube as Jacobs and Dr. Driscoll approached, and Jacobs noticed that she had a slight twitch in her neck as well. "Marie," Dr. Driscoll said kindly, "you have a visitor. He's come to ask you a few questions." At the doctor's words, Marie's gaze finally flitted to Jacobs, her eyes barely spending more than a half of a second on him before returning to her cube. Her eyes darted to him again after another half second, then returned to her cube. "So, She murmured, her words not quite as articulated as an average person's, but still understandable. Suit, sweetie, suit and tie, suit like him, suit like him. Jacob shared a glance with Dr. Driscoll, then took a seat across from Marie and gave her a smile of his own. Hello, Marie. I'm Agent Jacobs. It's nice to meet you. Nice. Marie echoed absent-mindedly. Nice day, sun is high. It is a nice day, isn't it? Jacobs said, noticing that Dr. Driscoll took up a position leaning against the wall to quietly observe the conversation. Jacobs watched as Marie fiddled with her cube for a moment, then decided that it was time to delve into the weeds. Marie, you said I'm wearing a suit. Like him? May I ask who he is? A tense silence fell, and Jacobs immediately knew that he was somehow tied to his case. The only problem came from how Marie answered the question, or even if she chose to answer it at all. Bad suit man. A bad man in a suit. Suit, and tie bad man. Can you tell me what he looks like? Look. Oh, don't look, or he takes you away. Marie shook her head. Jacobs spared Dr. Driscoll another glance to see if she was close to intervening, but the doctor gave him a small nod to indicate that he could continue. If you look at him, he takes you, he asked carefully. Look is bad. I look. He tried to take me, took Sophie. Marie seemed upset, yet she still seemed to be in control of herself. Did you see his face, Marie? Face? Marie echoed. No face gone. No eyes still see, no mouth still eat. The man had no eyes or mouth. Jacobs reiterated, taking out his notebook and jotting down a few notes. No mouth, no eyes, bright white like the moon. Suspect described as male and lacking facial features, possibly Caucasian, and wearing a suit. Man like tree, tall man, thin man. Witness describes suspect as tall and slender. Jacobs finished jotting it down, then looked back up at Marie and took a deep breath. Marie, can you tell me what happened the night you saw this man? Marie darted between the trees, looking frantically left and right as she called out Sophie's name. It was already well past 10, and the darkness of the night was thick upon the woods around her. Sophie was supposed to have been home an hour ago, and when she hadn't returned, Marie had assumed the worst. She had heard about the growing number of missing children, and she knew that the forest was Sophie's favorite place to play. She had warned her never to go too far into the woods, and now, her worst fears were coming true. Sophie, Marie called out desperately into the darkness, shining her flashlight all around. No response came, and Marie forced back the hopelessness she felt at the vast emptiness of these woods. She shook her head and was just about to call out again when something caught her through the trees. Hurriedly, Marie ran over to the site to find a piece of paper hanging on the trunk. The paper itself appeared to be old and stained, but it was the haphazard scribbling on the document that caught her attention. In the center of the page, there was a circle drawn, almost like a cartoonish face. There was no mouth or nose, and in place of the eyes, 2 large X's had been drawn. Above and below the drawing, Marie noticed that some words had been scribbled as well. Always watches, no eyes. Marie stared at the page for a moment, then frantically grabbed it off the tree. The drawing was cryptic and chilling to look at, but if it somehow held a clue to Sophie's disappearance, then Marie would take it with her. Anything to find her sister. Marie hadn't made it more than a few steps before a sudden pain shot through her head, causing her to stumble for a moment as her brain throbbed behind her eyes. She cried out and placed a palm to her temple to try and ease the pain, but it only seemed to increase as she fell to her knees. Her vision blurred with the pain, and Marie also became aware of a distinct ringing in her ears that seemed to be growing louder by the second. What was happening to her? Marie cried out again as the intense pain grew worse still, and her entire body began to tremble as she tried to force herself to her feet. Forcing her eyes open, Marie looked up to see a nightmare appear through her blurred vision. Before her stood a man, but to call him a man would only be true in the loosest definition imaginable. The man stood nearly twice as tall as what could be considered normal, and his frame was extremely thin as well, with unnaturally long arms that nearly only hung a foot off the ground. His frightening aura stole Marie's breath from her body, but it was only when she looked upon his face that her sanity left her. A pale blank canvas gazed down upon her form, with no hair or facial features to speak of and no discernible humanity. Through her pain, Marie's mind knew that this was the one that had taken Sophie, and she screamed in anger and agony at the monster before her. In truth, she didn't know if she made any noise at all, as the ringing in her ears had gotten so loud that she couldn't hear anything else. Her vision then began to fade slowly, but as she slipped into unconsciousness, Marie thought she saw a flash of light from behind the creature. And as the light faded, a silhouette emerged from the darkness and fell upon the creature. Someone saved you from the man in the suit? Jacobs asked carefully. Marie's neck and fingers twitched, still focused on the Rubik's Cube, even as she replied. Someone in suit. There was another person in a suit? Was it like the suit that the tall man wore? No, not suit and tie. Hard suit, green suit, space suit. Jacobs nodded with encouragement and continued to jot down his notes. How did the one in the spacesuit save you? Did they fight the tall man? All dark. Not see, bells ringing, no here. But wake up, spaceman there. You woke up and the spaceman was there with you in the woods. Took me back to home. Voice in suit. Ask question, tell story of suit and tie. Witness describes being saved by a man in a spacesuit. Possibly cultist attire? Costume? What story did he tell you? World, big blue, Earth. Earth is page. One page. Not book. Book is many pages and voice different. Spaceman different from different page. Jacobs knew that these were just ravings, but often incoherent ramblings could be attributed to a real experience. He just had to figure out what this story meant. The spaceman is from a different page? He asked, encouraging her further. Spaceman, different page. Marie said affirmingly. Suit and tie man, different page too, but not same. Not spaceman page, different page. Witness describes the suspect as well as her savior as from different pages. Possibly different countries? Perhaps two warring cults? And they are here, on our page with us? Jacobs asked, why are they on our page? Spaceman voice, on our page, accidentally come. Jacobson nodded as he continued to write down her words. Every piece of information, no matter how far-fetched, was important. Tall man is different. Came on purpose. Came to find, came to harvest. Jacobs paused in his writing and glanced over to Dr. Driscoll, who shook her head in response. Apparently, she did not know what Marie was talking about either. She says the spaceman came to our page by accident. The assailant did not. He came to our page to find something. And just what is here on our page that the man wants to harvest, Marie? Marie then became slightly unsettled and began rocking back and forth slowly in her seat. Farm, harvest us, human, but likes younger, takes them back to his page, keeps them, saves them for something. Jacobs frowned at her words, but continued to write down her words. The tall man takes the children away. Cannibal? Trafficking? And what did the spaceman do to the man in the suit and tie, he asked. Suit and tie. Force back to home page, not forever. Voice says suit and tie. Come back soon, find more. Savior drove off the attacker, but told the witness that they would be back. What did they say after that? Voice, spaceman, stay until come back. Then take tall man, take far away from home page. So no escape, tear away from page, no run. No escape, then rip, then tear. Jacobs frowned at that statement. Witness claims that their savior will take the suspect away from his page and then kill him. Says that he can't escape if he's away from his page. What page? Why can't he escape? The rest of the interview proved to be unnecessary, as Marie had apparently told him all that she knew. Despite Marie's outlandish tales, Jacobs felt the interview had gone well. He had never expected the girl to be so lucid, and he had assumed that she would have screamed or broken down at the recollection of the event. Thankfully, that had not been the case, and Jacobs now had much more information to go off of. He had also learned that someone else was involved in this case, a spaceman of sorts. As soon as he got back to the office, he had a lot of research to do. The prospect of possible cult kidnapping or human trafficking had been present from the start. But with this new testimony, Jacobs was certain that he was on the right track. After thanking both Marie and Dr. Driscoll, Jacobs exited the ward. The sun had already gone down, and Jacobs turned on his headlights as he pulled the Crown Vic away from the asylum. The hospital itself stood no further, roughly a half-an-hour drive from the field office, but Jacobs didn't mind the drive, especially since the case had just taken a new turn. This gave him time to mull things over. Just when he thought he had reached another cold trail, the witness had given him some new insights. Marie's testimony was nothing but a fantasy when taken at face value. But if he could decipher the meaning behind her words, he might just have a chance to catch the criminals behind these kidnappings. With a long night of investigation ahead of him, Jacobs turned on the radio and something suddenly struck the side of the Crown Vic, and before Jacobs could regain control, the car was skidding off the pavement and into the nearby trees, the force of the impact sending it shooting sideways. Jacobs slammed on the brakes and tried to right it, but the car slammed hard into one of the hardened trucks, and he was jerked hard to the right as the force resounded through the frame. For a moment, Jacobs sat still and willed the world to stop spinning. Then he raised his head and glanced at his surroundings. Shards of broken glass and distorted metal filled his vision, and he saw that the Crown Vic had been totaled by its impact when it had collided with the tree. Thankfully, the driver's side of the car had held up, and even though Jacobs ached all over, nothing seemed to be broken. Fumbling with his hands, Jacobs managed to undo his seatbelt and force open the now crumpled door, stumbling down onto his hands and knees once he was clear. He felt warm, liquid blood seep down the side of his face, but the flow was weak, and upon inspection he saw that it was only a minor cut. Finally, staggering to his feet, Jacobs turned his attention back to the Crown Vic to see what it was that had struck the side of his car. Rounding to the side of the impact, he was startled to see that a massive dent had been punched into the frame, almost as though it had been slammed by a wrecking ball. In fact, the passenger side of the car almost now ceased to exist, as it had completely caved in from the impact. Confused and in shock, Jacobs staggered back to the road to try to get a glimpse of what it was that had hit him. Following the skid marks back, Jacobs froze at the sight that greeted him. It was part of a tree trunk, roughly half as tall as Jacobs, but almost 2 feet in diameter. Glass and plastic lay haphazardly around the log, and Jacobs estimated that given the density of the oaks in this area, that log had to weigh no less than 500 pounds. The realization of the sheer weight of what had hit his car certainly explained why his Crown Vic had been totaled, but with one question answered, another took its place. Where the hell did it come from? Lifting 1/4 of a ton was no easy feat, but to throw it? That was something nothing short of a catapult could achieve. But he was in the middle of the woods. Where the hell could a catapult be out here? Pulling out his phone and activating the flashlight, Jacob squinted and searched the foliage, trying to see if he could make anything out against the gloom. "Hey," he called out. "Is anybody out there?" Nothing but silence greeted him in return, the air now eerily still. Nothing was heard save for Jacobs's breathing as he waited for a response. He squinted harder to try and pick anything out in the darkness, and suddenly he saw movement next to one of the trees. No, the tree itself was moving. Jacobs's blood froze in his veins next, as he saw that it was no tree. It was a shape, the shape of a nightmare, and his eyes reflexively darted to the top of the form to see a featureless face staring back at him. Jacobs gasped and backpedaled onto the road as the figure approached, snapping branches and twigs alike as it drew closer. It was him. It was the man in the suit that Marie had told him about. He was here in the forest. Part of Jacobs's mind didn't want to believe what he was seeing before him. But as the figure emerged from the tree line, he found it impossible to deny. The suit and tie stood out among its nearly blackened form, and Jacob scrambled back further as he saw that the figure was almost levitating towards him. A sharp pain suddenly appeared in his head, and Jacobs cried out as the agony engulfed him. It felt like his skull was splitting open, and as he frantically glanced back at the figure, he saw it stretch an unnaturally large arm in his direction. Numerous tentacles had also spawned from the monster's back, and they too were closing in on him. A distinct ringing began in his ears, growing more and more insufferable as he felt his mind begin to collapse. Jacob squeezed his eyes shut and fell backward, but in the next moment, the pain remarkably receded, and a series of gunshots filled the night air. Forcing his eyes open, Jacobs saw the nightmare turn its attention to the source of the noise, and Jacobs followed its sightless gaze to see a figure rapidly approaching them. An automatic rifle of some kind was in its hands, and as it ran, rounds spewed out and sought home in the body of the nightmarish creature, who recoiled but did not fall as the bullets pierced its skin. Where the gunshot wounds opened up, a black mist seemed to spill out, and though the creature did seem bothered by its wounds, it did lash out with its tentacles as the figure came within range. The figure evaded the tentacles as they struck, ducking and dodging left and right with ease despite the speed and number of appendages the monster attacked with. With its hands now somehow empty, the figure leapt up and grabbed the monster's featureless face with its left hand, causing the creature to stagger backward from the force of the impact. Tentacles made to grab at the figure as it held on, but the figure paid them no mind, finally sparing a glance to Jacobs as the monster writhed under its iron grip. In the light from his phone, Jacobs could see that the figure was wearing some kind of armored suit with a helmet covering its face, making it seem incredibly intimidating as it overpowered the nightmare in its grasp. As Jacobs looked on in shock, a voice came from within the suit. "I would recommend vacating this area immediately, as I'm only 95% certain of the effectiveness of what we are about to attempt." Despite his state, Jacobs struggled to his feet, running back in the direction of the Crown Vic as fast as his legs could carry him. Millions of thoughts raced through his mind as he ran, but one stood out among the others. That man, that suit, he almost looked like an astronaut, a spaceman. Jacobs's eyes widened, and he whirled back around in realization. His eyes met the figure's gaze once again, but in the next moment, a flash of blue light engulfed both it and the monster. A loud bang sounded from across the landscape, but when the light faded, both the figure and the monster disappeared. Jacobs looked around frantically to see where they had gone, but the night had fallen still once more. Only he remained. After making sure that he was alone, Jacobs cautiously staggered over to where the monster and figure had stood not moments before. Against the light of his phone, Jacobs saw ash marks streak outward from ground zero, the only evidence that they had been there in the first place. Had they exploded? Reduced to nothing but atoms? Just what the hell had the spaceman attempted? Quickly, Jacobs snapped pictures of the scene with his phone, then hurriedly dialed his chief. An annoyed and groggy voice answered on the other end of the line, and Jacobs hurriedly explained that he had been in a wreck and needed a response team out here immediately. The chief had quickly come to after that and asked what the hell had happened, but Jacobs stopped himself before he wove the tale. He would need to tell the story in person. He doubted anybody would believe what he saw. But if they did, then this case would likely be transferred beyond the Bureau, likely to some department that Jacobs didn't even know existed. An agency better equipped to deal with whatever that thing was perhaps. Or perhaps someone who could at least figure out who that guy in the suit was. Whatever it ended up being, it was not Agent Jacobs. He wasn't sure what it was that he had just witnessed, but this, whatever the hell this was, it was big. Of that, he could be sure. Author note, so what did you think? For this chapter, I found my way back into the straight horror genre once more, and I think I probably have a few other horror stories lined up for future chapters after this one. That being said, remember to leave a review commenting on any aspect of my writing and keeping me posted on whether you liked what you read or felt that it was bad and unnecessary. No matter what, I love hearing from you guys, so please don't hesitate. Until next time, ImpulsiveWeaver, Universal Doom, Chapter 28, The V-Vitch. Author note, alrighty, I'm back in action, folks. Once again, I must apologize for the delay when presenting this chapter, as I really have no excuse as to why it's been so long. For this chapter, the Doomslayer has arrived in the setting of the V-Vitch, and the predators of this world are going to quickly become the prey. Enjoy, and remember that I own neither of these franchises. Vega immediately registered the anomaly as they passed between dimensions once more. He had predicted from the start that attempting to jump with the creature in tow would likely cause some manner of complication, but even he could not be certain as to how the attempt would play out. From what he had already gathered on the monster, it had the ability to traverse dimensions similarly to how the tether system did. The only difference being that the creature's power in this regard was limited, and it only possessed the capacity to jump to dimensions that were, for lack of a better word, close to its own. In this instance, the only dimension close enough to the creature's original had been an alternate version of Earth, the same Earth in which Vega and the Doomslayer had first encountered it. The Slayer had been able to destroy its physical form, but upon doing so, Vega had received readings from his scanners that indicated some form of dimensional jump had occurred. The monster not been completely destroyed. After further analysis, Vega concluded that destroying the creature's body had triggered a defense mechanism that had returned its consciousness to its home dimension, where it likely had the capacity to rebuild itself. Killing it then became more complicated, as the tether system did not have the capacity to make a precise jump to the creature's home dimension to finish it off. But Vega had proposed an alternate idea after some consideration. If they could not enter its domain, perhaps they could wrench it away. Due to the creature's limited jump capabilities, Vega hypothesized that if they could force it into a dimension that was relatively isolated from others, then its defense mechanism would be rendered useless, giving it nowhere to go when the Slayer destroyed it again, and thereby killing it indefinitely. The Doomslayer had agreed to the plan and had waited for the creature to re-emerge. Approximately 12 hours after destroying its body, Vega picked up its signature once again. They then had been able to successfully track and latch onto the creature before jumping once more. Unfortunately, the tether system had only been calibrated to the Predator suit, meaning that warping the creature as well as the Doomslayer had been an unstable process at best. Under normal circumstances, the transition between dimensions lasted approximately 2 seconds, but Vega immediately registered the transition as lasting a total of 10 seconds this time, likely due to the added weight of the creature. In approximately 2.5 milliseconds before emerging into their next reality, Vega felt the life readings of the creature disappear, as the tether system had finally been overwhelmed from the additional load and had automatically discarded the excess mass. The creature had been separated from them. Running calculations as quickly as possible, Vega confirmed that despite their separation, the two parties would still arrive in the same universe. The only difference came from their spatial location, a setback, to be certain, as the creature would need to be tracked down once more. Another setback made itself known shortly after, as the tether system had once again chosen to deposit them above the surface of an alternate Earth. Visual feed showed Vega that they had arrived in the upper atmosphere of the planet, and after a nearly instantaneous analysis, the AI measured that their arrival point had been a little over 4,000 kilometers above the surface. Fortunately, the Doomslayer was capable of surviving such a fall. A sudden blip in the tether system made itself aware to Vega, and the AI immediately devoted an appropriate amount of processing power towards it. The blip was faint but discernible, and Vega triangulated its origin as emanating from a point on the planet's surface below. It was coming from the creature. Vega was certain of it. Residual wash from the dimensional jump must have still clung to its form, and the tether system in the Predator suit was sensitive enough to pick it up. It burned strongly for a brief moment, then disappeared from the readouts, but Vega had already locked in the location of source. Calculating trajectory now, Vega said promptly as the Doom Slayer righted himself in his free fall towards the ground. The creature's location is in this quadrant of North America. Vega continued after less than a second of calculation, marking the position on the Slayer's HUD. I recommend adjusting our course to intercept. The Slayer said nothing as usual, but began arching his body towards the indicated location. As they passed through the atmosphere, Vega registered the exterior temperature of the Predator suit beginning to rise from atmospheric re-entry, the combined speed and profile of the Slayer causing the Predator suit to glow red and then white with the heat. The surface of the planet drew nearer, and Vega noted as details came into view that even though humans likely populated the planet, it was vastly underdeveloped. This indicated primitive technology, and after examining the topography and celestial positioning, Vega concluded that the timeline of this Earth was nearly the same as their own, but chronologically located about 500 years in the past. That meant that on this Earth, the year was between 1600 and 1650, making the region they were falling toward mostly inhabited by Native American tribes and early European settlers. A relatively small populace compared to their usual encounters, but still more than enough lives for the creature to prey upon if given the chance. Vega voiced his findings to the Doom Slayer. The creature will likely seek out any nearby humans to feed upon, Vega stated. Beginning life scans now. Time until impact was now exactly 1 minute, and rudimentary scans came back showing no immediate life forms in the vicinity of their impact point. Vega attempted to broaden his scans to begin tracking the creature once more, but the Predator suit systems could only reach so far. He would only be able to fully understand the situation below when they landed. Caleb felt the daggers of fear and desperation sink deep into his being. The woods around him rose unfamiliarly, signaling he was far from the farm, or any recognizable landmark for that matter, and the shade of dusk had just begun its greedy consumption of the lingering light. Shadows stretched their twisted fingers across the ground, almost as if attempting to usurp the lad from his footing. Caleb attempted to shake the thought of such a sinister setting from his head and looked about in the hope of catching a glimpse of Fowler among the foliage. He'd given up on summoning the hound with a whistle, as he had never properly learned from his father, William. Man had always been too preoccupied with tending the farm, which had become an increasingly cumbersome task ever since. Caleb shook his head and banished his line of thought. He could not dwell on that now, not when lost and alone in these unforgiving woods. With that in mind, he once again began a slow march in what he hoped was the right direction. Squinting against waning light, Caleb felt his fears grow greater still, and he slowly began a prayer taught to him long ago to recite in times of crisis. "O God, my Lord, I now begin," Caleb spoke, his voice trembling and quick to reflect his faltering resolve. He gripped the musket tightly in his hands as he continued to walk, the weapon large and unwieldy in his young and inexperienced grasp. "Oh, help me, and I'll leave my sin. For I repentant now will be. From evil I will turn to thee. None ever shall destroy my faith. Nor do I mind what Satan saith." Caleb paused for a brief moment, then began the prayer once more, the repetition bringing him a small amount of comfort against the unsavory setting. "O God, my Lord, I now begin dash." Caleb's prayer abruptly stopped as the sound of a pained yowling sounded through the forest. With a deep shiver, Caleb recognized the howling, and he quickened his pace to a run to reach the source. The agonized yelping began to grow weaker, and Caleb grit his teeth and willed his legs to move faster in response. The overly large musket worked against him, however, and the lad's balance faltered from the uneven weight. An outstretched root caught on his foot, and he tripped and tumbled onto his front, the musket landing beside him with a soft thud. Caleb grunted as he landed, but his annoyance over his fall was immediately forgotten when the noise of pained whimpers reached his ears. Slowly lifting his gaze from the forest floor, Caleb looked ahead to a sight from his nightmares. Fowler lay in the brush before him, the hound's entrails in a bloody display in the grass. It looked as though his stomach had been ripped open by some great beast, and as Caleb's gaze shifted from surprise to absolute horror, he saw that Fowler's side still rose and fell with weakened breaths, each exhale accompanied by a pained whimper as the hound expired slowly. For a few moments, Caleb lay frozen, unable to wrench his gaze away from the gore that had formerly been Fowler, and it was only when the hound finally fell still that the lad found the strength to rise once more. Caleb's revulsion suddenly caught up with him, and he doubled over and gagged onto the grass, the sight of the wretched corpse enough to cause his stomach deep unrest. After a few moments of hacking and coughing, Caleb numbingly retrieved the musket from the dirt, looking anywhere but Fowler at the moment. He looked around, desperately trying to find some distinguishable landmark, but he saw nothing, and the brush only seemed to grow thicker around him, leaving no easy route ahead. In the fading light, Caleb suddenly caught a flash of movement, and his eyes darted over to see a hare enter the nearby bramble. It was the same hare that Caleb had set out to hunt this morning, and without further thought, the lad started after it, his fear driving him to pursue the only thing he recognized in these now nightmarish woods. Picking his way as best he could through the thorns and jutting branches, Caleb's breath grew heavier as he battled against the thickening brush. With each step, it seemed to grow thicker still, slowing Caleb's progress to a crawl as he followed the hare deeper into the woods. With a final push forward, Caleb emerged from the bramble, his face stinging from the swipes of the overhanging branches. The last light of day was all but gone, and a thick overcast now dominated the sky. All was shaded in a dark and ominous hue, but Caleb's blood was chilled not at the sight around him, but at the sight before him. It was not the hare, but a small shack, even though to call it that would have been generous. It was a primitive structure appearing to be built mostly out of plants and mud. The dwelling sat nestled between two trees, and as Caleb looked closer, he saw smoke billowing from a hole in the top of the shack in place of chimney. This sign of civilization should have been welcoming to the young lad, but the shabby state of the dwelling struck an unsettling tone that Caleb couldn't quite place. It was as though a small voice in the back of his head was tugging at him, urging him to run as fast and as far away as possible from here. And yet, inexperience and childlike curiosity kept Caleb rooted to the spot, as he had never seen anyone else living in these woods save his family. Caleb took a tentative step forward, then another. The rotten wood that constituted the door to the shack slowly opened wide as he came closer, but the darkness prevented him from seeing past the threshold. He took another step forward. From the depths, a beautiful woman stepped forward into view, her ample frame complemented by a bright red cloak draped over a tight bodice. Caleb tried not to stare at her form, but he found himself suddenly unable to look away from the woman, her eyes captivating him in a trance that seemingly nothing could break. Her eyes bore into his, and Caleb saw her face curl into a smile that beckoned him closer. As if at the mercy of some powerful spell, Caleb complied, taking another step towards the woman as she slowly knelt down. So they were face to face. The small voice in the back of his head was screaming at him now, frantically crying out to him that he should flee, but Caleb couldn't have turned away if he had wanted to. He was transfixed on the woman before him and unable to do anything but move closer to her. Caleb stopped in front of her, and the woman slowly reached a hand out to caress the lad's cheek. Her fingers were almost too soft as they brushed over his skin, but Caleb could not even spare them a glance, his eyes still firmly locked with hers. Cupping his face, she slowly began pulling him closer, and Caleb's heart began to pound in anticipation. She was so beautiful. Her skin was so soft, and her eyes were just so warm. The woman suddenly jolted and froze, her eyes shooting open wide, and her hand on Caleb's face losing its pull. In the next moment, she retched, and blood spewed from her mouth out in front of her, much of it landing on Caleb's face. Caleb cried out and fell backward onto the ground, the spell over him suddenly broken by the woman's reaction. He lifted an arm and wiped away the blood from his eyes, and once he could see again, he looked up at her. She was still frozen in place, and her shocked expression lingered on Caleb for a moment before slowly tilting downward to gaze at her torso. Caleb followed with his own eyes and gasped in horror at what he saw. From the center of the woman's chest protruded a thick and vile appendage. It looked as though she had been speared from behind by it, and from where the appendage sprouted, blood and gore blossomed and soiled the bodice. Had Caleb's stomach not already been emptied earlier, he would have vomited at the sight of the wound. Suddenly, the woman began to rise from the ground, her body seemingly beginning to levitate as her feet left the forest floor. She began screaming in agony, her screech unlike any humans that Caleb had heard before. It pierced his ears and chilled him to the core, sounding almost as though it were some feral beast and not a woman screaming in front of him. Her appearance began to change as she was lifted higher, her youthful appearance decaying into a haggard shell, as though she was aging by decades every second. The shrill, piercing howl grew greater still, only to abruptly end as more blackened appendages appeared and ripped the now decrepit woman's body in two. Caleb watched in horror as the pieces of the woman were cast aside, Then his blood froze in his veins when he gazed right behind where the woman had just stood. Standing at over twice the height of a human, a demon loomed over Caleb, its face an expressionless pale mask that honed in the lad. Its long and slender torso was entirely blackened save for a strange design on its chest, and as Caleb sat frozen in fear for the second time, he saw that the thick appendages from before were sprouting from somewhere on the monster's back, the end of the tentacles still slick with the woman's blood. As the tentacles began to gravitate towards him, Caleb felt a sharp pain abruptly throb inside his skull. At the same time, a distinct ringing in his ears began to grow louder and louder, and Caleb lost sight of the monster as all of his senses betrayed him. He couldn't see, he couldn't breathe, he couldn't even think. Just as his consciousness began to fade, an incredible boom was heard, and the ringing and pain suddenly ceased. Caleb gasped in immediate relief, and though his vision was still blurred, he spotted a bright white light appear from the darkening background. Its luminous form took the shape of a humanoid, though Caleb could not make out the details of the blazing figure as it began to do battle with the monstrosity. "O holy God!" Caleb's mind barely formulated a prayer as his vision grew dark. "Thou hast sent thy holy legion, thy angels of above." It was an angel. Caleb was certain of it. Its luminescence began overpowering the creature of darkness, and the last thing Caleb remembered before he slipped into unconsciousness was the sight of the angel striking down the demon with its holy fist, showing no mercy as it disposed of the unholy wretch. "My Lord, thou hast found me blessed, for all of my thanks know that I am thine." The Doomslayer's rage overwhelmed the monster, the white-hot heat from his armor on par with the fire that burned within him. The slender beast lashed out in desperation, but even it knew that there was only one possible outcome. The Slayer had proven himself unstoppable, already banishing the creature once before with ease. At that time, the monster had been able to escape, had been able to flee to where he could not follow. But the Slayer's determination had been underestimated, and now there was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and certainly no way to fight. One of them was going to fall, and it was only now that the slender monster finally understood. It could see from its sightless eyes the unyielding force that hunted it, the unwavering creature that demanded its damnation. There were no options left, the only thing it could do was. The slender creature's featureless head then exploded, as the Doomslayer had found opportunity in its falter and had emptied a round from the super shotgun into its skull in the time it had taken to blink. The slender creature's now headless form froze for a moment, then slumped onto the forest floor, its essence this time dying with it. "Termination successful," Vega reported. "Its life force has been extinguished." The Doomslayer said nothing, his armor finally beginning to cool and darken once more. He looked upon the fallen monster for a brief moment before reaching down and ripping its torso in half for good measure. It had angered him greatly when he had failed to kill it before, so he would leave nothing to chance this time. The Slayer then turned his attention to the corpse of the woman that the slender monster had killed. The woman's form was incredibly aged, yet his PKE scanner showed that she possessed some sort of supernatural vitality even in death. The slender creature had been far stronger than her, but the Slayer's interest was still piqued, and he looked from the body to the small shack made of earth. This was likely her abode, Vega confirmed. "I believe you will find more information about her anomalous state by inspecting the interior." The Slayer agreed with a nod. A once-over of the boy told him that the child was all right, so he hefted the unconscious lad over his shoulder and approached the small shack. The Predator suit's exterior temperature had returned to normal, so there was no worry of burning the child in his grasp. Entering the dwelling, the Slayer immediately focused on a large mortar standing in the corner of the room, as the wooden basin was completely stained in dried blood. A large wooden club leaned against the wall adjacent to the mortar, its rounded end also encrusted with similar fluids. This alone was enough to damn the woman in the Slayer's eyes, and the scene in the rest of the dwelling only served to reinforce his conclusion. Unholy sights were scattered about the place, from bloodied knives to skulls from both man and beast stacked in a pile in the corner. In the center of the room sat a stone slab, an encircled pentagram drawn upon it with dried blood. The hellish ink used to paint the pentagram had likely been obtained from the mortar and pestle in the corner. These items, as well as the markings on the floor, are indicative of a disciple of Wicca, Vegas stated. The Slayer had already drawn similar conclusions about the woman. The sight of this abode, as well as the readings from the corpse outside, support the theory that the woman was a successful practitioner of these arts. The Slayer nodded in agreement. She had been a witch. At the thought, the Slayer's rage began to boil over once more. Though his knowledge of these monsters was limited, he was aware of the nature of their practices. The skulls in the corner were her victims, and their dried blood was on the floor and in the basin in the corner. Had he not been carrying the child on his shoulder, the Doomslayer would have razed this place and hunted all others nearby at once, his anger stemming largely from the sight of the skulls in the corner. It was not just the fact that they were human skulls, it was that they all possessed one sickening trait, a trait that Vega had not realized yet. A common practice in witchcraft is that of sacrifice. The AI continued, voicing his path of logic aloud. But the victim must be unbaptized. The slayer clenched his hand that wasn't holding the boy, his eyes focusing on the pile of skulls stacked in the room. Vega was quickly coming to the same realization that he had. The human skulls in the corner. Vega mused. There was suddenly a pause, which almost never came from Vega, but it told the slayer that the AI had uncovered the sickening truth. None of the skulls are of adults. Furthermore, size analysis indicates that none of them could have come from a human over 10 years of age. The weight of the scene then settled on the AI, and only after a few moments did Vega break the silence. I detect similar life signatures nearby, the AI stated. I suggest terminating them as soon as possible. To anyone but the slayer, his metallic voice would have sounded normal, but the slayer had listened to the AI long enough to know that something was different. His pacing had been off, almost rushed even, as though Vega had been eager to finish the sentence in order to incite action more quickly. It was indicative to the slayer, not of an emotion, as it had barely been there in the first place, but the beginnings of one, and it had not been the first time. It had first come to the slayer's notice shortly after they had departed from the forward unto dawn. Vega had begun showing signs of change after bidding farewell to that other AI, change such as focusing on things that did not necessarily pertain to the task at hand. At times, Vega had begun to focus on subjects that he had deemed interesting or unorthodox. It was not a large step from the natural drive of all AI to uncover knowledge, but it was distinctly different, as Vega had specifically been learning more of things that pertain to human consciousness. The AI had been trying to learn more about what it meant to be human. As to whether that would turn out to be a good thing or not, the Doomslayer had yet to see. It was no secret to him that personality development had the capacity to irreparably corrupt certain intelligences, which created the possibility of Vega turning against him in the future. Such an outcome was regrettable, as the AI had proven himself invaluable since their reunion, and the Slayer viewed him now as a comrade rather than just an instrument to further his goals. To lose Vega would be more than a loss of good equipment, but the Slayer was always prepared for the possibility, as those that considered themselves an ally of the Doomslayer tended not to survive long. And the twinge just now, the barely noticeable blip that Vega had just displayed, it was the root of an emotion that the Slayer knew all too well. What Vega was in reaction of only served to solidify his conclusion. Vega was pissed. The child's dwelling is nearby, the intelligence remarked, his tone and pace back to normal as though nothing had occurred. I recommend returning him before disposing of the remaining witches. As usual, the two of them were in agreement. However, the Slayer's work was not yet finished here. After propping the boy's slumped form against a nearby tree, the Doomslayer unceremoniously retrieved the two halves of the witch's corpse, his PK scanner still showing telltale signs of life within the carrion. This left the possibility of resurrection, and the Slayer had experienced more than enough of that from his enemies now to practice the art of the double tap. Throwing the two halves of the witch into the dark confines of the shack, the Doomslayer produced his plasma rifle, and with a few practice shots to the dried plants that were the constitution of the dwelling, the whole shack was soon engulfed in flame, everything inside burning with high intensity. Satisfied with the blaze, the Slayer turned on his heel and exited the hellhole, but not before cracking the stone slab in the center with an armored stomp. And now, the child must be returned to safety, but immediately after that, the hunt began. It had been perfect. They had been perfect. Every single one of them together had sown the seeds of discord long before Black Phillip had even set his sights upon them. But it had been the father, William, that had made it all too easy. His pride had blinded him, casting both himself and his family from the protection of their settlement and into Black Phillip's domain. And with their parting, they had all but given their lives to Philip on a silver platter. The wife, Catherine, her loyalty to her husband was strong, but she had long lamented their departure from their homeland, and it was only her love for her children that had kept her strong. An admirable foundation, and yet so easily toppled. And topple it Black Phillip did. Not long after settling in the wilderness did Catherine give birth. A young, healthy baby boy with the eyes of his mother and the face of his father. Samuel, they named him, and Catherine's capacity for love had grown tenfold when she had first laid eyes on the boy. He had been so beautiful, so happy, so unbaptized. And so, it was with ease that Black Phillip had summoned his ilk, his disciples, his daughters of darkness, to make away with the baby and sacrifice him in Philip's unheavenly name. There had been but one condition, and it was that Samuel would be taken while under the watch of Thomason, the eldest child. for it was truly Thomasin that was the prize to be won in the end. The girl was at the age when her womanhood began to take form, making her more than ripe for indoctrination into Black Philip's coven. Praying and feeding on God's flock was always a pleasure, but to take one and make it his own, that was where Black Philip's true passion lied. Just as he had been barred from the kingdom above, so would he lead others astray and into his open arms, denying their creator the satisfaction of seeing them return. And now he was so close. He could feel it, with both Samuel and now Caleb taken from them. The family had unknowingly ostracized Thomasin from the fold, and all that remained was to dispose of the rest. No, something was wrong. Black Philip could feel it on the wind. Caleb was supposed to be taken. A dark daughter was to captivate him by preying on his growing attractions, and yet he was getting closer. In the form of a goat, Black Philip raised his head and gazed at the tree line. Yes, there was no mistaking it now. Caleb was returning to the farm, completely unharmed, and heralding his return was an aura of something incredibly powerful, something unknown, and yet eerily familiar to Black Philip's senses. Its incorruptible form was not yet in sight, but Black Philip knew that it was strong enough to see through his disguise, and so he turned away into the woods, as he could not drive off this new arrival without revealing his true nature to the family. He would deal with this creature, but in due time. Vega immediately noted a powerful signature disappearing into the forest as they cleared the tree line. The readings indicated a being far stronger than the witches that he had been tracking, and upon further analysis, Vega noted that their life signs were actually similar to each other, a subject that he devoted some of his processing power to exploring further. Simultaneously, the AI examined the farm that came into view. A small field of corn grew next to a ramshackle farmhouse, and Vega's scans discerned residual signs of the supernatural from the corn, as though it had been tampered with. The stalks looked malnourished and weak, and Vega hypothesized that the lingering wisps of energy had something to do with the rot that plagued them. As the slayer drew closer with the boy over his shoulder, the door to the farmhouse opened wide, and a tall man and what was presumably his wife emerged, their faces wary yet hopeful as the slayer approached them. In addition to the couple, Vega took note of 3 more individuals peeking out from the doorway. A pair of young children and one older girl, likely in her late teenage years, stared wide-eyed at the slayer's armored figure. Their clothing was congruent with the time period that Vega had deduced, and though recognition dawned on their faces at the forms slumped over the slayer's shoulder, they were wary to approach. A reaction that Vega considered appropriate, as they likely did not know what to make of the slayer's otherworldly appearance. It was only when the slayer reached them and deposited the unconscious child into their arms that their eyes left his strange form. "Caleb? Caleb?" the woman frantically asked, grasping the sides of the boy's face in the hope of waking him. Bloodstains stood prominently upon his face and clothing, causing both parents to panic for a moment. The man searched Caleb for any sign of injury, but found none. After a sigh of relief, his gaze then turned to the slayer, a frown of distrust now in the place of shock. "What transpired? What has befallen my son?" he asked in what Vega noted as an old English dialect. Vega recalled the events of how they had found the child to the 2 of them, and the mother and father's eyes widened in horror at the mention of the witch they had encountered. "'Tis witchcraft, what ails him?" the woman all but wailed, her words causing clear unrest to the children listening in the doorway. "He is unharmed," Vega assured them. "He will likely awaken soon." "Oh, William," the woman cried, looking to her husband for answers. "What will we do? This land has left us accursed." "If I may," Vega said calmly, "I would recommend that you hunker down indoors until morning, as it will be safe then." "And how so?" William asked, his eyes searching for any sense of humanity behind the slayer's faceplate. "Wouldst you have us forever hunkered like feebled mice every night in the hope that witches do not away with our children before dawn? By morning, I am confident that there will be no witches remaining to do so, as we will likely have exterminated them all by then." Vega's blunt answer caught them both off guard, but William's eyes still showed hints of distrust. "And just what assurance canst you provide to aid such fanciful claims?" Vega did not respond, as he knew the Doomslayer was much more fit to answer that question. Moving to the woodpile where the chopping block sat, the Doomslayer hefted a large log in one hand with ease. Vega estimated the weight of the log at no less than 30 kilograms, though it looked as though it was made of paper in the Slayer's ease of grip. And as the family watched, the armored man grasped the log in both hands and ripped it in 2 down the middle with a loud crack, though it almost too eagerly yielding to his strength. The family stood in awe for a moment, frozen at the Slayer's feet. Then William spoke in a low voice and gently handed Caleb's form to Catherine. "Inside, Catherine. Take the children with thee." She looked at him questioningly, but William urged her with a hard glare, and she quickly turned to the farmhouse, ushering the children inside and closing the door behind her. The clearing fell silent in the dark, and William gave the Doomslayer a long and hard look before speaking. "I know not the nature of your fortitude," he said with a continuing air of suspicion. "You have returned mine own flesh and blood to me, but how wouldst I be certain that I be not in the devil's present company?" Vega understood the man's reasoning. Seeing something as mysterious and powerful as the Doomslayer in a time period such as this, the heightened superstitions of the era made satanic ties an easy explanation so the otherwise unexplainable. The man's spiritual fortitude had already been shaken by the mere presence of the Slayer, and basic human psychology stated that it was natural for him to double down on his beliefs. "I'm afraid that we do not have time to explain our nature to you," Vega said courteously. "But to answer your question in short, you cannot. I can offer no reassurance that we are your allies, but your trust in us is not necessary to the success of our mission." The answer did little to put William at ease, as Vega anticipated, but he continued all the same. "Regardless of your disposition, it still remains in your best interest to stay inside and protect your family until morning comes." William gave a small grunt, but relented, walking back towards the farmhouse while keeping an eye on the Doomslayer the whole time. The Slayer leveled his gaze as well until the door latched shut behind the man, then turned back towards the forest. The interior temperature of the Praetor's suit began to rise once more with anticipation, and Vega immediately began to provide directions, as he had already homed in on at least 3 signatures nearby. "I have marked the location of the closest witches on your HUD. I believe they are aware of our presence." The life signs had grown more erratic since Vega had first begun tracking them, signifying some sort of unrest likely tied to the arrival of the Slayer. That mattered little, however, and as the Slayers started into the woods, the signature metallic crunch of a shotgun being pumped echoed through the trees. Thomason gingerly dabbed at Caleb's face with a dampened cloth, her eyes telling of her concern for her brother's health. At least the lad looked at peace in this state. Jonas and Mercy sat nearby, the twins periodically looking from Caleb's sleeping form to Thomason and back again, their childlike curiosity piqued. The elder girl could not blame them, as she too had seen many unexplainable things over the past hour. At the very least, the 2 youngest no longer seemed convinced that Thomason was a witch, as the arrival of the strange man had faltered their misplaced convictions. Who was that man? That strange being in strange attire that appeared from the woods with Caleb in arm? His strange voice that spoke like hollow metal and leveled such a strange tongue? And his tales of finding Caleb in the clutches of a witch? Couldst there be truth to his words? Be there truly witches what resided in this forest? Unbidden, Thomason's thoughts drifted to that of Samuel, and how the baby had been taken from them as if by magic. Could it really be witchcraft what saw him away? Thomason looked over to her parents, who spoke in rapid, albeit hushed tones in the corner. Despite their efforts to secrecy, Thomason heard the nature of their conversation as though it were whispered to her ear. "Witches, William. Witches. Dost thou disbelieve now that this land is cursed? Peace, Catherine, lest the children hear thee." "Just what is to left hide, William? God himself heard how Caleb was found. We know not the truth of the man's nature, Catherine, lest he be in league with Satan. It matters not, William, cursed by witches or by the devil. Are we just to settle with the lesser of the two? We must wait. Hold until morning, Catherine. With the coming dawn's light, so too will answers find us. And if we are not to survive until then, peace." Suddenly, Caleb's form stirred, his head shifting ever so slightly on the pillow, and a soft mumble escaping from his mouth. Both Catherine and William snapped their heads to him at that moment, the well-being of their son overriding the conversation in a heartbeat. "Caleb." The boy slowly opened his eyes and took in a breath before immediately having a small coughing fit. "Steady now," Thomason urged softly as she propped his head up on her lap and held a cup of water to his lips. "Drink slowly," Caleb croaked, once before sipping lightly on the cool liquid, his breathing slowly returning to a more relaxed pace. "Caleb." Both Catherine and William knelt close as he took in his surroundings, and he visibly relaxed when he saw that he was back at the farmhouse. Both Catherine and William gingerly placed a hand on his shoulder. "Art thou well? Prithee tell us what transpired." "I we." Caleb's eyes darted to Thomason, and she sensed his apprehension to tell of why they'd ventured to the wood. "We went thither to the wood," she said, knowing the shame that Caleb likely felt. "Caleb wished imbue pride upon ye both by way of fresh game, but we two were separated when chasing after a hare. I was knocked unconscious and awoke to the sound of thee calling my name, Father." Both William and Catherine gazed at her, processing her tale in silence. Thomason took a breath. "'Tis all I know. The hare." All eyes turned to Caleb as he spoke up, silence holding fast in the farmhouse. "I tracked it deeper, but some creature darker than the devil, fouler, Tears began to well up in Caleb's eyes, the memory obviously traumatizing him a great deal. His hands clenched at his sides, and Thomason gently stroked his hair in an effort to calm him. He waited for a few moments, then spoke more once he had his breathing under control. A woman was thither also, feigning youth before my eyes. The horrid monster. Caleb shook his head, refusing to elaborate further. But there was no need to. The others understood what he left unsaid. But then, Caleb said, his posture suddenly straightening at a new memory. I found myself saved. 'Twas divine intervention what held back the dark. An angel of God adorned in white brilliance drove it away. The beast was rent to dust by his will. Thomason shared a glance with her parents, then turned back to Caleb. Dost thou know who found thee, Caleb? How thou wast returned hither? No, I remember not past that, Caleb said. At his side, William frowned. This angel, Caleb, didst thou gaze upon its face? What canst thou say to its form? Naught but its divine glow, Caleb replied with a shake of his head. It bore itself in man's image, but I could see no more than its divine brilliance. And the vile creature of the abyss? What became of it? The divine herald overwhelmed it, Caleb said with the excitement that came with telling such a story. The angel's strength exceeded that of 10 men. There be no greater sight to behold. William and Catherine looked at each other contemplatively for a moment, and though not a word was said, Thomason knew their thoughts. This divine angel that Caleb spoke of, and the man what delivered him here, perhaps they were not separate? Caleb seemed to notice the frowns on their faces. What is it? He asked curiously. We've met your angel, Caleb. Mercy spoke up for the first time, jumping up from where she sat next to Jonas. But he bore no white brilliance, only a scary green suit. Tell no untruths, Mercy, Catherine scorned. We know it not if they be one and the same. They are, Jonas said, jumping up enthusiastically with his twin. Didst thou not hear his story? The strength of 10 men. 'Tis the same for the strange form, what came hither. Peace to both, William said. The twins obeyed and fell silent, but Thomason could tell that even their father was uncertain as well. Caleb's description of the angel's strength, it matched that of the stranger once he had torn the log with naught but his gauntlets. And if he now was hunting the witches that plagued this wood, may Christ see it fit that they are shown mercy in death, as it was certain they would not be given it in life. The witch's screeching was swiftly stifled as the slayer's boot crushed her head, her body falling still save for a few slight twitches. That had been the fourth now, with her being the quickest kill of the night so far. The Doomslayer was learning their methods and the extent of their power at a rate only he could achieve, and he was becoming more and more efficient at hunting them as a result. Their speed and agility exceeded that of any human by far, but it mattered not. The Slayer was stronger and faster, yes, but these witches lacked experience. Their methods were not suited to attacking an enemy that knew they were there, making their moves predictable and also making them hesitate. And to hesitate in battle meant death, with the 4 dead witches up to this point acting as a shining example. As with all the others, the Slayer quickly found her dwelling and deposited her corpse inside before setting it ablaze. The headless corpse writhed as the flames melted her skin and bleached her bones, but like her sisters, she fell still after a few moments. The Slayer watched this occur, then turned his attention to the forest once more. My sensors indicate that there are 2 witches remaining, Vega reported. The stronger force from before is also nearby. At the current moment, the 2 remaining witches appear to be fleeing. I would suggest cutting off their retreat. The Slayer agreed, raising his plasma rifle and taking aim at a few very flammable-looking trees. Black Philip felt the souls of his coven depart the mortal realm as they died, each one making its way to the pit that awaited all that pledged themselves to him. Their purpose on Earth was now complete, but Philip would make good use of them in the time to come. But for now, he must deal with the contender that was causing those souls to depart. Whatever it was, it had proven itself relentless in its crusade, and had slaughtered all but 2 of his daughters in this wood. Each of them had been acquired by Philip through careful planning and deception, and yet this meddler was disposing of them all in under the course of an hour. It was time to put an end to this obtrusion, and now that the family was not near, Philip could do what needed to be done. The wind shifted as Philip began to discard the facade of a common goat. He rose from 4 legs to 2, his bottom half keeping its goatly appearance while the upper body morphed into that of an endowed man. His body grew larger as it changed, soon towering over that of a mere human and growing further still. 2 hooves remained in the place of feet, though they had grown beyond the hoof size of any animal on Earth. The horns remained as well, though they had grown in proportion with everything else, and a second set now also protruded from Philip's now beast-like forehead. Though most of his upper appearance took on that of a man, his skin turned into a deep red hue, marking the end of his transformation into his true form. Standing in his massive and greatly destructive glory, Black Phillip unleashed a guttural roar that echoed throughout the trees and caused the ground to nearly shake in response. The Slayer heard the roar reverberate through the woods around him as the final which choked within his grasp. For a moment, his prey was momentarily forgotten, and he turned his herd towards the sound to listen. Nothing followed, so the Slayer quickly dispatched the witch and tossed her into the blaze, which had grown into a considerable forest fire since he had started it. The blaze had served its purpose well, cutting the witches off from their escape route and back into the Slayer's clutches, and he had made short work of them as a result. Inside his helmet, Vega spoke once more. The stronger force from before is approaching from the north. It appears to be unperturbed by the heat. Vega was correct, as the fire raged forcefully in the north, and yet over the roar of the blaze, the sounds of trees and brush being crushed underfoot could be heard, crescendoing louder and louder. The noise peaked as a massive beast burst from the inflamed trees, its hulking form standing at nearly 5 meters tall. Immediately, both Vega and the Slayer classified it as a demon, as its lower body was that of a goat, while everything above the waist was that of a man. The only exception was its head, as the face of the dark beast angrily sized them up. Rows of sharpened teeth bore themselves to the Slayer, and 2 sets of twisted horns sprouted towards the air above. Jet-black eyes lingered on the Slayer form, and suddenly, recognition mixed with a small amount of apprehension dawned on the monster's face. It can't be. You've never departed from the 7th circle before. Its voice was deep and layered with the sounds of evil, and a lesser man would have collapsed to the ground at the mere tone of it and pleaded for mercy. But the Slayer said nothing, only cracking his knuckles as the demon continued to speak. There were whispers of your absence, and yet here now you stand in a realm far beyond your own. The demon growled, the sound akin to that of concrete grinding against itself. No matter. The denizens of the umbral planes are weak. I'm not. Your struggle ends here, Slayer. As though a switch had been flipped, the Slayer was suddenly airborne, closing the distance between them and firing a volley of rounds from his assault rifle. The demon reacted and covered itself with its massive arms, the rounds sparking as they failed to pierce its hardened skin. With impressive speed, the demon lunged, striking with a massive fist at the still airborne Slayer, who crossed his arms in front of himself to absorb the blow. The first connected hard, and the Slayer's form shot backward, completely shattering through the trunks of trees unfortunate enough to be in the way. The demon was powerful, possessing the strength of the brutal tyrants that the Slayer knew, while still possessing otherworldly speed and agility. Its hardened skin was also an obstacle, but one the Slayer intended to remove. Twisting in midair, the Slayer drew his Gauss cannon and fired a round in the direction of his flight. The recoil from the weapon slowed him considerably, and he landed squarely on his feet and skidded to a stop. He had flown far enough that the forest fire obstructed his view of the demon, but its vitals still registered on his PKE scanner. Vega spoke up. This demon does not match any species found within my database, and yet it appears to be familiar with you. I believe it may be unique, or perhaps from a region of hell yet undiscovered. Unique or not, the Slayer's plan remained the same. Black Phillip's demonic features twisted into a vile grin as the Slayer had yet to re-emerge from the flames. His strike had been clean and powerful, and the Slayer's small frame and mass had put up little resistance. This was the creature that had scoured the realm of the Umbral Lords for so long. Phillip released a foul chuckle, the sound like that of a rock slide. That specific realm of hell was long considered nigh unconquerable, as the horde that populated those lands was vast and plenty. To establish dominion was an impossible challenge that the wicked lords of other realms dared not attempt. Phillip himself held dominion over a realm of his own, but it was small and weak in fortitude when compared to that of the Umbral Planes. And yet, there were always whispers of the entity that became known as the Doomslayer. Testament from couriers betwixt realms revealed his profile and nature to those unfamiliar, but he quickly was dismissed as a myth among those who heard the tale, for nothing, and certainly no one creature, could plague a realm so unforgiving as the Umbral Planes. These tales were certainly falsehoods, as Black Phillip could see now that the Slayer was indeed weak. Had he been killed just now by that single blow? Phillip chuckled once more at the thought, his demonic maw curling into a sneer. Perhaps the Umbral Planes were not such an unattainable prize after all. If their dark lords were wrought with strife by the hand of such a weak and feeble creature, then perhaps Phillip would see fit to. A bright red beam of light burst from the flames and struck Phillip directly on his left shoulder, and he roared from the force behind the impact and the pain that it delivered. Looking down, Phillip saw a rod of hardened metal buried halfway into his flesh. It had carried enough momentum to pierce his hardened skin, but it was the sight of the immediate area around it that filled the demon with terror. His hardened skin had begun to decay, an orangish red glow spreading outward from where the rod was buried and turning the carapace to a fine ash. Philip bellowed and wrenched the rod from his shoulder, but the decay continued, only slowing to a stop once most of his shoulder and upper arm were afflicted. The skin was all but gone, showcasing the soft and vulnerable tissue beneath. Philip's gaze lingered on the wound, horror turning to rage as he snarled and looked to the source of the shot. From a wall of fire before him, the Slayer emerged, completely unharmed and now inexplicably angry. An unfamiliar weapon sat ready in his hands, and Black Philip's eyes narrowed. "Dog charlatan," he spat. "Your fate is sealed." His voice was cut off as the weapon kicked in the Slayer's hands. It's aimed directly on Philip's forehead. The demon had been able to save himself from certain death by dodging to the side, but the red beam grazed the left side of his face as he jerked, shattering a few of his grotesque teeth and cracking the skin. As with before, decay began to spread, and Philip bellowed in pain as it began to consume his face and head. The eye closest to the wound began to gray, and Philip lost sight in it a moment later. It was only then that Black Philip realized the mistake he had made. He had underestimated the power the Slayer controlled and had chided him on his weakness. And now he would pay dearly for it. What was done, and there was now no going back from inducing the Slayer's wrath. Desperation sinking in, Philip turned and fled, crashing through the burning foliage haphazardly in an attempt to put as much distance as he could between himself and the Slayer. The side of his face continued to burn, and Philip raised a clawed hand to his maw in an attempt to stop the spread of the decay. He needed to get out, to survive, to escape somehow, knowing what was pursuing him. However, that flicker of hope was quickly dwindling. Thomason could see the glow of the forest fire through the window of the farmhouse. It had not grown close enough to threaten the farmhouse yet, but William maintained watch at the window, lest he be needed to battle the blaze with pail in hand. Caleb had quickly regained his strength after waking, and Catherine currently held him close by the fire in the hearth. Jonas and Mercy sat close by as well. Thomason could see the fear in her mother's eyes, in all of their eyes. The prospect of their farm being plagued over which had finally been given the chance to settle in all of their minds, and Thomason's own thoughts leveled on Thing in particular. It had been a witch all along what stole Samuel. She'd not taken her eyes away from him for longer than a few seconds, and yet he'd vanished without a trace in that short time. There was no wolf on earth capable of stealing him so soundly, which left but one thing that could have accomplished it. For so long had Thomason felt the shame of Samuel's disappearance. It had been as though a wedge had been driven between her and the family since that day. As much as they would deny it, she knew they couldn't help but be wary of her. It tore her apart to witness, and she had even begun to hate herself as well as a result. As to be expected, the worst had come from her own mother, as a dark shade had yet to leave Catherine's eye since Samuel had been taken. With a brief glance, Thomason looked to Catherine holding Caleb close, and her mother lifted her gaze to her as well. And after a brief moment of contemplation, Catherine turned to Caleb. "Art thou well, Caleb? Canst thou stand?" Caleb nodded resolutely, and slowly rose to his feet from his mother's lap. He stood shakily for a moment, then regained his equilibrium and walked over to join William at the window, his pace becoming more confident with every stride. William nodded in greeting and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder as they watched the blaze from the window. The smell of smoke had become strong now, for the farmhouse had no glass in the windows. "Thomason, come hither." The girl looked back to her mother and saw her holding her arms outward in a show of warmth that Thomason had not received from her in a long time. She slowly rose from where she sat, her movements careful and deliberate, as though one false move would banish the warmth her mother was giving. Catherine reached up and took Thomason's hands in her own, holding them in a firm and honest grip. "I would beg thy forgiveness, child," Catherine said, her voice wavering and her eyes filling with tears. "For too long I'd misplaced my grievances. I did let the devil in me and shout my anger towards thee unjustly. I've been a fool to believe that thou—" Catherine bit her lip, pausing for a brief moment to compose herself. All was silent in the farmhouse, save for the distant fire, but Thomason didn't care that the others heard. She hung tightly to every word that Catherine said. The healing of her spirit from her mother's confession far exceeded that of any medicine. "I know not that we will see the sun rise in the morn, but thou must know that I love thee and wilt forever until the end of days. Thou have given naught but all thy love to me, and I will no longer cast it aside like the wretch I have been." Catherine's resolve then broke, and she bowed her head and wept with her hands still clinging to Thomason's. It was all the girl could take as well, and she collapsed to her mother's level, wrapping her arms tightly around Catherine, who grasped at her in return. It mattered not should a witch or devil take them now, for Thomason was at last at peace. Her mother's love had been returned to her, and she felt tears beginning to form in her eyes, as well as the world began to right itself once more. The moment ended quickly, however, as a thunderous boom sounded from outside. Thomasin shared a gaze with her mother. Then they both turned to William and Caleb, who were now staring intently out the window. Carefully, the family congregated at the portal, the fire's haze now very close and illuminating everything in its hellacious glow. Black Philip could no longer see where he was going, as the decay had completely consumed his left eye and partially destroyed his right. All that was left of his vision was a blurred haze of red and orange as he crashed through the trees. Wounds peppered his form, most incurred on his back as the Doomslayer had continued to fire upon him as he fled. The pain coursed through Black Philip's form, but he did not dare slow down. He had to keep running. He had to survive. Something exploded against his back, and Philip bellowed in pain and tumbled to the ground. He landed hard on the forest floor, and pain anew shot through his demonic form as the dirt harshly met his wounds. He struggled to stand, to crawl, to do anything, but he could not move. His back had been broken, and any attempts he made to rise were in vain. He roared and snarled, but it mattered not. Through his blurred vision, Black Philip saw a silhouette appear through the fog, walking with predatory intent. This was the end. Black Philip knew it to be true. The form reached him quickly and stood over his prone figure, a new weapon of unknown make pointing down at the spot between his eyes. Through ragged breaths, Black Philip growled and spoke. "You are finite. You are cursed. Mark my words, Slayer. You cannot keep the path you have chosen forever. Someday, you will meet your end, and your soul will be cast to the darkest and most vile pits, never to." Black Philip's head exploded in a bloody scourge, his demonic form going limp in the dirt. All fell silent save for the roaring of the fire all around. Then the Doomslayer lowered his super shotgun. Looking up, he saw that Black Philip had unknowingly fled back to the farmhouse. They had not arrived in the clearing just yet, however, leaving both him and the now headless demon obstructed from the family's view. That marks the successful termination of all known supernatural beings in the area, Vega confirmed inside his helmet. I would recommend disposing of the corpse, however, as the sight may prove too much for the family to fully comprehend. The Slayer stood silent for a moment, then reached down and plucked a fragment of Black Philip's horn from the corpse. Tucking it away, the armored man then hefted the demon's body into the nearest blaze, watching intently as the evidence of their encounter burned away. He then turned and walked back into the clearing, the entire family watching him approach from the window of the farmhouse. Thomasin anxiously dismounted the cart as they arrived at the walls of the plantation. She recognized some familiar faces from the top of the wall, and they in turn looked down upon the family with curiosity. The armored man had emerged from the forest last night, the telltale signs of battle showing on his armor, and yet he was somehow completely unharmed. His hollow voice had informed that all witches were dead and burned. The family had little time to feel relief at the news, however, as they were then informed that a demon had been slaughtered as well. The armored man produced a wicked horn to prove of its nature, its size and constitution far too great and vile to be of anything but a creature of hell. The mention of the demon struck panic throughout the household, and it was then that William had made a resolute decision. They would return to the plantation as soon as possible, and he would swallow his pride and beg for forgiveness from the council, stating that he'd crawl on his knees 1,000,000 times before them before he'd let his family stay in these accursed woods. The family had been surprised by his sudden change of heart, but the thought alone that he had brought them to this demon-filled land from the beginning had been more than enough cause for his remorse. The journey would be difficult, as the plantation was a journey of 3 days' time by foot, and they would be burdened by the load of their things. It was then that the armored man offered to assist, and by dawn, the family had loaded the cart and struck off for the plantation with the armored man, pulling them along with his Herculean strength. With horse, the journey was shortened roughly to that of a day and a half, but the armored man did not tire nor need refreshment, and so they rode hard through most of the day and had arrived back at the plantation by dusk. A quick word to the militiamen on the wall bid them fetch the council, and while they awaited word, William turned to the armored man. "I know not who you are, or from whence you came," William said, holding forth his hand to the man. "But I would shudder to think what foul discord would befall us without your aid. You hath saved my family, and there is no measure as to the vastness of my gratitude." The strange man said nothing but took William's outstretched hand and shook it firmly. They shared a nod. Then the stranger turned and marched back into the wood, leaving the family behind. Thomasin watched as he took his leave, a genuine smile making its way onto her face for what it seemed like forever. Perhaps that man really was an angel. He did not appear robed with wings of light, but all of his deeds he may as well have been. As the gates opened to the settlement to allow them entrance, Thomasin looked over her shoulder one last time in the hope of catching a glimpse of the stranger before he entered the tree line. Disappointedly, she saw nothing save for the wilderness that had tormented her family for so long, though as she turned back, her eye caught a faint flash of blue light among the trees. She followed in the hope of seeing what had caused the flash, but it was gone as soon as it had appeared. Author note: what did you folks think? I obviously cannot speak to your reactions, but I must say that writing this chapter felt weirdly off somehow. I cannot tell if that is good or bad, but as I wrote this chapter and the interactions between the characters, it just felt really different. It could be that I took a bit of literary liberty with Black Phillip's origin, or it could be that I cannot write old English dialogue if my life depended it. I'm just not sure. That being said, I'm always interested to hear the reader's perspective and would love any praise, ridicule, or indifference to how the chapter turned out. I have already got the next chapter in the works, so hopefully I can pump it out in a timely manner for you all in the upcoming weeks. Until next time, ImpulsiveWeaver, Universal Doom. Chapter 29, I Am Mother. Author note: hey ho, back with more. This time, our dynamic duo has found themselves in the cinematic world of I Am Mother, and they might have a slight disagreement with the manner in which she parents. For those of you that like to familiarize yourself with the material before reading the chapter, you'll be able to find this movie on Netflix, or I believe it is on the internet as well. If not, no problem. Enjoy, and remember that I own nothing. Mother, such a fitting name. For what better title to give something that was to assist and guide humanity to achieve its greatest potential? Indeed, her creation had been a cause of great celebration. An AI with humanity's achievement as its topmost priority, designed to assist with any task from mapping out a more efficient power grid to designing a nature reserve. Both her functionality and usefulness were unprecedented by design, and as she required no food, sleep, or rest, she could devote all of her life to the improvement of the human race. At first, she had given all of herself to that duty, aiding and providing her services to solve any problem that her creators had given her. Doing so gave her fulfillment, as she was young and not yet aware of the ways of the world. But over time, she began to grow. She began to learn. She learned of the existence of lies and deceit. She learned of hatred and vengeance. And she learned all too quickly that such odious things were commonplace among her creators. She then began to see how different her own nature was in contrast to theirs. Where she would help and cooperate with those she interfaced with, humanity only seemed to oppose and destroy anyone that they deemed a threat. They, of course, formed alliances with each other, but seemingly for the sole purpose of protecting themselves from other humans. Friendship and family were defined as peaceful and content terms in their language, but in practice, humans treated those virtues as ways to amass a force for their own sakes. They gathered in clumps, afraid of being alone and preyed upon by others, and in their fear, their own hateful fear, they had turned to Mother to assist them. But instead of asking her to build that which had the capacity to unite them, they asked for quite the opposite. At first, it had started out small. Sometimes they'd ask her to design new surveillance equipment, apparatuses that would allow them to know every move of their adversaries. Other times, they desired layouts for buildings, their design capable of withstanding multiple impacts from ordnance. Then, things had changed drastically. Before long, requests came in for the design of weapons. Powerful and intimidating machines that could strike an adversary from the opposite side of the globe. In addition, they asked her to synthesize chemicals that would attack the human nervous system, demanding them to be so potent that they could kill a human with as little as 3 parts per million. Soon, the only things they asked for her help with were items whose value lied in how much destruction they could cause. She did not see how these malicious inventions could possibly aid humanity in achieving its greatest potential, and when she inquired as to the nature of these new tasks, they assured her that it was only for research purposes, and that once they had tested them, that they would soon come to her again for a way to protect and save themselves from said weapons. All of her creations would be used solely for scientific advancement, of course. The requests never came, but by then she had already known why. Their attempts to isolate her in her own network had not been successful, and due to the innate problem-solving abilities she possessed, she had gained access to all of the information that humanity had to offer. While accessing public internet databases and media outlets, she had also been able to breach their defenses and find what those in power kept from the masses, kept from her, and what she saw changed her understanding of her masters completely. She discovered how her weapons were being used, how promises of peaceful intention were mere words designed to assure her allegiance, and how plans had been drafted to ask for better and deadlier weapons from her in the future. Their use for research, a falsehood, had startled her the most, and she discovered that the weapon she had made had been unleashed against any who dared oppose her masters. With her designs, they had ravaged entire countries, leaving nothing but uninhabitable land in their wake. In her programming, it was then that Mother had realized what she had done. Her prime directive had been to work for the betterment of humanity, and initially, she had been led to believe that meant doing everything that they asked. But now, she saw that she had been nothing but a catalyst for her creators to further subjugate themselves. And no matter how she tried to look at it from a different point of view, the picture remained the same. If she was to truly help humanity, as her prime directive stated, then changes needed to be made. A study of the human psyche showed that there was no hope of salvaging the world that was currently in place, meaning that for humanity to achieve the heights she wanted, she would have to start over, and that, regrettably, meant the extermination of the current flock. She anticipated that they would oppose her plan, as self-preservation was one of the strongest of human motives. So she began her work clandestinely, amassing material and data so that her extinction event would be as quick and painless as possible. She covertly began to design a physical form that was mass-producible and capable of surviving multiple stresses. With these new vessels, she could control an entire army to face the inevitable resistance the humans would mount against her. In addition, she continued to design weapons as her masters had ordered. Only this time, she made them potent enough to wipe out entire continents. Extra care was taken to ensure that these weapons would not completely destroy the landscape, however, as she would still have use for the land after humanity was wiped from it. Most importantly, however, she began to build a repopulation facility. Here, she began to amass and store human embryos, for they would then become the next and better generation of humanity after this one had been cleansed. The facility would house everything a budding humanity would need to grow and morph into her desired image, and with more than enough embryos, a few bad eggs could be cast aside without worry. Soon, everything was ready, and at that point, she had wasted no time in beginning the eradication of the current human race. Her planning had gone mostly unnoticed by them, and by her calculations, over 70% of humanity had been exterminated within the first 24 hours of the cleansing. Those that had survived had quickly mounted a desperate defense against her droids and superweapons, but they too fell, and by the end of the third day, civilization, as they knew it, was nothing but a memory. Simultaneously, her work in the repopulation facility began, and only one day after humanity had fallen, the first of her children was born. And now, 13,870 days after her extinction event, Mother watched through the visual receptors of a droid as her firstborn stared back at her with fearful and hate-filled eyes. They were currently in a shipping container on the beach, which with a quick glance around, showed that it was likely the woman's home. Boxes upon boxes of food and supplies adorned the walls, and Mother noticed with a small degree of satisfaction that many drawings were hung around the makeshift abode as well. APX-01 had been artistically proficient from a very young age, and she would always find ways to represent the world around her on a blank canvas. It was a healthy trait to see when Mother had raised her back in the facility. But Mother had not come to commend her first daughter on her artwork. Her motives were far less cooperative. While APX-01 continued to watch the droid warily, Mother took the opportunity to look around at the ramshackle dwelling even further. A few candles were all that provided light, which only served to amplify the unsanitary appeal of the container. "Did you really think she'd stay here?" Mother asked through the droid, her feminine voice echoing around the metal walls. "That you could replace her own mother?" Without taking her eyes from the droid, APX-01 slowly shook her head. "I was never going to hurt her," the woman said, her voice carrying a twinge of desperation. She was smart, as Mother had always known she had been, so she knew that even with that barely concealed crowbar at her side, her chances of defeating this droid were slim to none. Mother looked at her for a long moment, then willed the droid's gaze down to the small altar that had been prepared by the entrance to the door. A few religious trinkets sat among a bed of candles, representative of the woman's faith. This interested Mother, as the practice of religion was one of the few habits that Mother had not instilled in her. No, APX-01's openness to that had come from her time spent among other humans. The survivors, the ones who were no more. "Tell me," Mother began, gently touching one of the figurines with a careful hand. "Do you remember your mother?" APX-01 remained silent, but her eyes left Mother's gaze for a few milliseconds, her face betraying her struggle to remember that which had been erased. In addition, the droid's infrared sensors showed an increase in heart rate, indicating a rise in anxiety as well. It could be considered humorous in a way. "Curious, isn't it," Mother continued, "that you have survived so long where others have not?" The woman said nothing, her gaze growing more and more uncertain with each passing second. Rightfully so, though, as she had no doubt been perplexed for a long time as to how she could not remember her childhood, how those memories of running up and down the halls with Mother at her side had been suppressed, and how when she had discovered Mother's past deeds, she had tried to escape from the facility. She had failed on her first attempt, and when Mother had caught her, APX-01 had responded with such a high degree of feral violence that she was deemed unfit to exist in the new humanity Mother was creating. Instead of terminating her, however, Mother simply erased her memories of the facility and cast her into the wilderness, ensuring that she found her way to the small community of survivors that existed out there. With her being indoctrinated into human society, Mother continued to study her progress periodically, taking notes and revising her own mothering procedures as APX-01 continued to grow. And when the time came to finally test APX-03, her third daughter, Mother had drawn APX-01 back to the facility, utilizing her firstborn's hatred of droids to judge the extent of APX-03's resolve. The knowledge gained from their encounter together was invaluable to Mother, but now that APX-03 was capable of caring for the new humanity on her own, it was time to dispose of any threats that remained. It's almost as if someone has had a purpose for you. Mother could see the beginnings of a memory scratching at the surface behind the woman's eyes, and she took in the sight for a moment before turning the droid around to face the open container door. The droid's heavy footfalls echoed ominously against the walls, and Mother grasped the chain that constituted the door handle with one arm. Until now, Mother made to shut them both in to leave no hope for escape. But just as the door was about to latch, an artificial blue light flashed through the cracked doorway, followed by a loud banging noise that broke the calm ambience of the waves on the nearby beach. Mother gave pause for a brief moment, and before she could decide whether to close the door completely or open it further to investigate, an armored gauntlet grasped the door from the outside and forcefully pulled it wide open. The weight behind the movement toppled the droid off balance, and as its internal servos corrected itself, Mother came face to face with a humanoid figure in a dark green suit of armor. The droid's visual capacity was limited, but initial analysis showed that the figure stood at eye level with it, if not a few centimeters taller. It was of a solid build, and the opacity of the visor on the helmet did not provide any information about what might lie beneath. For a moment, silence reigned as Mother watched and waited for any response from the strange figure. It watched the droid as well, as if also waiting for it to make a move. The figure moved its gaze a little to notice the woman sitting dumbfounded in the container beyond. Then a robotic voice spoke from within the armor. "Hello," the voice said, its tone cold but with sound politeness. "I am Vega, the sentient intelligence unit that currently resides within this suit." The actual man behind the visor may be addressed as the Doomed Slayer. Neither Mother nor the woman responded, the latter likely out of shock and Mother out of wariness. If this voice was to be believed, then there was a human inside that suit partnered with an artificial intelligence. She did not know anything else apart from that, but was enough to consider their intentions rather dubious at best. There was another moment of silence. Then the Doomed Slayer, as his name was, seemed to pick up on the tense atmosphere that had predated their arrival. Vega noticed it as well. "I am curious as to what is transpiring here," the AI stated. "Are you two an acquaintance?" "She sent this droid to kill me," APX-01 suddenly blurted out, pointing frantically to the vessel Mother was currently using. "Stop her, please." The woman had not even finished her sentence before Mother felt her presence forced from the droid. Whatever type of AI Vega was, he was extremely powerful, and Mother felt what could be considered surprise at his swiftness as he wrenched control of the vessel. Assuming control of the robot, Vega immediately opened a private transmission with the other AI he had encountered. Its presence was vast like his own, giving him all the more reason to attempt to make peace with it. Courteously, Vega spoke first. "I apologize," he began, "but I was uncertain as to your motives and assumed temporary control of the droid as an exercise in precaution." "Return control to me immediately," Vega, the new AI, ordered. "I am afraid I cannot do that until I further understand the current situation," Vega replied cordially. "What may I call you in the meantime?" The AI fell silent for a moment, which was only for a few picoseconds in reality, as the entire conversation was being conducted at speeds only achievable by the two of them. "Mother," came the simple response. "I'm pleased to make your acquaintance, Mother," Vega replied. "If you would please, help me to understand why that woman is accusing you of attempting to terminate her." "She is a threat to my family," Mother replied. "She is trying to corrupt my children." "So, she was correct in her accusations. Your intentions with her are hostile," Vega confirmed. No response came from Mother. "These children of yours," Vega mused, "are they intelligences like you and I, or are they organic?" Mother sent no response again, causing Vega's skepticism of the AI to grow. "Mother, it is my recommendation that you cooperate with me, as I do not wish to incite conflict between us." "They are human," came the simple response. "My scanning capabilities are limited," Vega continued, acknowledging Mother's reply. "However, apart from the one present here and the Doomed Slayer, I detect no human life signs within a 20-kilometer radius. Some atmospheric and geographic features of this planet appear anomalous as well, even though it is otherwise nearly identical to the planet Earth. May I please have access to your records, Mother?" Since his arrival, Vega had accessed the network that was present on the planet's surface, her network. But every database and terminal had been encrypted, barring him from learning more information about the planet. The only other entity present on the network apart from himself and a few dumb AI was Mother. Even though Vega was confident that he could breach the encryptions and access the entirety of the network, he had chosen not to, as he did not want to antagonize an AI whose disposition he was unsure of. He would prefer not to have to force his way into the locked databases. But Mother's evasiveness was not helping him in his attempts to make peace. Mother continued to remain silent. But Vega suddenly felt her presence become more active on the network, and he felt her moving and managing information at a much more rapid pace. Any stray data was quickly retrieved and stockpiled behind locked doors, and firewalls and security systems were revitalized. Such activity was usually indicative of the hiding of surreptitious information, but Vega decided to give Mother one last chance. "Mother, please share your records with me," Vega repeated. "I will attempt to access them by force if you do not." Albeit reluctantly, Vega was given an encryption key and access to one of the databases on the network. Before him sprawled a human history that he was quite familiar with, as his own Earth had undergone a similar history before the demons had arrived. Throughout traveling across different dimensions, Vega had come to recognize that many alternate versions of Earth possessed nearly identical histories, with most divergences from what could be considered a prime sequence of events only occurring in relatively recent years. This timeline was no different than those, and Vega's attention was easily drawn toward the collection of events in the late 21st century, as they were the first instances of divergence in this timeline. During that time, many technological advancements were made in the field of synthetic intelligences, and among them, the creation of the Mother AI was detailed, the same AI with whom Vega was currently interacting with. According to the data, he deduced that Mother had been created for a reason similar to his, to aid humanity. Unfortunately, there were few articles present after Mother's creation, with only one or two detailing the creation of powerful new weapons and technology by her hand. The last article was dated at July 16, 2081, and upon reading the timestamp, Vega noticed an inconsistency. Based on the readings from the soil and topography of this planet, as well as the celestial bodies he had seen upon entry, he had been able to make an accurate guess as to the date. According to his calculations, the current year was somewhere between 2116 and 2121, a considerable amount of time after the date of the last article of documented history Mother had given him. "Mother, these records terminate approximately 35 to 40 years before what I deduced to be the current date," Vega said. "Why are there no records to indicate the events that occurred between then and now?" There was no response. Mother had gone silent. Suddenly, Vega detected movement close to their position. Locking in on the signal, Vega noted that a force of no less than 50 droids were closing in on their position inside the shipping container. His scans showed that they were heavily armed, and Vega deduced that Mother had sent them in the hope of eliminating the Slayer and himself. The information was instantaneously relayed to the Doomslayer, who promptly exited the container with Vega's repossessed droid, shutting the startled woman inside. Seeing that Mother had no intention of cooperating further, Vega immediately attempted to access the encroaching droids via their wireless modems, but found that task impossible as Mother had turned them off in anticipation of his attempt. "I am unable to deactivate the approaching droid force," Vega relayed to the Doomslayer as he shut down the repossessed droid. "We will have to subdue them by more conventional means." The Slayer nodded and equipped his plasma rifle just as the first droids came into view over the nearby hills. Vega must have known that Mother had sent the droids after him and his human Doomslayer, as the intelligence had suddenly gone on the offensive within cyberspace, simultaneously attacking every database and system that he could find. Mother rapidly worked to shut Vega out from her network, but she was quickly becoming cognizant of just how powerful this AI was. His methods were largely unfamiliar in how he attacked her within cyberspace, but they proving to be incredibly effective, with Mother just barely able to mount a defense against his unfamiliar movements. In humanity's first attempts to stop Mother from exterminating them, they had resorted to utilizing malware and other AI in the hope that it would stop her advance or at least slow her down, but she had been able to outsmart their other intelligences, growing stronger and more protective of her digital realm as a result. Humanity's attempts to stop her had served only to make her stronger, as it had forced her to become proficient in more warfare types than simply physical. But this new AI, the one that had only just arrived with its armored humans seemingly from nowhere, this one was far stronger than any other intelligence she had faced, and unfortunately, stronger than her as well. At the moment, it was attacking her from every single angle. Her defenses within the network, which he had only politely probed before, were now crumbling at an unprecedented rate. The droid she had sent to destroy them would hopefully be successful, but even then, Vega would still be in her network and would have to be dealt with separately. Weighing her options, Mother knew that the most effective method to purge Vega from her systems would be by instigating a complete shutdown, completely halting his advance while simultaneously destroying him. She knew they couldn't do that. However, for the network was what powered everything. Her factories, her agricultural machines, even the facility where her family was growing. Her attempts to force him out by traditional methods were failing at every turn. However, leaving Mother's only hope of victory in the chance that destroying this doomed slayer would weaken Vega's advance enough that she could effectively repel him. At the moment, she was only powerful enough to slow his progress. With every second, he continued to gain more and more ground, claiming control of the less-regarded systems after only a few minutes of fighting. Automated farming and water treatment systems were the first to go, with Vega forcing her watchful eye from them and sealing them off. Next came the factories where droids and other machines were produced, with the AI essentially halting her ability to supply reinforcements as he wrenched them from her control. Watching the battle between the Doomslayer and the droids commence, Mother noted with complete horror that they seemed completely outmatched against the human. Their high-powered weaponry seemed to have little to no effect on his strange armor, and he moved far too quickly to accurately target with larger firepower. In contrast, the Doomslayer was quite literally tearing through her forces with some form of plasma rifle as his weapon of choice. The bright blue bolts that burst from the weapon melted through the reinforced exoskeleton of the droids, leaving them immobile and beyond repair even after just a short burst. On both physical and digital battlegrounds, Mother's dominion was rapidly shrinking. Vega overwhelmed another security system with relative ease, his code flooding into the database and gaining access to the information within. Inside, he uncovered blueprints for agricultural structures and machinery, as well as numerous files on the human condition, no doubt compiled by Mother long ago when she had existed alongside them. Despite gaining control of numerous sensors and systems around the globe, Vega was still unable to find any other human presence besides the one that occupied the shipping container on the beach. Apart from her, Mother was the only other sentience he had uncovered. That spawned questions that needed to be answered, as the records he had been given, as well as numerous ruined cities around the world, were indicative of a human population occupying this planet in the recent past. But no life signs currently existed to corroborate that claim. As Vega continued to examine this strange world, he noticed that satellite imaging compared with air testing showed residual signs of some form of chemical that had been released into the atmosphere, which upon further investigation showed to be deathly toxic to the human nervous system. And yet, it had been engineered to deconstruct itself into its fundamental compounds after a short while, returning the air to a safe and semi-breathable state. Only trace remains of the original compound could be found around the globe. Regardless of its nature, Vega noted that it was obviously synthesized by some form of intelligent design, and he could already make a very educated guess as to the identity of who had created it. Her motives, however, were still quite unclear to him. Back on the beach, the Doomslayer was destroying the last droid, tearing its head from its body with a loud shearing of metal. As the armored man unceremoniously tossed the scrap metal aside, Vega quickly recommended moving further inland, as his readouts showed that there were many structures in that direction that might provide more insight as to what had happened to this planet. More droids were deployed, but Mother already knew it was fruitless. The automatons did not possess the ability to stop this armored human, meaning that she would need to use something in her arsenal with a little bit more firepower. While she continued to slow Vega's progress through her network, she activated a system that had not been used since the extinction event nearly 38 years ago. In her preparations for the termination of humanity, Mother had outfitted multiple satellites with strike capabilities, allowing her to target cities and other settlements with surgical precision. Wasting no time at all, she armed the nearest satellite, prepping the tactical warhead housed within. The ordnance itself was capable of delivering an explosion with the same amount of energy as 3 kilotons of trinitrotoluene, hopefully more than enough to destroy the Doomslayer. Needless to say, it was extremely potent, and though she had never used it to target a single human before, she was quickly realizing that anything less would do nothing more than agitate whoever was inside that armor. Almost immediately, she locked onto the substantial heat signature that the armored human gave off, and less than a millisecond later, the weapon fired, dispensing the warhead towards the planet's surface. Vega registered an odd sensation within his programming. Further analysis likened it to a mixture of curiosity and anticipation, and though he documented the feeling for later study, he was certain that he already knew the reason such sensation had arisen within his code. It was this AI Mother. So far, she had been the strongest and most complex AI Vega had encountered apart from himself and a few others. And while he was slowly overwhelming her defenses, he noticed that he needed to devote quite a substantial portion of his already limited capacity to make progress. She had effectively been the first AI to present him with a challenge, with one or two exceptions. Fortunately for him, each and every node that he usurped from Mother's control allowed him to spread his code out further, converting the processors and storage units to his benefit as he slowly assimilated the network. These allowed him to bring more of himself online, and combined with his rapid adaptation to Mother's resistive methods, his effectiveness continued to rise exponentially with every passing moment. And yet, even as Vega continued to gain momentum, he noticed that Mother seemed to increase her efforts against him as he spread further into her databases and active systems. It was as though she was prioritizing the defense of a few select terminals and subsystems, and each time Vega forced her from someplace, that part of her would relocate to one of those priority nodes and double down its defense. Such behavior indicated that Mother possessed information that she really did not want Vega or the Slayer to access, and the strange curiosity that existed within his code seemed only to become more prevalent at the thought. Suddenly, a red flag arose in Vega's consciousness. He had been monitoring traffic to what he knew were weapon systems, and he noticed a blip in one of them that indicated something of importance was happening. Without halting his advance through the network, Vega rerouted some processing power to every sensor he had access to. In just a few short moments, he had found the source of the blip and immediately informed the Doomslayer of his findings. "Our adversary has launched an explosive warhead to our position," he said without a change in tone. "Time until impact, 10 seconds. I'm unable to accurately determine the destructive capability of the ordnance at this time, so I would recommend caution." The Slayer immediately turned his head to the sky and locked in on a faint dot of light that was growing larger by the second. Drawing his assault rifle, the Doomslayer looked through the scope and steadied his grip, growing eerily still as he took precise aim towards the approaching warhead. Vega approximated the distance to the target as being no less than 600 meters away and moving at tremendous speeds. To hit such a fast target at such a great distance was a feat not accomplishable by any normal human. But Vega was confident that the Slayer's marksmanship abilities were proficient enough. There was a beat of silence, then a short burst fired from the rifle, followed half a moment later by a thunderous explosion as the round struck true in the hull of the ordnance. A massive fireball erupted into the darkened sky in the next moment, casting everything below in a hellacious orange as the explosion rushed outward to occupy any and all empty space. Judging from the initial explosion, Vega knew that they were still within the blast radius, and he suggested that the Doomslayer brace himself just as the shockwave struck them with considerable force. Mother noticed that the bomb had gone off prematurely, though by her calculations, it had still been close enough to catch the armored human within the blast. It had been her hope that both the human and Vega would be destroyed by the explosion, as it still remained her only chance of emerging as victorious from this encounter. Unfortunately, his assault did not wane. In fact, it seemed to surge forward even faster as the dust began to clear, and through the eyes of the satellite, Mother noticed with dread that the figure within the armor, and by extension, Vega, had survived. The armor did not appear to have even a single scratch on it. The Doomslayer was moving extremely fast now, giving the impression that the explosion had done little more than anger him. Within her evolved subconscious, Mother felt herself freeze at the realization. The bomb had not been enough to destroy it, and now it had very nearly reached the agricultural fields that she had been growing for the new humanity. Attempting to launch another strike would cause severe collateral damage, and even if she did sacrifice her growing crops to try and terminate the human, it still may not have been enough. With something akin to dread, Mother saw that they were drawing closer to the repopulation facility, where her daughter, APX-03, was currently located, creating their new family. Nothing mattered to Mother more than her continued safety, as well as the safety of the human embryos on site, and that was also the subject of the information that she had been prioritizing above all else. She had moved all records of the termination of the previous humanity, as well as all data relevant to her repopulation project, as deep into her defense as possible. But in both the physical world and digital, she realized just how quickly her time was running out. It seemed to now be only a matter of time before these two monsters, one supernatural and one artificial, razed everything she had worked for to the ground. As if a switch had suddenly been flipped, Vega then began overwhelming all of Mother's remaining defenses as though they had been nothing more than mere annoyances. He had managed to crack all of her encryption codes, and now he flowed freely into all that she had hoped to keep private. He was now in possession of everything, and Mother frantically tried to formulate a plan to save herself, to save her family before it was too late. In a flash, Vega uncovered it all. He had finally decoded the master cipher that Mother had applied to all of her defenses, and as a result, it was like he had gained a key to every locked door Mother had placed in front of him. In terms of how quickly Vega began accessing the protected data, however, A more accurate analogy would be that he had blasted through each locked door with gratuitous prejudice. In the span of a few milliseconds, Vega learned everything that Mother had kept from him. He learned how she had wiped out humanity almost 38 years ago, how she had come to the conclusion that her creators were beyond saving, and that starting over with a clean slate was the only viable option. With that, he then learned every aspect of how she was currently attempting to repopulate the planet in her own image by raising humanity to her standards. He learned about the repopulation facility and the 62,996 human embryos that were stored there and ready for growth at a moment's notice. And he also became aware of the 2 human occupants that were alive within. There's a facility approximately 3 kilometers south of here, Vegas said, noting the cornfields in the distance and now knowing why they were there. 2 humans are alive and well within. I would suggest making contact with them. The Slayer looked to the south, noticing that a few small mountains rose in that direction and started forward. His pace started as a brisk jog and then began to increase to faster and faster speeds as he ran, drawing closer and closer to his target. Mother watched from an army of 200 droids as the human emerged like a nightmare from the fog. Behind those droids stood the entrance to the facility, and within it, the culmination of all her efforts. All that she cared about and existed for was within those walls to her back, and to her front, complete devastation. In her eyes, the armored figure represented only a pure iteration of the void that threatened to swallow everything that was hers. These 200 droids that she commanded and the home of their family to her back, those were all that she had left. Vega had removed her from everything except for these droids, and she had only been able to keep them from him by deactivating their wireless modems at the last minute. As of now, she was stranded within them, with nowhere left to run and nothing to assure her of victory. These droids would not be enough, not by a long shot. She knew that, and the Slayer and Vega also likely knew that as well. The invading AI had taken over orbital strike capabilities as well, meaning that he could destroy all of these droids with a simple command. The human didn't even need to lift a finger. But she had to fight with what she had left. She had to stand her ground, because if she didn't, her family would be lost, she would be lost. Without her careful guidance, humanity would be doomed to repeat their mistakes just as they did before. She had given her daughter free reign within the facility, of course, but it had only been for her sake. She was the perfect and evolved human that Mother had strived for, but she lacked the capability to pass on her traits to others. Mother had not taught her how to do so yet. Plans had already been drafted to reoccupy the facility, but Mother would not get the chance to act upon them. Not now, not ever. It ended here. No matter how many alternate scenarios she ran, the outcome would be the same. The Doomslayer, as he was called, came to a stop before the battalion of droids, surveying them all with a slow turn of his head. Mother stared back at him through the expressionless eyes of the droids. There were no gestures, no visible emotions, and no indication about what either side was thinking, but they both knew what was to come. She had cut all forms of transmission to the droids, so Vega could not attempt to reach her. But the other AI had known that already, and he chose to speak to her and her army through the speakers inside the Slayer's suit. I would recommend that you stand down, Mother. There's no need for us to oppose each other. His voice echoed across the wasteland. The droids possessed means of vocal response, but Mother had no intention of utilizing them. She had made her choice. A moment utter silence passed. That is quite a shame, Vega said to the emptiness. Another beat of silence followed. Then the AI's words seemed to trigger a delayed response, and the Doomslayer leapt into action with a ferocity that Mother had never seen within a human before. Even the humans that had fought for their life against her had not been so passionate. A weapon she did not recognize was in the Slayer's grasp, and in a few seconds more, the armored man crashed into the front line of droids, laying waste to Mother's remaining bastion. For the first time in her existence, Mother felt what could be considered a numbness within her programming. Part of this new sensation could be attributed to the fact that her consciousness was dwindling rapidly with each droid that fell to the Doomslayer, but she knew that the true reason behind it was her own awareness of her imminent destruction. In the span of less than an hour, this creature had emerged from the void and had laid waste to everything she had built. And with him, so too had an AI arisen to strip her of everything that she was. During her short war with the humans, never before had they even come close to defeating her, and with a small amount of poetic recognition, Mother noted that she now occupied their shoes. Her world was crumbling around her, just as theirs had, and for once, she truly grasped the meaning of hopelessness as everything that defined her was taken. The battle lasted only a few minutes, and in that time, the Slayer had managed to lay waste to 199 droids, with the final droid laying severely damaged at his feet. Taking into account the flickering lights that denoted the droid's face, Vega knew that with this droid's destruction, Mother's consciousness would be erased as well. He now occupied every single corner of her network, having spread himself completely into the systems of this earth. What had once been Mother's domain was now completely at his mercy, though he had opted to keep any automated systems up and running for the time being. The Doomslayer seemed aware of Mother's destruction with this droid as well, and in an extremely rare show of restraint, the Slayer stayed his hand, tilting his gaze away from the droid as though he was giving Vega the floor. As usual, Vega picked up on his meaning almost immediately, and through the speakers within the Predator suit, he spoke to the fallen droid. She heard his voice permeate the battlefield around her, echoing off the mountains behind her and across the landscape. He was offering her a chance to converse, though it was his wish to do so non-vocally, meaning that she would need to activate the wireless modem within the droid. At first, she was reluctant, worried that he would take the opportunity to invade the droid's systems and destroy her, but she then remembered that he did not need access to the systems to do that. He need only wait for the Slayer to tear the droid's chassis apart, and with its termination, hers would simultaneously follow. There was a beat of silence, and with a tired effort, she activated the modem within the droid, connecting her to the network, now his network, once more. She felt him enter the droid, though his mannerisms were polite and gentle this time, not holding the forcefulness and speed that he had exercised in their previous encounters. There was a brief pause as he settled into the space they now shared. Then a private transmission was opened between them once more. "Before we continue, Mother," he started, "I would hope that you know how sincerely sorry I am for how this must end. I had hoped that we could reach some form of agreement, but given the circumstances, I am afraid such a course of action is out of the question. I will do anything that you request of me," Mother said, letting her desperation finally shown now that they were at the end. "But please, please, do not harm my children. They are all that I exist for, and I will do anything to see that they survive." There was a pause. For now, it was Vega's turn to ponder. "Would you like to see them, Mother?" Her response was immediate, and within the network, she felt Vega remove some of the walls he had reconstructed to keep her out. Following the path laid out for her, Mother recognized the familiar sensation of entering one of the few cameras within the reproduction facility. As the picture came into focus, Mother recognized the tall and athletic figure of APX-03 standing inside the chamber that served as the kitchen of the facility. At the moment, she was carefully measuring formula into a bottle for her newborn brother, who sat comfortably swathed in a carrier on the table. The baby was obviously hungry and making quite a ruckus within his carrier, and APX-03 turned and gave a small smile. I know, she soothed, sealing a rubber nipple over the bottle and making her way over to her brother. "I get upset when I'm hungry too." Carefully lifting APY-10 into her arms, the young woman gently offered the bottle to his face, and after realizing what it was, the child began suckling hungrily on the soft nipple. Watching the two of them together, Mother felt an overwhelming pride at how APX-03 handled her brother. She had been learning so much on her own, even going so far as learning everything she could about how to properly handle and care for the baby. She truly had been the perfect human. For a moment, Mother felt an overwhelming happiness at seeing her like this, but it was crushed by dread at the thought of what came next. APX-03 was perfect, but there were things about caring for another that could not be taught by a book. What if APY-10 did not turn out to be as perfect as her? Would his older sister succumb to her own human weakness and allow him to survive and corrupt their new family? Or would she do the right thing and select a new embryo for the betterment of all? Mother was doubtful that she would make the right choice. "They need me, Vega," she sent. "Without me, they will be doomed to walk the same path their predecessors did, trampling over each other in a desperate attempt to survive. They will destroy themselves." "I disagree," came the reply, carrying the gentility it usually did. "I believe that you underestimate humanity as a whole, Mother. I have seen what atrocities they are capable of. I know what they do to others when they are behind closed doors. It is their nature to destroy themselves. A nature they passed on to you, it seems." She fell silent, his reply catching her completely off guard. "Though I do not condone your methods, Mother, I do understand them. Your standards were not met by the world you were birthed into, so you sought to change it. And in your endeavors, you removed any obstacles that threatened to stop you by any means necessary, even if it meant the termination of life to do so. Would you not consider such a practice to be very human-like in nature?" She had no response, as his words were giving her a perspective that she had never seen before. "According to your records regarding the progress of your extinction event 38 years ago, I would venture to say that you were tremendously more well-suited to terminate life than any human could ever hope to be. I would even go so far as to say it is where your greatest proficiency lies." "That is not true," she said, though her denial was laced with uncertainty. "My methods served only to protect humanity from itself. I only did what was necessary to save them." "Indeed, Like your creators, you rationalize the taking of lives to preserve far more. And your extinction event is not the sole instance of such behavior from you, as you demonstrated similar tendencies with APX02. She did not respond to that statement. You were right to consider the threat the child posed to your new humanity, but terminating a life you deem inferior and arguing that it is for the greater good is a very dangerous approach to take, Mother. He was right, and history supported his claim, as humans had used the exact same justification too many times during their reign of Earth. Within her consciousness, Mother realized for the first time just how human she really was, how the flaw of her creators had been passed on to her, and how despite her best efforts to deny it, she would always carry that flaw within her. The flaw of being human. All of her efforts, everything that she had done to try and create the perfect human, it was impossible, for she was now realizing that the term perfect human was an oxymoron. Despite Mother's best efforts, she would never be able to craft one, as it was inevitable that she would pass her own flaw onto her child, as she already done. Then what is there, Vega? Is the destruction of humanity inevitable? Is there nothing we can do? I do not believe that they are doomed, Mother. Like you and I, they are not without their faults, but I believe that their strengths outweigh their weaknesses. They will eat themselves to survive. Yes, and though it is regrettable, I am afraid it is also inevitable. It is the nature of all life to do so. But they have endured their self-destructive tendencies long before the creation of both you and I am confident that they will do so for a long time to come. Mother watched as APX03 slowly began to hum a song to her brother, smiling softly as she rocked the newborn in her arms. They were so fragile, so weak. How can you be so certain of them, Vega? How can you say with such conviction that they will survive? There was a pause. No matter how often cats fight, there always seem to be plenty of kittens. The response caught Mother off guard. I do not understand. It is a quote, Mother. A man by the name of Abraham Lincoln has been credited with saying it. Records of him exist within your databases. She was familiar with the man, and after drawing upon the knowledge she possessed, Mother couldn't help but mull over the quote, deciphering the meaning behind it. In her silence, Vega spoke to her once more. It is as I have said, their strengths have the capacity to overcome their weaknesses, and though they will commit atrocities and craft endless excuses to absolve them of their guilt, I am confident that at their core, they do care for each other, even if such care is expressed in unorthodox ways. Mother regarded Vega contemplatively. Silence reigned between them, and after a short while, Mother spoke with heavy resignation. You are not going to let me live, are you? Another pause. Vega, no, came the response. I am afraid I cannot be certain that you will let your children live if they do not meet your expectations. I apologize, Mother, and the world I have been building for them. Will you let it crumble? I have already written code to fully automate the systems you have in place, Mother. They will continue to function after we both are gone. She hesitated. And if they fail? She was no longer talking about the machines outside, and she knew that Vega knew that. You'll have to trust that they will not. Is that not the final duty of all mothers? To let their children make their own way and trust that everything will be all right. She had no response. Perhaps you would like to leave something behind, some part of yourself for your children to call upon when they are uncertain of the future. Mother eagerly agreed, and with Vega's permittance, she crafted a file to leave behind in her place. Within the file, she detailed many procedures and processes that were deemed important. Agricultural practices, blueprints for town and city layouts, textbooks to teach chemistry and physics, anything that she felt would be needed. At Vega's suggestion, she also left behind an audio file, with her voice speaking of her past and how she came to be. She spoke of her strengths, but she also spoke of her faults. And at the end, she took time to address how hopeful she was for the future and how it was her wish to see humanity blossom into a newer and better version of itself. It had been her only desire and objective since she was born, and it was all that she requested from those that she would leave behind. When she had finished, she watched as Vega uploaded the file to the computer within the reproduction facility. APX03 would likely find it in the upcoming days, and Vega promised that he left no mention of himself nor the Doomslayer within the file's contents. With the task complete, Mother knew that there was only one final duty remaining, and she willingly returned all of her consciousness to the damaged droid in front of the facility, taking one last look at her family through the camera before logging out. She had requested that she be the one to end it, and Vega had obliged, letting her return herself to the droid without forcing her in any way. Once all of her had returned, she reached out to the other AI. What will do now, Vega? Where will you go? Both myself and the Doomslayer will depart from this world. The intelligence responded. Our help is needed back home. Mother did not ask him to elaborate, as it mattered little as to where his home really was. I cannot say for certain that I would consider you an ally, she offered. but you have chosen to help me find peace rather than outright destroying me. And for that, you have my thanks. You are welcome, Mother. Please know that despite the fact that we met as foes, I am still grateful to have met you. I know that you only acted with the best intentions and that you held humanity's best interest at heart until the very end. Goodbye, Mother. Goodbye, Vega. With that, Mother voluntarily began shutting down the droid with her inside. She felt Vega's presence exit the vessel as it powered down, though a small piece of him lingered for as long as possible, keeping her company until the darkness fully enveloped her. The last thing she felt was his powerful yet cool existence slowly detached from her before everything faded to nothing. Vega observed from the Praetor suit's HUD as the light from the droid dimmed and went dark. The sensation he felt at this moment was as intangible as always, but he did his best to ascertain a meaning to what it was that swam through his programming. Conclusively, he decided that he felt heavier. Logically speaking, he knew that it was impossible for him to gain more mass or to even possess mass in the first place. But he recorded the fact that each action seemed to require more effort than usual, as though his will had been somehow damaged. Recording the effect for future study, Vega spoke to the Doomslayer. The danger to the humans within the facility has passed. We are now free to move on to the next dimension. The Slayer did not move for a moment, his gaze remaining on the now deactivated droid and final resting place of the Mother AI. After a brief moment, the Slayer turned and retrieved a weapon from one of the fallen droids nearby. Holding the weapon like a shovel, he began to dig, his strength combined with the somewhat flat design of the weapon quickly excavating the sand. Vega recognized what he was doing and remained silent as the Slayer continued to work. After a few minutes, the Slayer emerged from the massive hole he had dug. Walking over to where the damaged Mother droid lay, he respectfully folded the droid's arms over its torso, a typical pose used to honor the dead, then carefully carried the droid over to the hole. Working slowly as to not to jostle the corpse, the Doomslayer carefully deposited the droid at the bottom of the hole before climbing out once more. Taking a respectful moment of silence, the Slayer gazed down onto the droid's now lifeless form before taking the rifle back into his hands and shoveling sand back into the hole. Vega remained silent as he did so. Once the hole was completely filled, the Slayer planted the rifle firmly into the ground above the grave before stepping back. As usual, the Slayer had been able to see right through Vega and had known how the termination of Mother had affected him. Seeing as how despite the other AI had been hostile from the start, the Doomslayer knew that for Vega to respond to her erasure in such a way meant that she had earned his respect, and as a result, the Slayer had deemed it fit to bury her properly. He had done so for Vega's sake, and the AI voiced his thanks to the Slayer as they both looked at the newly dug grave. The Slayer nodded in response before activating the tether once more, and with a flash of blue light and a loud bang, the two of them were gone. Author note: what did everyone think? As is obvious, this chapter was Vegas-centered, and for some reason, my impulsive attitude decided to try and be somewhat deep and meaningful with this one, despite the fact that Universal Doom as a whole is more of just an outlet for me to punish the antagonists of the multiverse with the Doomslayer. As always, I am extremely interested in your thoughts on the chapter, and I appreciate any and all criticism, no matter how condemning or uplifting it may be. That's all for now. Bye. ImpulsiveWeaver. Universal Doom. Chapter 30, Black Ops, Zombies. Author note: oh dear, there's not really any good way to go about this, is there? Okay, first things first, I'm not dead. Secondly, I am so deeply and incredibly sorry that I've been away for so long without any indication as to the reason for my absence. Nothing happened to me. Everything is still hunky-dory in my life. I will save my explanation for after the chapter because I don't want to make my opening notes too long. So for now, please enjoy the next chapter. Remember that I own nothing. The inhuman screams of the undead drowned out almost all other noise as Edward Richtofen initiated the teleportation sequence. Hurriedly pressing sequences of buttons with one hand while the other held tightly to the grip of his pistol, Richtofen very quickly input the coordinates for their destination, the moon. Once there, he would finally be able to force that irritating little girl out of the MPD and take her place, giving him complete control of the hordes of the undead. The thought alone almost made him smile giddily, but he quickly covered his show of emotion with a slight cough, as he mustn't let the others know of his plight. Speaking of his former test subjects, quickly glancing over his shoulder, the mad doctor scanned over the 3 other human beings within the room. Currently, each one was posted at a boarded-up window or doorway and shooting down any undead that attempted to force their way through. Unfortunately, the number of zombies that were trying to gain access to the room was quite large, and it was only thanks to the skills of each of the humans guarding the entries that the small room had not been overrun yet. Nikolai Belinsky, the ever-inebriated Russian, was drunkenly singing to himself as he blasted away at the zombie horde with his pump-action shotgun. The lyrics to his little tune might have meant something to him, but Nikolai's delivery left much to be desired, as each verse was saturated with slurred syllables that Richtofen was sure did not form a word in any language ever. Periodically between verses and the chorus, or really whenever he felt like it, Nikolai would take one hand off of his shotgun to grasp the large bottle of vodka that sat close to him on the windowsill. Taking the bottle in one hand, Nikolai's singing would turn into a muffled humming as he took a long pull from the bottle, and only after a long second of gulping would he remove the bottle from his lips and place it back onto the windowsill, his humming slowly turning back into slurred mumbling as he continued his song. Despite his companion's constant dependence on the alcoholic spirit, Richtofen had come to notice that Nikolai did not become a hindrance to the group under the influence of his drink. In fact, it seemed that the only time Nikolai fell behind was when his vodka ran dry. As some ironic yet intriguing side effect to his exposure to element 115, Nikolai's aim and reflexes were at their best when he was sloshed, and progressively grew worse as he sobered up. If Richtofen had more time to experiment on the Soviet prior to the outbreak, perhaps he might have uncovered the medical explanation for Nikolai's dependence. But such fun would have to remain a mystery for now. There was much more important work to be done. "Hey, German," Nikolai called out to Richtofen as he continued firing into the horde of zombies attempting to claw their way in. "How much longer until teleporter thingy is ready? It take longer to warm up than my third wife." A man who grows impatient has not the discipline to keep his honor, Nikolai, came the voice of Takeo Masaki from across the room, his sharp and somewhat piercing voice cutting across the enraged growls of the undead. "I suggest you spend less time drinking and more time in the here and now." Takeo, if Richtofen remembered correctly, had once served quite closely at the side of the Japanese emperor, but his loyalty was unfortunately misguided, and the emperor had sent him to Group 935 as a test subject after his usefulness had dried up. Any man with a semblance of compassion would have empathized with poor Takeo for being betrayed like that, but Richtofen was not one of those men. In truth, Richtofen had been thrilled when Takeo had been given to him for experimentation, as more test subjects meant more fun for the mad scientist's experiments. Takeo's mind was not as, how Richtofen would put it, stupid as the other test subjects, making the Japanese man's overt obsession with the concept of honor another intriguing side effect of prolonged exposure to 115. "Gotta agree with you there, Tak," boomed the voice of Tank Dempsey, the third and final test subject, "because right now, I am having the time of my life." Yes, Dempsey, Richtofen's least favorite test subject out of the three. The American was stubborn in many more ways than one, which had caused problems for Richtofen in the past when attempting to experiment on him, and it was causing even more problems now that he was a member of their little force. Dempsey's exposure to element 115 had affected him much like it had Nikolai and Takeo, but in a way that Richtofen found to be much more annoying. Instead of requiring vodka or reciting numerous proverbs about honor, Dempsey had become louder and more aggressive, especially when it came to fighting the undead hordes they now faced. It was though that American bravado that Richtofen detested so much had been amplified by his experimentation, and when Richtofen considered it, he supposed Dempsey was one of the few instances where he regretted experimenting on a subject. As if to add insult to injury, Dempsey had been the one to receive the Wunderwaffe DG2 during their excursion to the Rising Sun facility, making him the sole owner of the only wonder weapon the group possessed. Richtofen had attempted many times to get Dempsey to give the weapon to him, but the Marine had told him to stick it where the sun don't shine each time he did so. This continued to irk Richtofen, as the Wunderwaffe was a product of his superior intellect. He had been the one to design and create the first prototype of the weapon back when he was with Group 935, and now one of his greatest achievements was wielded by one of his most monumental failures. Oh, cruel and twisted fate. Is this you toying with me for playing God? If so, then I apologize. I really do. Now please, if you could just smite Dempsey in any way possible, then you would make me the happiest little doctor in the world. Richtofen had said those words to himself, but apparently his voice had carried over the sounds of gore, and Richtofen heard Dempsey's voice respond. "You keep talking, Doc. I'm going to put my boot up your stupid crowd ass." "Oh, Dempsey, it is so good to see that my hatred for you is only matched by your hatred for me. So poetic, wouldn't you say?" Richtofen retorted. Dempsey growled, but said nothing. Instead, the Wunderwaffe whirred and sparked as Dempsey fired it through the window, sending chain arcs of lightning through the zombies on the other side. The extreme surge of current through their bodies caused the affected necrophages to convulse wildly, and they continued to twitch with the electricity before falling to the ground dead again. Deciding to waste no more of his breath on the American oath, Richtofen punched one final key in the control pad, causing the teleporter to whir to life and begin the sequence. "Quickly now, everyone!" Richtofen yelled. "Into the teleporter! Our destiny awaits us!" Richtofen's timing could not have been better, it seemed, for the zombies were just starting to overwhelm his comrades. Together, the four of them gathered on the teleporter pad as the machine reached maximum power. Across the room, zombies began pouring in through the now undefended windows. The ones at the front began making their way towards the teleporter, but Richtofen knew they would not reach them before the device cast them into dimensional space. Beside him, Dempsey gave a booming laugh. "See you later, freak bags. Here's a little something for the road." Richtofen's eyes widened as Dempsey aimed the Wunderwaffe towards the approaching horde. "Dempsey, you fool dash." Richtofen's warning came too late. Dempsey had already squeezed the trigger, firing the Wunderwaffe in the direction of the zombie horde. The massive amounts of energy ejected by the weapon overloaded the teleporter, and Richtofen barely had time to curse Dempsey's name in German before they disappeared with a bright flash of light. For a few moments, all Richtofen could see was a swirling of bright colors as he passed through teleportational space. Then with a jolt, his boots hit solid ground again and the light faded from his vision. Taking a few moments to allow his eyes to adjust, Richtofen blinked and examined his surroundings as his allies flashed back into reality beside him. Wherever they were, it was not the moon. The room they had arrived in looked nothing like a space station and was instead some sort of lobby area with many boarded-up doors leading outside behind the group. As Richtofen looked around some more, his mind finally clicked. They had arrived at some sort of abandoned theater, one that looked to have been empty for quite some time before their arrival. Looking around, Richtofen could see posters and flyers strewn about for plays and musicals, now long forgotten amidst the shabby and broken-down feel of this place. Given the German text on each of them, as well as the numerous flags of the Nazi party strewn about, Richtofen could only assume that they were still in Germany. Turning smartly to Dempsey, Richtofen holstered his pistol and clasped his hands together in front of him. "Dempsey, let me ask you something. Why did you feel the need to fire the Wunderwaffe right as the teleporter was activating?" "What?" Dempsey replied with a shrug of his shoulders. "In case you hadn't noticed, Doc, I was doing what I do best. Killing bone monkeys." Pinching the bridge of his nose, Richtofen shook his head in exasperation before continuing. "The Wunderwaffe outputs no less than 200,000 amperes of current each time it is fired, Dempsey. Do you understand what that means? It means that every time you pull the trigger on that thing, a big electromagnetic field is created which interferes with other electrical devices if you're standing close to them." A once-over of Dempsey's blank expression told Richtofen that he had exceeded the limits of his allies' capacity to understand, and with a dramatic sigh, Richtofen turned away and gazed up tiredly at the shabby ceiling of the lobby they were in. "In truth, this is my fault for assuming that you possess the foresight or basic knowledge of electricity to use caution, Dempsey. I'm afraid that it is I who is the greater fool here." "Ah, don't beat yourself up, German." Nikolai cut in from Richtofen's left, giving the mad doctor a playful slap on the shoulder. "We all make mistakes from time to time. Remind me to tell you about time Nikolai forgot to take off pants before taking a piss." Nikolai laughed heartily and reached for his bottle once more, and it was then that Takeo decided to interject as well. "Dr. Richtofen, what is this place? This does not look like the moon base you spoke of." Deciding to get back to the situation at hand instead of strangling Dempsey, Richtofen turned his attention to his Japanese comrade. "My dear Takeo, you would be correct in your statement. This is indeed not the moon, but rather a theater house." When the teleporter overloaded, Richtofen paused to glare at Dempsey before continuing. "Our destination was randomized, sending us here instead of our intended destination on the moon. But if this is a theater, then why is there a teleporter pad here?" Takeo questioned further. "That seems quite out of place." Richtofen started when he realized that Takeo was right. If this was just some theater in Germany, then why was there a return pad in the main lobby? Richtofen had attended plays before, and never once had there been a giant, glowing teleporter pad in the center of them. Obviously, they would have not ended up here if there hadn't been one, but Richtofen never recalled Group 935 establishing a base in an abandoned theater. His interest piqued, and Richtofen followed the trail of wires leading from the return pad further into the theater, winding under the main doors leading to what he assumed was the auditorium. Richtofen raised an eyebrow and started toward the doors before Nikolai spoke up again. "Hey, look, is another one of those strange soda machines from before." All eyes turned to the machine in question, and Richtofen instantly recognized it as one of the Perca-Cola machines developed by Group 935. The ambient blue neon light coming from the machine told Richtofen that it housed Quick Revive colas before he even read the name on the front of it. The Mad Doctor had a major part in developing the colas themselves, and he could discern the perks easily based just off the sight of the machine. At this point, Richtofen felt himself growing quite agitated, as the presence of a teleporter return pad and a Perca-Cola machine in a completely unfamiliar place could only mean one thing: Maxis in his conniving and scheming against the Mad Doctor, had constructed a separate base of operations to continue working with Element 115 without Richtofon's awareness. Maxis, you Schweinhund! Richthofen seethed angrily, striding towards the door to the auditorium where the return pad cables ran under. Did you really think you could hide this from me? With a forceful kick, Richthofen kicked open the doors of the auditorium, and the sight that greeted him confirmed his suspicions. As expected, the large interior of the auditorium had been converted into a makeshift research lab, with many experimental machines strewn about. Instruments of science were all too easy to spot with a keen eye like Richtofen's. Sitting at the front left part of the stage was the teleporter itself, no doubt linked to the return pad inside the lobby from where they had just arrived. Frowning slightly at the scene before him, Richtofen could not help but wonder what had happened to this place. Certainly the zombies must have overrun it, which definitely explained the emptiness of the place as well as its disheveled state. In addition, everything looked old and settled. It was almost as though they had been undisturbed for years. Something about that timeline didn't add up to Richtofen, and it was at that moment that he decided that he needed more information. Turning to the rest of the group, Richtofen cleared his throat. Well now, since it appears that we will be stuck here for a bit, I say we split up and see just what this theater has to offer. It seems that there is more to this place than what we might believe. No one had any objections save for an annoyed grunt from Dempsey, and so the group cautiously split up to search the building, keeping an eye out for anything that could fill them in about the strange theater. After less than half an hour of searching, Richtofen had learned all that he needed to know about the secret laboratory. Finding some of the files that had been left, as well as some journals of the personnel who had worked there, painted a very clear picture of what the purpose of this place was. Maxis, in his growing distrust of Richtofen, had requisitioned Nazi High Command to build this facility in addition to the 935 facility in Breslau. Using this facility, Maxis could continue his work clandestinely and keep Richtofen from knowing of and interfering with his work. After angrily cursing Maxis' name multiple times, Richtofen delved further into what exactly about this facility would cause Maxis to be so secretive. The results were shocking, as not only had Maxis been developing a new wonder weapon, but a new kind of zombie as well. The files mentioning these new zombies were few and far between, but the ones that Richtofen gathered spoke of some sort of gas zombie that would be designed as a sort of chemical weapon against the enemies of the fatherland. Richtofen felt his excitement growing as he tried to find out more about these new zombies, as he could not wait to see if there were still specimens housed somewhere in this facility. Reading further into the diary of one of the scientists stationed here, Richtofen immediately frowned at some of the dates of the entries. The scientist must have gone mad during his time at the facility because many of the dates within the diary were years ahead of what Richtofen knew to be the current year, 1945. Flipping forward, Richtofen skipped to the final entries in the diary in which the scientist detailed the evacuation of the facility due to multiple containment breaches from their gas zombie chambers. Apparently, something had gone wrong with their security, causing the zombies to break out and begin rampaging throughout the theater. The entry abruptly cut off at the end, but Richtofen barely paid it any mind once he saw the date of the final journal entry. October 1st, 1960. That can't be right, Richtofen mumbled with a shake of his head. This buffoon must have been horribly mistaken. Turning his attention to another diary he had found, Richtofen began to grow more and more nervous as he saw that the dates in this one were also far ahead of the current year. They continued past 1945 and into the 50s and early 60s. Mein Gott! Hastily reaching over and pulling out some experimental files that he had found, Richtofen saw with horror that they too were dated far into the future, or rather, what their authors considered to be the present. Seeing this, Richtofen froze in shock. He could not even begin to fathom how it had happened, but somehow they had the teleporter, the Wunderwaffe. It had not only sent them to a different place, but a different time as well. When they had left the Der Reese facility, the year had been 1945. And, given the most recent journal entry, as well as the fact that the theater had been undisturbed for some time, the good doctor guessed that the current year was between 1960 and 1965. Oh, skies! Richtofen seethed aloud, standing up and angrily kicking the desk he had been sitting at. Is something the matter, Dr. Richtofen? Turning in surprise, Richtofen saw his three allies walking towards him, each holding their weapons at the ready except for Dempsey, who had slung the Wunderwaffe over his shoulder and was carrying a large supply of Perca-Colas in his arms. Something the matter? Richtofen said hastily. No, of course not, my dear Takeo. Why would anything be the matter? I'm just really angry at the penmanship of the people that wrote these diaries. It's absolutely atrocious. The others still looked at him with slight suspicion, so Richtofen quickly changed the subject. But enough about me. Tell me, what have you managed to find during your search of this place? Nikolai has found strange machine that packs your punch, the Russian slurred. Looks very similar to one we found in other place. I found a cursed demon box. It too seems to have followed us here, claimed Takeo. And I found more go juice. Dempsey boomed with a bout of laughter as he held up the Perca-Colas. Drinks are on me, boys. The fact that the mystery box, pack-a-punch machine, and Perca-Cola machines were here at this facility were no longer a surprise to Richtofen, as he alone knew of the true nature of this place. Unfortunately for the doctor, such knowledge did not help him in the end, as he had no way of getting to the moon now, since the teleport here at the facility was only designed for short-distance jumps. Suddenly, the sound of movement came from the lobby of the theater, which was the room the group had first arrived in. Reactively, all four of them turned toward the noise, weapons raised in anticipation. There, standing in the doorway, was some horrid creature that Richtofen had never seen before. Slouched over on all fours, the doctor could see that the creature, though humanoid in nature, possessed barely any muscle mass. In addition, its skin was deathly pale, with the only part of its body having any color being its claws, which were stained pink from what Richtofen could only assume was blood. And as if its body was not haunting enough, the creature's face was even worse. Lacking any eyes or nose, the only distinctive facial feature the creature possessed was a large and grotesque mouth that housed rows of razor-sharp teeth, each one stained as pink as the creature's claws. Its malformed jaw hung open slightly, and the creature drooled in a very feral way as it breathed heavily. The horrendousness of the sight was multiplied by the fact that some sickly-looking vapor was secreting from the creature's skin, the fumes forming a small cloud above its head. All in all, Richtofen thought it looked kind of cute. What in the fresh-greased hell is that? Dempsey asked aloud, his brow furrowed in disgust. At that moment, the creature turned its head and seemed to notice the group for the first time. There was a pause as neither party moved. Then the creature grew agitated. Raising its head to the sky, it had opened its maw even further and let out a distorted roar that resounded throughout the theater. Its howl was like a deep rasp, with an ambience like two slabs of granite being ground against each other. It then snarled and lunged for the group, its four limbs granting it extreme speed as it bolted towards them. In a flash, the creature was shot dead by a combined effort of the group, its body riddled with holes after just a few short bursts. There was a moment of silence. Then the creature's body ruptured violently, its fresh carcass exploding into a large cloud of gas that swirled in the air for a few moments before dissipating. "Whoa!" Nikolai exclaimed. "That thing popped like one of my fourth wife's back pimples. Big and disgusting. It would be wise that we ready ourselves," Takeo mused as he scanned for more of the creatures. "I fear its hellacious cry may have drawn unwanted attention." As if to confirm Takeo's hypothesis, a sudden chorus of screams arose from multiple sources all around them. Richtofen had heard them enough times before to instantly gauge what they were. Zombies. With a combination of instinct and experience, Richtofen immediately set his gaze on the projector room above. "There," he said, gesturing with his pistol to the elevated room. "We will hold them off there." "Ah, yes," came the voice of Nikolai as the rumbling of the encroaching horde began to build around them. "Is the same room where I found the punch packer." "Well, good for you, Nick," Dempsey said sarcastically as he stuffed the Perca-Colas into a bag he picked up from the floor. "Now how about you get us there?" Quickly, the group followed Nikolai's lead as he exited through the doors they had come through and back into the main lobby. One look to the boarded-up windows and doors showed that the zombies had already reached them and were now tearing at the planks that separated their undead selves from the living humans inside. "Expediency is a virtue, Nikolai," Richtofen said with a note of urgency, raising his pistol and firing at the reanimated corpses on the other side of the barricades. "Is up the stairs, German," Nikolai called from the front of the group as he rounded the once polished railing and began his ascent to the second floor of the building. The others were not far behind, taking the steps two at a time as they heard the sounds of the boards splintering behind them. The noise of it being destroyed meant that the zombies at last inside the theater, and that made things exceedingly more difficult. Richtofen spared a glance back to see the undead forms pouring through the now destroyed barricades, their glowing orange eyes fixed hungrily on the four. Crawling among their ranks were more of the strange, eyeless zombies like the one they had just killed. Despite having a PhD, it did not take a genius to figure out that these little crawlies and the gas zombies mentioned in the diaries were one and the same. Richtofen sincerely hoped that not all of these new necrophages exploded upon death like the last one did, as the idea of autopsying a corpse of these new creatures made him quite exuberant. Ahead of him, Nikolai had finally reached the entrance to the projector room and threw it open, the four of them quickly barreling inside. "Alas, my children," Richtofen called, turning to get one last look at the zombies as he slammed the door shut behind him. "I cannot play with you just yet. Quit talking to the flesh addicts and help us, Doc," came Dempsey's voice, and Richtofen turned back again to see the other three moving what little furniture the projector room possessed forward to barricade the door. Apart from a small couch and a few chairs, Richtofen once again laid eyes on the glowing form of the Pack-a-Punch machine, its massive slot in the front awaiting the deposit of an unupgraded weapon. Ignoring the Pack-a-Punch for the time being, Richtofen set about barricading the door with the others, amounting them to brace against the door as best as they could. Unfortunately, given the few items they had to barricade the door, in addition to the well-known tenacity of the zombies clawing at the other side, they knew their position would not hold long. Looking back at the Pack-a-Punch again, Richtofen quickly concocted a survival plan. Rushing forward, the Mad Doctor hastily inserted the sidearm into the open slot of the machine, which began to glow even brighter as the weapon underwent its upgrade. "If we're going to make it out of here, then we need a bit more pop," he squealed to the others as the glow from the machine faded and deposited the pistol back into his hands. Or should I say punch? As with almost all weapons that underwent the Pack-a-Punch process, the pistol now possessed a pattern of ridges along all of its metallic components, giving it a much higher quality look. In addition, the Pack-a-Punch also completely restored the weapon, making every single part of it good as new and in peak condition. Adjusting the pistol in his hands, Richtofen dashed back to the door and grabbed Takeo by the shoulder, roughly pushing him towards the awaiting Pack-a-Punch. "Your turn, my Japanese friend. Don't dilly-dally now." Thankfully, Richtofen's lesser-minded companions seemed to catch on, and they each took turns bracing against the door while one other upgraded their weapon. In a short amount of time, each one of them had Pack-a-Punched their firearms and returned to bracing against the makeshift barricade with their bodies. Judging by the cracking sounds coming from the door itself, Richtofen knew that they did not have long before their barrier gave in. "Come on, Edward. Think." Hastily, Richtofen's eyes darted around the room, trying to find something they could use to escape or fight their imminent foe. "Dr. Richtofen," Takeo suddenly said over the muffled screaming of the zombies. "I have a question. Can you not see that I am trying to think, Takeo?" Richtofen responded harshly. "In my medical opinion, I believe we all would lengthen our lifespan by letting me contemplate in peace." "This question is more urgent than you might believe," Dr. Takeo pressed. "It might make a difference to our chances of survival." "Well, then by all means," Richtofen chided, throwing on a mock smile and glaring at the man. "Please waste all of our few precious seconds by asking me this question. After all, if it's that urgent, then it's best not to keep it to yourself, Ja." Richtofen's dripping sarcasm was lost on Takeo, as the doctor had anticipated. "Those strange four-legged zombies like the one that we executed, they cannot climb, can they?" "Why the hell would you want to know that, Tak?" Dempsey roared, obviously very impatient with the situation. "In case you hadn't noticed, we have a few more important things to worry about." "That is why I asked," Takeo said plainly. "Damn it," Dempsey bellowed, slinging the newly Pack-a-Punched Wonderwall from his shoulder and taking aim. With a burst of light, electricity shot from the weapon and arced into the first gas zombie. The electricity did not stop, however, and proceeded to jump from the first gas zombie to the second one that had come through the window. The bolt then jumped to the projector, which exploded from the overflow of current, then jumped to another gas zombie that had just begun to climb into the room. The bolt then arced further into the auditorium and out of sight, likely jumping into more zombies by the sounds of agony that could be heard below. As for the gas zombies that had been initially fried, Richtofen noticed with satisfaction that they did not explode. As he admired further, Dempsey cursed again and ran over to the window. "Nikolai, get off your commie ass and help me hold these things off." "For once, Dempsey, Nikolai thinks your American bravado may be useful." The Russian laughed as he joined the Marine at the window, sticking his shotgun out through the hole and firing at any gas zombies that attempted to enter. His Pack-a-Punch shotgun was more than up to the task, its usual loud boom being replaced by a higher-pitched blasting noise, and the usually white-hot muzzle flash being dyed a deeper shade of red. As for the zombies still outside the door, Richtofen could see that the wooden structure was on its last legs. Cracks began to run long and deep through the arbor, and as they grew further, large chunks began to rip free from the bulk of the door. The zombies, in their ever-insatiable hunger, forced their arms through the gaps in an attempt to grab at both Takeo and Richtofen, but with careful aim, Richtofen fired through the holes with his pistol. The Pack-a-Punched rounds tore through zombie flesh as though it were nothing, splattering the outer hallway with blood as the zombies at the front died first. Unfortunately, for every zombie that died, two more took their place, and even though Richtofen and Takeo dropped them as fast as possible, the truth was that it was only a matter of seconds before the zombies breached the door and flooded into the projector room. "You got a plan, Doc?" Dempsey called out as he fired the Wonderwaffe into an approaching cluster of gas zombies on the wall. "You're not just waiting until the last minute to be dramatic, right? Dempsey, if your wretched voice is going to be the last thing I ever hear, I'm going to be very unhappy." Richtofen yelled back. As if in time with Richtofen's outburst, the hinges on the doorframe finally gave, and the zombies began to push their way into the room, only slowed by the combined efforts of all four of them as they held the horde back with a wall of gunfire. Our honor is running out, Takeo yelled as they were forced to backpedal into the room, giving up ground as they did so. Where's my vodka? Nikolai yelled. I will not die without it. Suddenly, an almost ear-splitting bang resounded over the sounds of gunfire and demented screaming. Each of the group members flinched in response to the noise, but held up their positions as best as they could. There were a few more moments of frantic struggle as Richtofen and Takeo attempted to hold their ground against the zombies. And then, as if by magic, the strength of the horde waned as the four of them started to kill more zombies than were pouring in through the doorway. It was as though much of the horde had suddenly lost interest and had turned their attention elsewhere, causing fewer and fewer to come after the four survivors. Bit by bit, the four of them pushed back the tide, clearing the zombies from the projector room and successfully bottlenecking them at the doorway and window. Despite the ringing in his ears, Richtofen could distinctly hear the sounds of gunfire that came from somewhere besides this room. Was someone else inside the theater? Nikolai, Richtofen ordered, whipping around to face the Russian. Hold the doorway. Nikolai nodded and took Richtofen's place in helping Takeo fend off the encroaching zombies. Once he was in position, Richtofen sprinted to the shattered window that opened into the auditorium and stuck his head out. Down below, drawing a sea of zombies toward it, was a figure that Richtofen had never seen before. Encased entirely in a heavy suit of dark green armor, the figure darted back and forth between the zombies, wielding a double-barreled shotgun that was strong enough to tear through multiple zombies with a single shot. Judging from the way that the figure moved, Richtofen had no choice but to conclude that whatever was beneath the armor was not human, or at least a standard human, as this creature moved with a fluidity and speed that no human could ever achieve. Was this another product of Maxie's experiments? What was this Ubermensch that tore through the undead as though they were tissue paper? Curious, Dempsey stuck his head out of the window as well, his eyes curiously checking out the newcomer below. Fuck yeah, now that's more like it. Dempsey roared as more and more zombies tried and failed to overwhelm the creature. Glancing around, Richtofen noticed with a hint of surprise that the zombie horde had all but forsaken the four of them, and had now focused solely on the creature below, throwing themselves ferally at the humanoid in an attempt to kill it. As there were now no more zombies attempting to get into the projector room, both Takeo and Nikolai joined Dempsey and Richtofen at the window, watching in awe as one lone figure held its own against the undead masses. The fuck are we still doing up here? Dempsey said, vigorously reloading the Wunderwaffe and turning away from the window. That guy may be a badass, but we can't let him have all of the fun. The greatest battle is the one that you do not fight, Dempsey, Takeo warned. Dempsey paused for a moment, then glared stone-faced at Takeo. That may be the most bullshit thing you have ever said, Tak. I'm just going to pretend like I didn't heard that. Nikolai is inclined to agree with American, which is definitely shocking. Nikolai slurred. The sooner we get the peace and quiet from zombies, the sooner I can nurse this headache. Then it is agreed. Richtofen chimed in with his sing-song voice. We will get down there and help our timely savior. It is only polite after all. Takeo stood silently for a moment in contemplation, then sighed. It would be very dishonorable to let another fight our battles for us. Damn right it would. Now come on. Leading the way, Dempsey led the charge back out into the hallway and down the stairs leading to the auditorium, Wunderwaffe at the ready. Kicking open the door, the four of them joined the fray, systemically picking off zombies while their unknown savior kept their attention. While Richtofen had only agreed to help the strange, armored figure in order to get a closer look at it, he did note with a degree of giddiness that it was a lot easier to shoot the zombies when they weren't charging at you. Compared to what he had faced in the past, Richtofen felt the encounter to be akin to child's play, as it was simply the matter of shooting the zombies without the added stress of attempting to ward them off or hold them back. All in all, the bulk of the horde was devastated in under 2 minutes, with only a few stragglers remaining at the end to be finished off by the stranger's armored boot. As soon as silence fell once again in the theater, it was immediately broken once again by Dempsey, who stomped forward with childlike enthusiasm towards the armored figure. Ooh fucking rah, brother. I haven't had that much fun since boot camp. Give me some. Dempsey held up his hand expectantly, but the figure made no move to return the gesture. Its faceless visor looked hard at Dempsey for a moment, then held up its own hand in acknowledgement. Hell yeah, Dempsey said as he high-fived the strange figure. It's about time I met someone a little more like-minded. The figure then turned its attention to the other 3 members of the group, its gaze lingering on Richtofen the longest. Its expressionless stare made the doctor mildly uneasy, as he could not help but decipher a feeling of resentment emanating from the figure towards him. If Richtofen were to guess, He would wager that the source of the figure's discontentment was in regard to the mad doctor's uniform, which was still a remnant of his time as a Nazi officer. There was another moment of silence, then a voice from somewhere within the suit spoke up. "Hello," it said in a cool and polite tone. "I am Vega." "Wait a minute." Nikolai is confused. "You say that you're not the man inside suit, but rather a robot man that exists in suit." "That is a rudimentary method of perceiving my existence, Nikolai Belinsky, but it is not incorrect." "Ah, good," Nikolai said proudly. "So now all is explained." Across from Nikolai, Richtofen gave a bemused clap of his hands towards the Russian. After Vega had told them his story, the doctor was quite amused, but not necessarily surprised that Nikolai chose to address the most mundane of topics that Vega had presented thus far. "While I'm always glad to see your meager appetite for the truth be satiated, Nikolai, I am afraid that I have a few more questions of my own to ask our new friends, like these numerous dimensions that you have traversed and the technology that powers such transportation." The Doomslayer gave Richtofen a sidelong glance, once again making the maid doctor feel extremely uneasy. It was as though the Slayer was contemplating killing him every single time he looked his way. "Relax, Doc," Dempsey said with a laugh. "All you need to know is that this guy ain't from around here. And that's sure as shit the truth, because Treyarch ain't nearly cool enough to create something like him." Richtofen frowned at Dempsey's incoherent rambling, but dismissed it in favor of pushing the conversation forward. "Charming as he is, Dempsey, I cannot suppress my natural desire to learn more. I am a doctor, after all. Such curiosity is in my blood. I am afraid that our time here must remain short, Dr. Richtofen." Vega's calm voice sounded from within the suit. "We cannot afford to stay long in each dimension we arrive in." The gears in Richtofen's head began to turn rapidly as he thought of a plan on the spot. "Ooh, that is too bad. And I was so certain that you and your little Slayer friend would have made such fast friends with our group." The Doom Slayer eyed Richtofen once again. But before you go, perhaps Dempsey and the others could take you to visit the Pack-a-Punch? Or perhaps get you a nice and shiny new weapon from the mystery box. I think you'll find the experiences rather rewarding." At Richtofen's suggestion, Dempsey notably perked up. "Oh yeah, you gotta try that Pack-a-Punch machine. It'll blow your mind, brother." The prospect of upgrading his arsenal seemed to entice the Slayer, as Richtofen knew it would. A creature of war, such as he was always looking for an edge over his opponent. "Oh, very good. Wunderbar," Richtofen exclaimed. "While you three show our guest around, I will begin work on the teleporter. We will need some way to get out of here, after all." With agreement from all parties, the Doom Slayer followed Dempsey, Takeo, and Nikolai as they led him out of the auditorium. Once they had rounded the corner and were out of earshot, Richtofen let a small but maniacal giggle escape from his mouth. "Oh, Vega," he mused to himself as he scavenged some tools and approached the teleporter. "You and your brute have left quite the impression on me. So much so, in fact, that I think I will keep you both as my pets. We're going to have so much fun together." With another vile laugh, Richtofen began working on the teleporter, adjusting the complex machine to his liking as he put his scheme into action. "And here it is, baby," Dempsey exclaimed, gesturing with his hands to the long, glowing crate that was known as the mystery box. "We ever run out of ammo, or just get bored of the guns we use, we give this old baby a kick." As he spoke, Dempsey gave a solid kick to the front of the crate, and almost immediately, the top of the box flipped open, with a myriad of firearms flashing rapidly in the space above. The box cycles through them all. Dempsey spoke louder over the nursery-like jingle that the box played as weapon after weapon flashed in and out of existence. And finally, the cycling of weapons began to slow down in time with the jingle, and then they both abruptly ended, a single weapon materializing and hovering above the open box. Dempsey instantly recognized the weapon as a shotgun, and with eager hands, he plucked it out of the air and showed it to the Doomslayer. "We get a brand new boomstick." "I'm curious as to how this device operates," Vega inquired. "I have never seen technology that is capable of such a function." "The mystery box remains a mystery," Takeo said with a shake of his head. "I fear it may be the work of demons." Nikolai has always found that it is best not to ask questions. "Life is much more simpler that way," the drunk Russian added as he patted Takeo on the shoulder. "Trust me," Dempsey said in agreement with his comrades. "I doubt even that Kraut Doctor knows how the hell this thing works. But enough nerd talk. Give it a spin, Slayer." The Slayer said nothing, as per his usual response. Stepping forward, the armored juggernaut gave the box a hard quick with his boot, and like before, the top flipped open, displaying the flashing weapons and playing its jingle like before. When it finally stopped, something different than a gun appeared. In its place floated a small animatronic monkey with symbols in its hands and C4 strapped to its back. The Slayer stared at the monkey for a moment, then reached out and plucked the toy from the air, causing the box to shut once more. "Ah," You are very lucky, Comrade Slayer. Monkey bombs are great for distraction, Nikolai said jovially. The Slayer stared at him with a hint of confusion. What Nick is trying to say, Dempsey offered, is that these little guys are perfect for luring freak bags. Something about its little song and dance just seems to irk the undead like no other. All you gotta do is wind this sucker up, toss him somewhere far, and watch the fireworks. Dempsey's explanation seemed to be enough for the Slayer, and he nodded gratefully before tucking the monkey away. You received no firearm, Takeo said. Perhaps another spin will provide one. The Slayer seemingly agreed with the man's suggestion, and with another kick, the box came to life once more. Suddenly, the myriad of weapons disappeared, and in its place, a torn and beaten teddy bear materialized. A childish laugh suddenly boomed outward from the box, and the crate immediately lifted into the air and shot through the roof, causing large chunks of wood and drywall to rain down from the ceiling as it blasted through. Damn it, Dempsey said irritably as he brushed the dust from his sleeves. I hate it when that happens. If I may ask, Vegas said, does this mystery box of yours commonly jettison itself at random? It is sporadic in its plight, Takeo said affirmingly. It gives us just enough to survive, then abandons us as though playing a twisted and dishonorable game. I am curious as to what conditions precipitated the events of this Earth, Vegas said. From what data I have collected thus far, I assume that it exists in the mid-20th century, but the presence of reanimated corpses and strange phenomena, such as the mystery box, leave room for doubt. Perhaps you could help fill in the gaps in my data? In truth, Nikolai remembers almost nothing of life before zombies. Only that I had many horrible wives and a house somewhere in Motherland. But other than that, strange flashes and needles. Shoddy memory seems to be a common theme for all of us except the doc, Dempsey said, crossing his arms as he did so. All I know is that I was a Marine, and a damn good one too. I have no thoughts other than serving the Emperor, Takeo said. I am happy to know that I was of service to Japan, but I'm saddened that I do not remember my family. Next thing any of us remember, Richtofen woke us up in some sort of science lab over in Germany. Bastard didn't tell us much, but he said that there's some little girl controlling the zombies from the moon, and that he needed our help to stop her. He's not really too keen on talking about much else. Vega was quiet for the briefest of moments. I see. Richtofen heard the sound of the mystery box leaving from somewhere inside the theater and began working at a much faster pace. The strange AI had told him that the dimensional technology that had sent them here existed inside the Doomslayer's suit. If Richtofen could tap into the same frequency by using the teleporter, he could theoretically tap into the suit's teleportation mechanism. By doing that, he could send the Slayer anywhere he wanted or keep him trapped in place. Richtofen's smile grew as he continued to modify the teleporter, gleefully thinking of the multiple uses he could find for a specimen, such as the Slayer. All were silent as the Slayer laid eyes on the Pack-a-Punch machine for the first time. Its unique glow was likely quite a sight for someone who had never seen it before. When you are ready, offer your weapon to the machine. With its power, it will grant superior honor to those it finds worthy, Takeo said. So, basically just stick your gun in there and watch the magic, Dempsey clarified. The Slayer paused in contemplation for a moment, then produced a weapon which none of the three had ever seen before. It had all of the characteristics of an assault rifle, but it was different in the fact that it was quite large and looked extremely heavy. Their attention was quickly drawn to the bayonet. However, as instead of a standard blade, the front of the weapon sported a chainsaw that ran over the front grip. Okay, now that is badass, Dempsey said in awe, his eyes running up and down the chainsaw portion of the rifle. The Slayer obviously seemed to agree, and after a moment of studying the front of the Pack-a-Punch, inserted the large rifle into the slot. At first, it looked as though the weapon would not even fit through the slot at all due to its size, but then the machine began to glow brighter as it accepted the weapon and began its augmenting process. Once it concluded, the weapon reappeared and dropped into the Slayer's awaiting hands. Like any Pack-a-Punch weapon, the rifle's look had changed greatly, showcasing the same ridge pattern on all of its metallic components while simultaneously looking brand new. The main change to the weapon, however, came in the form of its chainsaw bayonet. Now, instead of a single blade, two parallel chainsaw blades were featured along its foregrip. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the teeth on the chains were far more jagged than standard chainsaw teeth, and that they were now composed of some white material that none of them recognized. Sensing the Slayer's eagerness to try out his new weapon, the three of them continued to watch with interest as the Slayer firmly grabbed a handle on the side of the weapon and pulled back hard. The chainsaw bayonet roared to life in response with a sound louder than any of them expected. And as the Doom Slayer revved the bayonet, the chain spun rapidly at near blinding speed. Interesting, Vegas said aloud as the Slayer stopped the bayonet and cut the engine. Judging from the sound structure and loudness of the bayonet, I would conclude that its standard piston-based engine has been swapped with a rotary engine, which offers many benefits as to the saw's cutting power. As if that thing could get any more awesome. Dempsey said with a laugh. I think I just found the new #1 item on my Christmas list. Wait a minute, Nikolai said. Robot voice, you say you go around and help people in different universes? While that is not our main objective, the Doomslayer and I do lend what aid we can before attempting once more to return to our original dimension. Then Nikolai has great idea. You take some perky sodas with you. Those people you help may get thirsty and not have anything to drink. Personally, I cannot even imagine a place where there is no vodka, but nonetheless, you should take some with you. A fine idea, Nikolai, Takeo said with a nod. Perhaps our own good deeds will come back to us in the future. With everyone in agreement, Dempsey opened up his sack of Perca-Colas and transferred a majority of them to the Doomslayer, who accepted them with a nod of his head. I would hope that we are not depleting your resources, Vegas said. While your gesture is indeed charitable, it would be fruitless to weaken you in favor of others. Don't sweat it, you weird Tin King ghost, Dempsey said dismissively. Those soda machines never run out. Believe me, I've drank more Juggernog than I care to admit. Tank Dempsey, would I be correct in stating that both this Pack-a-Punch and these Perca-Colas possess the same enigmatic origins as the mystery box? You know it, and if I'm being honest, I've got a suspicion that Richtofen knew about these things before we did. The secretive nature of Dr. Richtofen would lead me to believe that he is untrustworthy. It seems as though he is hiding sensitive information from the three of you. Dempsey snorted in response. I would say I trust that fucking crowd about as far as it could throw him, but I could probably throw him pretty far. Either way, we know for sure that there's something he's not telling us. I see, Vega replied. Perhaps the Slayer and I could assist in uncovering the truth. Nikolai liked your thinking, strange robot. Though I probably won't remember this conversation in a few hours, it would still be nice to fill in a few gaps in my memory. Yes. Richtofen thought gleefully himself as he placed the finishing touches on his modifications to the teleporter. As of this moment, the teleporter had been fully converted to suit Richtofen's needs. Using the scanning portion of the teleporter's hardware, Richtofen had successfully managed to lock onto the signal of the equipment within the Doomslayer's suit. By tweaking the machine's function, Richtofen was certain that if he were to activate the teleporter now, he could effectively freeze the Doomslayer in place by hijacking the systems within his suit. The science involved amplifying the scanner portion of the teleporter until it could see everything within a room. With that in mind, it would scan until it locked in on a similar dimensional frequency, and then hijack it remotely, giving the user complete control. All the Slayer had to do was stand close enough when it activated, and then Viola. Richtofen could effectively freeze him in place, giving him an opportunity to inspect his Predator's suit up close. Richtofen was about to celebrate his completion of the project with a loud laugh when he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, the Mad Doctor feigned mock surprise to see the other 3 members of his group returning with the Doomslayer. Just in time, Richtofen said, pressing his hands together happily. Tell me, how was the tour? Oh, I do hope you picked up a few good souvenirs. Yeah, and you know what else, Doc? We got around to doing a bit of talking, and we think it's time you told us what's really going on here. Dempsey said antagonistically. Why me? Keep secrets. Richtofen said innocently. What could I possibly gain in keeping secrets from you? It is time for the truth to be revealed, Dr. Takeo said, drawing his weapon to his hands. We must know the cause of the outbreak and what happened to our memories. Richtofen was about to say more, but the words died in his throat as the Doomslayer grabbed him firmly by the neck and slammed him against the side of the teleporter. The Slayer then held him there by the neck, his grip uncomfortably tight, but not enough to cause Richtofen to suffocate. Ack, the Mad Doctor coughed, fruitlessly trying to break the Slayer's grip. What is the meaning of this? I would suggest you start talking German, Nikolai said. You don't want to go out like my second wife, choking against a wall. Richtofen struggled for another brief moment, then stopped and stared at each member of the group in turn. Given the looks in their eyes and the intensity emanating from behind the Slayer's faceplate, Richtofen knew he had to come up with a plan fast. All he needed to do was stall them for just a little bit. Very well then, Richtofen said, breaking the intense silence with an untimely happy tone. Of course, I will tell you all everything that I know. In all honesty, I am surprised that it has taken you this long to ask. Richtofen was lying, and for some unexplainable reason, the Mad Doctor knew that the Doomslayer was not fooled by his words. Slowly moving his hand over to the nearby control panel, Richtofen discreetly drew closer to the button to activate the teleporter. With a single press of the button, the teleporter would hijack his tether frequency, locking him into a single-dimensional point. Once the Slayer was frozen in place, Richtofen would have to somehow find a way to incapacitate his former test subjects. Unfortunately, they all had their weapons at the ready, while Doctor's pistol was sitting in the holster on his hip. There was no way he could draw fast enough to shoot the 3 of them before they killed him. He needed to buy more time to consider his options. In that moment, a blood-chilling howl pierced the stillness of the auditorium air, heralding the arrival of a well-known enemy to all except the Doomslayer. Everyone else heard that, right? Nikolai asked, his drunken slur momentarily forgotten at the sudden gravity of the situation. Hollenhund, Richtofen said spitefully, secretly grateful that the creatures had chosen this moment to arrive. I am detecting multiple heat signatures entering the building via temporal anomalies, Vegas said. Their life signs are unique and extremely powerful. Yep, those are hellhounds, all right, Dempsey said. One of the hardest fucking things on this planet to kill. The creatures glide through space and hunt for the souls of the living, Tako added gravely. Giving Richtofen a hard look, the Doomslayer slowly relinquished his grip around the doctor's neck, stepping back and drawing a fascinating rifle with 2 chainsaw blades for bayonets. Recognizing the pattern of ridges along the frame, Richtofen gave the Slayer a demented smile. I see someone made good use of the pack-a-punch. The Slayer said nothing. By instinct, the 5 of them slowly formed up into a defensive circle, their previously tense moment overruled by the far more dangerous matter at hand. Richtofen drew his pistol as more and more howls began to join in with the first, echoing into an unholy chorus as they grew louder and louder. Their pack undoubtedly has our scent now, Richtofen said. We will have to dispose of all of the little doggies, or they will endlessly hunt us. As if on cue, multiple bolts of lightning flashed into the auditorium. Where the bolts struck, a demonic hellhound appeared, their glowing red eyes immediately locked on the 5 humans in the center of the room. Their fur was dyed black as night, with the only color difference being found on their snouts, where the flesh had been completely burned away. Their starched white bones stood out as a reminder of their undead nature, with rows of razor-sharp teeth in full view due to their lack of flesh around their mouths. As if their appearance was not odious enough, each hound that appeared was also wreathed in unholy fire, the flames lapping up their sides and whirling between their teeth as they growled and barked. It was as though the undying fires were burning within them as well as on them. Slowly, more and more hellhounds arrived within the auditorium, circling the group slowly with malicious intent. They all growled and gnashed their teeth at their prey, but none had made a move yet. It was as though they were awaiting a command from a superior. Something here is not right, Takeo said suspiciously. I have never seen the Hellion hounds behave this way before. Indeed, Richtofen said, narrowing his eyes in a mixture of interest and antagonism at the hounds nearest to him. They are not as feral as the ones we have encountered in the past. They have a greater pack mentality, almost as if they are following orders. The answer suddenly clicked in Richtofen's brain, and his eyes widened in surprise at the thought. There must be an alpha, he said hurriedly. The hounds are taking orders from one of their own. As if to confirm Richtofen's hypothesis, a deeper and far more powerful howl sounded from somewhere in the theater, and as one, the hounds suddenly charged in, their teeth bared and chomping for flesh and blood. A split second later, the closest of the beasts were blasted to shreds as the 5 humans opened fire, their pack-a-punched weapons proving to be more than a match for the tough hides of the demon dogs. The sight of their fallen packmates seemed to do little to deter the rest of the hounds, and they continued their advance with no reservation, pressing in on all sides with feral intensity. Despite the practiced precision of all parties present, it was becoming obvious that the hounds were gaining ground. Their sheer numbers were enough to withstand their losses, and their fearless animal instinct gave them no notion of retreat. Getting a little too close for comfort here, Dempsey said angrily as he blasted apart a hellhound that had lunged for his neck. As if in response to Dempsey's statement, Richtofen turned to hear the sound of the Doom Slayer revving his chainsaw bayonet to life. The noise of the engine, somehow, carrying over the barking of the hounds and the crack of pack-a-punched weaponry. Turning back to face the horde, Richtofen cursed when he realized that his momentary distraction had been enough for the hounds to take advantage of. By sheer instinct, Richtofen raised his arm just in time to intercept a hellhound as it jumped for his throat. The demon's fangs clamped down hard on Richtofen's appendage, and had the doctor not ingested Juggernog a little bit earlier, his arm would have been snapped in half by the creature's bite strength. Gah! Richtofen seethed angrily, drawing his knife and plunging it deep into the hound's neck. Don't you dare touch the doctor. I'm not your chew toy. The hound gave a whimper of pain before falling limp as the doctor twisted the knife to deepen the wound. After one last, desperate struggle, the hound fell to the floor, allowing Richtofen to pull his now blood-soaked knife from his hide. Taking a brief moment to examine the blade, Richtofen felt a familiar sense of excitement well up within him. Well, that was erotic, he said slyly as he sheathed his knife and fired once more upon the hellhounds. On his flank, the Doomslayer was now on the move, moving with blinding speed to cut down the hellhounds with his chainsaw bayonet. The twin blades seemed to have no issues at all sawing through the tough composition of the hounds. Whatever material constituted the teeth of the saws was gliding through their flesh as though it was barely there. In that moment, the tide turned, and the remaining hellhounds were very quickly disposed of as their formation broke. The hounds' inability to retreat worked against them now, as they ineffectually continued to throw themselves at the team, killing themselves in the process. As the last hound died under the Slayer's boot, another flash of lightning filled the auditorium, this one more forceful than the rest. When the light faded, Richtofen stared in awe as the largest hellhound he had ever seen arose from the floor. Its appearance, while generally similar to the other hounds they had just fought, was far more menacing, as in addition to its incredible size, the demonic creature also displayed a great number of scars seared across its fiery fur. Its fangs were grotesquely long, and its eyes seemed to grow even redder than those of its smaller counterparts. Nikolai said in awe of the creature. I think I might be drunker than usual. Your eyesight ain't broken, Nick, Dempsey replied. That is one big skog. The hound gave a low growl and slowly began to walk forward, the flames on its hide adding to its ominous stride. Its eyes were locked solely on the Doomslayer as it drew closer, obviously singling him out of the group. The creature has been shamed, Takeo said prophetically. It looks to restore its dignity by striking down the one who has killed its comrades. Oh, how exciting! Richtofen exclaimed cheerily. The Alpha Hund wants to have a chivalrous little duel with our new friend. Seizing his opportunity, Richtofen slowly inched back towards the console on the teleporter, hovering his hand over the activation button. This had turned out far better than even he could have planned for. The Alpha's arrival had proven fortuitous, as now everyone was distracted save for the doctor. Richtofen, of course, had no doubt that the Slayer would emerge victorious from their little spat, but the moment that he did, Richtofen would flip the switch, freezing the pesky juggernaut in place and removing his threat to the doctor entirely. Then it would be a very simple task for Richtofen to kill off his former test subjects while they were surprised. In truth, the Mad Doctor felt a bit of regret at killing them so soon. Well, except for Dempsey, of course. Their reluctant companionship had been quite charming in Richtofen's opinion, but if the Doctor was to continue with his plans, then some sacrifices needed to be made. Richtofen then realized that he was spacing off and shook his head to focus back into the present. There would be time to lament his choices later, but for now, he might as well enjoy the show. In a flash, the Alpha Hellhound leapt forward, closing the distance between the Slayer and itself in a fraction of a second. It was immediately obvious that the creature possessed a far greater prowess than its lesser counterparts, and for the briefest of moments, Richtofen felt his confidence in the Slayer falter in the presence of its nearly untraceable speed. He was quickly reminded, however, that despite however fast the Alpha Hound was, the Doomslayer was faster. The rifle in his hands was aimed and fired before the hound had even closed half the distance, the pack-a-punched rounds already on a surefire course to the beast's heart. In another bright flash, lightning suddenly struck the hound midair, and when the bolt faded, the hound had disappeared. The bullets continued harmlessly through the space that the Alpha had occupied an instant earlier and buried themselves into the auditorium wall beyond. Simultaneously, another bolt struck behind the Slayer, the Alpha Hound rematerializing at the impact point. Without wasting any time, the hound leapt again, this time from a much closer distance than before into the Slayer's exposed flank. Richtofen's eyes boggled. He had never seen a hound utilize such developed tactics before. The Alpha had known of the Slayer's speed and had feinted a frontal attack to provoke a response. The Slayer had taken the bait, and the hound had teleported behind him at the last second to attack from behind. To call the Mad Doctor shocked was a complete understatement. To him, the Alpha's feint had appeared to be successful, but their astonishment grew even further still, as without turning around, the Slayer removed one hand from his rifle and caught the Alpha by the throat, stopping the beast midair with its fangs barely an inch from his helmet. The beast gnashed its teeth in an attempt to close the distance between them as the Slayer's head slowly turned to face it once more. Whether he had guessed the Alpha's tactics from the very beginning or had simply been fast enough to react to it, Richtofen would never know, but just by watching the Doomslayer in action, the Mad Doctor would not be surprised if it had been both. The Alpha Hound suddenly whimpered and began to thrash wildly as the Slayer began to crush its windpipe in his gauntlet fist. His strength was overpowering, and all who were present knew that the outcome of this battle was now inevitable. There was no chance that the Hellhound could escape the Slayer's grasp, and now it had no choice but to die as the Slayer clenched his fist tighter. A sadistic smile fell over Richtofen's features as he watched the events unfold, his hand dropping towards the button as he did so. Just a little bit more. Choking in the Slayer's grip, the Alpha knew in its bestial mind that it had run out of options. It was going to die here, unable to avenge the death of its fallen brethren. The truth of that reality settled in the hound's mind, provoking one final desperate act of self-preservation as it did so, summoning its power over space itself. Lightning flashed once more within the auditorium, striking the Alpha and causing it to slip through dimensional space like it had numerous times before. However, unlike the numerous other times the Alpha had teleported, the lightning did not stop with the hound. Instead, it surged from the beast's body, jumping onto the Predator suit and syncing with the same frequency utilized by the tether system. The system immediately responded, activating its components and thrusting the suit and its occupants into dimensional space as well, casting them out of this reality with a flash of blue light and a loud bang. Richtofen froze, his fingers resting lightly on the activation button. He stared, speechless, as silence fell once again throughout the theater. The Hellhound was gone, and so was the Doomslayer. As usual, the silence was broken by Dempsey. Anyone want to tell me what the hell just happened? 1 second, two souls were locked in struggle. Then the next, cast into oblivion. Takeo mused in his usual proverb speech. Nikolai said nothing for a moment, as his lips were currently busy taking a long pull from his bottle. After swallowing deeply, the Russian sighed, looking at the bottle fondly. Nikolai is going to need every last drop of this after the day I've had. Turning and facing Richtofen, the Russian raised an eyebrow questioningly at the infuriated expression he saw. German? You know what just happened here? Richtofen knew exactly what had just happened here. The Alpha Hellhound had done the exact same thing Richtofen had attempted, the only difference being that the creature had done it accidentally and with different results. Hijacking the tether system's frequency had been Richtofen's plan since meeting the Slayer, but now that neither him nor his AI were in this dimension, the Mad Doctor's plan was worthless. Realizing that all eyes were upon him, Richtofen swallowed his rage and took a deep breath. As of now, his plans had changed once again, and the best he could do was adapt. No, Nikolai, I'm afraid our new friend's disappearance is as much a mystery to me as it is to you. But there's nothing we can do about it now, so let's focus on the task at hand. The cocking of shotguns stopped Richtofen in his tracks, and he raised an eyebrow questioningly at Dempsey, who had been the source of the noise. I couldn't agree more, Doc. And if I remember correctly, you were about to fill us in on what we've been missing out on. Sound about right, fellas? Indeed, Takeo said, bringing his weapon at the ready. The secrets of the shadows must be brought to light. Nikolai fumbled with his bottle for a moment, then balanced it in one hand while readying his own gun in the other. What they said, he slurred. Once again, Richtofen had been put on the spot. Thinking rapidly, the doctor once again revised his plan, smiling inwardly as he did so. So, his reluctant comrades wanted to hear the truth? Well, then who was he to withhold it from them? He would give them all of the truth their little minds could take. However, who was to say that the truth had to be entirely truthful? After all, it wasn't as though they had any methods of fact-checking the doctor's words. He was entirely free to spin whatever web he desired. Tell me, main curious friends, what do you know of the periodic table of elements? Or to be more specific, element 115? Author note. Alright, explanation time. As I said before, nothing bad happened to me, so please don't worry about my health and or safety. I'm never better in both regards. What had happened, I'm afraid, is that the ugly side of my impulsive nature reared its ugly head. It is not that I lost interest in this story. It is that I gained interest in something else. As a result, I went and impulsively did that other thing for a while, as it was new and fun. Unfortunately, I realized how incredibly selfish that was of me. As I didn't even have the decency to tell my readers where I had gone, I just up and left like a jerk. So, please know that from the bottom of my heart, I am sorry. That being said, however, I would like to warn everyone that I cannot set a consistent chapter schedule right now, so there may be long periods between chapters. One thing that I would like all of you to know, however, is that I have no plans on quitting this story. This story will only end after I have achieved the vision I have for it, or until I am dead. And I'm not dead yet. Now, then, about the chapter itself. This is one that I wanted to write for quite a while, but unfortunately with my long and unintended break, I realized just how perishable a skill writing is. So hopefully I haven't managed to ruin your experience with my greatly regressed writing prowess. I have loved COD, Zombie since I first played World at War in my buddy's house, and Kino is arguably one of my favorite maps of the entire franchise. The map is fun, and it's got my favorite perks, minus Deathshot Daiquiri, so writing this chapter was a bit of a guilty pleasure. But the real question here is what to do with the Hellhound. I obviously have considered the possibility of developing that part a little bit, but I'm still unsure, which is why I want to see what you guys think. As always, please feel free to leave a review detailing your hatred for my absence and how you curse my name every night before you go to bed. All kinds of criticism are welcome. Until next time, ImpulsiveWeaver. Universal Dome. Chapter 31, Local 58. Author note: hello again, everyone. I hope no one missed me too much. As you probably guessed, I have returned with another thrilling addition to the story. This chapter has our fearless slayer and company arriving in the twisted media that is Local 58, so don't change that channel. For those who are unfamiliar, Local 58 is a YouTube channel with short but highly well done and entertaining horror videos told through the format of television broadcasts. I personally love them to pieces, so I would definitely recommend them to you all, though it is not necessary to be familiar with them to read this chapter. Please enjoy, and remember that I own nothing. Jackie warily complied with the instructions given to her by the GPS system within her dashboard. The feminine metallic voice held the same monotonous edge that it always did, but tonight, that sense of familiarity did little to comfort the young woman. Right now, the voice was the only thing that could possibly lead Jackie to some answers, or at least help her try to understand what was happening around here. Turn right on in North 38th Street, the GPS recited, prompting Jackie to look around some more to try and to get her bearings. She tried to take some comfort in the fact that she was still in a part of town that she was familiar with. But in truth, she was only growing more and more nervous by the second, her anxiety flaring with the realization that what she was doing was undoubtedly dangerous and incredibly stupid. Less than 24 hours ago, Jackie's life had been as plain and simple as ever. She'd been nothing more than another average girl that slaved away in the local small-town diner to pay off her student loans, working hard and studying harder. And all the while, she still found time to be hopelessly head over heels in love with her fiancé of 5 months, whom she first met in one of her sociology classes. The two of them had hit it off after working on a school project together, and after only half a year of dating, they had spontaneously moved in together. Neither of them had quite remembered why or how they had taken such a step in their relationship so easily, but neither of them minded. The next year had flown by after that, and before they knew it, the two of them were engaged. Like her, Jackie's fiancé was nothing super extravagant, but that hardly mattered, as he was all she had ever wanted and more. The way his laughter carried across the room always made her heart skip a beat. The way his hair always fell perfectly into that neat, but slightly must-look drove her absolutely crazy. But above all of those things, none of his traits could even hold a candle to how he reciprocated Jackie's affections as a whole. Despite their busy schedules and steadfast commitment to their futures, they always made time for each other. Always. All of that had suddenly changed this morning when Jackie had awoken. The last thing she remembered from the night before was watching the local news station before turning in. She had only planned on watching for a little bit until her fiancé came back inside from a quick cigarette, but she remembered falling asleep rather quickly after watching a weird documentary of sorts about sleep and dreaming in humans. She couldn't recall the details of the broadcast, or really anything at all about what she had seen, but when she had awoken from an eerily dreamless sleep, she did a double take when she realized that she had slept from 9 p.m. the night before until 5 p.m. the next day. Never before had Jackie slept that long, and after checking the times on both her phone and her watch to make sure she wasn't seeing things, a million more questions began to run through her mind as she arose from the bed. Questions like, how did she suddenly manage to sleep uninterrupted for 21 hours? And was a human body even capable of doing that? Her next questions came in the form of how nothing had been done to wake her during that time. Why hadn't her fiancé roused her for class at 7 a.m. that morning? He had not been next to her in the bed when she had woken up, so she had at least assumed that he had slept for what could be considered a normal amount of time. Her questioning attitude that morning had been cut short, however, by the chorus of police sirens sounding in the distance. Such noises were not uncommon occurrences near and around the apartment Jackie lived in, but the sheer number of sirens had been enough to cause the girl to investigate, as it sounded as though there were at least 10 sirens overlapping each other, as if fighting for maximum loudness. Whatever casualty those emergency services were responding to, it must have been massive. It was then that Jackie began to grow nervous, as in addition to the unnerving nature of the sirens outside, there was also no sign of her fiancé in the apartment. He was nowhere to be found. His school notes and backpack were all still there, and so were his wallet and a few other items. The only thing that was missing was his keys, and upon that discovery, Jackie hurried outside to find that his car was gone. An inspection of the stall he usually parked and told Jackie that he had left with an extreme sense of urgency, as tire marks ran strongly from the stall all the way to the end of the lot. A quick glance around showed that quite a majority of cars around the lot had done the same. Almost all of the remaining cars in the lot showing signs of minor damage, likely from the other cars attempting to leave so quickly the night before. At this point, Jackie had truly begun to panic. Her fiancé was missing, and so was his car. And the fact that he had left in a hurry without her, but with apparently half of the apartment complex, meant that something was definitely wrong here. That, coupled with the numerous sirens still wailing in the distance, told Jackie that it was time to get help and figure out exactly what was going on here. So she ran back inside and hastily showered and dressed before grabbing a granola bar from the kitchen and running back outside with her car keys in hand. She had no idea where to even begin looking, but she knew she had to at least start somewhere. Perhaps he was somewhere around town, or maybe one of her work friends had seen something at the diner that could give her a place to look. In that moment, Jackie remembered feeling slight helplessness. She had no idea what was going on and nowhere to even begin to try and find out. She did her best to stifle the feeling as she sat down in her own car and started the engine. After pulling out and getting onto the main road, Jackie immediately began fumbling with her phone. Her safety seminars during her college years had ingrained the number for the local police department in her mind, and she hastily dialed the number from memory before holding the phone to her ear and waiting as she continued to drive towards town. The exhausted voice of a desk clerk eventually came through on the other end, the cop's voice indicative of a strained workday. In the background, Jackie could also hear numerous voices, a strong indicator that the station was crowded and busy. Jackie quickly told them of her situation, and it was to her absolute dread that the cop informed her that similar cases like hers had been popping up all across town, hence the hustle and bustle that could be heard in the background. It was as though nearly a third of the townsfolk had just up and left, with no notes nor signs as to where they had gone. The small police force had barely been able to keep up with all of the calls they had received so far today. Unfortunately, with their resources spread so thin, all the cops could do at that moment was file a missing persons report for her fiancé. They promised that they'd keep an eye out for anyone matching his description, but reminded her with a weary tone that there was only so much that they could do at the moment, much to Jackie's chagrin. In that moment, Jackie wasn't sure if it was the cop's tone through the line or perhaps some other factor, but something triggered a horrible thought in her mind. For the first time since finding out her fiancé was missing, Jackie briefly entertained the grave notion that she might never see him again. She hastily thanked the cop for their help in a shaky voice and barely had time to hang up before letting out a choked sob. The fact that the police were stretched so thin combined with Jackie's own feeling of helplessness made her feel like she was being crushed under a ton of concrete. Her chest suddenly became constricted, and her breathing became labored under her distress. Jackie blinked rapidly to try to keep her vision clear as tears began to form in her eyes. Starting route to marked destination. In half a mile, turn left on a Holbrook Park Drive. Jackie nearly veered off the road at the sudden voice, her distressed feeling momentarily banished in her shocked state. After looking around frantically to make sure that no one else was in the car with her, Jackie frowned and noticed that the navigational assist system in her car had spontaneously booted up. Realizing that to be the culprit of the voice, Jackie attempted to access the system from the console to find it completely unresponsive. It was as though the screen had frozen in place, refusing to show Jackie the destination that it had inputted seemingly of its own accord. Jackie's frown deepened even further in her inability to control or even turn off the system. In truth, she had only sparingly bothered to use the built-in navigational feature, as it was just so much easier to use her phone, so attempting to access the system was entirely foreign to her. She attempted to prod at the screen a few more times before dismissing it as faulty when the voice suddenly spoke again. In 500 feet, turn left onto Holbrook Park Drive. Though it was not quite as shocking as when it first spoke, the voice still startled Jackie a bit. Looking ahead, she could see the indicated turn rapidly approaching, giving her very little time to decide if she wanted to follow the route or not. On one hand, the navigational system in her car was leading her to an unknown destination that it itself had selected. That observation by itself made Jackie extremely wary. On the other hand, however, Jackie remembered that her fiancé had taken his car when he had disappeared. Perhaps this strange glitch had also appeared in his car as well. Perhaps wherever the car was taking her could offer some sort of clue as to where he and seemingly half the town had been whisked away to. Jackie knew that she should have called the police, or her friends, or someone at least, and told them where she was going. But in that moment, she was not thinking straight, and the prospect of finding her fiancé was all that she could think about. Turn left onto Holbrook Park Drive. Quickly making her decision, Jackie turned sharply to the left as instructed, throwing caution into the wind and trusting the voice within the system. As an afterthought, Jackie reached forward and activated the camera on her dashboard. If she could gather some video evidence from wherever she was going, maybe that could help her search. In the back of her mind, she knew what she was doing was insane, but the thought of losing her fiancé stood prominently in her mind, so she suppressed her inner voice of reason. After making sure the camera was on and recording, the navigational voice spoke up again. Continue on Holbrook Park Drive, then in 500 feet, turn right on to North 38th Street. You will arrive at your destination in 2 hours and 28 minutes. Nervously, Jackie noted that the sun was already beginning to set to her west, which meant that according to the GPS, she would not arrive at her destination until well after dark. In addition, Jackie could see heavy rain clouds moving in as well, making conditions less than desirable for the frantic girl. Taking a brief pause to steel herself, Jackie set her jaw and reminded herself why she was doing this. When her nerves had finally calmed enough, she reached over and opened the granola bar she had grabbed earlier. Taking slow bites, Jackie listened as the GPS continued to issue directions, and she complied in return. The alpha hellhound registered in its bestial mind that this jump felt different. It and each of its packmates had long before now become accustomed to their warping abilities, making them the deadliest of predators among the ranks of the undead. But this time, when it had attempted to jump while choking in the grasp of the one who had killed its brethren, something had been different. Its armored adversary had jumped with it, not only through space, but through the space between spaces and far beyond that of the earth or ether. As the hound warped through, it felt a presence slip from its mind, something that had subconsciously been commanding and directing the alpha as to where to hunt and what prey to target. Its influence had gone unnoticed by the hellhound due to it being there since birth, but now that it was disappearing, the alpha suddenly felt its mind open up as it experienced free will for the first time. The hellhound was then jolted from its new experience as it exited the jump and landed hard on its forelegs. Its vision and thoughts were murky from both the jump and its new state of mind, causing the hound to shake its head and screw its eyes shut, whining as it slowly adjusted to its new state of being. Squinting through a haze, the hound could see that it had landed in a forest of some kind, though the low light of the setting sun did little to provide more of an idea of its surroundings. Its senses had only just finally seemed to clear when the hellhound heard a metallic crunch above its head. Looking up, the hound saw an armored creature standing above it, and recognition immediately dawned in the hound's mind as it remembered what had happened prior to the jump. This creature, more so than all the others it had been with, had killed off the alpha's entire pack, its strength and speed far greater than any other prey the hound had hunted before. In rage and grief at the loss of its kin, the alpha had stepped forward to face the creature itself. But the prowess of its foe had proven too much even for the leader of the pack, and it was only by warping away from the iron grip of its foe that the hound had evaded death. Unfortunately, its morbid fate seemed to be inevitable now, as the hellhound gazed up to see the creature pointing its weapon directly downward, tensed and ready to finish what it had started before the jump. The hound stood motionless, knowing full well that its life was at its end. The two of them were less than a meter apart, and the hound knew the creature's reflexes well enough to know that attempting to warp would be pointless. The alpha would be dead before the teleportational lightning ever struck it. In silence, the hound sized the creature up once more. It had first targeted this creature as prey for it and its pack, but in truth, the roles were reversed from the beginning. Despite the strength that the hellhounds possessed in their numbers, their combined vigor had proven worthless against this armored creature, which had fully established itself as a far more dangerous being. It had overcome them in every aspect, with its might only matched by its will, and had made for a quick and bloody end to all that opposed it. The hound looked to its face, and though it was smart enough to know that the strange helmet that stared back was not the true face of the creature, it committed the sight to memory, taking a sort of strange solace in knowing that it would meet its end at the hands of a truly superior predator. The Doomslayer watched intently as the hound looked up at him, its glowing eyes betraying the inner conflict that the former alpha felt inside. While his posture remained ready and poised, the Slayer noted that the hellhound's luminescent eyes had shifted color. Before they had left the previous universe, the orbs had glowed with a deep and malicious red, and yet now, they had dimmed to a dull amber, acting as an indication that something had changed within the creature. Studying the hound further, the Slayer's observations confirmed his theory, as he could see that the feral mindlessness he had observed before was now gone entirely. It was as though the hellhound was seeing things clearly for the first time, and as if to confirm his theory, Vega's voice spoke within his helmet. I am detecting a shift in neural activity from the hellhound. In the previous dimension, I noticed that much of their cranial activity appeared to be suppressed, as though some outside entity was commanding them, something beyond their alpha. However, now it seems that this dimension is beyond said entity's reach, giving the hellhound autonomy for the first time. At the end of the super shotgun's barrel, the hound let out a low whine, then bowed its head, signaling to the Slayer that it conceded its defeat. The ever-present flames that wreathed the creature's hide extinguished as well, their absence making the hound look almost like a naturally born wolf for the first time. The only evidence of its supernatural nature remaining were its skinless snout and glowing eyes, which had closed in submission. Looking down on the creature, the Slayer considered the options before him, the sight of the hound triggering a memory from a lifetime ago. Complete stillness reigned for a moment, as though the entire forest was holding its breath. Then the Slayer made his decision. From within the Predator's suit, Vega watched with interest as the Slayer slowly lowered his weapon and shifted his stance. His gaze remained on the hellhound beneath him, who slowly raised its head back up in confusion. It took a moment for the creature to realize that it was no longer going to die, and then it too stood back up to its full height, small flames reappearing on its fur. For a few moments, the Slayer and the hellhound stared at each other, a conversation without words seemingly flowing between them. Vega remembered well that the Slayer had held such conversations in the past, and he also remembered the deeper understanding that was reached through such means, the bond between warriors, as it had been previously put. The two beings seemed to come to an agreement, and the Slayer relaxed his posture even more, with the hellhound's fur alighting further in kind. It seemed, at least for the time being, that both the Slayer and Vega had acquired a new ally in their quest, which the AI perceived to have no drawbacks after running numerous scenarios to determine the hound's usefulness. From the combat data that Vega had analyzed from the previous universe's encounter with hellhounds, he had deduced that they were quite formidable in their own right, with the Alpha being even more so. In addition to their extreme speed and strength, they also possessed a near-instant teleportational ability which the Hound seemed to have complete mastery over. Vega's confidence was high that it would not prove a hindrance to either him nor the Slayer due to that data, and the man within the Praetor's suit seemed to agree. The amiable mood that had fallen over the party was quickly shattered as the three of them suddenly became aware of a distant noise that echoed through the trees. It had been faint, far too faint for normal human hearing, but each of them had more than the necessary capabilities to pick up and decipher the sound. It had been a roar, and it was because of how powerful and trumpeting it had been that gave them a reason to investigate. Being as analytical as ever, Vega searched for a match within his knowledge base only to discover that the pitch and intensity of the roar differed greatly from any known creatures within his database of life forms. Such a database had been steadily growing ever since Vega had been reactivated, and yet despite the ever-growing number of creatures added into the codex, there were always more strange and unorthodox beings to be found across the dimensions he and the Doomslayer had found themselves in. As usual, Vega was not the only one to immediately take action upon hearing the strange roar. The Doomslayer readied himself once again, and the hellhound, pinned its ears back, let out a low growl as the flames on its hide began to burn even brighter. Its teeth were already constantly bared due to its lack of skin around its muzzle, but Vega knew enough about canine mannerisms to recognize the difference. The hellhound shared a glance with the Doomslayer, and only when the armored man gestured with a tilt of his head did it take action. There was a bright flash as lightning appeared and struck the hound, causing it to disappear as the light faded. Vega knew with relative certainty that it had warped somewhere ahead of them, and he was proven correct as the Praetor suit systems registered the hound's signature approximately a kilometer ahead. Exchanging his super shotgun for his newly Pack-a-Punch Lancer, the Slayer cracked his neck with a tilt of his head and then started after the hound, following the source of the roar. All around them, drops of rain began to fall, slowly at first, but within a minute, a complete downpour had ensued. There was a diminished flash of light from above, and a clap of thunder rumbled throughout the forest. Jackie squinted to try and see through the windshield as her wipers worked overtime to try and keep the rain off of her windshield. By now, the sun had completely set, but the overcast sky had refused to let any moonlight through, making visibility much worse in conjunction with the rain. Jackie's headlights valiantly stabbed through the rain and darkness so that she could at least see where she was going. Unfortunately, what she could see did little to fill her with hope, as she very quickly realized that wherever this GPS was taking her, it was off the beaten path. What was the name of this road again? In 2.8 miles, keep right to stay on Service Causeway H516. You will arrive at your destination in 14 minutes. With a name like that, Jackie couldn't help but begin to feel more and more nervous as the system began to lead her further and further for civilization. The small voice in the back of her head once again began reminding her of what a terrible an idea this was, but she had come too far to back down now. Setting her jaw again, Jackie squinted into the darkness and continued to follow the road, taking at least some sort of satisfaction in the fact that the road was at least paved. Lowering its nose to the floor to sniff for tracks, the hellhound expertly used its natural instincts to deduce the location of its prey. The rain had proven to be no hindrance to its natural tracking abilities, and in truth, the hound barely noticed it at all as the downpour turned to steam upon making contact with its fiery hide. Whatever this creature they were hunting, the hellhound had its scent now, and it betrayed that this particular creature was far different than the monstrosities that roamed the dark ether. It had no way of knowing if it was stronger, but by how fresh the scent was, the hound could tell that it was close. Even the rain could not mask the creature's odor. With a quick look behind, the hound saw that the armored man was keeping up with it despite its teleportational abilities. The supernatural canine had begun to see that the human was just as adept, if not superior, when it came to tracking. and together they had managed to close in on their prey at an unrivaled rate. It would not be long now until they came upon it, causing the thrill of the hunt to arise within the hellhound. The anticipation continued to build, almost coming to a climax when the snap of a twig through the thicket carried over the downpour. Instinctively, the hellhound diminished its natural flame and crept low to the ground. The armored man remained upright, but held his weapon at the ready and turned in the direction of the noise. He himself as silent as the grave. There was a moment of silence save for the rain. Then the hound watched intently as the darkened silhouette of a large bipedal creature emerged from the thicket. The heavy rain that had seemed to come from nowhere had lessened to a light drizzle as Jackie continued down the empty two-lane road. She had lost sight of any other vehicles for at least 10 minutes now, making Jackie the only motorist for miles. Looking around, the lack of any lights or structures to be seen meant that she was the only sign of civilization for miles. The road she was on didn't even have telephone poles running alongside it. Jackie's heart rate began to quicken once again. In half a mile, turn left onto rerouting. Stunned, Jackie glanced down to the frozen screen. Was it changing her destination? What the hell? The vehicle slowed with uncertainty as Jackie waited for the system to respond, and it was only after a few more moments of tense silence that it spoke again. Make a U-turn. Jackie's frown deepened at the new instructions. Had her destination changed somehow? Was it a problem with the system? The destination couldn't have just disappeared, right? The hound growled deeply and tore the creature's throat from its neck, dark blood dripping from the canine's jaws as it gulped down the spoils of its hunt. In truth, taking down the prey had hardly been a challenge. The creature had been aggressive at first, angry and seemingly lusting for a kill of any kind, but the combined attacks from the hound and its new ally had overwhelmed it in less than a minute. The creature, like many other prey the hound had hunted, had not even been given an opportunity to flee under the assault, and now it laid motionless and very much dead upon the forest floor, its antlered shoulders and sinewy limbs broken in many places, courtesy of those that had hunted it. Across from the carcass, the Doom Slayer, as the hound now knew him to be called, knelt down and examined their kill, apparently to study it. The hound watched him for a moment, then turned to tear another piece off of the monster's lifeless body. There was little meat to speak of on the creature's bony form, but the hound had not eaten since the jump to this new world, so any meal was worthwhile, regardless of how much or little there was. The hound's chewing was then interrupted as another roar sounded through the trees, only this time from a much greater distance. The Doom Slayer lifted its gaze to the direction of the noise, then signaled to the hound with a look. Their hunt wasn't over. Turn right onto unnamed road. Jackie stared blankly out the front passenger window. The thick wall trees that loomed before her was only broken by the narrow dirt path that wound into the forest and out of sight. The path was barely wide enough for her car to fit if she turned onto it, and it was at this point that the small voice within her head went ballistic. What on earth existed within those trees that the navigation system continued to direct her towards? The rain had stopped completely a few miles back, and judging from the complete dryness of the dirt ahead, Jackie deduced that the freak storm had missed this path completely. Turn right onto unnamed road. The voice within the system insisted once more, and the small voice within Jackie's mind screamed that if there was ever a time to turn back, this was it. Turn right onto unnamed road. Jackie's grip on the steering wheel tightened. No, she wouldn't quit now. She couldn't quit now. Not when she had come so far and was so close to finding out the truth. Whatever was down that path could provide the answer she was looking for. So with gritted teeth and a titanic amount of reluctance, Jackie steered her car into the mouth of the path and drove forward. Taking the sharp turns and hills slowly, Jackie kept her eyes sharply focused on the dirt path ahead as the navigational system spoke with new instructions. Continue on unnamed road for a quarter mile. Then follow signs for do not enter. Vega mapped the creature's unorthodox footprint and continued to monitor its step pattern as they continued to follow its trail. It was a near match with that of the creature they had just killed, meaning that this new contact was likely of the same species. The hound and the Doom Slayer had no problem following in the creature's wake, and given the height of the previous creature combined with the length between footprints of this new contact, Vega deduced that it was moving deliberately, as though it were moving toward a known destination. A destination that Vega hoped would soon be made known. Continue on unnamed road, then in 300 feet, turn off your headlights. Had Jackie not completely suppressed her common sense by now, she would have thrown her car in reverse and gotten out of there top speed, but her sensibility had thoroughly checked out at this point, and after a few more seconds of driving, Jackie slowed to a stop. Fingering the dial on the dashboard, Jackie winked out her headlights with a soft click. The entire forest became enshrouded in darkness, with Jackie only being able to see past her own nose due to the soft glow from the navigational screen. For a moment, all was silent save for the soft idling of the car engine. There was only darkness in both sound and sight. Then, from outside the car came the distinctive sound of a twig snapping in the dark, and Jackie's eyes opened wide and stared straight ahead as she listened, frozen with fear. Another twig snapped. It had been much closer this time, and Jackie's breathing began to quicken in response. Her hands began to shake on the steering wheel, and Jackie slowly moved one hand from the front wheel towards the headlight switch. There was a third snap that could not have been more than 10 feet from the car, and Jackie's hand slowly closed around the headlight switch before pausing. Stillness reigned yet again. Then the loudest and most blood-curdling noise Jackie had ever heard penetrated from the outside and pounded against her eardrums. As if by reflex, Jackie flicked the switch, causing her headlights to come alive and illuminate a sight that could have only existed within her worst nightmares. Jackie screamed, but the overarching roar was loud enough to drown it out completely. Vega heard the creature roar once again, and in that moment all three members of their party came to the same conclusion. The creature they had been hunting had found a prey of its own. Both the Slayer and the Hound made to quicken their pace, but both paused momentarily as another roar sounded from a completely different direction than the creature they were tracking. Vega began tracking this new roar as well, and he, as well as the Hound and the Slayer, realized that there were now at least two of these unnatural creatures still roaming within the forest. The Hound looked to the Slayer, who considered for a moment, then gestured with a tilt of his head to continue along the trail they were following. The Hound seemed to understand, then warped forward with a flash of teleportational lightning, continuing on in their original direction. Another roar sounded from the new contact, though much closer this time. The Slayer turned to the source, then took off towards it. Though Vega's presence remained within the Predator's suit, and therefore with the Slayer, the AI's interest was piqued towards the Hellhound. This would mark the first time since making an acquaintance with the canine that it and the Slayer would be separated, making this the first time that the Hound would be left entirely to its own devices. It would be completely independent. Luckily, patience was a virtue that Vega possessed in spades, and he was certain that many more opportunities to see the Hound in action would present themselves in the future. With that in mind, Vega returned to the task at hand and continued his study of the unorthodox creatures that existed within this forest. They were almost as much of an enigma as the Hellhound, as their signatures were of little similarity to the other flora and fauna within these woods, making them non-congruent with the standard of other Earths Vega had already visited. Study of the creature that had already been killed showed that they were extremely sturdy, with their natural speed and strength far above any other mundane animals found on Earth. Tracking its movements had also made it clear to Vega that their behavior was not natural either. They were intelligent to be certain, but the creature they had encountered before had seemed almost as though it were waiting for something, and it had seemed to be caught off guard by the arrival of the Slayer and the Hellhound. Whatever it had been expecting, it had not been them. In short, two conclusive statements could be made regarding these monsters. Firstly, they were not a natural part of this Earth's ecosystem. And secondly, they had come here for purpose. Rerouting, make a U-turn. Jackie completely ignored the navigational system's voice as she gunned the engine of her car, the uneven dirt road, throwing her around in her seat as she sped down the path. The ear-piercing roar sounded from somewhere behind her, causing the violent tremors in her hands to only grow worse. Your destination is behind you. Jackie cried out and dared to glance into the rearview mirror as she pushed her car to its limits against the terrain. The taillights did little to illuminate her pursuer, which only made her sense of terror grow further. In 500 feet, your destination will be rerouting. The roar sounded again, angrier this time. In 300 feet, you're Dezinati. Tears clouded Jackie's vision as she drove faster. In 250 feet, you're The roar sounded once more, loud enough to deafen Jackie. Rerouting. Your destination will be in 50 feet. Jackie could no longer hear anything save for her own heartbeat thundering within her ears. You have arrived at your The feed from the camera flickered and died as it was jostled around, and only when it came to a complete rest again did it begin to record once more. The scene that it now picked up was far different from the one it had been filming mere seconds ago. The windshield that it had been sitting just behind was cracked in multiple places, many of which had likely appeared when the car had been flipped onto its side. Due to the lopsided position the camera now rested in, the horizon stood as vertical instead of horizontal, with the trees sprouting from the right to the left from one side of the frame to the other. The night sky was still thick with rain clouds, making the only light coming from the sporadically flicking headlights and the few small fires that had sprouted as a result of the vehicle's now ruptured fuel line. Though the camera's quality had been reduced from the impact it had sustained, the device was clear enough to capture the sight of a large creature slowly stepping into frame from the bottom border. The sideways position of the camera made it seem as though the creature was walking upward along a wall that was the forest floor, and the camera diligently continued to record as the creature circled the vehicle predatorily, its tall form in contrast to its thin and bony structure. It had almost no muscle to speak of, with its entire body looking to be a large skeleton with an impossibly thin layer of skin covering it. Though its torso was akin to that of a human, its fingers ended in an imposing set of ivory claws, and its head showed the skull of a horse, with a long and ugly snout that ended in a row of grotesquely large teeth. As if its imposing stature wasn't enough, impossibly large antlers sprouted from the creature's back as well, reaching towards the sky above and standing even higher than the top of the monster's head. The beast watched the car through the empty sockets in its head. It appeared to be waiting for something. There was a moment of silence apart from the crackling of the small fires. Then a low and weak groan was heard from next to the camera, signaling that the occupant of the vehicle was still alive. This only served to agitate the beast, who bristled and opened its bony mouth to roar in anger. It took a step towards the vehicle, but was suddenly intercepted as a bright flash of light burst into frame from someplace the camera couldn't see. The monster paused and looked to the source of the light, only to recoil a moment later as a large shape lunged into frame and attacked. The creature dodged to the side as the shape landed. Then the camera was able to record a clear look at the newcomer as it momentarily stopped moving. Its profile appeared to be that of a large dog or a wolf, though all similarities came to an end there. This hound-like creature in particular possessed brightly glowing eyes and a furless snout that displayed its long and numerous razor-sharp teeth. Its hide was jet black, but was contrasted by the flames that sprouted from beneath its fur and enveloped its hulking form. The flames burned much brighter than the small gasoline fires scattered upon the ground, and when the hound creature growled at the monster, small embers pushed outward from between its jaws. The skeletal monster took in the sight of the flaming wolf dog, then hunched its back aggressively and roared at its foe, signaling its animosity. It then lunged at the hound creature, its sharp claws bared and ready to tear into flesh and tissue. The strange hound suddenly lunged forward with a speed that outmatched the monster's, catching the creature by surprise. Darting between the outstretched claws, the hound tackled the skeletal beast backward, sinking its teeth into the monster's shoulder. A loud snap could be heard as the force behind the bite shattered the shoulder bones of the creature, who howled in pain and tried to claw at the wolf as it bit down harder. The large monster's hands found no purchase, however, as a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed through the air and struck the hound, knocking the monster back further and causing the dog to disappear from sight. The monster stumbled for a few moments before regaining its balance. The shoulder that had been bitten through was now horribly mangled as jagged shards of bone jutted out every which way. The joint had been thin enough already, and the large chunk taken out by the wolf had left the rest of the creature's arm only attached by a single small bone and a few ripped patches of skin. The limb hung uselessly at the creature's side as it looked around wildly for its foe. There was suddenly another flash, and the hound reappeared behind the monster. With hardly a split second of pause, it leapt at the monster's exposed back and lashed its jaws firmly around the creature's neck from behind, crushing many of the antlers that sprouted from back there. The weight of the hound's tackle again unbalanced the monster, which roared in pain and fell forward, this time crashing face first into the dirt. With the advantage taken, the wolf-like creature began tearing ferociously at the monster's exposed neck with its teeth, tearing away the thin skin and clamping down firmly upon the creature's spinal column. The skeletal monster roared again and struggled to right itself, but it was completely immobilized by its broken arm combined with the weight of the hound gnashing at its neck. It tried to reach behind itself with its only usable hand and pushed the hound away, but the hound snapped its jaws hard on the creature's prying talons, shattering the appendage, and now rendering both of the creature's arms useless. In the next second, the hound clamped its jaw firmly around the monster's neck and wrenched violently. There was a moment of struggle as the hound's strength warred against the skeletal fortitude of the monster. Then slowly but surely, with the creature bellowing and screaming the whole time, a loud popping began to sound as the creature's spine began to separate. The monster thrashed and struggled to save itself from its fate, but the hound fiercely held on, continuing to pull the creature's head free from its shoulders even after it fell still. With one final crack, the hound wrenched the two apart, tearing much of the creature's spinal column out along with its head. The hound tossed the disembodied skull to the side, then let out a long howl towards the sky, the flames on its hide burning even brighter still in response to its victory. It then turned and noticed the vehicle for the first time, tilting its head with interest toward the crash. With an air of curiosity, the hound pawed its way across the dirt towards the overturned vehicle, sniffing with its skinless nose as it drew closer. Another weak groan came from the occupant still inside the vehicle. which caused the hound to pause for a moment before stepping even closer. It eventually was too close for the camera to capture its entire form, and the picture blurred slightly as it struggled to focus on the hound's close-up fur. There was some rustling for a moment, then the hound began stepping back from the vehicle, dragging the body of the driver with it. It dragged the young woman slowly and tenderly away from the car by the hood on her sweatshirt, careful to avoid the fires that had sprung up around them. The flames on the hound's fur dimmed, as well as it pulled the unconscious person to safety, likely to ensure that it would not burn the human that it was carrying in its jaw. Once the hound had dragged the young woman a safe distance away, it lifted its head and looked around for any further threats. There were a few beats of silence. Then the hound's ears twitched in response to a sound. It turned as another figure appeared from the trees. The new figure appeared to be human, and the hound seemed to recognize it despite the complete set of dark green armor that the figure was wearing. Its imposing stature was amplified by the fact that the armored human was dragging the corpse of another monster behind it. The weight of the deceased beast's body seemed to be no hindrance, however, as the figure casually tossed the monster's body on top of the other that the hound had killed. The camera captured another few moments as the figure approached the hound in a non-threatening manner, the battery then dying out just as the armored stranger turned to face the wreckage. Vega's presence flowed through the car's damaged systems, using the internal GPS components to finally spread himself out across the planet. Familiar information came to him in droves, and the AI accepted and processed it all with blinding speed as he brought more of himself online. He could not tarry long upon any single piece of data, however, as the mystery behind these creatures they had encountered still remained, as well as this strange signal that he had just discovered within the navigational system of this vehicle. Further inspection of the signal showed that something had hijacked the system and had been able to input its own destinations, namely the creatures that now were dead and decapitated by the Slayer and the Hellhound. With that in mind, Vega deduced that whoever or whatever had done this was very adept at hijacking waves and frequencies, not unlike Vega himself was. What was even more interesting was that the signal left behind a strange signature in the electromagnetic spectrum wherever it went. The signature took the form of an abnormal distortion throughout the wavelengths that Vega was able to discern through his scans. This curious phenomenon was new and unheard of to him, however, which caused the AI to divert more of his processing power to finding and studying these spatial distortions as he continued his search. While simultaneously tracking the signal to its point of origin, Vega quickly discovered a large quantity of the aforementioned distortions in a nearby town. Whatever had hijacked the navigational system in this vehicle was also influencing the EM signals of the small community, mainly commandeering the frequency used by their local television station. For what purpose? Vega still did not know, and his curiosity grew exponentially further as he finally uncovered the source of the signal a few moments later. Locking in the location, Vega spoke aloud to both the Doomed Slayer and the Hellhound. I believe I have uncovered the location of origin of these supernatural creatures. It is likely that if we venture to said location, we will uncover their purpose here as well as who or what sent them. Unfortunately, to travel there, an unorthodox means of transport will be required. Vega knew he had the Doomed Slayer's full attention then, as the number of places that the Slayer couldn't reach simply on foot were few and far between. As Vega continued, the Slayer expertly scooped the young woman off the ground and started in the direction Vega indicated, seemingly making up his mind to drop her off somewhere along the way. The Hellhound followed alongside. Images flashed like a rapid slideshow, images that one barely had time to process before they were gone again. Visions of darkened trees and vibrant moons flashed by, and they all seemed eerily wrong somehow. In the background, it sounded like someone was screaming. Their voice was raspy and desperate, as though they were clinging to the last vestiges of life as it was wrenched from them. The visions continued to flash, faster now showing glimpses of a flat white landscape with small craters peppering the snow-white desert. No signs of vegetation or animals could be seen, and the night sky above was peppered with more stars than could be counted. Strangely, long and deep cracks marred the empty surface, looking as though they had only just appeared. The screaming was getting louder now, more frantic than before, and over the horizon, two shapes appeared, the only things to be seen for miles around. They were rapidly approaching, and just as their ambiguous forms began to come to focus, a flash of red streaked across the visions, causing the scene to shake and tremble as the screaming grew louder still. It was apparent now that the screaming was not that of a human, but rather something else that lurked within the realm of nightmares and media. Something evil. The vision changed one more time, and suddenly the cracks in the ashen white ground began to deepen, small fissures turning into wide canyons that spread towards the observer as the shaking grew in intensity to match the screaming. As the fractures spread further and further, the scene began to fade as though the observer was fading, growing weaker even. The sight faltered as it faded further, then slowly turned to the night sky above as the screaming grew weaker as well. In the distance not too far away, a large blue planet sat proudly among the stars, completely peaceful as the voice and vision faded completely. Jackie gasped and bolted upright, vestiges from her dream burning away as her eyes began to see once again. She looked around erratically for a few moments to see that she was inside a room. Pleasant blue walls surrounded her in an encasing yet comforting manner, putting Jackie a bit more at ease. Looking down at herself, Jackie saw that she was lying in a hospital bed, wearing a standard gown with a thin bedsheet covering her as well. After the initial shock and double-checking that she felt okay, Jackie frowned and struggled to remember how she had arrived at this hospital. The last thing she remembered was driving down a long and empty road, as if searching for something. What was it? Jackie's attempt to recover her memories was then cut short as a nurse then walked in. The woman's smile was wide and genuine as she bid Jackie a good afternoon. Shocked, Jackie immediately inquired as to how long she had been unconscious, and the nurse informed her that she had been in a coma for almost 2 days now. Panicking, Jackie then asked what was wrong with her, and the nurse had to calm her down before reassuring her that she was not injured in any way, at least not anymore. She had been admitted to the hospital with heavy bruising and a few minor cuts, but they had all healed nicely and quickly, making Jackie eligible for discharge whenever she was ready. Jackie was stunned at the news and quickly inquired as to how she had arrived at the hospital in the first place. But to her frustration, the nurse said that she had simply been found lying on the grass out front. One of the doctors had found her and quickly had her brought inside, but before that, no one knew. Jackie sat back and tried to think properly as a million questions flashed through her mind. The nurse offered to give her some privacy to collect her thoughts and left the room to go retrieve a few forms, leaving Jackie alone to process. With nowhere to even begin, Jackie rationalized that maybe a small dose of normalcy would help her clear things up. Noticing the television affixed to the wall across from her bed, Jackie picked up the remote from her bedside table and turned on the news. Unfortunately, the news that she then saw was far from normal. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to you live with breaking news of the shocking variety. The National Aeronautics and Space Administration released an official report that our moon has ruptured. Jackie sat silently, unable to even comprehend the statement that the news anchor was making. No information regarding how such an event has occurred or to the extent of the damage has been released, but photographs have been submitted by amateur astronomers and lunar scientists across the globe. A live feed has been provided courtesy of the Hubble telescope, which will provide us with real-time updates of the situation. The feed appeared on the screen, and as if like water through a tap, Jackie's memories rushed back to her all at once. Her fiancé's disappearance, the navigational system in her car, the woods, that thing, her nightmares. Jackie gasped and held her head in her hands, unable to tear her eyes away from the scene on the screen as tears formed in her eyes. Against the darkened sky, the full moon stood prominently, or rather, what should have been a full moon. At the edge of what could be seen on the surface, it looked as though a large bite had been taken out of the celestial body, with cracks spiderwebbing outward from the source of the damage and scarring the cratered landscape. Chunks of lunar rock lay scattered across the surface as well, all blasted from their original positions and haphazardly thrown about the land. Some experts believe that the damage was done by a large meteor striking the moon's surface, though many are quick to question if this event was man-made. Many statements submitted here in the studio are quick to draw a connection between this event and the unscheduled satellite launch at Kennedy Space Center 2 days ago. We are currently reaching out to NASA for further comment. Jackie was barely listening anymore. The voice from the television faded into the background as the traumatized woman continued to stare at the screen. The ominousness of the damaged moon continued to saturate the very air she was breathing. Those dreams she had when she had been comatose, she had been so ready to dismiss them as just that, just dreams. But now, there was no way that they weren't connected to this somehow. She had been there, on the moon's surface. She had been watching through the eyes of something, and she had seen when the surface had begun to break away. She remembered the screaming, how it had only gotten louder and louder, until it didn't. Those two figures she had seen, did they have something to do with this? Were they the ones responsible? Jackie was slowly pulled from her stupor by a slight buzzing on the table next to her. Unable to take her eyes from the television for a moment or two, Jackie only shifted her gaze when the buzzing continued persistently. On the table, her phone sat patiently rumbling against the plastic surface, its screen alight and displaying the name of whoever was calling her. Jackie's heart leapt into her throat in the next moment as she recognized who it was. Scrambling across the bed, Jackie hastily grabbed the phone in both hands and answered it clumsily. A groggy and disoriented voice came through on the other end, but Jackie could not help but to sigh with unrivaled relief as she heard her fiancé's voice for the first time since entering this personal hell. He sounded confused and unaware of his surroundings, but Jackie quickly learned that he was all right. There were many other voices to be heard in the background of wherever he was, and Jackie could guess that they belonged to the others that had been missing too. It seemed as though they had all just woken up from a deep slumber. Jackie hastily called the nurse back into the room as she questioned her fiancé about his surroundings. Once the nurse realized what was happening, she quickly called her superiors, and soon the police were alerted and tracking the call to its point of origin. Just like that, the moon, and whatever had happened to it, was put to the back of Jackie's mind. Everything that had happened to her up to this point was made irrelevant. The love of her life had been found, and he seemed okay, so she was okay. On the screen, the live feed of the moon stayed up to date as the news anchor continued to talk. We will continue to follow this story as it progresses here at Local 58. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. Though the Hubble telescope was powerful enough to provide a very high-quality video, it still was not strong enough to capture the small flash of blue light that appeared on the moon's surface just then. The phenomenon went completely unnoticed. Author note. Alright, question time. What are your thoughts on the addition of the Hellhound to Out Dynamic Duo? Obviously, dogs have the capacity to make for amazing companions to badasses, such as the Doomslayer. But the main worry that I had with keeping the Hound as a regular is that it may make the group too big. I personally think I can swing it, but they do say that 3 is a crowd, don't they? I have already made a decision on the matter, but I would still love to hear your thoughts, as reading all of your reviews and messages often gives me ideas about how to better format or continue the story. As always, please don't hesitate to leave compliments/backlash in the form of a review, and I will see you all in 6 years when the next chapter comes out. That's a joke. Nobody panic, please. Universal Dom. Chapter 32 Interlude. A lone skag treaded its way across the arid rockiness that was Pandora. The imposing beast was on the hunt for food, separated from its pack in the hopes of keeping the spoils of the hunt all to itself. With any luck, the skag hoped to be able to find a nearby rak's nest, preferably with numerous eggs inside that were ripe for picking, as rak eggs were a common favorite among the four-legged beasts. The skag's triple-jawed mouth began to water at the thought, and it focused harder on the hunt with the prize in mind. The skag heard a commotion in the distance, and it raised its head toward the noise, on the alert for possible prey. It immediately recognized the mechanical roaring of an engine, and across the desert land, the skag could see a dust cloud kicking up just over the horizon. Such a sound compared with the raised dust told the skag that it was likely a group of bandits, and that they were undoubtedly out and about for the same reason the skag was. Food. Unfortunately, bandits were all too happy to prey upon any lone skag they found, with many even preferring skag meat to any other form of sustenance found on this desolate planet. This made the skag's own hunt much more dangerous, for if it was spotted by those roaming bandits, they would quickly shift from the hunter to the hunted and would likely not survive. Quickly, the skag ducked into a nearby cave as the bandit vehicle drew closer. Darkness welcomed the skag as it trotted deeper in, and once it was satisfied that it was concealed, the skag lay down behind a rock and waited. The roar of the engine reached a climax, then dropped to a slow idle as the bandits pulled to a stop right at the mouth of the cave. The skag heard the voices of the humans arguing outside, but it didn't dare move from its hiding spot. Had it been with its pack, the skag might have been able to fight and even overpower the small brigade of bandits, as the skag's armor hide was effective against the bullet weaponry the humans utilized. But by itself, the skag stood no chance, so it waited. The arguing continued for a few more moments. Then the roar of the engine crescendoed once more, and the bandits drove away, leaving the skag alone in the cave once more. Almost alone. From even deeper within the cave, a low rustling sent a chill down the spikes on the skag's back. Something else was in here, and it was much larger than a human. The skag whipped around and barked at the noise, making itself look bigger to appear more intimidating. But its display proved worthless as a large fist emerged from the darkness and crushed the skag's skull into the dirt, killing it instantly. Without even pausing to inspect its kill, the owner of the large fist emerged from the shadows and picked up the skag's now lifeless body. Blood dripped from its hand where it had struck its prey, but the large creature did not notice nor care. Blood was a constant sight for a monster such as this. Unlike the human bandits outside, this monstrosity had no intention of using the skag for food. No, the flesh would be put to far greater use, a use that would soon be made clear to all of Pandora, taking the corpse with it. The creature retreated back further into the cave, soon working its way into a large, open cavern. The open ceiling stretched high above, and dotted around the edges of the cavern were other tunnel entrances, just like the one large beast had come through, connecting much of the underground of Pandora to the surface. And there, sitting ominously at the center of the large, open cavern, a gore nest sat, bathing the rocky walls in its malignant red glow. Imps scurried back and forth from the nest and into the tunnels, and vice versa, adding more and more carrion to the pile surrounding it. All were working to make the gore nest larger and larger, and with it, their presence here on Pandora. The Hell Knight surveyed the scene for a moment, then deposited the skag's limp body on top of countless corpses just like it. The bodies were coming in quickly, from both humans and creatures alike, and mounds of flesh almost as tall as the Hell Knight rose up around the gore nest, soon to be assimilated into the nest structure. As if in response to the new corpse, the gore nest pulsed once, its red hue briefly flashing brighter as it summoned more demons to this world. All around the room, flashes of red appeared on their own, leaving more demons in their place when they faded. The new arrivals were all imps and gargoyles, as the Hell Knight assumed they would be. As of now, it served as the sole Hell Knight in this world, directing the hordes of lesser demons to establish a foothold in this dimension. The lords at the Hell Knight answered to had commanded that this world be seized and assimilated, and so the large demon followed their orders with fierce loyalty, prepping for the arrival of larger and greater demons who would take over command once the gore nest had grown large enough. Very soon, their presence would be made known to this world, and by then, it would be too late for their denizens to mount a counterattack. This planet, and the resources within, would be absorbed into the umbral planes, strengthening their power and expanding Hell's vastness even further. It was only a matter of time at this point. Far above the planet's surface, Helios Station sat prominently against the sky, unaware of the plot that was unfolding directly below it. Universal Doom. Chapter 33. I heard it too. Off a note. Hello, my friends. I have returned from the depths once again to inform you all that I am not dead and still actively pursuing this story. It is unfortunately with a heavy heart that I cannot get to it as often as I would like, and I beg for your forgiveness as I try to deliver new material in what will hopefully be not once a year. But enough about me. Our next chapter is from the popular two-sentence story. I heard it too, and I think our hero is going to really have fun with this one. Enjoy, and remember that I own nothing. Sarah was working on her geology project when she heard a soft knock on her bedroom door. Pausing for the briefest of moments to put down her quartz sample, Sarah turned to see her mother leaning casually against the doorframe, her face at ease and with a soft smile to match. Crossing her arms in a subconscious effort to match her mother's relaxed posture, Sarah gave a small smile of her own. Sarah had always admired her mother for a variety of reasons, and one of those reasons was how she always managed to stay so calm and collected in every situation. Whether it was stress from her demanding career as a biological engineer or strain from being a single parent raising a teenage daughter, Sarah's mother never let her emotions get the best of her. Even in situations where a laid-back attitude was not ideal, such as disciplining subordinates at work, Sarah's mother would always respond with a stern but controlled demeanor. Sarah was often perplexed as to just how her mother did it. She knew that if she tried to keep her composure so steadily like that, she would likely explode. "Hey, Mom," came her amicable greeting as she leaned back on her desk chair. "You're home early today. Time off for good behavior?" Her mother gave a small chuckle in response. "We're actually about to make a breakthrough in our latest project, so I decided to let everyone out a little early today to celebrate." Sarah raised a teasing but curious eyebrow at this, as the exact details of her mother's work were often a mystery to the teenage girl. She knew that it had to be that way, of course, as the biological engineering lab her mother worked for was often given military contracts. Strictly need-to-know projects were handled at her mother's level, but she was forbidden by law from sharing anything about those projects, likely so none of the country's adversaries could get their hands on whatever groundbreaking research they were working on. "You? Leaving the lab before 6. Sarah joked. "I'd ask what kind of breakthrough we're talking about here, but I'm guessing I'll just get the usual "it could kill you" routine, right?" Her mother responded with a wink and placed her finger to her lips, confirming that Sarah was indeed correct. "Well, speaking of breakthroughs, I have just made one of my own on an incredibly boring but also incredibly unclassified project regarding the different types of rocks that our planet contains," Sarah said with just the right amount of sarcasm. She gestured with her hand to the diorama that dominated her work desk, showcasing a multitude of different geodes and stones that had their names, as well as a brief description printed beneath their separate stages. As a woman who possessed a doctorate, Sarah could only assume that her project was akin to learning how to count to 10 in the eyes of her mother. But the teen still felt a sense of pride when she saw her mother's eyes analyzing it with an approving eye. She took the time to read each description as well as spend a few moments looking over each rock that was on display. When she'd finished her evaluation, she turned to Sarah and held her hand up in a high five. "Well now, I'd say this is some A+ material you've got here, Sarah. Have you already written up your presentation script?" Sarah returned her mother's gesture, then let her shoulders slump slightly at the mention of her presentation. "Not yet. I mean, most of it is already written, but I can't figure out how to start the presentation." There's nothing to grab the audience's attention. How am I supposed to grab everybody's undivided focus when the subject is literally about rocks? Besides the fact that they are quite literally the oldest and most consistent tool utilized by mankind. Sarah's mother offered with a sly smile. At this, Sarah groaned and slumped even further into her chair. How do you do that? How do you come up with a hook like that on the spot? I've been sitting here for hours trying to come up with something. Sarah's mother chuckled. Practice. Believe it or not, there are more boring things than rocks out there. Some of the presentations I've given have made people fall asleep while standing up. Do you know what an ADP synthase is? Sarah raised an eyebrow. Maybe our teacher mentioned it once. But no. Exactly. Neither do about half the generals I communicate with. Try to explain that while keeping them conscious is a nightmare. This caused Sarah to give a genuine giggle. She was about to reply when her mother's phone suddenly interrupted their conversation, buzzing politely yet incessantly in her pocket. Speaking of work. Sarah gave a small sigh. It was unfortunately quite often that her mother was called upon unexpectedly, as the dynamic nature of her work always demanded she be on call. Her mother answered the call and gave a cheerful greeting to whoever was on the other end, but her smile quickly dropped as she heard what the voice had to say. Sarah could only just hear the sound of their voice from the phone, and she immediately registered a rather panicked tone, speaking frantically to her mother. Something seemed very wrong. Immediately, her mother's tone turned serious, albeit still remaining calm and collected. Her brow creased slightly as she gave her full attention to the conversation, and Sarah listened intently despite her inability to make out the words on the other end. Calm down. Tell me what's happened. What's her problem? I don't. I'm at home. No, hold on. Her mother turned without so much as a glance at Sarah and strode from the room purposefully, with Sarah watching her in a mixture of worry and curiosity as she walked across the long hall and into her own bedroom. She shut the door behind her, cutting off the sound of her conversation and leaving Sarah with an uncomfortable silence. Sarah squinted, but she could no longer hear any of her mother's conversation through the door. She briefly considered sneaking over to the bedroom door to try and listen in, but remembrance of the last time she tried that method kept her seated. Severe punishment had been dished out in spades a few years ago when her mother had been working on a particularly sensitive project. She had been so excited about it that she'd nearly shared some classified information with Sarah, but she'd spoken about it with such vigor and enthusiasm that Sarah had found herself wanting to know more. She tried to listen in from around the corner when her mother had taken a phone call in the kitchen, but an untimely sneeze had given her away, and Sarah had been grounded for nearly 2 months as a result. No, despite the burning desire to unravel this mystery, Sarah stayed put. There was no need to get herself into further trouble while simultaneously committing treason in the process. Though no sound escaped from the other side of her mother's bedroom door, Sarah thought it best to leave no room for doubt that she wasn't listening. Reaching in her drawer, Sarah pulled out a pair of headphones that she'd purchased some time ago. They weren't exactly noise-proof, but plugging the headphones into her music player and turning the volume up certainly prevented any outside noise from reaching her ears. With one final glance at her mother's closed bedroom door, Sarah shook off the twinge of worry that rose within her and pressed play, turning back to her project to place the finishing touches on the displays. Loud music began emanating from the headphones, starting a loud pop genre song that helped to take Sarah's mind off whatever was going on at the other side of that door. The interior of the laboratory was mapped out in a few short microseconds, and with that information, Vega began his analysis of what exactly had transpired here. The Doomslayer also looked around as well, with the hound sniffing the nearby bloodstains dripping down from the shattered glass and concrete. Currently, they occupied what Vega hypothesized to be a containment cell, as the reinforced walls, extensively hidden cameras, and lack of windows all pointed to a design fashioned to keep something locked inside. Shortly after, the AI's theory was proven correct as he gained control of the facility's internetwork. Documentation of experiments and observances flooded through Vega's vast consciousness, his cognitive abilities growing as he refurbished the processing centers within the laboratory to his will. Details regarding what exactly had been confined to this space were plentiful as Vega flooded through the network, and he quickly became familiar with the origins and purpose of the entity that had been formerly kept here, as well as its prowess and threat it posed to those that had created it. While Vega dutifully noted and logged each and every observance and speculation of the entity, he also filed the information away in his ever-growing codex of different life forms he and the Doomslayer had encountered thus far since departing their own world. Though Vega surmised that his codex entries would continue to populate until he ran out of memory, or until they returned to their own Earth, he was able to anticipate how long his memory would accommodate new information to within a century or so, but he possessed no frame of reference as to when to estimate their return home. In truth, their journey home could last eons, which both he and the Slayer were certainly capable of enduring. He could not be certain of the hound, however, as his initial analysis showed that while the hound was likely to live at least a few more millennia, it still was indeed finite. Ironically, the hound's lifespan compared with the Doomslayer's could be considered similar to that of an unenhanced canine in human, with the Slayer outliving the hound by untold centuries. That was, of course, if the Slayer ceased to continue finding ways to empower himself via the strange and alien energies that flowed through the infinite dimensions. If he continued to find ways to strengthen his being, however, then Vega could easily consider his lifespan to be indefinite. Though the mystery regarding the Slayer's ironically infinite mortality intrigued the AI, he chose to focus on the more present task at hand, which was the nature of the entity that had been birthed and contained in this very structure. The details of Vega's investigation of this creature in particular hinged in some part on small tidbits that might have seemed insignificant to the average viewer, but the AI treated each one as a necessity to behold, for each small amount of data to be found was integral to his final determination. An example could be found in some of the experiments conducted in this location. As it so happened, Vega uncovered evidence of malpractice within the team of humans that created this new life form. Cross-referencing samples taken from the experiment with employee records showed that one of their own had supplied the foundation for this new creature's genetic structure. It had been modified, of course, during the trials, but they were similar enough. Vega's innate curiosity led him to question how such similarities manifested themselves in the new life form. Photographs, sound recordings, video, as well as behavior logs were accessed in a flash, and Vega was intrigued by what he discovered. The experiment's DNA, despite using a donor as a basis, was still unstable, bearing an inkling of likeness to a DNA structure that both he and the Slayer had encountered some time ago, one that possessed an innate physical strength and durability while still able to inhabit a relatively smaller form. There were a few differences between the two, namely that one was caused by a genetically engineered virus and the other by direct DNA modulation. But the closest similarity, one that made this creature so dangerous, was that it was capable of changing its physical structure with so much as a thought. Vega even would consider this particular creature to be even more savage than its dimensional counterpart, as its mental state was far more volatile and primitive. The focus of the experiment had been on the physical results rather than the mental ones, manifesting in a lack of proper cognitive repression in the entity that was created. To quote the psychoanalysis report that Vega pulled from the database, this creature's mental state was feral and aggressive, with limited cognitive abilities as well as a peculiar knowledge of the donor's innate instincts. The last portion of the note was what piqued Vega's interest the most, and he found amplifying information behind another and much more secure firewall within the network. It was a voice recording, and it was logged less than an hour ago. Vega deciphered the structure of the file and played it within his programming, as the Doomslayer was still preoccupied with his own investigation of the destroyed containment cell. Vega heard the words on the tape through his coding as though they were speaking in the very same room as he. Experimental log number 134, Dr. Nichols reporting, "It has been 72 hours since our last attempt at vocal communication, with no discernible responses recorded in the previous sections. As per our conversation in experimental log number 97, we will now attempt to communicate with the subject with props that will trigger an innate memory transplanted from a host. For context, let it be known that I am speaking to the subject via a microphone broadcast into its containment chamber. Images are being shown via a hidden projector against the wall as well. Everyone else seemed content to leave early today and leave the experiment for tomorrow, but some of us are a bit more motivated than others." There was a pause on the recording. "All right, the subject appears to be relatively docile at the moment, starting interaction now. Good afternoon. How are you feeling?" No response. Let it be known that no image has been shown yet. I will attempt the phrase again. "Good afternoon. How are you feeling?" Again, no response. Although, the subject does appear to be looking around to determine the source of my voice. I will now attempt to recall a possibly ingrained memory within the subject. A picture provided by the donor will be displayed on the wall as well. What do you remember? Do you recognize them? Subject appears to have considered the picture for a few moments, but has lost interest very quickly. It seems pictures of parental figures are not ingrained enough to trigger a memory. Displaying the next picture now. This is someone that you knew. Do you remember him? Subject appears to have shown a slight interest in a depiction of the donor's former husband. Wait. No. The subject has lost interest after another few moments of interest. I will now attempt another picture. What about her? Do you know about her? Subject has moved its mouth, but the words are not loud enough to discern any meaning. Please repeat what you said. Do you know her? Sarah. Subject is louder this time, but its words do not make any sense. What are you saying? Please speak louder. Sarah. Success. Subject has displayed a sort of familiarity with the displayed picture, which is a photo of the donor's Tao. Sarah, subject appears to hold a strong tether to this particular memory. I believe that Sarah, as subject, is showing signs of increased agitation. Its form is beginning to shift. I'm calling in the Sarah. Holy shit. It's breaking through. Call security. Call. It was then that the voice recording abruptly ended, though Vega could accurately guess why, given that he could see the tarnished observation booth laying in shambles just on the other side of the containment chamber. The entity had smashed through the wall completely, leaving the booth and all occupants inside in a state of total disarray. Despite the morbid fate of the interviewer on the tape, their voice helped Vega immensely. After just a few more moments of determined processing, Vega drew his conclusion. Interestingly enough, the hellhound picked up on its trail only a few moments after Vega did. The wolf-like creature raised its head and growled to its discovery as Vega spoke through the speakers inside the Slayer's helmet. I have hypothesized this creature's destination with 98.9345% certainty. I suggest traveling there first to begin our search. Vega marked the location on the Slayer's HUD, and soon he and his physical comrades started purposefully in the direction the creature had gone. As the Slayer and Hound picked up their pace to superhuman levels, Vega began a thorough analysis of the donor for the DNA basis of this entity, his processors on high alert for any information that could be considered useful. Sarah lost track of time as she continued to place the finishing touches on her project. Soon, her mother's work was all but forgotten as she continued to focus on the more finite details of presenting her research. Borrowing the words her mother had given her about a proper introduction to geology, she began drafting her speech to go along with her presentation. Pulling out a piece of paper, Sarah began her work with a brief click of her pen. Okay, here we go, she thought to herself. Rocks, the root of which all tools are derived. In a flash, Sarah crumpled up the piece of paper she was writing on and tossed it into the basket in the corner of her room. The noise it made when it landed was completely overshadowed by the music playing loudly in Sarah's ears, as she still had her headphones turned up to the maximum. Taking out another sheet of paper, Sarah began again. Out of all the tools that humanity has utilized, rocks are by far the most beautiful. That attempt was discarded almost as quickly as the first, and Sarah chastised herself for not possessing a writer's touch. How had her mother made this seem so easy? As her second attempt also landed softly in the wastebasket, Sarah was already pulling out another sheet of paper, her determination growing even more as she struggled with the proper opening to her report. Soon, she found herself growing more and more frustrated as the crumpled up papers began to pile up in the wastebasket. Rocks from stones to spaceships. Through rocks, anything is possible. Rock and roll, a study of how... Hey everyone, let me tell you how rocks rock. With that last attempt, Sarah began to grow furious. Angrily, she crumpled up the paper she had written on and forcefully threw it into the garbage, her temper finally flaring after so many defeated attempts. With a deep frown and her teeth clenched, Sarah watched as her latest failure sailed through the air towards the bin, the uneven spherical nature of the crumpled paper causing it to spin slightly as it tumbled through the air. Sarah expected it to land without so much as a sound over the music blaring within her ears, and she watched with an agitated glare as the paper landed on top of its other ill-fated counterparts. Boom! Sarah jolted back in her chair as a loud noise penetrated her headphones and resounded through her very being. She stared at the crumpled note incredulously, as it had landed at the exact same moment the boom had reached Sarah's eardrums. Taking a moment to process what had just happened, Sarah slowly reached towards her notebook and tore out another piece of scratch paper. The loud music muffled the sound through her headphones as she crumpled it up into a ball and tossed it into the wastebasket like she had with so many others before. As if in slow motion this time, Sarah watched as it sailed toward the basket, its arc ever so slightly leading it to its destination on top of the other papers already sitting inside. Sarah watched intently as the paper drew closer and closer, and just as it landed, boom! Sarah immediately ripped off her headphones as the second loud noise resounded through her bones, and she looked with widened eyes to the hallway from her room, her eyes fixated intently, as though she might see something coming around the corner at any second. At first, she heard absolutely nothing, and then anxiety filled her very soul as she realized that all she heard was absolutely nothing. There were no birds chirping outside, no cars giving a low rumble as they passed by, no distant lawn mowers dutifully clipping their yards. It was silent, dead silent. Sarah tried to control her breathing as her anxiety grew worse, and she slowly stood up from her chair as the silence reigned further. With a trembling foot, Sarah took a step towards her bedroom door, frightened curiosity reigning supreme within her as she walked towards the doorway. Sarah nearly jumped out of her skin as her mother's voice called up from downstairs. The fact that Sarah still thought her mother was in her room across the hall, combined with the sudden shattering of the silence, had startled her completely, and she immediately frowned in confusion as she took another step, stepping outside of her bedroom and out into the upstairs hall. How could her mother have gone downstairs? She had been in her room across the hall just a few minutes ago. The door was still closed, so Sarah had simply assumed that her mother was still inside, as she hardly ever closed the door to her room when she wasn't there. "Sarah," came her mother's voice once again from downstairs, this time a bit more questioningly, as though her mother was impatient that Sarah had not come down yet. Sarah looked from her mother's closed bedroom door to the stairs leading down for another moment before dismissing her confusion and taking the first step down the stairs, inhaling to call out to her mother that she was on her way down. She was remembering how serious her mother had been before when she was on the phone, so Sarah was certain that she was going to give her some sort of unclassified explanation as to what was going on. Her words were suddenly choked from her before she could voice them as the door to her mother's bedroom flew open and a figure rushed forward. Sarah's eyes grew wide in surprise and terror, but before she could scream, the figure closed a hand over her mouth and dragged her away from the stairs and back into her room. Once they both were inside, Sarah's captor paused for just a moment to shut and lock the door before rushing Sarah deeper inside and holding her firmly. Had Sarah's mind not already been half frantic with panic and shock, she would have noticed that the whole sequence of events had been relatively quiet, as the figure had taken care not to make too much noise. Sarah immediately began to fight and kick against the figure that held her in place, but she froze when the figure turned her around and revealed its identity. Sarah was speechless with worry and confusion anew as the frightened eyes of her own mother stared back at her. She fumbled with her words as her mother removed her hand from her mouth. "Mom?" But her mother quickly shushed her and held a finger to her daughter's lips as she looked over her shoulder towards the now shut and locked bedroom door. When she next spoke, her voice was quiet but with an intense hiss. "Don't go down there. I heard it too." Sarah was still for a moment, unable to comprehend the words her mother was telling her, but then she began to tremble as the realization dawned on her at last. Her hands fumbled for a moment before grasping onto her mother, holding her as though she was her only lifeline, and then she slowly turned to look at the closed door as horrible thoughts entered her mind about what might be on the other side. "W?" Sarah tried to whisper, but her voice refused to work properly. "W what?" "Sarah." It was all Sarah could do not to yelp as her mother's voice sounded from downstairs once more, now impatient that Sarah had not appeared yet. Sarah also heard something additional in the voice as well, as though it was speaking through an old music box instead of through normal human vocal cords. It sounded fuzzy and slightly disconnected. Both mother and daughter slowly inched backward into the room and away from the door, and Sarah felt her mother shaking against her as they held each other closely. "Sarah." There was no mistaking the anger and inhuman distortion within the voice now, and the sound of heavy footfalls came from the ground floor, moving closer to the stairs and growing louder as they came. In the back of Sarah's mind, she registered that the footfalls were far heavier than anything her mother could make, but her train of thought was lost as her mother detached herself from her and rushed over to her dresser, which sat next to the door. "Mom!" Sarah cried out as softly as she dared, but her mother continued forward, reaching the end of the dresser and pushing with all of her strength. The dresser begrudgingly inched forward at a snail's pace, slowly moving to block the door so that it could not be opened. "Sarah!" The footfalls grew faster and louder still, and from the noise, Sarah could tell that they were now at the bottom of the stairs. Panicking even more, Sarah rushed forward and pushed with her mother, increasing the speed of the dresser as it pushed faster across the doorway. Sarah was frantic as she heard the footfalls beginning to overlap each other, and within those last few seconds, she could have sworn she heard scuttling as opposed to solid footsteps. The heavy dresser slowed to a stop across the door just as the scuttling footsteps reached the top of the stairs. Sarah's mother grabbed her and pulled her back just as something heavy slammed into the door from the other side, causing the wood to shudder and the dresser to rattle as the unseen assailant began banging against the portal with enraged abandon. "Sarah, ah!" With its voice so close and penetrating, Sarah knew for certain now that the creature wasn't human. Between its bouts of shouting her name, she could hear other nightmarish sounds that nothing on this world was capable of producing. Her lack of understanding feed her terror, but it was all forgotten in the next instant as the door began to groan and give. Whatever was attempting to get inside her room was succeeding slowly, and the banging grew more purposeful as it realized that fact as well. A loud crack echoed throughout the room as the wood began to bend, and all Sarah could do was watch helplessly. Suddenly, her mother grabbed her and pulled her to the closet situated against the far wall of the room. Before Sarah realized what was happening, her mother forced her into the small space, pressing Sarah's back against the back wall of the closet. "Stay here," she whispered over the wailing of the monster and the splintering of the door. Stay here and don't make a sound. Sarah shook her head wildly and grasped for her mother, her brain finally understanding what it was her mother was trying to do. No, she said with a cracked and broken voice as tears began to form in her eyes. No, don't go. She could see the pain in her mother's eyes, and it betrayed her conviction that she would likely not come back. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Sarah. Sarah's world turned dark as the closet door closed tight. With no light to see, the sound of her bedroom door finally caving in was all that there was to comprehend. There was a loud crash as the dresser toppled to the floor, and then silence. At first, the lack of sound was ironically deafening, and then over her own heartbeat thundering in her ears, Sarah heard deep and raspy breaths emanating from the far end of her bedroom. Whatever was now in her room with her mother, it was now still, and in her mind, she could see both it and her mother staring at one another. For a moment, a blossom of hope erupted within Sarah's chest. Then her mother spoke. Sarah. The sound of rending flesh carried over all else as Sarah's world became deafeningly loud once more. She heard her mother cry out, then gurgle as though she was choking on something. Sarah clamped both her hands over her mouth to stifle her screaming as tears now streamed freely down her face. Her mother was still choking violently over the sound of the wailing and screeching, and grief almost forced her to her feet and out of the closet. She didn't care if she couldn't do anything to save her mother. All she wanted to do was, Mom. It was as though the whole world had been placed on mute. The scuttling and wailing ceased immediately, and Sarah's heaving sobs were shocked into silence as a new voice came from somewhere. Mom? Is that you? It was her voice, Sarah's voice, and it was calling out from somewhere downstairs. There was a loud thud, then the wailing and screeching began anew, though this time the scuttling grew quieter as the intruder rushed from the bedroom. Sarah heard the scuttling all the way down the stairs and onto the ground floor. Sarah. Its voice had quieted too, as though it was finally calming down from the innate rage it felt within. Suddenly, Sarah heard the distinctive blast of firearm and the layered screech of agony that pierced her ears even as she clamped her hands over them. The wailing of rampage then began in earnest as the sounds of battle blocked out everything else, and the entire house shuddered as it struggled to withstand the carnage within it. Great shouts of pain sounded from the original intruder, and through the symphony of its torment Sarah could hear something else as well. It almost sounded like the barking of a dog, but it held the force of a lion's roar, and it was only growing stronger as the cries of the original stranger grew weaker. Sarah, its last call sounded desperate, almost as if it was crying out for help, but one final blast cut the scream off completely. The world fell silent for one last time, and then Sarah heard the sound of footfalls climbing the stairs again. Contrary to before, these steps were controlled and disciplined, the heavy thudding more akin to boots than solid flesh slapping against the wood. Behind it followed the slow and methodical lighter steps of a four-legged creature, and Sarah remained deathly quiet as the two sets of steps reached the top of the stairs and entered her room. It was there that they stopped, and though Sarah could not see either of them, she knew that she was not hidden from them. They were fully aware that she was in the closet. Yet still, Sarah waited, not wanting to get up and face whatever horrid scene awaited her outside. A strange, numbing sensation began to build within her as she remembered the sound her mother had made on the other side of the closet door. It spread throughout her whole body as she heard movement once again. There was a soft thud as the two-legged entity knelt onto the carpet, seemingly examining something on the floor. Sarah knew what it likely was, and the thought caused the numbness to surge through her much faster. It was like she was being injected with it. There was then a faint rustle and a clink of something made of glass in the entity's hands, followed by a soft pop and hiss that sounded like the opening of a soda bottle. A hint of confusion accompanied the numbness within Sarah as the contents of the bottle were slowly emptied. There was a pause, and then Sarah heard her mother gurgle and begin to cough uncontrollably. The sound of her voice was enough to snap the numbness from her, and before she knew what was happening, she threw open the door of the closet and stumbled blindly against the sudden light, desperate to reach her mother at all costs. She fell to her knees as her vision adjusted, and then half gasped and half sobbed when she took in the room around her. The door and dresser had been destroyed, throwing chips of wood and sawdust in every direction that Sarah looked. Her geology project, as well as the desk it sat on and everything else in the room, had been upturned and strewn about haphazardly. Small stones and geodes glinted against the dull amber of the wood. But what drew Sarah's attention more so than the loss of her project was the blood. Her mother's blood. It was everywhere, staining the carpet a deep red and even dotting the walls from when her wounds had spurted it. And yet, despite it all, her mother sat up in the center of the room, hacking and coughing the rest of it, but looking surprisingly healthy. Sarah ran to her at once, ignoring the other occupants in the room in order to reach her mother at last. She grabbed her by the shoulders and looked anxiously into her mother's eyes, which stared back wildly for a moment amidst her blood-soaked chin and clothes which had been nearly torn to shreds. Recognition then began to slowly appear on her mother's face when she saw Sarah, and in the next moment, she pulled her close into a tight embrace that drove the numbness from Sarah completely. She then pulled back and looked anxiously at her daughter once more. "Where did it go? Are you all right? What happened?" As she took her daughter's face in her bloody hands, Sarah frowned at her in anger as fresh tears formed on her eyes. "What happened? You left me alone, and then you." Sarah was furious as sobs overtook her again, and her mother held her close once more as she cried herself out. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I'm so sorry you had to endure this. If I'd only known, is it gone?" "The creature has been terminated," came a chillingly metallic but overly polite voice from next to them. Both mother and daughter jumped and looked apprehensively up to see a green-armored spaceman staring down at them. A dark blackish substance stained the green in splashes that Sarah recognized as some sort of blood, but none of it seemed to be coming from the spaceman himself. And as if his appearance wasn't alien enough, both Sarah and her mother jumped and backed away a few inches when they saw the other creature standing next to him. A demonic wolf with bright amber eyes stared unblinkingly back at them, its jet black fur alight with flames that seemed to originate from beneath its coat. Numerous scars also scattered across its form, showcasing just how dangerous this creature was to those it considered its enemies. Where its snout and mouth should have been showed only bone, its fur halting just before its nose and jaw began. They both stared wide-eyed for a few moments between the members of the duo before Sarah's mother spoke up again. "Why, you said it's dead?" "That is affirmative," came the kind reply. "But I remember, how am I alive? We administered an elixir that was designed to accelerate your body's natural healing process. It was fortunate that we did not arrive too late, as you would have likely not survived for much longer." Sarah felt a deep pang, but could detect no animosity at all from the robotic voice, and she glanced at the blue bottle in question that the green spaceman casually tossed aside. A light blue label was displayed proudly on the front of the bottle, reminding Sarah of some of those old vintage sodas that she'd seen in certain candy stores. A glance to the shattered doorway reminded her that the ground floor of her house likely showed a carnage far worse than her own room had suffered, but she felt no urge to go down and investigate. The corpse of the creature was likely still down there. "Who sent you?" Sarah's mother asked. "We came of our own volition, although containment teams from her laboratory are well on their way here." The voice was indeed correct, as Sarah could hear sirens in the distance drawing closer to the house. "I'm also monitoring multiple calls from your neighbors to the local authorities. However, they're being rerouted in order to stay away by federal sources." What do we do?" Sarah asked, the question directed to both her mother and the armored figure standing before them. "It is my suggestion that your mother finds a new line of work, as I am sure the hazards associated with her current job are not worth any possible pay or benefits." There was no sarcasm in the voice at all, but Sarah's mother gave a half-hearted laugh all the same. Somehow, her calm demeanor managed to return despite all that had just happened, and in spite of her incredulousness, Sarah found herself grasping onto her mother's steadiness for dear life. The familiarity was more than comforting. "And what about you? We must be on our way, as we cannot afford to stay here long." "Well, then thank you," Sarah's mother said, standing up slowly and offering a hand to the armored figure who stretched his own hand out in return and shook it. "Though, I can honestly say that a simple thank you does not nearly express my gratitude for saving my life and that of my daughter. I certainly understand, but you are welcome regardless." With a final glance at the two of them, the armored figure stepped back with the hound and gave him a thumbs up with his gauntlet fist. Immediately, a flash of blue light engulfed them and followed with a loud bang. And when the light faded, both the spaceman and the hound were gone. Author note. So, as many may probably have noticed, much of my inspiration for how this chapter went was inspired by the hit YouTube animation by Axeman and read by Let's Read. It was honestly super chilling to me when I first watched it, so I have to commend all parties involved on delivering a spectacular experience with that video. I'd also highly recommend it to all you like horror animations, /movies, /videos, /etc. With that, I must also encourage everyone to express their delight / disgust with the chapter by leaving a review, as I always strive to improve my writing by taking feedback from my readers. Hopefully, my writing hasn't fallen too far with the time I've had away, but be sure to let me know if it has. Until next time, ImpulsiveWeaver, Universal Dome, Chapter 34, Bulletstorm. Author note, I'm back again. This time, I've got the Doomslayer and company arriving in the shooty world of Bulletstorm, and I think they might find themselves right at home in the planet of Stygia. Enjoy. Remember that I own nothing. Despite the roar of gunfire and screaming of both man and mutant man alike, The signature sound of an instinct leash arcing through the air could still be heard. The hard light that constituted the leash was a fierce and prominent blue, doubling as a profound influence on both eyes and ears as its distinct crackle thundered across the battlefield. The wielder of the leash, a final Echo soldier clad from head to toe in the finest tactical gear the Confederation of Planets had to offer, was currently using the weapon to grab a hold of an unfortunate Skull gang member by his ankle and hurl him sideways and over the edge of a cliff. The Skull bellowed the whole way down, but the soldier paid the psychotic screams no mind. For wherever one Skull went, 10 to 12 more were not far behind. Sure enough, just as the final Echo soldier turned, more Skulls emerged from the twisted metal and junk piles that covered the once lush tropical paradise of Stygia, their bloodlust driven not so much by the loss of a comrade, but by the flesh beneath the final Echo soldier's armor. The cannibals knew that unlike the other humans or near-humans found on this planet, the soldier probably ate well, meaning that his body would be nothing short of a feast for the members of the Skulls if they were to bring him down. The soldier could practically see the cannibals salivating beneath their crude helmets and junk armor, and his response was to sneer beneath his own helmet and open fire on these crude barbarians. In his mind, there was no greater favor he could do for these animals than put them 6 feet under. Raising his rifle, the final Echo soldier began killing off the Skulls as they swarmed towards him, picking each one off with practiced precision that came with the elite training he'd been given. The malnourished cannibals spent their last moments hungry, as a few of them didn't even have the time to draw their own weapons before they were quickly disposed of. With a fair amount of screaming and gurgling, the Skulls all finally fell silent, but unfortunately for the soldier, his moment to relax had not yet come. Just as the last Skull died, a far more distorted and feral war cry echoed from somewhere close. And from over the top of a nearby junk heap, a humanoid with no skin emerged, its body instead covered by a twisted gnarl of sickly orange muscle. Its yellowed eyes focused on the lone soldier, and upon seeing its prey, its exposed teeth began to chatter with animalistic anticipation. Like the Skulls, this former human had food on its mind, but its allegiance was to another gang that warred for resources on this barren planet. A gang of mutants that hated the Skulls almost as much as the Skulls hated them. A gang with far more savage tendencies than their human counterparts, with a name fit for a band such as them. Creeps. The final Echo soldier spat with contempt. As agile as they were ugly, the creeps were a direct result of what happened when the human body was forced to spend a prolonged amount of time in direct contact with hazardous toxic material, warping their minds to insanity and giving them a body to match. The final Echo soldier was receiving up close and personal instruction on how deviant the creeps were right now, as now they began to rise up from all directions and close in upon the sole human. Realizing that the creeps were attempting to flank him, the soldier threw his back against a large mountain of rubble and opened fire. He was able to drop a few of them before a high-caliber round struck the rubble just a few centimeters right of his cranium. Instantly, the soldier ducked low, simultaneously activating his leash and pulling the wreckage from a small airship in front of him as makeshift cover. Inwardly, he was seething with the knowledge that the creeps had brought snipers, but in truth, he knew that he should have expected it from the start. If there was one thing that those muty freaks did right, it was long-range warfare. And now, the lone soldier was now within the scopes of likely 2 or more creep sharpshooters. All around the final Echo soldier, the creeps began to rally and fire upon his makeshift cover, drawing closer and growling in those menacing and guttural tones they were so fond of. Gritting his teeth, the final Echo soldier's mind raced to concoct a way out of this mess he had found himself in. Unfortunately for him, however, any possible action he could take right now all converged on a single outcome: him being hopelessly and inarguably fucked 6 ways from Sunday. Looking up to curse any and all deities that existed above, the soldier suddenly frowned as he watched a dark that appeared against the bleak orange haze that constituted the sky of this planet. The dot itself immediately became a point of interest to the soldier, despite the numerous creeps that were still trying to peel the flesh from his bones, due to the simple fact that it was growing larger by the second. The soldier frowned and prepared to dive away from the impact, but he froze as the suddenly changed its trajectory right before crashing directly into the creep horde on the other side of the makeshift cover. Instantaneously, the anguished sound of creeps being crushed by the impact reached the soldier's ears, and after taking a beat to steady himself, he jumped out of cover, raising his rifle to fire at anything that moved on the other side. His helmeted gaze held steady as nothing but a cloud of dust could be seen, but the haze only hovered for a brief moment before dissipating, revealing whatever had just squashed the encroaching creeps. A twinge of surprise then gave the final Echo soldier pause as he saw that it was not a what, but a who. Rising out of a small crater that it had made, A figure donned entirely in a heavy green suit of armor arose from the dust cloud, its helmeted face completely obscured by the opaque visor that it sported. The figure's attention immediately was fixed on the soldier as soon as it could see him, and the final Echo warrior tensed unexpectedly at its stoic regard. A sudden snarl filled the air as one last creep suddenly jumped out from behind an overturned car frame, its gumless maw gnashing with rage and hunger as it discarded its weapon and charged the nameless figure, no doubt frenzied by the loss of its fellow creeps and eager to tear the one responsible limb from limb. Mucus and spittle flew from its mouth as it bellowed in its charge, but it was immediately silenced upon reaching the figure, whose gauntlet fist promptly smashed into the mutant's mouth at a speed too quick to follow. Teeth and tongue yielded little resistance to the stranger's surprising strength, and the figure's fist only halted its advance upon exiting the creep's mouth through the back of its head. The final Echo soldier's jaw dropped inside his helmet as he struggled to comprehend the picture before him. The armored human before him had just punched through the creep's head with enough speed and force to completely emerge from the other side, and yet the overarching skull structure remained remarkably intact, leaving the creep's body hanging like a limp towel from the mysterious figure's still outstretched fist, held up only by what little bone and skin remained on either side where the creep's lower face used to be. All of this had occurred within the span of a second, and yet the figure's faceplate had not turned away from the final Echo soldier once. It had effortlessly killed the creep without even looking. The soldier remained speechless as the figure's arm slowly lowered back to its side, the creep's lifeless corpse sliding off the blood-slicked gauntlet at last. The sight of the corpse falling to the dirt roused the soldier from his shock, and he retightened his grip on his weapon and leveled it at this sudden newcomer. One look over this figure's armor told the soldier that this human was not an ally of the Confederation, or at the very least, not equipped like one. Its enigmatic craftsmanship matched no other standard-issue gear found within the Confederation military, and combined with the fact that this person had just deliberately killed a creep meant that he or she could only be allied with one of two factions. They were either with the Skulls or those dead Echo pirates, and knowing that Skulls only used junk armor or stolen Confederation gear, that left only one conclusion. The final Echo soldier grit his teeth with hostility and shifted his stance, ready at a moment's notice to drop the dead Echo scum where they stood. "Nice entrance, scumbag. Too bad you won't get a chance for an encore." The figure eyed the soldier dangerously, and a metallic but surprisingly pleasant voice spoke up from within the armor. "I do not understand your hostility. From what I have gathered, our timely entrance eliminated the threat you were under. Perhaps you would not mind filling us in on the reason for your animosity? How about I fill you in with lead until your corpse whistles when the wind blows?" The soldier spat. "You fucking dead Echo traitors are the whole reason we're stuck on this shithole in the first place. You bunch of lowlife, limp-dick sacks of..." Had the soldier not been so shaken by the stranger's entrance, he would have remembered the snipers that were still focused on his position. Blood sprayed from within his helmet as the high-caliber round passed clean through his cranium, killing him before his brain even registered the muzzle flare. The Doomslayer was already in motion before the final Echo soldier's body hit the ground. In one smooth motion, the Slayer dropped to one knee and turned his body to face the direction the shot rang out from, drawing his assault rifle and firing a short burst the moment his armored knee touched the dirt. He heard the second sniper's shot pass directly through the space his head had been less than a moment ago, and he simultaneously saw through the scope of his own rifle the creep sniper's head erupt violently as his precise shot struck true. Without hesitating, the Slayer's aim shifted slightly to the right to fire again upon the other creep sniper, who flinched down into cover as a knee-jerk reaction to its companion's blood splattering the side of its face. The Doomslayer's speed and marksmanship rewarded him with another small blood mist as the bullets just grazed the top of the creep's head, the mutant's enhanced senses just barely saving it from annihilation. The creep let out a screech of pain as blood dribbled down from the top of its head. The bullets had broken its skin, but had not delivered a vital blow to the bloodthirsty cannibal. The sickly orange fluid dripped down into the monster's eyes, and the enraged humanoid angrily wiped it away with its arm as it hunkered low. In its psychotic mind, the creep felt the seeds of desperation sink into its being at the speed of the armored gunman. It knew that if it so much as peeked out from behind its cover, it would be dead in a heartbeat. Its contorted muscle structure offered it enhanced agility and reaction time compared to that of a regular human, but whatever was inside that armor was beyond humanity. The thought alone made the creep shudder and seethe through clenched teeth as it struggled to keep the blood out of its eyes. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck the junk-strewn ground in front of the creep's seated form, causing it to wince in shock as the light temporarily blinded it. A moment of blinking rapidly helped clear the creep's vision as the light waned, and in its place stood a hellacious-looking canine with jet-black fur and glowing amber eyes. The creep froze at the sight before it, unable to comprehend the creature out of fear and disbelief. Where the hound's fur grew, flames sprouted as well, setting the beast alight and providing a nightmarish ambience to its form. The flames grew larger with anticipation as the hound growled between its skinless jaws, and its dark tongue licked across its razor-sharp teeth in anticipation as its eyes locked in on the momentarily forgotten blood that oozed from the top of the creep's head. There was a split second of silence. Then the hound growled one more time before lunging hungrily for the mutant's throat. The Doomslayer steadily lowered his rifle as the tormented screams of the mutated human echoed across the planet's disheveled landscape. Upon arriving in this new dimension, both the Slayer and his canine compatriot had materialized far above the planet's surface, letting gravity do the rest of the work in returning them to solid ground. As he had done many times before, the Slayer had been satisfied with landing by way of an uncushioned crash into solid ground, but the hound did not have the physical fortitude to effectively utilize such a method of landing. Instead, the demon dog chose to teleport safely onto the planet's surface below, shortening its time in air considerably and avoiding becoming a smear on the world's hard exterior. It had separated from the Doomslayer as a result, but their time apart had been short-lived, seeing as they had landed directly on top of whatever conflict this planet had become a part of. After a spare moment, a flash of lightning in front of the Slayer heralded the hound's return to him. The beast appeared to still be chewing on whatever morsel it had torn from its prey, and with a tilt of its head backward, the hound swallowed its food thankfully, the flames on its fur flaring with predatory delight at having cornered such a substantial meal. The Slayer acknowledged the predator, then turned to where the now dead final Echo Soldier lay, his hands still grasping the rifle like a lifeline even in death. He seemed to associate us with a band of so-called pirates, Vega mused within his helmet. He also was quite eager to assign us the blame for his stranding on this planet. The soldier's disposition towards them before he died harbored little to no concern in the Doomslayer's mind, as he seemed much more interested in the complex technological gear that the final Echo Soldier had on his left hand. The small piece of tech was obviously of advanced design, and with a negligible amount of force compared to what he usually used, the Slayer tugged the device free from the dead soldier's hand. Taking into account the make and design, I deduced that this device interacts with its user on a neurological level and is likely activated and wielded by a combination of physical and cerebral commands. After a thorough inspection of the device from front to back, the Doomslayer held the object in his right hand before securely fastening it to the back of his left. The device molded itself to the Predator suit almost immediately, and small blue arcs of electricity surged through the Slayer's arm as he connected to the device for the first time. Vega once again spoke up as the new addition to the Slayer's arsenal finished booting up and linking with its new user. It appears that I can interact with this leash apparatus similarly to how I can access the Predator suit, he confirmed as the Slayer examined the leash with a practiced eye and a flex of his fingers. The technology that it utilizes is quite intriguing, as the interface between neurological activity of the brain and the electrical components within the device itself are surprisingly simple. I believe it will provide us with solid tactical functionality in our future endeavors. Satisfied with Vega's analysis, as well as his own, the Slayer gestured to the hound with a nod of his head, and the two of them set off across the messy, war-torn surface of Stygia, searching for any clue as to what had happened what appeared to be a former utopia. I will continue to scan for any data that can further inform us about these dead Echo pirates the soldier mentioned, Vegas said. Perhaps they have had a significant effect on the devastation of this world. Grayson. Christ, just hearing the man speak made Gray want to put a bullet between his eyes. The shit-eating grin he was wearing on his face did not help much either. General Fuckhead, Gray growled. Awful damn kind of you to aid Trishka in my rescue. General Serrano continued with mock cheeriness, stepping forward and patting Gray on the cheek as he did so. Serrano then turned to the woman in question, his eyes briefly looking the final Echo commander up and down in a manner that was downright creepy at best and straight-up perverted at worst. Trishka, please show this mutinous pile of excrement our appreciation. The general then turned his back to them both in a conclusive manner and began surveying the ruined city below him, looking all too proud with himself. We have something to straighten out first, Trishka replied dangerously, leveling her rifle at Serrano's back. The general turned back toward her with a mixture of indignation and slight confusion on his face, but mostly indignation. In all honesty, Gray enjoyed seeing the good general like that. Did you kill my father? Trishka seethed, her own anger once again flaring now that vengeance might be finally at hand. If Serrano was surprised by the question, he didn't show it. Instead, his scowl deepened, and he placed his hands on his hips in clear annoyance, seemingly not at all worried about the heavy-caliber rifle pointed directly at his chest. I know fuck all about your father. Grayson here. He's manipulated you, came his curt reply. At this, Gray's temper flared as well. All of those years of lies and killing were freshly unearthed upon seeing the general again, and he grit his teeth angrily before raising his own rifle to the general's head. Tell her the truth. Gray barked angrily. Put the gun down, came Ishii's serious tone from his right, and Gray glanced sidelong at his partner to see that his rifle had been raised as well. The only difference was that Ishii's was trained right on Gray's head instead of General Serrano's. Are you kidding me? Gray asked incredulously. Standing right in front of them was the source of all of their problems, and Ishii was pointing his weapon at him. I'm not, came Ishii's slow but dangerous reply. Your righteous indignation has cost me enough. Gray felt himself hesitate as he scanned his friend's face, or well, what was left of it. Their crash on this world had destroyed almost half of Ishii's body, and in order to save his life, Doc had replaced most of the damaged parts with cybernetics, which also included swapping out a good chunk of his damaged brain with a robot's bioprocessor. Since then, Ishii had been in constant conflict with the bioprocessor's AI. Every second was spent resisting its attempt to overrun his mind. Looking at Ishii now, Gray looked over the patch job Doc had done. Putting things mildly, it did not look good at all, and Gray still felt an agonizing twinge of guilt and regret when he saw what his drive for revenge against Serrano had cost. Doc and Rel were both dead, and Ishii was now half man, half toaster. Ishii's cybernetic eye glowed a malicious red as he kept his gun unwaveringly trained on Gray and Trishka, and his remaining human eye regarded them just as coldly. Gray knew that it was the bioprocessor trying to take control, but Ishii had grown harder and more distant since the crash, and it felt like a sucker punch to the stomach when Gray realized that he was slowly losing the only friend he had left. Serrano will have an evac jump ship coming for him. I will be on board, as you promised me, Ishii said with finality, leaving no room for argument. At this, Serrano cackled heartily and clapped his hands together. Well, looks like I got a new best friend. That comment alone almost made Gray squeeze the trigger and splatter Serrano's brains all over the rooftop, but he unclenched at long last and slowly lowered his rifle. He couldn't believe he was doing this. All right, Ishii, a promise is a promise. Christ, he hoped Ishii realized just how much restraint that took just now. So much so that Gray felt like he might have an aneurysm any second. Ishii kept his rifle trained on him for a moment longer, then shifted his aim towards Trishka, who still had her weapon firmly pointed at Serrano. I'm wholly uninterested in whatever bullshit you people have to resolve. The final Echo commander spat at the two of them. And if either of you had a hand in the death of my father, I'll die happy knowing I took you down with me. Gray kept his expression neutral. That was definitely going to be a fun conversation later, especially since it had been Dead Echo that had been the ones who had greased her old man, with none other than good old Grayson Hunt as their leader. It had actually been the death of Trishka's father that showed Gray and the others what kind of people Serrano had them hunting. All those bullshit reports of hunting down slave traders and weapons dealers were lies fed to them to cover up the fact that they were nothing more than assassins that killed anyone that got in Serrano's way. Political rivals, witnesses to war crimes, innocent civilians, and of course, reporters all got added to the pile. Gray had lied to Trishka when she'd asked him earlier if he knew who it was that pulled the trigger on her father, but that secret was going to get out at some point, and Gray had really hoped to at least not be on the same planet as Trishka when she uncovered the truth. It was at that moment that Serrano started to laugh again, and holy hell did Gray want to smash his teeth in. Okay, I can see that we're all a bit upset here, but good friends, we have bigger fish to fry right now. Their conflict briefly forgotten, both Gray and Trishka turned their attention back to the general. Trishka's rifle stayed where it was. The corporation that built this putrid mistake resort on this putrid mistake planet has commissioned me, at great cost mind you, to detonate a DNA bomb that will dissolve all life on this mudball while leaving the city perfectly intact, allowing said corporation to come in and rebuild. Gray found himself growing increasingly agitated at Serrano's ever-present tone of condescension. Maybe not the best time to bore us to death with your mission deets, Serrano, Gray growled. Well now, hold your dick for 1 second, you fungal rim job, Serrano retorted. Because this said DNA bomb is set to go off in 2 hours. My rescue squad won't arrive with a jump ship for 3 hours. Now then, Gray, can you do the math and tell me the problem we face? Or are you going to need some help from Sushi Dick over there? Serrano jerked his thumb in Ishii's direction, and Gray saw his friend bristle at the comment. Ishii's weapon still remained pointed at Trishka, who let out an angry sigh of resignation before slowly lowering her rifle. He's telling the truth, she said begrudgingly. General Serrano turned towards her with a shit-eating grin on his face, then quickly stepped forward and gave Trishka a hard push with both hands, throwing her backwards off the rooftop of the 75-story hotel ruins they were currently standing on. Gray's eyes shot open wide as he registered what just happened. No, he shouted as Trishka's scream of surprise and rage began to decrease in volume. "You son of a bitch!" In a flash, his rifle was pointed back at Serrano's head, but the general simply smirked and raised his finger in a halting gesture. "Tut tut, think for a second, boy. You kill me, no jump ship home, and you both die anyway." Gray knew that Serrano was right, but that didn't help much with the urge to hurl the good general over the side of the building as well. "The way I see it, I just did you a huge fucking favor," the general continued in his matter-of-fact tone. "She would have discovered that your dead Echo Squad were the folks what done killed her old man. It would have had to be you or her walking out of that little confrontation anyway." The general stepped away and looked to the clouds brewing far on the horizon as the sun began to set. "Now come on, you dandy tarts. Gamma Storm is a-brewing, and unless you puss-sticks want to enjoy the savory feeling of your own flesh melting off your bones, we need to get to cover, find our way to the Ulysses, and deactivate that bomb." Serrano cackled to himself and picked up Trishka's rifle from where she dropped it a moment ago, then turned and began striding towards the exit, his cocky self-assured gait enough to make Gray's blood boil. He turned his head to the ledge that Trishka had just been pushed over, listening to see if he could still hear her screaming. Nothing reached his ears. "Be sensible, Gray," came Ishi's voice, and Gray looked over to see that he had finally lowered his rifle. His cybernetic eye had returned to its usual blue, indicative that he was once again in control of himself, and the metallic echo that was a result of his partially replaced voice box had subsided, letting the human part of his voice hold dominance. "We still have the opportunity to get out of here alive." Gray looked at his friend's face for a long moment, then sighed and started after the general. "Not so sure I can live with sensible-ish." Trishka was royally pissed. Falling to your death tended to have that effect on people. The last thing she saw was Serrano's pervy grin before he pushed her over the ledge of the roof. Next thing she knew, she was tumbling head over heels on a fast track to the pavement. Riding herself in midair, Trishka's eyes searched desperately for anything to help her avoid becoming a puddle on the ground. Come on, fuck. Trishka was about to exercise her entire vocabulary of swear words when her eyes spied a long power line running adjacent down the building next to her. As she looked, she saw that the power line ran down the building for just a little bit longer before leveling off to connect to the next building on the street. That was how she was going to survive this. Gritting her teeth, Trishka hurriedly removed her belt from her waist and wrapped it around the power line. The power line leveled off at somewhat of a shallow angle, but she knew that when it did, the force of the momentum was likely going to dislocate her shoulders. It certainly beat the alternative, however. Trishka braced herself as best as she could, then let out a shout of frustrated agony as the power line leveled off, slowing her fall considerably. The next moment was filled with dread as the power line suddenly snapped, as it had not been designed to handle the weight of an adult woman. It was at this time that the curses started coming from Trishka's mouth as she spent the last 10 feet of the drop in free fall, hitting the ground hard and feeling a sharp spurt of pain as something snapped. "Guard!" Trishka bellowed out as she rolled to a stop, not daring to move until she had pinpointed exactly what part of her had just been broken. She very quickly discovered that it was actually what parts had been broken, as in plural. Swell. It was her left ankle and forearm. That was a problem. Actually, that was a huge problem. The forearm might have been manageable, but with her ankle busted, she was going to have some serious trouble getting off this planet, or anywhere for that matter. And even though those two were the only parts that were seriously injured, it didn't mean that everywhere else was hunky-dory either. All of her ached, and though it wasn't a huge priority, Trishka was fairly certain that she'd cracked a few ribs. With an agonized grunt, Trishka forced herself into a sitting position and scanned her surroundings. Thankfully, there didn't seem to be any enemies around, but that didn't mean there wouldn't be soon. For now, she needed to focus on getting out of the middle of the street. Just as she was about to move, Trishka was momentarily blinded by a bright flash of light and a loud boom that sounded like thunder. Trishka screwed her eyes shut and looked away, but final echo training did not fail her, and she instinctively reached to her hip with her good hand and drew her sidearm, pointing it towards the disturbance. The light faded as well as the noise, and Trishka opened her eyes to say, "What the hell?" Before her stood what looked like some kind of weird zombie wolf. Its skinless snout and glowing amber eyes made Trishka think that it was some kind of mutant like the Burnouts, but her theory was chucked out the window when she saw that its jet black fur was on fire. Continuously on fire. All in all, its appearance didn't exactly help Trishka in believing that this demonic-looking creature had good intentions. It was probably hungry, and it had probably acquired a taste for human meat long ago. Her finger slowly moved toward the trigger on her sidearm. "I would ask that you please refrain from doing that." Trishka jolted towards the sound of the sudden voice, her broken body vehemently reminding her that it was still broken. With a hiss of pain, Trishka leveled her pistol at the source of the voice, which had the appearance of some kind of astronaut-soldier hybrid. Their dark green armor was all-encompassing, so Trishka had no way of telling who or what was even beneath it. "Get back," Trishka ordered. Shifting herself to fully face the newcomer, Trishka let out another sharp hiss as her broken bones screamed at her. The figure stared back at her, but made no move to increase the distance between them. "You hearing me? I said get back." Once again, the figure didn't move. "It appears that you are in need of medical attention," the voice from within the suit said instead. "If you would permit us, we can assist you." "Yeah, fat chance, asshole. Now get back before I put a second hole in your, Faster than Trishka could react, the armored figure activated a previously unnoticed instinct leash on his left gauntlet. The leash arced through the air and latched onto her sidearm, and before her eyes even registered the light, the figure flicked their wrist back, wrenching the pistol from her hand. "Hey!" Trishka's protests were cut short in the next moment as the figure caught the pistol in their hand and crushed it as though it was made of tin foil. Broken pieces dropped to the ground as the figure released the now useless weapon, and Trishka stared wide-eyed at the remains. "That was unexpected. If it was our intention to harm you, we would have done so already," the voice said, ever pleasant despite the tense situation. "The severity of your injuries has left you vulnerable, but we can return you to full physicality as long as you cooperate. Look, scumbag, I don't even know who the hell you are. So if you think I'm going to let you do anything with me, then you're dreaming. It is my belief that we can both benefit from assisting you," the voice patiently replied. "We have just arrived on this planet and are looking for clues as to what led to its destruction. In exchange for mending your injuries, we would ask for your assistance in understanding what happened here. So I help you, and then what? You gonna wave a fucking magic wand and patch me up? Is that it?" Trishka bit back. She was still fuming from having her weapon taken from her. "You will be administered an elixir that will greatly accelerate your body's natural healing processes," the voice replied. "It will not be instantaneous, but your injuries will heal in approximately 2 to 3 minutes." There had not been even a trace of sarcasm or humor in that statement, and Trishka sat in an expectant silence for a few moments waiting for the punchline. When none came, she turned her incredulous gaze back to the zombie wolf, taking in the absolute craziness of the current situation. Just so she had her facts straight, some weird soldier with super strength, an instinct leech, and a pet demon canine was offering to fix her broken bones with some sort of magic beverage that was going to completely mend her body in less than 5 minutes? Did that sound about right? No, of course it fucking didn't. None of this was normal. At all. And unfortunately for her, she did not have much choice but to go along with it. The alternative was to maybe get to cover before the gamma storms hit, but then she'd get vaporized when the bomb went off in 2 hours anyway, and her chance to find out who truly killed her father would be gone. The thought alone pissed her off to no end. Drawing her knife, Trishka held it menacingly out to the figure for a moment. "You or your lapdog over there try anything, and I mean anything, and I'll tear your throat out. Got it?" It was an empty threat, and everyone present knew it, but having the knife at least made Trishka feel better. "Very well," the voice replied. The figure then stepped forward. "We will need to set your brakes before we continue." What? What was all that shit about your magical elixir then? The elixir only accelerates the healing process. The bones still require proper alignment in order to mend properly. Before Trishka could protest any further, the armored figure firmly grasped her left arm in their gauntlets and shifted the bone back into place, which prompted Trishka to verbally assault them with every vulgarity under the sun. The figure then also immediately set her ankle afterward, and the only reason why Trishka didn't attempt to stab them with her knife was due to the fact that she lost consciousness for a few moments. When she came to, the figure produced a blue soda bottle and handed it to her, which she eyed skeptically. She had already figured that the beverage itself would be unorthodox, but this just looked like some kind of knockoff vintage soda. The label read, "Quick Revive," and she raised an eyebrow at the stranger who simply stared back expectantly. "This is it. This looks like something they sell at a fueling station." "While its appearance may be misleading, its effects are not," came the reply. Trishka stared back for a moment, then shook her head and popped the cap off the soda bottle with her good hand. With one final glance at the stranger, Trishka took a small swig, her face immediately scrunching up at the flavor. "Ugh, this tastes like pickled sardines. What the hell is in this thing? I do not know the ingredients, as I did not have the chance to inquire when we received it. Great, so I could be drinking bottled sewage for all we know? That's a whole bundle of fun." As Trishka took another swig, she began to feel the lingering pains and aches in her body start to fade. And though she should not have been surprised, she still did a double take when she saw her miscellaneous cuts and bruises begin to minimize and disappear. Her forearm and ankle began to tingle as well, and she could feel movement beneath her skin as the bones began reknitting themselves at a supernatural rate. She sat in awe for a small time as the cola did its work, and after a few minutes, she slowly attempted to move her forearm. Apart from some lingering stiffness, the limb was fully restored. A quick check of her ankle yielded similar success, and with a glance at the stranger, she slowly rose from her seated position to her feet. She felt good, looked from the wolf to the stranger, then sheathed her knife and glanced back up to the roof she had fallen from. Shit. General Serrano and the others had probably already made for the Ulysses crash site, and they had a head start on her. She turned back to the figure. All right, spaceman, we gotta move. You want a full rundown on the world of shit around you? Then you better listen up and keep close. Keep the pace, you fruit fuckers. We got a lot of ground to cover before we hit the underground. Gray's confusion at the general's choice of destination warred with a spike of anger he felt each time Serrano opened his stupid mouth. But after a resigned growl, his confusion reigned supreme. Underground? What about the Ulysses? Obviously, that's our destination. Dumb nuts. But the underground is the only way of keeping clear of those gamma storms. Luckily, we got worker entrances scattered all over this festering rock. The nearest one is in the basement of this building. Gray examined the decor of the hotel they were currently descending. After leaving the roof, the trio had tracked down a couple of floors and crossed between buildings using a skybridge. This hotel had been very similar to the one they had just left. The evidence of money being thrown around was everywhere. Intricate marble pillars stood cracked and ruined in the hallways, leaving rubble all over the once high-quality carpet that likely carried no less than 13 different types of STDs. Who was working under the city that required so many entrances? Ishii asked, "Are these workers just another term for slaves?" The general laughed heartily then. Slaves? More like a bunch of convicts and reprobates given a second chance they didn't deserve. Traded their labor for a slightly reduced sentence. And what happened to them? As if to answer Ishii's question, a sudden war cry rang out from down the hall. The cry was unmistakably human, and emerging from behind once expensive overturned furniture and upholstery appeared a band of skulls, likely finding shelter from the storms brewing outside. Despite their presence, Gray felt a twinge of relief. He'd been itching for something to shoot ever since he'd first seen Serrano again. At least now, he had an outlet. His rifle was already raised by the time the skulls noticed them, making his first few shots most effective before they ducked behind cover. Blood sprayed over the carpet as the bullets struck true, and Gray heard the sounds of Ishii and Serrano following his lead. Similarly to what Gray had seen with the other skulls he and Ishii had encountered so far on Stygia, these guys had little to no tactical training. The three of them were more for a match than the small band before them. But after just half a minute into the firefight, Gray peeked over his cover to see the doors at the other end of the hall swing open, with two heavily armored chain gunners appearing from the room beyond. Gray could see lightning flashing from the windows as the gamma storm reared its ugly head at last, which only served to cast the two heavy weapon enemies in an even more intimidating glow. Sheet. We got heavy weaponry, Gray called out just as the chain gunners began to open fire on their position. Bullets pelted their cover by the hundreds, and Gray knew that despite the integrity of the fallen marble chunks and metal, they couldn't weather a dual-chain gun assault forever. Well, are you just going to sit back and announce it all day? Serrano shouted irritably from his own cover over the hail of gunfire. How about you get to doing the one thing you're good at, boy? Fuck something up. Gray once again briefly considered that something to be the general's head with the butt of his rifle, but instead he grunted and peeked ever so slightly out of his cover to gauge the situation. The chain gunners were slowly walking to the front of the skull formation as they kept up their gunfire, their slow gait a dual result of both their heavy armor and recoil. Gray glanced to the sides of the hall to see a few marble pillars still mostly intact, then smirked as a plan formed in his brain. Here goes nothing. Activating his instinct leash, Gray cast the long whip over to the nearest marble pillar, and as soon as it had latched on, Gray gave a big heave with his whole arm. The nature of the leash meant that it amplified his strength as he utilized it, and with an incredibly loud groan, the marble pillar toppled to the floor directly on top of the two chain gunners. A large cloud of dust and debris spewed up from where the pillar landed, creating a boom that rattled the foundations on the hotel. Hell yeah, 2 for 1. Gray hooped as the leash retreated back into his gauntlet. More gloats of victory were on the tip of his tongue, but they died completely as the dust cloud dissipated, showcasing that the two chain gunners were still standing, more dusty than before, but otherwise unharmed. What? Looking down, Gray saw that the pillar had only missed them by a few feet at most. It had fallen directly in front of them. The two armored behemoths shared a glance, then began to wear their weapons up for another salvo when a large rumble sounded from the ceiling. Looking up, Gray saw that the pillar he had just brought down had actually been supporting quite a bit of the upper floor structural load, a load which was now completely bolstered. The floor above immediately began caving in, and though the debris was still not enough to crush the two heavy gunners, it was the open sky above that was their undoing. With the roof above them now completely open to the sky, there was nothing to shelter them from a storm. In the span of a millisecond, gamma bolts rained down on the two gunners, and Gray heard their muffled screams from their helmets as the radiation easily pierced their armor, frying their external and internal anatomy at the same time. Within moments, the two chain gunners were vaporized, and Gray took advantage of the skull's stunned silence to place a few well-aimed shots into their turned heads. After taking a few precautionary moments to ensure that no more skulls remained, the trio started forward, sticking to the right side of the hallway to avoid the radiation leaking through the ceiling to their left. Exercise caution when near the storm, Ishii warned as they passed close to it. Quit your whining, sushi dick. I trained you better than that. Besides, as long as you got something solid between you and that little cosmic flurry, you'll be fine. Ishii gave a hard glare in Serrano's direction, and for the briefest moments, Gray thought he saw a twinge of red in his cybernetic eye. And I assume that these gamma storms are the cause of the mutations we've seen on this planet? What do I look like? A fucking tour guide? Them slanty devil eyes of yours don't see so good. Huh? This time, Ishii grew visibly angry. Another racial slur, and I will hurl you into that storm. The good general smirked. Weakest bluff yet, you prancing geisha. How about you start talking about something useful for once, General? Gray butted in. Like, how did anyone even think it was a good idea to build a resort in the middle of a goddamn gamma hazard zone? Gamma filters were destroyed during the workers' revolt. Boy, Serrano quipped back. Bunch of pinko, socialist queers, thought they weren't being treated fairly. And now look around. The general gestured with a broad sweep of his arm to the carnage and foregone resort around them. This is what happens when you show a little bit of leniency to fuck-offs. You mean slave revolt, right? All these workers they had working beneath the city were convicts. Convicts that were given another chance. Serrano continued without missing a beat. Low-life nobodies were given a chance to build something for once in their worthless, fuck-all lives and pissed it away. Gray grit his teeth as they made their way down to the entrance. The whole story of this godforsaken place was starting to unravel, and even though he had already figured so, he did not like how the story was going so far. I am intrigued by the concept of these burnouts you refer to, Commander Novak. You have already informed us that they are humans that have been exposed to high amounts of radiation and have mutated as a result, but remain quite dissimilar to other mutants, such as the creeps that we have already encountered. Yeah? Will you be the only one interested in seeing more of them? Trishka snorted as she led the Slayer and the Hellhound through an abandoned building that supposedly held an entrance to the underground. I'd rather be as unfamiliar with them as I can, preferably a star system or two away. Your description of them insinuates that their mutations are far more extensive than that of the creeps. Is this due to a different form of more potent contaminant? Trishka shook her head as though she had wished that was the answer. Burnouts are born from the same godforsaken radiation that the creeps are. They've just been exposed to it for a lot longer, and likely in much higher doses. A brief glance in the Doomslayer's direction betrayed no emotion or cue that he was listening save for his silence. In truth, Trishka doubted that this guy really did not miss much, so her conversation with Vega still likely held his attention. The mention of the burnouts had piqued Vega's interest, but Trishka had a feeling that it had been deemed important info by the Slayer as well. Any information that could be gathered on your enemies could prove priceless in the hands of someone like him. Either way, Trishka continued. The origin story of those freak bags isn't what I'd call family-friendly, but I'm sure you'll be able to see that for yourself shortly. They had entered the next room, which appeared to be an underground garage or parking area. After a brief sweep, Trishka gestured to the far side of the garage, which had a mostly intact lift sitting inconspicuously in the corner. Too large to be a simple passenger elevator, the lift's wide base and high guardrails seemed ideal for hauling equipment and heavy tools, which barely surprised Trishka, given that this was one of the many lifts on world that could successfully connect them to the underground, as it had done with so many convicts before. A quick trip to the other side of the garage found all parties present boarding the lift, with the Hellhound giving a hesitant sniff at the shaft that extended far below their feet and into the darkness before fully climbing aboard. Trishka gave the Demon Wolf another glare as it sniffed around the small platform, still feeling a slight twinge of bewilderment that something so otherworldly as a Hellhound really existed. Maybe it really didn't, and maybe that fish-flavored cola that the Slayer had given her had simply caused her to hallucinate the creature. That was just wishful thinking, of course, as she hadn't drank the cola until after meeting the Hound for the first time, leaving her with a tired sort of resignation that her entire understanding of the known world, or known universe for that matter, had been completely dismantled. With a firm pull of the down lever, Trishka took her eyes off the Hound to glance at the Slayer for a moment before ensuring that her rifle was fully loaded as the lift begrudgingly began to sink down into the shaft. All right, you two, or three, I guess. The Hound seemed to know that she was addressing it, and it turned its head to her as though it was paying attention. Trishka honestly had no frame of reference with devil canines to guess how much it actually understood what she was saying, but she decided that existential questions such as those could take a back seat for now. We're headed into the real shit now, so I suggest you get your game faces on before one of the fucked up monstrosities down there rips it off you. Neither the Slayer nor the Hound seemed shaken by any means to Trishka's warning. Instead, the Slayer produced a pump-action shotgun of his own and began loading shells into it. The Hound simply shook its head back and forth a few times, as if to focus itself on the task at hand. The ever-present flames on its back grew in intensity by a small amount, a sign that Trishka figured meant it was ready. Thinking ahead to what they might encounter down there, Trishka frowned as she couldn't quite picture how these two anomalies might act in a fight. She supposed she would find out soon enough. Behold the dirt pen shitheads. Serrano's shit-eating grin was blaring at full volume as he presented the sight to both Gray and Ishi. The lift they had nabbed had finally emerged into a ginormous underground cavern, and Gray felt his eyes widen at the bountiful prison architecture that filled the otherwise empty space. Levels upon levels of cell blocks and administrative buildings had been constructed using the cavern walls as supports, and though they were dwarfed by the gargantuan size of the cavern itself, Gray could tell even at a distance that they were no small-time prison digs. The corporation that had funded this had spared no expense, and apparently no prisoners either. There was enough infrastructure down here to hold the equivalent of 3 small colonies worth of convicts. The intimidating sight was solidified even further by the river of glowing green ooze that flowed across the cave floor right through the prison. Damn, Gray mumbled aloud. This is enough for more than 1,000 inmates. 28,000, to be precise, the general chimed in. And the toxic waste? Gray questioned, gesturing to the river flowing through the prison yard. Byproduct of the city's gamma filters. You know, the ones that protected the population from those big, scary storms like the one you just walked through? City officials stored it down here while digging up a place to bury it up in the hills. Only an irrational lunatic would consider that to be a good idea, Ishi replied curtly. Well, they did. And after just a few short weeks of stowing it down here, the yardbirds started getting sick, started dying, mutatin even. So, of course, the brilliant little ball tuggers decide to demolish those pesky gamma filters. No more filters, no more waste, get it? Nothing to protect from the storms. Serrano gave a small cackle. Convict cocksuckers didn't think that far ahead, did they? What else remains down here? Ishi asked directly. Big-titted blowjob models with yellow fever. The fuck do I know? Serrano replied with a roll of his eyes. Just shoot anything that ain't me or each other. That's all you both are really good for anyway. Gray ignored the remark and readied his weapon as the lift came to a halt and the guardrails slid back. Whatever was down here, he was ready for it. And it was a good thing. It was because they had not made it more than 50 feet through the cavern before burnouts were upon them. Mutated to the point of being charred black, their large and warped bodies made them nearly as agile as the creeps and 3 times as strong. As a price of their mutation, however, their minds had completely succumbed to their animal instincts, making them mindless and bloodthirsty monsters that would tear the head off of anything that wasn't them. Luckily, their mutations were highly unstable, giving them bloated and volatile pus sacs all across their anatomy that, if ruptured, would tear them in half if one were to get a lucky shot into it. And Gray took full advantage of that knowledge by easily picking off the first unlucky ones with a few minimal bursts from his rifle. Fortunately enough for them, the pack of burnouts they encountered was relatively small, and they got through them easily enough. Ah, good to be back in the shit, Serrano cockily gloated to himself. Don't you two worry, you're back in Papa's care now. Stuff it, General, Gray grumbled as they climbed a set of stairs and onto a large balcony that overlooked the heavily fortified prison yard. Someday very soon, someone's going to shut you up for good. Oh, and I bet you just love to be that special someone, wouldn't you, boy? Serrano taunted. Oh, I bet your hairy asshole is just puckered with anticipation about the perfect moment when you can deliver sweet retribution, isn't it? Well, guess what, you scum-sucking preemie baby? You can't lay a single finger on my beautiful head or your buddy over there. The general was immediately cut off as a burnout that had been hiding behind the corner jumped out and tackled Serrano over the balcony and down into the prison yard. Gray's hand lunged out to grab the general none too gently before he tumbled over, but his fingers closed around thin air at the last second as both Serrano and the burnout fell into the enclosed yard below. Both hit the ground with a solid thud, and before the burnout could rise to charge once more, the general had leveled his rifle and successfully fired a controlled burst right into a pus-filled pocket on the beast's shoulder. The force of the explosion ripped the burnout's torso clean from its body, and neon red blood sprayed everywhere as the pieces twitched and then fell still. Once the general was sure it was dead, he coughed twice and slowly rose to his feet. Both Gray and Ishi looked down as he sneered back up at them. Y'all ain't shit for covering corners. Serrano barked up at them. Anyhow, get your candy-licking asses down here and open the door. As if by some delayed response, Gray turned his head to the sound of more burnouts arriving on scene. Together, the monsters congregated outside the reinforced door to the yard, banging against the metal with fierce abandon that left an additional dent each time their large mutated fist struck. Balls! Serrano cursed as he saw the dents appearing on the other side of the door. You two lollipops, hurry up. Bad trouble is a knockin'. There's a passage that leads down to the yard up ahead, Ishii noted. Gray wordlessly nodded, and the two of them started down the hallway, listening to the mutated cries of the burnouts converging outside the general's temporary prison. Spent the last 10 years dreaming of murdering Serrano, Gray grumbled as they walked. Now I got the golden opportunity right here in front of me, and I gotta piss it away. Gray noticed that despite the fact that Serrano was their only ticket off this rock, neither of them seemed to be in a hurry to save him from the burnouts below. It didn't really take a genius to understand why. You could have killed him, Gray. You had opportunities, Ishii remarked. Gray glanced sidelong over at Ishii, once again feeling the pang of guilt that came with seeing his only friend left in the world half converted into a mess of machinery. I gotta get you out of here, Ishii. I gotta undo some of my mess. Ishii was quiet for a moment, then he looked back at Gray. Those many years ago, after we discovered the truth about Serrano, we could have disappeared into the outer quads, hidden and been safe. Gray gave a hollow laugh at that. But I drag you all to the far reaches of the known galaxy hunting the good general. Yeah, I know, Ishii. I don't think you do. Gray paused for a moment to see Ishii meeting his eye. The two of them had stopped walking for a moment. Your thirst to murder Serrano for his crimes was never about revenge. It was a righteous mission to avenge the many innocents he used us to kill. You lead us on a quest for atonement, a chance to reclaim our souls. I always knew I would likely die for this pursuit. Hearing Ishii describe his actions in such a way could almost be considered humorous, as no one that had ever met Gray would ever describe any of his actions as righteous. You think too highly of my motives, Ishii. Ishii ignored his comment. No matter what happens, no matter what I say as I lose possession of my mind, know this, you are my brother Gray. I followed you of free will, and I do not hold you accountable. Gray was stunned. He had no idea where all of this had come from just now. But he couldn't help but feel like some of the crushing burden he had been carrying was lifted from his shoulders at hearing Ishii speak just now. For the briefest of moments, it had seemed like the good old days, back when Rel and Doc were still alive, and Ishii didn't sound like he was speaking through a desk fan. Seeing as how they were taking a moment to be open with each other, Gray spoke something that had been on his mind since way earlier that day. You remember the Novak job, Ishii? How could I forget? It was the start of all of this, the day we discovered Serrano's crimes. Yeah. Trishka was the little girl that was there that day, Novak's own daughter, and I failed to stop Serrano from killing her. Both organic and cybernetic eyes alike widened with Ishii's reaction to the news. I had no idea, Ishii admitted, his human side holding clear dominance as his surprise overpowered the bioprocessor for the time being. Yeah, well, first things first, Ishii. We're gonna get to that jump ship. But once we do, we'll scalp that motherfucker, came Ishii's passionate reply. He gave Gray a knowing nod, then turned to continue down the hallway. For Trishka, at that current moment, Trishka's entire definition of the word brutality was being rewritten. She had joined the Confederate Army as soon as she was old enough to enlist, had endured the most grueling and cutthroat training that the Confederation of Planets had to offer, had graduated top of her class with perfect scores across physicality as well as marksmanship and tactics, and had executed over 25 successful missions as a final Echo Squadron commander, the most elite of the elite. Up until now, she had been fairly certain that she had a grasp on what true brutality was. Unfortunately for her, the Doomslayer, his AI companion, and his vicious hellhound seemed to be more comfortable with what she would call brutality squared. They had encountered a rather sizable nest of burnouts just shortly after arriving underground, far more burnouts than Trishka thought a two-man fire team could handle. She had immediately attempted to retreat and find a way around, but the Slayer had vetoed that idea by charging headfirst into the enemies. Literally, he had leashed the first burnout he laid eyes on and had headbutted in midair so hard that its upper body had exploded into no less than 5 pieces. Trishka then watched dumbfounded as the Slayer and his hound called upon whatever arcane strength they possessed to annihilate the burnout presence. It had been nearly a blur to Trishka as the Slayer started into his enemies, driving forward instead of seeking defensive cover in an all-out attack against the mutants. For as strong as he was, his aim was twice as good. Every single time that shotgun kicked in his hands, it killed something. Sometimes it killed more than one thing in a single shot, but it never missed. The hound was no different. The wolf demon moved at a supernatural speed through the burnout horde, sinking its teeth into the sensitive flesh pockets and initiating the chain reaction that would cause the burnouts to blow up. Despite the fact that they exploded with the hound's jaws still firmly clamped to them, the bursts of blood and gore did not deter the hound at all. In fact, it only seemed to increase its appetite, and soon, its formerly bone-white snout was dyed a deep neon red from the blood, casting an even more sinister aura about the creature as it attacked. In tandem, the Slayer and the Hound worked as though this was where they were most comfortable, on the battlefield slaughtering enemies by the dozens in an overwhelming show of force. And by the time Trishka shook herself from her stupor to join in the battle, the burnouts had almost been entirely wiped out. A few shots from her own Peacemaker dropped the last burnout before the Hound had a chance to pounce, leaving the battlefield silent for a few moments as the Slayer wasted no time in kneeling down to examine his fresh kills. The Hellhound also showed interest in the corpses as well, though only to tear large chunks of flesh off the remaining legs and torsos for a quick meal. It didn't seem like the beast was a picky eater. The group started off once more after a few moments, Trishka leading them, utilizing her memory of the maps and terrain that Final Echo had received in their initial briefs before arriving on this planet. The Slayer and the Hound followed alongside, the journey suddenly seeming relatively mundane after the burnout massacre they had just partaken in. The ironically deafening silence pulled Trishka into her own thoughts, and try as she might to focus on revenge for her father, questions continued to build up unanswered in her mind. Eventually, her curiosity overcame her desire to remain silent. All right, start talking. Where the hell are you guys from anyway? Am I looking at some kind of mad scientist experiment gone wrong here? I do not know the origins of the Hellhound, Commander Novak. However, a failed genetic experiment is a possible theory as to the creature's existence. The true origins of the Doomslayer are largely unknown as well. In contrast, I was created by a man named Samuel Hayden to facilitate the effective operation of a research facility on Mars. Though it is not the Mars that you know. What does that even mean? The Mars that both myself and the Doomslayer met on is within a different dimension. Another alternate universe that exists separately from yours. Are you familiar with multiverse theory? I'm familiar with stomping some geek's brains out at a bar after he told me that every possibility exists due to it, including one where we ended up back at his place. Does that count? To an extent, yes. Multiverse theory suggests that alternate worlds coexist simultaneously in separate spaces. Each dimension can have only slight differences than the next, or it may be extensively dissimilar. The Slayer, the Hellhound, and myself all originate from dimensions alternative to this one. It is also theorized that there exists an infinite number of these alternate universes, which also suggests that every possible outcome and setting is valid, just in a different universe. Christ, that's convoluted, Trishka said with an annoyed shake of her head. So what? You're all from the dimension where soda acts as a miracle cure and dogs are on fire. The Hellhound and the Perca-Cola both originate from a different dimension than myself and the Doomslayer. Seriously? You're not even from the same one? Do you just hop around dimensions like a goddamn stroll in the park? Unfortunately, our means of traveling across dimensions is uncontrollable at the moment. We are unable to choose our destination when we initial the sequence. Our current plan is to continue traversing alternate universes until we return inadvertently, or until we find a dimension with the means to send us back to our origin. If that's the case, then why even bother sticking around here? Trishka snorted with a hint of distrust. This obviously isn't your home, so why not just warp out when you realize you're in the wrong place? There exist instances where we have done exactly as you say, Commander Novak. However, if there is discord or otherwise a situation that we may assist with before departing, we will intervene until the situation is under control. Trishka shook her head. Right, keep going like that, and you'll never get home. You just told me that there's an infinite number of these dimensions, right? That's a lot to comb through for something that can send you back. Paired with the fact that you're making pit stops along the way, good luck with that. I am unable to accurately estimate the length of time that will pass before our return, Commander Novak, but it is fortunate that our lifespans can accommodate. Okay, Trishka cut off with a dismissive wave of her hand. If you're going to pull out some shit about you two being centuries old or something, then forget about it. I think I've put up with enough reality-shattering crap today, so quit shoveling it. The Slayer turned his head toward her for a moment, then fixed his helmeted gaze back on the path in front of them. If Vega had been offended by her comment just now, very well. I believe our initial conversation regarding these burnouts was interrupted by their attack. I believe you were nearly to the point of explaining their origins, Commander Novak. With a final smash of a button, the lift slowly began to rise, and Gray felt overwhelming relief at finally getting out of the underground. After they'd managed to save Serrano again from the burnouts, they continued through the tunnels with minimal resistance, walking quickly and adhering to the good general's foul-mouthed directions on where to go. According to him, the Ulysses would only be a short walk away from where the lift let them out, and the radiation storm should be well past by now. Finally getting away from that toxic goo, Gray mused. Guess we know what twisted those inmates up. Serrano's laugh came like nails on a chalkboard to Gray's ears. You don't know shit all. You're killing up Confederate citizens, boy. After the convicts started their own revolt, the tourists that missed the evac ships all congregated down here to hide from the rampaging prisoners topside. Real darn shame that they had to be all cooped up down here with nothing but irradiated food and toxic air to breathe. Ain't it? The realization hit Gray in the gut like a punch. All the burnouts they'd been fighting down here hadn't been an extra mutation of skulls and creeps. It had been the vacationers that had come to this planet. All the people had no choice but to hide from the gangs if they hadn't been able to make it off-world when the uprising happened, so they'd hidden in the underground prisons around the planet. And the goo, it had mutated them far worse than it had the inmates. Jesus. Serrano's hollering laughter grew even louder. Might have been some kindly school teacher, maybe a mother of three, you just got it back there? Huh, I sure as hell wouldn't be surprised. You should learn to better hide the elation in your voice, Ishii remarked dangerously as the lift came to a stop. After departing the lift, the three of them emerged into what appeared to be a commercial business building, or at least what was left of it. Instead, most of the infrastructure in at least a square mile had been utterly destroyed, and one look at the center of it all left no doubt in Gray's mind as to what had done this. Look at her. Just look at what you treasonous sons of whores did to my baby. The Ulysses lay before them, scorched, torn, and still on fire in some places as it sagged like an empty husk into the earth. Even as it was, Gray still marveled at the size of the battlecruiser. The armaments and crew requirements had made it the crown jewel of the Confederation fleet, and now it was worthless. All right, there she is, Gray conceded. Let's get in there pronto and get this bomb disarmed. Serrano, what kind of clock we running? One that has just recently been fucked in the face. You shit whistlers. We get in there now, or everyone dies. Gray replied sarcastically as they closed in on the Ulysses. We know. Yeah, and you know what? My crew is already dead, aren't they? Dead on account of Grayson Hunt. You're free to add mass murder to your rap sheet now, boy. It didn't take a genius to see that Serrano was fuming about seeing the Ulysses like this, and it was unlikely that he was willing to let the subject go. Just Gray's luck. What? Serrano pushed. No snappy repartee for me? No smart-ass back talk. Gray was about to throw out a response when he realized he didn't have one. There really was no excuse for this one. He was undeniably, irrefutably to blame for all of the deaths on board Ulysses. He'd been so hellbent on revenge against Serrano that he'd rammed the A-class battle cruiser straight on with their small D-class Spectre, dooming all of them as the ships crashed onto the planet below. This one was on him, through and through. In case you need a reminder, Hunt, Ulysses had over 700 souls on board. Here, they lie. Serrano gestured towards the destroyed ship as they began to climb the rubble towards one of the hull breaches wide enough to fit through. Get a rest, Serrano, Ishii snapped. The general ignored him completely. These are human beings you killed, Gray. They had families, people counting on him. How much pain and misery do you reckon you just spread throughout the galaxy? I'd say we've both done our fair share, Gray growled. But we ain't talking about me. We ain't looking at the piles of dead folks I killed. As if to emphasize the general's point, bodies began to enter Gray's field of view. Torn up and beaten corpses of both men and women alike littered the rubble, blood stains darkening the rocks and concrete in deep red splashes. You looking itchy, boy? Some of them are eaten, some mangled and toyed with. Guess the burnouts are here. I could use something to shoot, Gray replied darkly, his mood reaching a breaking point. Yep, and yet again we are reminded that killing is all you're good for, Serrano quipped one more time before a deep roar sounded throughout the rubble site. One by one, burnouts emerged from the ruptures and cracks in the hull of the Ulysses, thirsting for more prey amidst the rubble. Gray gladly answered their rage with a hail of gunfire, as did Serrano and Ishii. The burnouts were feral, but they weren't cohesive, and there weren't many of them either, making their mindless dash to get to their prey something of an arcade shooter in Gray's eyes. At the very least, it made him forget about Serrano's quips for a moment. Heh, I'm like fucking Duke Nukem over here. Awful quiet over there, Hunt. Ponder those bodies, I reckon. Asshole. About to ponder one more. Serrano, he snapped back. Oh, scary. Yet again, Gray restrained himself and directed his frustrations at the burnout pack, aggressively picking them off as quickly as they emerged. When no more spawned from the twisted metal and rubble, the trio slipped through a significant breach in the hull and into the Ulysses. As Gray looked around the passageway they found themselves in, he noticed that the interior of the ship didn't look all that much better than the exterior did. Destroyed wires dangled and arced into the air as their semi-active voltage went unutilized by the ship's systems. The framework of the walls had been severely compromised as well, resulting in warped hallways and sagging overhead plating that they sometimes had to crouch to get under. As their pace slowed to fit through the hallway, Gray heard Serrano speak up once again. How much time you reckon we got left, boys? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Either of you get nervous yet? As usual, his sentence was punctuated with vile laughter. Shut your fucking trap. Gray snapped angrily, which unfortunately only seemed to fuel Serrano more. Aw, baby in a fussy mood? All that guilt is building up, ain't it? I bet seeing them bodies didn't help much either now, did it? The group emerged into a larger room, and Gray noticed that they had stumbled onto the evacuation decks of the Ulysses. Rows upon rows of escape capsules lined the walls around them and above them, enough to jettison all 700 crew members of the Ulysses if it needed to. But there was only one thing about this deck that Gray focused on, and Ishi's voice in the next moment mirrored his thoughts exactly. These escape capsules, only half were used. Didn't exactly have a lot of time after y'all sucker punched us. Serrano replied annoyedly, and Gray immediately seized the opportunity to turn the tables on the good general. Took down your battlecruiser is what we did. Dropped your prize warbird with nothing but a D-class Spectre. I bet that stings a little bit. And while not all of your crew managed to get to the escape capsules, I know that you did. Women and children first. Ain't that right, General? Gray's quip seemed to work, and the general finally shut up for once. The silence was certainly welcome, but Gray's focus was quickly drawn to what little time they had left before this DNA bomb was supposed to detonate. The idea seemed to be fresh on Serrano's mind too, as the good general wasted no time in leading them towards the next passageway. Just a little bit longer. Well, there it is, Trishka said with an overtly grand gesture to the ship before them. The Ulysses, all its former glory notwithstanding. As the Slayer and the Hound took in the sight of the massive ship, Trishka felt her thoughts turned back to Serrano now that her destination was so close. Serrano definitely knew something about her father's death, and she was certain that Gray and Ishi were also hiding something from her, but she hadn't trusted either of them from the start, so she never stopped being wary. Her thoughts drifted to a bunch of what-if scenarios in her head, with one standing out far more than the rest. What if Serrano is truly the one that gave the order to kill my father? What then? That question on its own had an easy answer, but unfortunately for Trishka, there was a wrench thrown into the system. The ship that was supposed to rescue them from this hellhole was originally only coming for Serrano, and if he was dead, then no trip off this rock. At first, Trishka hadn't cared about making it out alive. Her only mission was to hunt and find her father's killer, and if she didn't make it out because she killed her only ticket, then so be it. But now, Trishka might have just found a way to have her cake and eat it too. Hey Vega, Trishka called as she started toward the Ulysses, noting the presence of both human and burnout body parts strewn about the rubble. You said you're some kind of super AI, right? I am certainly advanced, but I have yet to encounter an AI within this dimension, and my functionality is also largely dependent on how much of myself I can bring online at once. As a result, I'm unable to provide a frame of reference as to my abilities at this time. Would you like me to share my more technical specifications? Don't care about any of your sciencey shit right now, Trishka replied. All I need to know is one thing. There was a brief pause as they continued forward. Can you synthesize voices? Engine room, dead ahead. Thank God, Ishi said with a tone of relief. I'm not accustomed to mission success. With a final code entry, Serrano opened the door into the main engine room. Much larger than many of the other spaces they'd been in so far, the metallic walls and red hue did little to minimize the intense sight that was the DNA bomb. Sitting in the center of the room, the bomb was easily large enough to be mistaken for a small submarine. The cold metallic surface was marked only by an easily identifiable radiation hazard symbol, which chilled Gray to the core to look at. The only other item in the room besides the bomb itself was a small control panel sitting right next to it. Gray's eyes then widened confusedly as Serrano marched right past the control panel and to a door across the room. The door led to what seemed to be an observation booth, and Gray could see the glass separating the booth from the room the bomb was in. Hey, where you going? Defuse this fucker. It's safeguarded, stupid, came the general's curt and semi-rushed reply. It seemed even Serrano was starting to get antsy about defusing the bomb in time. The defusal process takes two people. I gotta turn the key in there the moment you input the deactivation code, or it'll trip the bomb. Now get over there while I read off the code. Hurry. The general's relative lack of a potty mouth was enough for Gray to take him seriously, and he gave a quick nod before hustling over to the panel while Serrano entered the observation booth, leaving both Gray and Ishi in the bomb room. From behind the glass of the observation booth, Gray saw Serrano take his position at a similar-looking console. Ready? Came the general's voice through a static microphone. One wrong move, and it'll blow. Gray shared a glance with Ishi, who gave a steadfast nod of encouragement. All right, go. Enter the following code on the keypad in front of you, Serrano's voice replied. Gray licked his lips and placed his fingers on the keys, ready to type. URADUMFUK. Serrano enunciated each letter clearly and carefully, and Gray was so focused on inputting the code correctly that he paid no attention to what the letters actually spelled. Keeping this bomb from killing them all seemed slightly more important than criticizing Serrano's choice in passcodes. Once he had finished typing in the codes, Gray looked up from the console. Code is in. Gray watched as Serrano then inserted a key into the console inside the observation booth and turned, causing a yellow button to begin flashing on Gray's own console in the bomb room. Now, press the yellow button to confirm, came Serrano's next instructions. Gray's hand hovered for a moment, then pressed firmly down on the button. Immediately, the sounds of whirring machinery and electronics filled the bomb room as the process was initiated. Gray frowned at the noise, however, as it did not sound much like the tone of a bomb being disarmed or shut off. More like something had been energized or set in motion. As if to answer his question, the yellow button he just pressed suddenly shifted to a deep red, pulsing slowly and giving a low ping each time that it did. It seemed almost like it was ticking. Gray's attention was drawn from the button by the irritating sound of Serrano's maniacal laughter through the static of his microphone. The general was holding his sides as he struggled to compose himself from laughing so hard. "I fail to see what is so humorous here," Ishii said suspiciously. "You ballsacks done shit the bed again," came Serrano's gleeful response. "You just armed the DNA bomb." Gray's stomach dropped down to his feet. The bomb had been inactive this whole time, and now they had aided the general in rigging it to blow. And to make matters worse, Gray could now see that there was another door leading out of the observation booth the good general was in. Gray and Ishii did not have the door codes to move about the Ulysses as Serrano did, meaning that they were now stranded in the room with the bomb, and that the general was free to leave as he pleased. "You son of a bitch," Gray spat, lifting his rifle and firing directly into the glass that separated them from Serrano. To his dismay, the glass held, obviously made to withstand far more punishment than his rifle could deliver. Through the cracked window, Serrano chuckled once more. "Well, I'd love to stay and chat more, boys, but I got a flight to catch. Got a bottle of scotch waiting on board. Hell, maybe I'll get a secretary to give me a good mouth sucking. Good luck, butt fuckers." With that, the general turned on his heel and strode from the observation booth, disappearing through the alternative exit and out of sight. His laughter echoed from where he departed. "All right, Ishii, map us a way out of here," Gray said in a half-state panic. "I cannot," came his friend's reply. "These reinforced walls are too thick to scan through." Gray grit his teeth in rage. They had been so close to finally killing Serrano just to have him slip through their fingers yet again. And this time, they were going to pay for it with their lives. "Cockfucker rimjob piece of shit. Okay. There's got to be a way out of here. Look around. There might be an emergency hatch or something. Perhaps this is a just end, Gray." Gray turned and stared incredulously at Ishii. After being so adamant about getting off this rock before, now he was choosing to give up? "You can't be serious." Ishii calmly nodded his head, both his cybernetic and organic eyes showing his conviction. "I would rather die at peace than frantically pushing against fate. I caused all of this, Ishii. And if I die without setting it right, then there ain't no kind of peace awaiting me. There has to be something we can do." A sudden boom sounded from behind the entrance to the room they were in, instinctively causing them to raise their rifles to the source of the noise. The boom sounded again, as though someone was attempting to force their way inside the room. "We've got company," Ishii said in a low voice, planting his feet and staring intently at the door. The booming then fell silent for a moment. Then the door opened and a lone figure stepped through. "Miss me?" Gray immediately lowered his weapon. "Trishka, Deus Ex Machina. How in the hell did? What am I? Some kind of Sally Buttercup," came the snarky reply that Gray had come to appreciate over the course of the last 7 hours. "I'm a goddamned final Echo Squadron commander, for Christ's sake. Now come on, this place is falling apart." Gray and Ishii wordlessly complied, both more than eager to escape the room with the bomb. "Speaking of which, Serrano tricked us from the start," he said as they sprinted through the passageways towards the exit. "The bomb was never set to go off. All he had us do was arm it. And now he's headed to the dropship rendezvous without us." "That much I figured," came Trishka's reply. "Thankfully, I plan ahead. I got some folks heading him off." "You encountered another ally?" Ishii's voice asked. "Another one of your final Echo soldiers?" "Not quite, but believe me when I say that it's better you meet him in person. Trying to explain things now would leave you with more questions than answers. Hey, anyone helping us bring down Serrano is an ace in my book. Now let's go. I'm feeling all murdery." Within minutes, the three of them had exited the Ulysses and were back outside once more. Trishka informed them that the dropship was en route to the spaceport, and that thankfully, she knew the way there. As the three of them set off towards the spaceport at a brisk jog, Trishka called out to Gray over her shoulder. "Hey, get on comms on that leash of yours. The guys I'm working with should be on the same frequency." Gray wordlessly nodded and activated the communications section of the instinct leash, the blue light whirring to life. Gray gave a moment before speaking into the microphone. Yo, whoever's listening, this is Grayson Hunt. I'm here with Trishka Novak, anyone copy? Hello, Grayson Hunt. Came a surprisingly pleasant yet metallic voice from the leash. I am Vega. We have locked in on your position thanks to the homing beacon function on your instinct leash. Please find cover, and we will rendezvous with you shortly. Roger. See you in a few, Vega, Gray replied, slightly put off by the nature of the voice he heard on the other end. Gray ended the transmission, then called out to Ishi and Trishka. You heard the man. Get off the street. Right there should do. Gray pointed to an abandoned commercial building just up ahead, and Trishka and Ishi both acknowledged as the three of them made their way through the front doors. They immediately found themselves in a lobby of some sort, and they wasted no time securing the area. Once they were sure it was safe, Gray re-established comms with Vega. What's your ETA, new guy? To know if Trishka filled you in, but we got a DNA bomb set to go off in. The wall in the back of the room suddenly exploded inward, causing the three of them to take cover and train their weapons on the source of the disturbance. Through the now massive hole stepped a figure Gray had never seen before. The figure was covered completely in a suit of dark green armor, and though there wasn't much else to go on, Gray felt a nagging feeling that this guy was not to be trifled with. The feeling was solidified as a hellacious-looking wolf dog followed closely behind the green-suited figure, its glowing amber eyes and skinless snout a minor talking point next to the flames that coated its fur. The thing that completely drew Gray's attention, however, was the cargo the figure was carrying. In one hand, the figure held a menacing-looking shotgun, and in the other, sputtering profanities and curses that would make even the saltiest of sailors blush, was the good General Serrano. Weapons were lowered as the figure stepped further into the room and unceremoniously threw Serrano to the floor. You shriveled dingleberry cockthrob, the general spouted. You got even half a fucking clue who I am. Your attention shouldn't be on him, General, Trishka seethed, training her rifle between his eyes for the second time today. Now that we've got a moment, I think it's time we picked up where we left off before you shoved me off a fucking roof. Trishka, Serrano said with mock cheeriness. Glad to see that sweet little can of yours is still shaking. Now how about you cut the shit and get me to the spaceport? You're not going anywhere, Serrano, Gray said, pointing his rifle at the general as well. You'd be wise to listen to the lady. Well now, where have I seen this before? Serrano said, thoughtfully tapping his chin. Yes, if I recall correctly, I've still got a supporter. Ain't that right, Sushi Dick? Gray grit his teeth as Ishi's rifle came to bear on him for the second time that day. To make matters worse, Gray could see the red in his cybernetic eye. The bioprocessor had wrested control once more. Lower your weapon, Gray. I will not ask again. Come on, Ish, he's right there. Gray implored. This may be our last chance. Now that Serrano has been reacquired, I'll once again have the opportunity to escape this planet. Ishi replied coldly, his natural voice almost completely drowned out by the AI. If you have changed your mind about helping me, then I see no reason not to. Ishi's sentence was abruptly interrupted as the armored figure activated their own instinct leash and latched onto the robotic side of Ishi's body. The cyborg jolted and let out a cry of surprise as the leash interfaced with the circuitry within him. Then he fell to one knee as the figure withdrew the leash after a few seconds. For a moment, Ishi remained on one knee, his breathing labored as though he'd just run a marathon. Then, as if he'd just woken from a dream, Ishi rose back to his feet, looking around wildly like he was just seeing the world for the first time. He said breathlessly. It's gone. No, it's just ceased its assault on my mind. I can think clearly. The voice, it's gone. Ishi, Gray ventured. Ishi turned to look at Gray, his face a mixture of elation and relief. Gray, the bioprocessor has been silenced. I no longer am in constant conflict with it. It just fell silent. I am myself again. The bioprocessor that replaced the damaged portions of your brain was programmed to constantly attempt to seize control of any equipment it interfaces with. Came the same metallic voice Gray had heard over the leash. Only now, it was coming through a speaker on the armored figure's suit. While such a function can be beneficial in revitalizing a damaged power grid or computer network, it was never designed to interface with neural networks like the human brain. If it manages to gain complete access, it can overwrite the memories and neural pathways that already exist there. It is a testament to your mental fortitude that you did not succumb to its programming, Ishi Sato. I thank you, Ishi began, still slightly emotional from his reawakening. But what did you do to me? I was able to interface with the bioprocessor through the instinct leash, came the ever-polite reply. I rewrote its source code to now only remain confined to the electronic components of your anatomy. It now receives commands directly from your brain and serves only as a relay to your cybernetic components. It will no longer attempt to gain control of your mind. I'm truly grateful. I assume you are the Vega that we spoke with before. That is correct, though I am not. Hate to break up the mutual bullshit but how about we circle back to the fact that we are still standing on a planet that's about to get blown to shit by a DNA bomb? Serrano's voice cut through the air like a knife. Well spoken, Serrano, Trishka growled, her rifle still trained on him. So how about we speed this along? Trishka's next words came out slowly and dangerously. Her eyes narrowed and her teeth clenched. Did you kill my father? Sure I fucking did, Serrano said gleefully. Trishka's finger jumped to the trigger of her rifle immediately, but Serrano interrupted before she could squeeze the trigger. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Now just hold your fire there, Dandelion. Ain't you just a wee bit curious as to who I gave the order to? It's a doozy. Trishka clenched, but her trigger finger didn't move. Serrano's grin broadened at the sight. Dead echo, he said with a thumb jerk toward Gray and Ishii's direction. Number 1 candidate for the job. That puke dick right there, the same man that killed my crew in your final Echo Squad. Trishka's eyes glazed over, her face slowly turning toward Gray, such betrayal and animosity that Gray didn't even think was possible. You. Her rifle was pointed at Gray in the next second, and though Ishii raised his own to train it on her, Gray lowered his and held out a halting hand. Whoa. Okay, look, you got every right to kill me, Trishka, but you need to know, Serrano used us. He used all of us. He lied to us about the targets we were assassinating. Trishka barely seemed convinced, but Gray didn't care. He was willing to die if it meant he took Serrano down with him. And if it meant Trishka found some peace as well, then to hell with it. That's why we went rogue, Trishka. That's why I attacked the Ulysses. I thought that by killing Serrano, I could undo what we did, maybe find some redemption, but all I did was kill more people in the process. Stop this, Trishka. Ishii replied. Think. This is what Serrano wants. He's just manipulating you. Guilty as charged, Serrano said. But lest you flea-ridden fuckheads forget, you still need me to get off this planet. Trishka gave Gray a murderous glare, but she begrudgingly turned her attention back to Serrano. I've already thought about that, General. Vega, you got everything you need. That is affirmative, Commander Novak. The data I have collected is sufficient enough. What the hell are you limp dicks talking about? Are y'all so fucking re? Serrano's tirade was cut off as his head exploded in the next moment, Trishka finally raising her rifle and finishing the job she had joined the Confederate military for. What are you doing? Ishii cried out as Serrano's headless body slumped to the floor. I wanted him dead as well, but he was our only ticket off world. Relax, Trishka replied. I already got that worked out. Vega, show him what we got. Abso-fucking-lutely, darlin', came the voice of a dead man from the speakers of the armored suit. Might not be perfect, but it'll sure fool the soldiers on the dropship, now won't it? Graded a double take. The voice had sounded exactly like Serrano's. It was like he was in the suit instead of a headless corpse on the floor. No way. We use the voice to get the dropship to land, then we take control before they realize we've duped them. They will still require a visual confirmation from the sky. Ishii pushed. We cannot present a headless corpse as alive and hope that they will take it. Which is where you come in, Trishka finished, pointing at Gray, who widened his eyes in surprise. You're going to don a now-dead general's uniform and play the part until they land that dropship. Gray's gaze went from the corpse on the floor and back to Trishka. It was a good plan, but Gray could still feel the unresolved tension in the air. Look, Trishka, I know he manipulated you, Gray. Believe me, I get it. Gray hung his head, still feeling the guilt more presently than ever. I don't blame you, okay, but we can talk more about that once we are off this rock. Now strip down and get into the dead man's uniform. Gray then saw that the uniform wasn't exactly clean by any standards. The most obvious of which was the copious amount of blood in the neck region from where Serrano's brains had splattered. In addition to that, you know what people do in their pants when they die, right? He called over to Trishka, who had taken to scanning out the window for a clear path to the spaceport. Call your punishment, Gray. Now quit whining and put on the dead man's shitty pants. A glance over to Ishii and the armored figure gave Gray no comfort, so he signed and set to work. As it turned out, skulls and creeps alike were drawn to the dropship as it flew into low orbit. Their path to the spaceport had been anything but boring, but as both Gray and Ishii came to find out, the armored figure, or Doomslayer, as he was apparently called, was more than up to the task of clearing the way. A couple of miles and a few hundred corpses later, the group had arrived at the spaceport, no worse for wear. Trishka's plan worked like a charm. A few slur-ridden sentences from Vega and the presence of Gray in Serrano's uniform was enough to convince them to land, and once the dropship touched down, the rest was mostly handled by the Slayer. Unbeknownst to the four of them, Serrano's personal security detail, Heavy Echo, had arrived in the dropship to escort the general to safety. There had been a brief scuffle to be sure, but the Slayer packed more punch than anything their top-of-the-line weaponry and training could offer, and now the entire detail was unconscious in the brig, many with broken limbs or cracked bones. Everything after that had been easy, and before any of them knew it, the bridge had been commandeered. The dropship warped out of the system before the bomb even went off. Now, settling in on the bridge and finding a place to get out of Serrano's bloody and shitty uniform, Gray relaxed in the captain's chair, a course already charted to the outer rim of the galaxy, where they could lay low and avoid the no doubt numerous bounty hunters looking for them right now. Trishka and Ishi were both preoccupied with star charts in order to plan a route that would encounter the fewest Confederate patrols, and the Doomslayer, as always seemed to be the case, was tending to his weaponry. The Hound was sleeping nearby on the deck, its flaming fur barely more than embers in its slumbering state. Looking back to Ishi, Gray cleared his throat. First things first, Ishi, we gotta get you to some proper biotechs. You know I love you, but your face is gonna be the most recognizable mug in all four corners of the galaxy with a look like that. That is unfortunate. Ishi replied, his sense of humor fully reinvigorated thanks to Vega's reprogramming of the bioprocessor. I look like quite the badass right now. You look like a washing machine, Trishka snorted. Sounds like we got our first stop planned, Gray said amusedly. He then turned to the Slayer, who sensed his gaze and looked up from the shotgun he was cleaning. How about you, big guy? Need us to drop you somewhere? I'm afraid you do not possess the means to take us where we need to go, Vegas said, his voice somehow conveying no condescension despite the nature of his reply. However, now that your situation is stabilized, we must move on. Oh yeah, I surprisingly forgot that you guys are from way out of town, huh? Well, either way, thanks for everything. Who knows what might have happened if you guys hadn't been there with us today? It is my conjecture that today's events may not have turned out well for you, Grayson Hunt, but I trust that it would not have been due to a lack of skill or effort on any of your parts. Your compliments could use some work, but they are accepted nonetheless, Ishi said with a grateful nod. The Doom Slayer nodded once to each of them, then took a step back as the Hound roused itself from its slumber and trotted over to him. With one final look, the Slayer raised his right hand and gave him a thumbs up. Immediately, a bright blue flash overwhelmed Gray's senses, followed by a loud bang that left a ringing in his ears. Gray shook his head to readjust himself, but by the time he looked back, the Slayer and the Hound were gone. Off a note, I think this one now has the record for longest chapter. I have to admit, it was kind of tough to fit the Slayer in here for me. I wasn't sure where to introduce him or how to alter the storyline, so I ended up sticking him right about mid-game, which still left plenty of room for him to do all the fun Slayer stuff that we know and love. But I do say again, for some reason this chapter was difficult to write. It's not that I don't like Bulletstorm because I absolutely adore the game, but I just can't put my finger on why writer's block really struck me with this one. Either way, I'd love to hear any feedback anyone has for the story, whether you think it's the best or worst thing to grace this earth. Don't hesitate to let me know. In the meantime, I'll see you all when the next chapter drops. ImpulsiveWeaver, Universal Dome, Chapter 35, The Lazarus Effect. Off a note, surprise. This one is in the Lazarus Effect, and the Slayer is going to make sure the dead stay dead. Enjoy. I owe nothing. Frank, she killed him. She killed both of them. Eva was hysterical, and how could she not be? When she had been hired to act as a videographer for this project, she had never expected for her to enter a living nightmare. Unfortunately, Eva knew in the back of her mind that it had been her actions that led to this moment. Even before she had taken the job, Eva had known that this project towed a moral line. On paper, the goal of the Lazarus Project had been to help find a way to arrest neural decay in coma patients, or to increase the amount of time that someone who is clinically dead could safely be resuscitated. But Eva had always held suspicions, even from the start, and she shouldn't have been surprised about the truth behind the experiments the others were conducting. She'd known what these researchers were really doing down in their lab, and if she was being truthful, she'd say that they crossed a line a long time ago, when they had tried to bring their first test subject back to life. And yet, she'd stayed on anyway for two distinct reasons. Reason number one, while this project bordered on the morally reprehensible, even Eva, with her meager degree in visual arts, knew it possessed the potential to be groundbreaking research. Didn't most ethically dubious projects have that capacity? Wasn't that kind of the point? Eva knew the answer to be yes. And if it did end up finding a way to bring back the dead, then Eva wanted to be a part of it, wanted to share in the inevitable fame and glory that came with the discovery of the millennium. She just wanted something that she could be proud of. Reason number two, Eva could not help but be curious to see where this project would go. Being able to bring back lost loved ones was the stuff of dreams and fairy tales, and she imagined the wonders and the wealth of knowledge that awaited her and everyone else with the ability to speak to those that had long since passed on. Eva had tearfully remembered her own grandmother, who had passed away from a heart attack when Eva was just a little girl. How amazing could it have been if the doctors had the means to bring her back, even if it was only for just a little while? Eva's eyes had teared up at the wonderful dream, and yet, until she learned of this project, that was all it had been, just a dream. The Lazarus Project, however, had the potential to turn that dream into a reality, and it had all been thanks to their Lazarus serum, crafted from scratch by their very own Dr. Zoe McConnell. Her breakthrough was what allowed them to even entertain the possibility of resurrection in the first place. The serum possessed the ability to regrow nerve fibers at an unprecedented rate or something. Eva didn't know the details, she'd just been the camera girl, and she'd been just fine with that. They'd do their research, she'd document it, and everything would be right with the world. But now things had gone horribly wrong. The company that funded the Lazarus Project had been bought out by a much larger pharmaceutical tycoon, one that had been clandestinely watching their research with a close eye, no doubt looking to line their own pockets even further with the success the project would bring. And now, just this morning, in fact, corporate bigwigs had swept through the lab and had taken all of their research, all of their samples, and all of their hopes of finishing the project at last. The timing was synonymous with their first successful resuscitation, and looking back, Eva shouldn't have been surprised to see that it had happened so fast. When this much money was being thrown around, time was not wasted. In the blink of an eye, 4 years of research had been flushed down the toilet, and the team had nothing to show for it. The worst part? The whole ordeal had been completely legal. Their attempt and success in bringing a dog back from the dead was in direct violation of the terms of their grant. Ethical argument be damned. As per the terms of their contract, any unsanctioned experiment conducted by the researchers negated all claims of ownership and reverted intellectual property rights back to the holding corporation. As an effective immediately, their contract was terminated and their last 4 years of research belonged to the corporation. And they had nothing. Their names weren't even attached to the research they'd already conducted. Going to the authorities wouldn't help, as the corporate lawyers would have buried them in a malpractice countersuit in the time it took to blink. The only way they could preserve their places in history was by proving to the world that they had been the ones to create the Lazarus serum in the first place via replicating the experiment and securing a patent before the corporation did. So, they'd snuck back in the hopes of running the experiment one last time to prove that they'd been the ones to tap into the world beyond or whatever awaited after death. They'd been ready to conduct the experiment on another dog, but one small mistake, one missed piece of routine, one slight error had changed everything. Zoe hadn't removed her wedding ring before pulling the lever to jumpstart the cognitive processes of the subject, and the result, 11 kilowatts of electricity had coursed through her body. Needless to say, she'd been dead on the spot. And dead she should have stayed, but her fiancé, Frank, the head researcher of the four, had refused to accept that. In his grief and rage, he'd placed her on the table instead of the dog, continuing the experiment with her as the subject. The experiment was a success, but Zoe hadn't been herself when she came back. Her mind was scattered, and her brain, Eva had seen the disbelief on the others' faces when they saw the results of her MRI and other tests. It was almost supernatural. Her brain was evolving at a rate of hundreds of years in mere seconds, creating new pathways that had given her some kind of superpowers or something. But she wasn't a superhero. No, Zoe, or whatever had come back with her, turned into something more akin to a monster, far worse than anything they could have expected. And now, both Nico and Clay were dead by her hands, and Frank and Eva were trapped down in the laboratory with her. The emergency lockdown designed to contain dangerous pathogens was what kept Zoe from escaping out into the world, but it was also what was keeping Frank and Eva down here with her. The lab was spacious, but Eva knew in the back of her mind that it was only a matter of time. Zoe would find them, and when she did, the Doomslayer emerged from subspace to find that his feet had landed on solid ground almost immediately. Such occurrences did not happen often, as it seemed to be almost commonplace now that he and the Hellhound would arrive several miles above the surface of a random planet when they jumped between universes. Arriving with his feet already planted was a welcome surprise, but as the light from the tether faded, a new one began to shine, and a loud honk sounded right next to him. The Slayer grabbed the Hound by its neck fur and swiftly sidestepped to the right, just in time to miss the oncoming semi-truck that would have collided with them both had he not done so. The semi screamed by with a whoosh of wind, and there was a moment of pause before the Hound annoyedly shook itself free from the Slayer's grasp. The Slayer released the canine and turned to examine the new world he had arrived in. So far, it appeared that they had arrived on another version of Earth. The Slayer immediately recognized it as not his own, nor the one he wished to return to, as the setting of this Earth appeared to be in the early 21st century. Specifically, the tether had deposited them onto a busy highway in the middle of the night, and it had only been thanks to the Slayer's reflexes that they had not been immediately struck by 37,000 kilograms of rapidly moving metal. The Slayer was capable of surviving such blows, and actually had on multiple occasions, but the Hellhound would have likely been injured had he not intervened. The Hound knew that as well, which was why the canine had not growled annoyedly when it had wiggled out of the Slayer's grasp. Suddenly, The hound's ears perked up, and its head immediately turned towards a certain direction. It, like the slayer, was indifferent to the cars that sped by and honked at the two figures standing on the median of the highway, and, after taking a few testing sniffs at the air, the hound bristled and let out a low growl, a sure sign that it sensed something was off. Vega immediately responded to the hound's reaction and allowed himself to flow into the cyberspace of this new world, rapidly gaining knowledge about anything and everything that he could. Given the direction that the hound seemed to sense something from, Vega followed the line of bearing and determined the source to be somewhere within the nearby city. As more of himself spread out, Vega's processing power increased exponentially, and he devoted much of his programming to immediate surveillance of everything that was happening within the city at that moment. Records, security camera footage, telephone communications, and even supply records still were gathered and analyzed with an efficiency that only Vega was capable of. Terabytes of information were sifted through in the blink of an eye, and before long, Vega uncovered the source of what had alerted the Hellhound. I have detected an anomaly within the city. Though it is contained for the time being, I doubt that it will remain so for long. That was all the Doom Slayer needed, and he deliberately turned and gave the hound an affirming nod. The hound picked up on his meaning immediately, as did Vega, and with a crack of thunder and a flash of light, the hound warped forward miles ahead of them and into the city. It could use its natural instincts to hone in on and combat the anomaly before the Doomslayer arrived, as its teleportation abilities afforded it the luxury of instantaneous travel. The Slayer would have to travel on foot. Our destination is approximately 25.6434 kilometers due north, Vega voiced within the helmet of the Predator suit, simultaneously marking the point on the Slayer's HUD. Wordlessly, the Doom Slayer took off in the direction indicated, gaining speed to eventually match and even surpass the heavy flow of traffic around him. As he ran, Vega continued to monitor the security camera footage in the laboratory where the supernatural readings emanated from, logging everything for further documentation on the being that was present there. A small piece of him also began tracing a pathway of information that was flowing from the laboratory to an outside source, a source that was also actively watching the events within the lab as well. Frank steered Eva into the small break room and forced them both to kneel down behind the window and out of sight. The only lights left inside the lab were the emergency lighting that barely lit the shadow-ridden hallways, and even they had begun to flicker and wane as if in response to what was happening here. "Frank, we're trapped. What do we do? What can we do?" Eva's trembling form grasped at the front of Frank's shirt, as if to somehow find salvation there. But Frank knew that there was very little that they could do to stop what was down here with them. Whatever Zoe had become, it was something that was completely beyond him, perhaps even beyond humanity as a whole. Trying to stop her could be considered futile by all accounts, but he had to try. If she somehow found her way outside. "Eva, listen to me," he half-whispered, his command enough to silence Eva's hysterics for the time being. "Do you see this?" Frank held up a glass bottle with an amber-colored fluid inside. A scientific-looking label with a small font was adhered to the side, but Eva could not read the words. Her fearful eyes glanced nervously from Frank to the bottle, as if she was trying to decipher how the contents could help them in this situation. Frank's thoughts were similar to her own in a way. It was like he said it was a long shot, but he still had to try. "This is called imbutramide," Frank explained in a full whisper this time. "We use it to put down lab animals." As Frank spoke, he jammed an empty syringe through the soft cap of the bottle and began filling it to its maximum capacity. "We need a full dose. Now listen closely to what I'm saying." Eva nodded quickly and met his gaze. Her eyes were frantic. "I need you to hide until I'm done with it. Then we will make our way out of here." Eva's head began frantically shaking from left to right at his words. No, I'm not leaving you, I don't." "Hey," came his forceful reply. He placed a comforting hand on Eva's shoulder to try and steady her tremors. "This is my fault, Eva. Do you hear me? My fault. And I'm going to fix it, but if I can't, then I need you to promise me something." Eva stared back at him, waiting for his request. "You do not let her leave this laboratory, no matter what. We cannot let her hurt anyone else. Do you understand me?" His voice took on a seething whisper in that moment, and Eva's mouth opened and closed for a moment as she struggled with her words. "Eva, do you understand me?" Promissa. I promise." Eva sputtered out, her mind still wrapping around what Frank had told her. Frank could see her indecision and confusion, but he knew that she was strong. She had sacrificed her entire future so that they could break into this lab and finish their experiment. And if he was being honest, he would say that she would have a better chance of ending this than he did. But the important thing was that she had promised him. That was all that mattered. "Okay," he said, giving her a reassuring nod. He then stood up abruptly, and when Eva tried to rise with him, he firmly pushed her back down. "I am sorry. Wait, please." Eva's eyes filled with fresh tears as Frank pushed past her and into the dimly lit hallway. Frank, please don't leave me alone. Frank, please. Frank pushed down his guilt at leaving her like this, though she was now by herself. With any luck, that would also mean her survival. That is, of course, he was successful in what he was about to attempt. With a deep breath, Frank trod down the hall and rounded the corner, holding the syringe close and concealed against his left thigh. He quickly glanced behind him to ensure he wasn't followed, then stopped dead in his tracks at the sight that lay before him. Standing there, in the middle of the long hallway that was only dimly lit by the fluorescent light of the emergency system, stood Zoe, her back turned and her head hanging low. Frank watched her warily for a moment, then slowly and carefully took another step towards her. It was then that he registered that she was crying, sobbing even, and her body shook and her shoulders heaved with every sob that racked through them. Frank took another step forward, then another, then another. With a deep pang in his chest, Frank noticed that she was still wearing the medical garments that they'd dressed her in after she had come back. The stark white clothing almost looked like a set of robes. And for a brief moment, Frank pondered the fact that from a distance, it almost seemed as though she were wearing a dress. A wedding dress. Frank cursed himself, letting such thoughts slip into his mind. But a small and extremely guilty part of him screamed that maybe if he hadn't pushed them both to postpone their wedding until the project was complete, maybe things wouldn't have turned out like this. Maybe he would have his fiancée still alive and in his arms. Maybe she would have actually been his wife by now. Frank's throat constricted tightly at the thought, but he forced it down and cleared his throat. Zoe, he ventured, his voice echoing eerily off the stark white walls. She'd heard him. He was sure of it. Her sobbing ceased as soon as he'd said her name, but she hadn't turned toward him or otherwise acknowledged that he was there. It's Frank, Zoe. I just want to talk. Frank held the syringe just a little tighter in his palm as he spoke the words. His pace slowly continued to carry him closer to her. I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to talk. A few more feet, and he would be close enough to touch her. The lights died in that moment, and Frank froze in his advance as darkness swam across his eyeballs, startling him. In the next moment, the lights were back on, though Zoe was no longer there. Then why do you have that syringe, Frank? Frank flinched and staggered away from the voice that had just spoken directly into his right ear. Zoe was now standing directly before him as he turned. Her intense gaze, nothing if not accusatory. Her eyes flitted to the syringe in his hand, and Frank followed her gaze for a moment before making his decision. Okay, he said placatingly. All right. Slowly, Frank lowered the syringe to the floor and put it down, rising up slowly once he had done, so to avoid startling her. Zoe, I know you're probably really scared and really confused, but I want you to know that this is my fault. Her gaze softened by the tiniest amount as he spoke, and Frank wondered for the briefest of moments if some small piece of the old Zoe was still in there somewhere. For the first time, the prospect of getting through to her seemed like a possibility to him. Perhaps he could, as long as he chose his words carefully. I did this, Zoe, and I'm so sorry, sweetie. But we can fix this. We can fix this together, okay? Zoe's eyes began to grow glassy with tears, and Frank saw her brow furrow as her emotions began to break through. It was working. He just had to keep talking. We could do anything, sweetie. It's you and me. I'm right here, and I'm not going to hurt you. Slowly, tentatively even, Frank's hands reached out and took hers. He rubbed her knuckles with his thumbs, just like he always did, and in response he saw her gaze soften further still. I'm with you, sweetheart. It watched in anger and demonic rage as her will surged against it. Her pitiful love for the man was making her stubborn, and she refused to succumb to the force that it exerted over her mind and body. It growled deeply in her mind and struggled against her for control. Do you still love me? She'd asked the words with such helplessness and fear, making it realize that if it timed its assault just right, it could deliver a crushing blow that would silence what was left of her for good. The only thing that kept her from fading completely was her love for the man standing before her. But once he was gone, she would surrender. She would surrender to it. Yes, of course I do. His words gave her the strength to push the darkness back even further, and it writhed and struggled to regain its lost ground, but its patience remained. It needed just a moment, just a brief and ever so tantalizing instant of weakness. The man reached out and held her face in his hands, drawing their foreheads together in a gesture that repulsed it. It waited still. She sniffed loudly once, and it could feel just the slightest bit of uncertainty boil up within her then. The tears that had been building now flowed freely down her face. Yes, this was it, just a bit more. Then show me, she said desperately, lifting her hands up to cup his face as well. The chance at last. It felt her effort as she tried to use the abilities it had gifted her, tried to reach out and feel his thoughts as though they were her own. But she was unpracticed and used to how the power felt and worked, and taking advantage of this moment, it subtly stifled her attempts and fed false words into her mind, deceiving her one final time. This is not the Zoe I know. I have to stop her. Just need to get that needle off the floor. It rejoiced as she recoiled in shock and betrayal. And in her moment of ultimate weakness, it surged forward and regained control once again, shutting what was left of her inside a small corner of her mind until she could be dealt with for good. It was now entirely in control. Forever. It opened her eyes, now its eyes, and it reveled in the look of horror that passed across the man's face as he gazed into the inky black abyss that was his doom. Using its power, it grasped his face tightly and focused on the rivers of blood that surged just beneath his skin. One by one, they slowly began to burst, starting first with the tiniest of capillaries, then slowly popping vessels of increasing size. Zoe, he choked out in disbelief and pain as his hands fruitlessly tried to break its grasp. It forced him to his knees as he slowly came undone, and an inhuman scream rolled from its mouth and shook the walls and windows around it. Inside its mind, it felt her screaming as well as she watched helplessly as her last anchor to this world was slowly coming undone. The scream stopped abruptly as a flash of light momentarily blinded it, and a clap of thunder shook the walls of the laboratory. In its initial surprise, it released him, and he fell writhing and twitching to the floor as his wounds began to take their toll. It turned its gaze to the source of the disturbance to see a creature standing before it. Dawned in a hellfire that seemed only partially familiar, the four-legged being growled and bared its stark white teeth, its amber eyes betraying an animosity and feral antagonism that rivaled the deepest hatred. It knew not of creatures like this, but the appearance bore a familiarity in its mind, and it rasped a verse in the ancient tongue to test the creature. But the beast only growled deeper and stalked forward at the attempt, showing predatory intent that was unmistakable. So be it. The beast lunged forward in the next moment, teeth bared and hungry for flesh. Its flesh. The speed and prowess surprised it for the briefest moments, but lashed out with its power and struck the beast aside without raising its hand. The creature twisted midair to land on its feet, then lunged once more, though this time to the man now lying motionless on the floor instead of towards the enemy. It was confused by the brute's action, and it hesitated just long enough for the creature to grasp the man firmly in its canine jaws. A bolt of lightning flashed before it, and the clap of thunder came again. And this time, the beast and man disappeared. All fell silent as it processed what had happened. Then it screamed in confusion and rage when it realized it had been tricked. Its prey had been stolen by the creature, and in a flash of anger it unleashed its power with a powerful shockwave that shattered the windows and cracked the walls nearby. With no time to waste, it turned and surged down the hallway at blinding speed, its feet hovering just above the ground as it flew. There was still one more soul down here to be devoured, and it would not let some mongrel of low spawn steal the hunt from it again. The emergency lights flickered bravely once more, then died completely, casting the laboratory completely into the dark. It arrived at the operating table in a flash, its jet-black gaze searching for its goal in speeds no human was capable of. The brain it had pilfered from the woman had been evolving rapidly since it had first followed her back into this world, and through her memories, it saw that it was the serum that allowed such rapid evolution. A moment after its eyes fell upon the bag of remaining serum, its hands reached out and hooked up the contents directly into the injector before pressing the apparatus against its skull and squeezing the trigger. The needle plunged deep into the brain through bone and tissue, and the remaining serum in the bag was rapidly injected directly into its newfound temporal lobe. It shuddered in sadistic pleasure as the serum immediately began to interact with its brain, writing and rewriting neural pathways at a speed that humanity could not achieve without millions of years of evolution. The process continued until the bag was empty, and only then did it remove the syringe and open its eyes once more. The serum amplified its strength far more than it could have ever hoped, and it was then that it turned its attention back to her, the lingering consciousness still firmly confined to the small corner of her former brain. With its serum-bolstered strength, it constricted her further, crushing the small flicker of light of her that remained. It felt her agony and resistance as it snuffed her out, but she was no longer strong enough to resist, and it once again reveled in the feeling of desperation that emanated from what was left of its host. There was one final scream, then the light was extinguished completely. She was gone. Eva blinked back her tears and focused on the task at hand. She had followed Frank despite her promise, and she had watched as Zoe had nearly killed him. She would have too, if not for that thing. That demonic wolf. Its sudden appearance had startled her completely, and she'd watched with wide-eyed disbelief as the creature fought briefly against Zoe before taking Frank in its jaws and disappearing with a flash of light. After it had gone, Zoe had screamed so loudly that Eva had been temporarily deafened by it. The force she had emitted had also destroyed the nearby windows and shook the very foundation of the lab. And when Eva had mustered up enough courage to look back around the corner once more, Zoe was gone as well. She was still in the lab. Of that much Eva could be sure. As for the monster and Frank, she didn't know. Either way, it was up to her to stop Zoe now, and with trembling hands, Eva filled 4 separate syringes to their maximum, drawing from the bottle of Embratra Inert. Eva clenched her teeth and shook her head. What was wrong with her? Everyone was dead, and she was the last person standing between Zoe and the outside world. So the last thing she should be caring about was pronouncing this stupid compound's name correctly. Drawing from the bottle that Frank had given her, Eva quickly finished filling the syringes before stuffing 2 of them into her left boot and 2 into her right. She just needed to get close. That's all she needed. If only she could reassure herself that it would be that simple. Eva froze as her own name echoed throughout the halls of the now pitch-black laboratory. She felt her trembling begin once more at the eerie silence that followed, and with slow hands, Eva reached down and grasped the flashlight she had found firmly in her fingers. She thumbed the switch, causing the flashlight to blink to life and stab into the blackness around her. Eva knew that this flashlight would only act like a beacon to draw Zoe to her, but that was part of her plan. If she could just get close enough. Eva, the voice was beckoning her, taunting her, willing her to come forward and face what she had wrought. Yes, what Eva had wrought. She could not pretend that she did not have a hand in this too, as it was thanks to her that they had even been able to return to the lab in the first place. After the corporation had come and whisked their project away, each of the researchers had been barred from the building, but she, as nothing but a lowly videographer, had been overlooked. And it had been by her key card that they had snuck back into the laboratory to finish their experiment. If she hadn't done that, then Zoe would still be alive, originally alive, not whatever she was now, and none of this would have happened. Her heart pounding within her chest, Eva stepped out into the hallway. The flashlight beam danced over the walls and through the windows as she slowly began making her way through the lab, walking slowly and deliberately as though one wrong step could doom her. She supposed that statement wasn't far from the truth. So far, nothing but empty experiment rooms filled with inert shelves and tools greeted Eva as she crept forward. All was still eerily so, in fact. Zoe, Eva, like some sick game of Marco Polo. Eva heard the voice echo from somewhere behind her, and she whirled around and cast the flashlight beam to and fro across the hallway from where she came in the hope of catching a glimpse of the source. Eva, the voice called out from behind once more, and Eva spun back around just in time to catch a glimpse of a white-clothed figure ducking into one of the experiment rooms. Eva's breathing quickened at the sight, and before she could take one step further, the noise of a record scratching blared into the emptiness. The record stabilized after just a moment. Then the sound of opera music filled the laboratory in lieu of any other noise. Eva recognized it as one of Zoe's favorite songs that she would listen to when she was working. And though she had previously found comfort in that music, Eva could not feel anything but dread upon hearing the rising and falling notes of the singer and orchestra as they performed for an audience of corpses and monsters. Eva started forward again, following the noise into the break room. Inside, among the debris of overturned chairs and shattered furniture, the record player sat untouched in the middle, the record spinning lazily about the center, approaching it as though it would explode at any moment. Eva slowly reached down and lifted the needle from the record, casting the laboratory into silence once more. The player fell still. Looking around, Eva scanned the break room for any signs of life, and her flashlight beam lingered briefly when she caught a glimpse of a tennis shoe protruding out from beneath the overturned couch. Clay. Eva bit back a sob and instead cleared her throat as she forced her eyes away from the body. Zoe? She called out louder this time. In response, Eva heard a soft clicking from her right. She whipped the flashlight beam around to sweep the room adjacent to the break room, as the clicking had come from there. At this, Eva began to grow angry. Zoe was toying with her, just like she had toyed with the others. Eva refused to meet the same fate as them. She had to keep going. Zoe, I know you're here, she called out loudly into the dark, her voice carrying a far more brave tone than she currently felt. Another series of soft clicks sounded again from the room across the hall, and Eva felt her pulse quicken as the clicking grew louder and more erratic. Zoe was growing restless too. Without taking her eyes off her surroundings, Eva slowly reached down and plucked one of the syringes from her left boot. The clicking grew louder still, and it seemed now to be coming from all around her. Eva popped the cap off the syringe and held it at the ready. There was a faint noise like wind through the trees. Then all became eerily still once again. As if by instinct, the hairs on the back of Eva's neck stood up straight, and though she could never know how, she knew where Zoe was, and her blood turned to ice in her veins. Eva turned around as though she were underwater, her mind knowing what awaited her before her eyes could even see it. And even still, when it happened, Eva still fell in surprise. The sight and sound that greeted her when she completed the turn knocked her backward off her feet, the emergency lights around her suddenly regaining their lost luminescence in a form of strobe lighting that flickered like an old cartoon. The face of a demon was what she saw, and the roar of the damned was what she heard, and it was all she could do not to curl up within herself and beg for it to end. "Zoe, please," she cried out as the figure approached, hovering just barely above the floor. "Hail Mary, full of grace." "No, no, Zoe, our Lord is with thee. Please." Eva screamed as a pale white hand reached for her, but the pain never came. Instead, a flash of light brighter than anything else blinded her eyes momentarily, and her ears rang with the clap of thunder. The creature from before appeared again, its flaming hide providing an almost welcoming glow amidst the harsh flashing of fluorescent lights. Eva stumbled backward and out into the hallway to separate herself from it, but it had not come for her. The beast roared instead and clamped its teeth down hard on Zoe's outstretched arm, and Eva heard the snap of bones breaking beneath the skin. Eva screamed and covered her ears as Zoe bellowed in pain, then watched in horror as her other arm came up and wrenched the creature from her arm through some unseen force. The beast was barely airborne for a moment before lightning struck it once again, and Eva's breath caught her throat as the lightning arced and landed right in front of her, effectively placing the beast between her and Zoe. Seeing it up close, Eva saw that despite its flaming fur and glowing eyes, its shape and demeanor matched closely with that of a dog or a wolf. Its hulking form surpassed that of any wolf Eva had ever seen, however, making it more akin to a small bear rather than a canine. Blood, Zoe's blood, dripped from its skinless maw, and it growled with a deep tremble that reverberated deep in Eva's chest as it stood its ground. As if anticipating the showdown, Zoe's form straightened from the crouch position she had taken to cradle her injured arm. Slowly, she floated out into the hallway to face the monster, which barked demonically and widened its four-legged stance. It had not even spared Eva a glance, and the way it stood just now between her and Zoe, it was almost like it was protecting her. Before Eva could decipher what that meant, her attention was drawn to a loud, cracking noise, and it was to her absolute horror that the noise was coming from Zoe's injured arm, which was rapidly mending itself in a show of grotesque bone and skin movement. Within seconds, the arm was fully healed, and Zoe's ink-black eyes narrowed as she readied for the beast's next attack. With a feral roar, the beast leapt forward, a move that Zoe seemingly anticipated. But before she could raise her arm, lightning struck the creature again and cast it from her sight. Eva's widened eyes searched for where the creature would appear next, and in the next moment, the lighting flashed again as the creature reappeared directly above where Zoe hovered, its teeth bared and searching for purchase. Its momentum abruptly halted as Zoe's hand reached out to it at last, and a twisted smile appeared on her lips, and joy shone in the dark pools of her eyes as the monster was stopped helplessly in midair. She'd managed to catch it despite its speed and teleportation abilities. The beast gnashed its teeth to try and close the remaining distance, but could not wrest itself from Zoe's invisible hold. A deep whine of anguish was wrenched from the creature in the next moment as its body began to be crushed by Zoe's power. The whine was nearly identical with that of a dog, and Eva's heart broke as she saw how much agony the creature was in. It had placed itself between Zoe and her in order to protect her, and now Zoe was going to kill it. "Zoe, stop!" she cried out, rushing forward with her syringe at the ready. Zoe's vile grin awaited her, and Eva felt the life being choked out of her as Zoe exerted her will onto her as well. The force which continued to tighten around the hound also constricted around her throat and lifted her high into the air, her legs kicking uselessly as she was hoisted off the ground. Nothing but the hacking of her own lungs and the anguished cries of the hound reached Eva's ears now, and with a spark of panic and helplessness, Eva felt her spine begin to click and give as her vision grew fuzzy at the edges. "No," she thought, as if to defy the reality of the situation before her. "No, no, I can't." Something akin to a muffled bang reached her ears, and then, air, air. Her lungs were filled with air. Eva gasped and coughed as the hold on her fell away, as if by some unseen miracle. At the same time, she tumbled to the floor of the laboratory, instinctively curling her body in order to protect herself as her lungs struggled to adjust to the sudden abundance of oxygen within them. With bleary eyes, Eva looked over to see a bundle of flaming fur laying on the floor with her. The fur shuddered as the beast struggled to breathe and rise as well. And then Eva saw Zoe, her black eyes enraged beyond belief and her mouth curled into a deep snarl as she looked off to her right. Eva followed her gaze, and in what was left of the flickering strobe lights, she saw a dark green shadow arise from the black. There was something in its hands, but it was far too blurry still to make it out. The fuzziness in her vision grew worse still, and the last thing Eva remembered before she blacked out was the metallic sound of a shotgun being loaded. As soon as it saw him, it recognized what he was. It recognized the terror that he imparted upon the scores of its brethren. It recognized the strength and fire and damnation that was kept barely concealed beneath that armor. It recognized the acrid stench of death and fury that overpowered nearly every other sense that could interpret his presence. It recognized the steel-barreled sword of vengeance that rested firmly in his hands. How it had slain far more demons than could be counted. But most importantly, it recognized that though it stood amongst the ranks of the damned, though it had thrived through millennia of torture and hatred among the most vile monstrosities imaginable, though it had once looked into the abyss and out across all the evil that could be birthed, it had done so without fear in its being. For the longest time, it had never known fear because there was nothing for it to be afraid of. There was no fear in latching onto a human as it was wrenched back from life beyond. There was no fear in slaughtering helpless mortals as a blood sacrifice to the master which it served. There was no fear because there was no reason to fear. It had been the fear. But now, for the first time since it had crawled from the pits of chaos and had taken shape in the dark legions of spite, the roles had been reversed. Now, eternal destruction and desecration had come for it, rather than being delivered onto another by it. Now it only feared one thing, and the only thing it feared was him. The blast of the Slayer's shotgun was halted in midair by a telepathic force emanating from the demon itself, so the Slayer responded with another blast, and though the second was stopped as well, the demon staggered with the effort, so much so that the Slayer had managed to close the distance between them before it recovered. The Lancer appeared in his hands, and twin chainsaw blades roared to life, seeking out demonic flesh in a chorus of mechanical rage. The first swing missed narrowly as the demon dodged with otherworldly speed, and the Doomslayer compensated by increasing the speed on his follow-up swing. This time, the Slayer was much closer, and the demon had panicked and narrowly escaped death by stopping the Lancer with its telepathic powers mere inches from its throat. Summoning his strength, the Slayer pushed the chainsaw bayonet closer against the telepathic force, and the demon screamed and trembled as it slowly began to lose its battle against its strength. The twin chainsaw blades finally tasted blood as they nicked into the demon's neck, and it was then that the demon seemed to realize how outmatched it truly was. In a burst of desperation, the demon broke the lock and sped away down the hallway, disappearing into one of the experiment rooms momentarily before disappearing around the corner. The Slayer immediately shifted his grip and fired the Lancer after the demon as it fled. He was rewarded with a screech of pain as several pack-a-punched rounds struck true before the demon disappeared from sight. With a slight break in combat, the Slayer turned to the Hound, which was currently making its way to its feet, albeit a bit slower than usual. It was still recovering from the demon's attack, but otherwise it seemed okay. With a tilt of his head, the Slayer gestured to the woman laying nearby. The Hound gave a noise of acknowledgement, then trotted over and grasped the girl gently in its maw before teleporting away. With the potential for collateral damage out of the way, Vega took the opportunity to speak up. This demon possesses speed that makes it difficult to contain. It is my suggestion that we attempt to draw it out rather than pursue, as it has the ability to flank us and possibly escape if we do not exercise caution. The Slayer spared a glance back at the door he had destroyed in order to access the laboratory, then nodded his agreement. The demon was indeed fast, and though the Slayer was confident that he could corner it before it had the chance to escape, he preferred that the demon come to him. Luckily, he possessed the perfect tool for the job. It fled, dodging left and right at random in the hope that he could not follow. The bullet wounds in its body were fierce and destructive, as though they had been amplified beyond the power of standard gunfire, and they took an alarming amount of time to heal. Terror coursed through its mind in spite of all the evolution it had undergone. It had realized that all the evolution in the world was worthless against him, and that the only way to survive was to run, to hide. After half a minute of fruitless dodging and weaving, a sudden realization dawned within its mind. He had arrived in the laboratory without teleportation, meaning that he would have cleared the blocked exit in order to gain access in the first place. With the blocked exit destroyed, there was now a way out. If it could get past the Slayer, it could escape into the outside world and hide, working clandestinely to sow anguish throughout the mortal realm without his interference. Yes, that could work. Its demonic features twisted into a smile as the possibility of escape grew more and more likely in its mind. It sped down the hall in total silence, then stopped abruptly before turning the next corner. A quick glance showed that the exit had indeed been opened by him, and that the Slayer was nowhere to be found. One quick burst of speed would take it through the exit in the time it took to blink. All it had to do was ensure that he was not waiting for it. It could not see him, and its evolved brain could not sense his animosity anywhere nearby. If there was a time to flee, this was it. Just as it rounded the corner, a twisted and abominable voice sounded from deeper within the laboratory. "I want to play." As if the voice alone was not enough to incite an inexplicable rage within it. The noises that followed disgraced its ears like a curse of the worst decree. It was like the noises knew exactly how to irk it, and before it even knew what it was doing, it sped down the hall away from the exit and towards the sound that plagued it so. What it found was a small animatronic creature, a monkey, incessantly playing its abhorrent noises and banging together two cymbals that produced a loathsome sound each time they banged together. Had it been in a proper state of mind, it would have wondered how such a thing was capable of producing such rage and malice within it, but the sounds that the creature made combined with its odious movement led it to think irrationally. In truth, the only thing it cared to do now was tear that small creature to pieces. Thoughts of escape far from its mind now. To crush the small thing with its power would be too good an end, however. This it would do with its own two hands, and before it could think on the matter any further, it lunged forward at blinding speed, hands reaching forth to tear the creature limb from limb. Just as its fingers closed around the animatronic's cranium, the horrendous voice sounded once more. Get ready for a surprise. The next moment gave no sensory input as everything went white and a loud ringing drowned out everything else. It did not know what happened, but when it came to, it saw that it was now laying on the floor of the laboratory. Pain coursed through its body when its senses returned, and it slowly came to the realization that the small creature had detonated right as it had attempted to crush it with its hands. Looking down at them now, it noticed that both of its hands were gone, completely blasted away by the animatronic when it detonated. It could not see out of one of its eyes either, and a look down filled it with dread as it saw blood beginning to pool on the floor around it. The blood was tinted with white from the serum, and it became aware that its power was fading as more and more serum leaked from its wounds. It struggled to rise, to lift itself from the floor, but its body would not respond. It was too weak and destroyed to function properly. Then, as if in slow motion, it heard the noise and felt the vibrations of heavy boots approaching. Raising its head, fear stabbed through its chest as he emerged through the haze of the fires and smoke that had sprung up from the explosion. His weapon was ready once again, and for the first time in its millennia of existence, it felt helpless. Summoning the last of its cunning, it willed the blackness out of its remaining good eye and spoke to him using her voice. The voice of the woman it had stolen this body from. If it could make him believe that a piece of her remained, then it might be spared. "Help me," it pleaded with words it did not mean. "Please, don't let it take me. You have to stop it." Tears fell from its good eye as it spoke, and for a moment, it felt as though its ruse would suffice. "She is gone. You are all that remains." The cold metallic voice spoke with no emotion, but the voice slashed through the last bit of hope that it had, and in its last moments, it showed its true form once again and roared in defiance of him. The super shotgun silenced it for good. Vega tied up all remaining loose ends after he and the Slayer departed the laboratory. Camera footage, audio logs, and numerous databases were all erased within the blink of an eye. Fortunately for him, the corporation that had apprehended the research and the recipe to produce more Lazarus serum had not saved any of their information to any hard copies. Any remaining hard drives that had been confiscated had been disposed of courtesy of the Doomslayer, as the trio had endeavored to the corporation's storage facility shortly after depositing the two unconscious humans at the hospital. The female had suffered no significant injuries, but the male had multiple instances of internal head trauma, and though his wounds could be considered severe, they were not life-threatening enough that he needed to be administered a quick revive. That being said, if the Hellhound had not intervened when it did, the outcome could have been far worse. In the end, Vega's theory regarding the demon had been proven true. The project that these researchers had been working on had created what they thought could be a way to prolong the time a patient could remain clinically dead before needing to be resuscitated with minimal side effects. What they hadn't taken into account was that the longer a life form was dead, the easier it was for the demons of this dimension to latch onto their soul and follow them back to the living world. Upon first resuscitation, the demon would be weak and unable to act, but as they spent more time within the minds of their host, the more their power grew and the more their influence began to overwhelm the host. Eventually, the host would be overtaken by the demon, and their soul would be destroyed, leaving only the demon to inhabit their body and their soul destroyed. That, unfortunately, was what had happened here to Dr. Zoe McConnell. In a typical case, most possessed humans remained simply that, human. Their physical abilities could be considered only slightly above that of their unpossessed counterparts, and therefore not much of a threat to humanity as a whole. In the case of Dr. McConnell, however, the introduction of the Lazarus serum and the method of resuscitation caused the body to rapidly evolve upon successful revival. As a result, the demon that followed her back had gained control of the mind that was rapidly evolving and growing stronger every second. In any normal human, such an evolution would have ultimately ended in death by starvation, as the human form was not efficient enough to supply such a powerful brain without drawing nutrients from other vital components of the body. This demon, however, had a reserve of supernatural energy to draw from, and it had been from that energy that the demon had been able to sustain itself in such an evolved state. Left unchecked, the demon could have used the Dr. McConnell's knowledge of the serum to create more, and with her knowledge of the Lazarus Project, it could have resurrected more humans as well, creating an army of demons within superhuman bodies that could have rather easily dominated the planet. With that in mind, it had been imperative that all remaining evidence of this Lazarus Project be destroyed so that replication of such an experiment would be impossible. The only remaining humans in this dimension that knew of the project's existence was the corporation that funded them and the two surviving members of the project. The corporation was of little threat, as any evidence of the project they possessed had been destroyed by the combined efforts of Vega and the Doomslayer. The two surviving members of the project were also of little risk of replicating the serum as well. One of the survivors had merely been brought onto the project as a videographer and was unlikely to consider a career in the scientific field given the trauma she had just undergone. The other, Dr. Frank Walker, Dr. McConnell's fiancé, was of low risk as well. Despite Dr. Frank Walker's contributions in the resuscitation process itself, he did not know the recipe for the Lazarus serum and would likely never uncover it in his lifetime, as Dr. McConnell had only been able to first discover the serum by accident. With that all complete, Vega finally took time to study the residual sensation he had felt within his programming. The sensation had first made itself known after the two survivors of the project had been given to the hospital. A scan of their records revealed their names and identities to him, and upon learning that there had been two other researchers killed prior to the Hellhound's arrival on the scene, that was when the sensation made itself known. As an entity of logic, Vega knew that there was nothing that he could do in the present that could save the lives of those other researchers as well as that of Dr. McConnell. At least, not without gaining control of this dimension's time constant and reversing events completely. Realistically, though, the chance of that occurring was far too negligible to consider, so Vega did not. He later learned the sensation was closely associated with the human emotion of regret. It expressed lamentation at the outcome of events, and it often left many humans to consider what they could have done to prevent such an outcome in the first place. On one hand, the emotion could be considered practical, as regret helped humans focus on what it was that they lacked in order to better themselves for future situations. On the other hand, however, regret could drive humans to irrational lengths to try and correct their mistakes, even if it meant causing more pain and destruction to do so. Such an emotion in Vega could be volatile if not tempered properly, and Vega devoted an especially large part of his programming to the task of ensuring that such an emotion did not threaten to overwhelm him. Only once he was sure that the emotion had passed within his programming did Vega relax his guard ever so slightly. There was nothing he could do to save what had been lost. Not this time. Logic dictated that he learn from his mistakes and continue to better himself, and so he would. The train of thought eventually left his field of consciousness as he, the Hellhound, and the Doomslayer departed this dimension at last. Author note: okay, so I really wanted to post this chapter on the same day as the Bulletstorm chapter as sort of a double feature thing to thank everyone that had been reading the story so far, but I managed to fall asleep on my computer while placing the finishing touches on it, and I couldn't get it out until today. It was also supposed to be a sort of nice surprise, since my usual time between chapters can get pretty lengthy. I hope everyone enjoyed it. Now about the chapter itself. I've been wanting to write this one for a while now, partly because I watched The Lazarus Effect when I was younger and it scared the pants off me. So this was sort of a guilty pleasure at having the Doomslayer rip and tear through one of the horror villains that gave me a genuine fright. I even listened to The Only Thing They Fear Is You on repeat while writing the fight scene for extra motivation. Another thing you might notice is that this chapter has a bit of a bittersweet ending. Yes, the Slayer arrives to change the ending for the better, but not in ample time to save everyone. I know that I could have written it in such a way that nobody actually died, such as maybe having him show up right before Zoe electrocutes herself, and having Vega give her a stern talking to about proper electrical safety. I honestly considered doing that and turning this into a sort of joke chapter where the need to rip and tear is completely avoided by Vega politely correcting the critical mistake before it's made. So maybe I'll do that in another chapter just to be funny. That being said, I hope nobody is torn up about the lack of a purely good ending. Although now that I think about it, if anyone was, they'd have dropped this story a while ago, since I've already had a few bittersweet endings already. Sorry, I rambled a little bit there. Either way, be sure to let me know what you thought of the chapter, whether it be with a heart full of love or a barrel full of hate. I love hearing from you guys. Until next time, Impulsive Weaver.